As dusk descended, Yizhen arrived at the illustrious Longyuan Hotel in Beijing, having kept Chuntao waiting for over 10 minutes. Yet, he felt no urgency. He was well aware that Chuntao and her companion, Guo Gongxiang, would wait for him, regardless of his tardiness. After all, he was Guo Gangqiang's savior. Just the previous night, while Guo Gongxiang and Chuntao were indulging in intimacy, he had suffered a sudden stroke. Were it not for Yizhen's timely intervention, the balding Guo Gongxiang would have long since become a tragic tale beneath the peony blooms. As a bearer of traditional Chinese medicine and a descendant of the esteemed physician Gu Hong, Gu Yizhen had honed his medical skills to a considerable degree. Although a stroke is an exceedingly perilous emergency, it posed no challenge for him. Thus, he had revived the nearly lifeless Guo Gongxiang in a mere 5 minutes. Standing before the grand edifice of Longyuan Hotel, Gu Yizhen surveyed its impressive stature, stroking his bearded chin with a smile gracing his countenance. His spirits were buoyant after all. Guo Gongxiang was a wealthy entrepreneur, and the reward for his life-saving deed was likely to be substantial. Chuntao stood in the hotel lobby, her arm linked with that of a middle-aged man, awaiting their guest. Though the lobby boasted an abundance of sofas, they chose to stand behind the reception desk, a gesture of respect towards the individual they awaited. The appointed hour of 6 had passed, and it was now 15 minutes past, yet their guest had yet to arrive. "Peach, do you think it might not show?" Guo Gongxiang, whose hair had nearly diminished to a third, inquired. "He has his peculiarities and idiosyncrasies. When in good spirits, he can cure the most challenging ailments, however. When displeased, no amount of money will entice him to glance in your direction," Chuntao replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Da-da, this is troublesome. I had recommended it to Lao Shun, that rough fellow who only talks about money," the bald man remarked. "Honestly, why do you always have to share everything with outsiders?" Chuntao scolded. "Isn't it to curry favor with that brute? If we could secure their group's orders, our company would have nothing to worry about this year," the bald man replied. Chuntao shot him an annoyed glance and chose to ignore him. As a man entered from outside, dressed in plain attire, resembling a factory worker, yet exuding confidence, with a faint scar on his jaw. "Gu Yizhen, where have you been?" "We've been waiting for ages," Chuntao complained. Being his ex-girlfriend, she felt entitled to speak to her current boyfriend's benefactor in such a manner. "Am I to blame? Who told you to choose such a shabby place for a meal? You blocked me for over 10 minutes at the entrance," Gu Yizhen thundered. The most renowned hotel in the city, requiring a half-day advance for a table and a full day for a private room, was deemed shabby in his eyes. However, Chuntao and her companions always had a spot reserved, as Guo Gongxiang was acquainted with Lao Shun, the hotel's major shareholder. "Chuntao, perhaps we should let Brother Gu in to discuss further rather than lingering at the entrance," Guo Gongxiang suggested. Indeed, they were brothers, having toiled together in Chuntao's field, chuckling. "Haha, Boss Guo, you are too polite. I trust you are in good health," Gu Yizhen said, shaking the hand that Guo Gongxiang extended. Quite well. It is entirely thanks to my brother's intervention that I have been spared a grave fate, and I am profoundly grateful," Guo Gongxiang expressed, his face adorned with a broad smile. However, the authenticity of a businessman's smile remains a mystery. The meal was personally curated by Chuntao, featuring dishes that Gu Yizhen particularly relished, which brought him great joy. Yet, the pinnacle of his happiness lay in the document pouch that Guo Gongxiang handed him before the meal was served. Upon receiving the pouch, he deliberately gauged its weight, deducing that the envelope contained no less than 50,000 yuan. While 50,000 yuan may seem trivial in the context of a human life, it is quite substantial from the perspective of a doctor's consultation fee, especially considering that Gu Yizhen was an unlicensed practitioner. Despite his exceptional medical skills, he had yet to pass the qualification examination, which had been a source of frustration for him. Nevertheless, with a substantial sum now in hand, he was elated, unconcerned with the legitimacy of his credentials, the ability to save lives, and earn money was paramount. Ultimately, they arrived at a venue resembling an exclusive club, complete with a bar. This establishment, unlike the cacophonous bars typical of the ordinary, was a members-only club where patrons held a certain status. The ambience was pleasant, and most importantly, it was devoid of the usual raucousness, which Yizhen found quite appealing. Once settled in, Guo Gongxiang whispered to his ear, "Do not be deceived by the tranquility and leisure of this environment. In reality, it is a hunting ground." He gestured towards a row of women seated at the bar, saying, "You see those women? They are either waiting to be pursued or preparing to pursue others. As long as you are willing to spend, you can take your pick." He then pointed to the scattered single women occupying various seats, adding, "Those, however, cannot be taken away merely with wealth to win them over or accompany them. One must possess skill." Gu Yizhen glanced at the women, smiled faintly, but remained silent. Guo Gongxiang continued, "Do not conflate these women with those from other establishments, whether they seek financial gain or not. They are respectable individuals. Some face life's challenges and venture here for a temporary reprieve, while others, beset by loneliness, seek a thrill. They all have legitimate professions, possibly as corporate executives, bank employees, or educators by day." Upon hearing this, Gu Yizhen scanned the women once more, noticing they indeed differed from those typically associated with such venues. At the very least, their faces bore no traces of seduction or heavy makeup. Observing the change in Gu Yizhen's expression, Guo Gongxiang softly inquired, "Are you interested in inviting one over for a chat? Why delay someone else's business if you do not intend to spend?" Gu Yizhen replied, not adopting the guise of a self-righteous moralist. On the contrary, he held a genuine appreciation for women, though he preferred to let fate dictate his encounters. Yet, not everyone shared his perspective. Some preferred to exert pressure. A sudden commotion erupted at the bar, drawing my gaze to three men whose arrival was unannounced. While the presence of a few men typically elicits joy rather than alarm among women, the brazen behavior of these three, who shamelessly groped in public, was a different matter altogether. Even if one were to purchase street-side vegetables, it would be unacceptable to handle them indiscriminately in public. "What's the fuss, you filthy harlots? Aren't you just here to sell yourselves? What's wrong with a little touch? I have money, isn't enough to pay you? Come, a glance is free, but a touch costs $5, boasted a brash fellow, adorned in ostentatious designer attire, his laughter echoing with arrogance. "How'd you end up here?" "This is bound to be entertaining," remarked Guo Gongxiang, a man whose disapproval was evident even to the most audacious. "Who is that young man? He looks like a rich heir," inquired Gu Yizhen. "Do you know Yixunda Group?" "He is Wang Sanyu, the scion of that very company," Guo Gongxiang replied. "Oh, a fool with an equally foolish name. His family runs a cattle farm, right?" "Sanyu." Gu Yizhen chuckled. "His real name is Wang Bin, but with wealth and influence, he struts around like a peacock, hence the moniker Sanyu," Guo Gongxiang continued. Come, gather around while I inspect the wares. As long as they aren't dead fish or rotten shrimp, they'll take them all tonight." Wang Sanyu's boisterous voice rang out once more from the bar. This man audaciously clutched cash in one hand while attempting to tug at the clothing of the women with the other, while his two companions laughed heartily, even assisting in restraining the women attempting to leave. This is utterly outrageous. While you may possess wealth, it is unbecoming to insult others in such a manner. Yet, amidst the throng of waitstaff and security personnel, none dared to intervene. Who would be so bold? This individual is the heir to the Yixunda Group, a figure of immense influence and affluence. Even the mayor shows deference to his father, who among the common citizens would dare to voice any dissent against him. Chapter 2. Wang Sanyu. In this world, every individual possesses their own dignity. It cannot be trampled upon by others due to their occupation or poverty. The closest person to Wang Sanyu was a woman adorned in a long dress, her long hair cascading gently. She appeared serene, reminiscent of someone who might quietly read in a library or leisurely listen to music in a CAF. She seemed completely out of place in this environment. unmistakably a woman who seldom frequented such locales. Yet, outward appearances often serve as mere facades. Wang Sanyu initially presumed that such a delicate woman would pose no resistance to him, perhaps trembling in fear at his approach. However, he was gravely mistaken. As his hand reached to grasp her collar, with a swift motion, she splashed the contents of her glass of red wine across his face. How outrageous! A woman of questionable character dared to act so boldly. Enraged, Wang Sanyu released her collar, transforming his grip into a slap, delivering a resounding blow to her face with all his might. Damn it! You too! Come here and strip this wench of her garments. I am eager to see if they are adorned with gold trim, he commanded his two companions who had accompanied him. Although the men had seized the long-haired woman, they did not comply with his orders to tear her clothes. This was a public space. They were not brutes. And even the most depraved would not commit such an act in plain sight. Only a beast would behave thus. What is the matter? You two scoundrels consume my resources daily. Yet you hesitate to lift a finger when needed? Wang Sanyu berated them as he continued to tug at the woman's clothing. The sound of fabric tearing echoing in the air. Ha ha, with considerable resources, it turns out he is quite the enigmatic character. Who the hell is this? Who dared to touch me? Just as Wang Sanyu was about to launch an ambush on that alluring figure, someone unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder. He released the long-haired woman and turned to behold a face that one would remember after just a fleeting glance. Though seemingly ordinary, the features were sharply defined. As if sculpted by a master artisan, a faint scar adorned the cheek, accompanied by a subtle, somewhat mischievous smile that rendered it unforgettable. This visage was peculiar. At first glance, one might perceive an eerie grin, but upon further inspection, it transformed into a genuinely sincere smile. Wang Sanyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the identity of this individual whose expression seemed to shift so dramatically. Not only was Wang Sanyu stunned, but everyone around him was equally bewildered. Who was this audacious fellow, seemingly inviting trouble when others were eager to avoid it? They could not fathom why this individual, who appeared to be an ordinary laborer, would provoke such a formidable adversary. The one who dared to challenge Wang Sanyu was, of course, Yizhen, who sought to unveil the true nature of Wang Sanyu's reputation and to teach him a lesson. Guo Gongqiang was filled with regret, realizing that he had brought Yizhen into this predicament. Now, having provoked the notorious Wang Sanyu, he was certain that he would not escape unscathed when trouble ensued. You little rascal, did you just tap my shoulder? Wang Sanyu spun around, reaching to grab Yizhen by the collar, a habit he seemed to relish. However, before his hand could reach its target, Yizhen had already seized his wrist. What has happened to the shoulder of that scoundrel? Yizhen remarked nonchalantly. Who are you? And what do you intend to do? Do you know who I am? Wang Sanyu's hand was firmly grasped by Yizhen, rendering him unable to escape, diminishing his bravado significantly. Why should it matter to me who you are? I merely wish to inform you of who this woman is, Yizhen replied. I am Wang Bin. Do not pretend you are unaware of my identity. Wang Sanyu found this young man amusing. Why should he concern himself with the identity of a woman waiting for business? He presumed that all who frequented such establishments bore some level of status, and that individuals of stature would certainly recognize him. Your identity is inconsequential. What matters is that you have struck this woman and humiliated her, for she is my friend. The smile on Yizhen's face vanished abruptly, replaced by an icy demeanor. Ah, a friend, you say? You are quite entertaining. Am I to believe I cannot strike your friend? Are you particularly formidable? Is the mayor your father? Or is the party secretary your godfather? Wang Sanyu found Yizhen utterly ridiculous. In this place, there were few whom he could not strike. You jest. I do not even know the village head of our community, let alone the mayor or secretary. Nonetheless, you shall not lay a hand on my friend. Yizhen retorted coldly. Humph, and if I do? What then? Although Wang Sanyu felt a twinge of pain from the grip on his wrist, he spoke in a low voice. If you do not release my hand, you shall regret it for a lifetime. Your actions may have consequences, but you must offer restitution and an apology. Yizhen regarded Wang Sanyu for a moment before loosening his grip. Just moments ago, Wang Sanyu found himself constrained by another's grip and had to exchange a few words with Yizhen. However, now that he was free, his arrogance surged once again. He pointed an accusatory finger at Yizhen and exclaimed, You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, Yizhen's enigmatic smile reappeared, carrying a hint of malice. With a grin, he inquired, Do you know what I do? Allow me to enlighten you. I am a doctor, a Chinese medicine practitioner. Are you aware that while anyone can devise numerous methods to take a life, No one possesses more ways to save or create life than a doctor. To hell with it. What sort of nonsense is this? An impoverished doctor flaunting his credentials here is utterly ridiculous. Gu Yizhen's boldness astounded Wang Sanyu, who had previously entertained the notion that he might be some official's relative. Such a connection would have posed a significant problem, though he was unafraid. Entangling oneself with someone of authority was never a trivial matter. Now that he learned Gu Yizhen was merely a doctor, a sense of relief washed over him. I am not boasting about being a doctor. I merely wish to convey that a physician has numerous methods at his disposal should he choose to harm or teach someone a lesson. If you do not apologize to my friend and compensate him within 5 minutes, I assure you, you will be the one regretting it first, Gu Yizhen asserted, his smile deepening. I've encountered many pretentious fools, but none as ostentatious as you. Very well. I shall wait 5 minutes and see how you make me regret my actions, Wang Sanyu retorted, initially preparing to call for assistance, but now choosing to observe how Gu Yizhen intended to instill regret in him. Gu Yizhen withdrew his smile, feigning an air of helplessness as he shook his head and remarked, "There is an adage that says, heaven's punishment may be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering cannot be endured. You were given an opportunity, yet you chose to disregard it. Do you not feel any difference in your body now? Perhaps it itches. Or perhaps it aches." Upon hearing Gu Yizhen's words, Wang Sanyu's previously mocking expression suddenly turned to stone. He realized, to his astonishment, that it felt as though countless ants were crawling all over him. While it was not exactly itching, the sensation was profoundly uncomfortable, an indescribable discomfort. Chapter 3. The Itch Dance. Gu Yizhen smiled again, but this time, his demeanor was not devoid of mischief. Rather, it was imbued with tenderness and a stirring quality. What is it? Do you feel as though numerous ants are traversing your skin? It must be quite unbearable, yes? If it troubles you, why not scratch a little? A gentle touch can bring relief. Indeed, a mere caress can be quite soothing. Upon hearing his words, Wang Sanyu found himself involuntarily reaching to scratch his neck a few times, and indeed, it was far more comforting than he had anticipated. For the first time, he realized that self-touch could be so pleasurable, even more so than a massage. Isn't that so? I told you, a gentle touch can bring comfort. If you scratch a few times, it will feel even better. An itch demands to be scratched, does it not? Gu Yizhen's voice possessed a magnetic quality, rendering it exceedingly pleasant to hear. No one could fathom why his words had suddenly become so enchanting. Wang Sanyu, influenced by Gu Yizhen's remarks, suddenly felt a genuine itch at his neck and gently scratched it. Originally, scratching proved to be far more pleasurable than mere touching. He scratched a couple more times, discovering that his neck and shoulders were becoming increasingly itchy, an itch that only intensified with each scratch. In a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sensation of itchiness coursing through his entire body, from head to toe. He could not help but hastily scratch everywhere, his hands darting from top to bottom and front to back. The woman, albeit shaken, displayed remarkable composure, expressing her gratitude to Gu Yizhen despite her fear. Gu Yizhen remained silent, gently patting her shoulder while clutching the curtain that served as a makeshift cloak, then turned to observe Wang Sanyu. At that moment, Wang Sanyu resembled a monkey, making various grimaces, bending and jumping in a flurry of movement, intermittently emitting sounds akin to squeaks. He felt an incessant itch enveloping him entirely. No matter how forcefully he scratched, the itch persisted. He wished fervently for more hands, 4 or 6 would suffice. Is it unbearably itchy? Itching to the very core, I presume? Scratching through your clothing is hardly effective. Wouldn't it be more gratifying to remove your shirt for a proper scratch? Do you not have friends? Call upon them for assistance. Those 2 rascals consume your food and enjoy your company, yet they refuse to help relieve your itch? Gu Yizhen's words seemed enchanted. And before he could finish, Wang Sanyu had already stripped off his shirt. Indeed, scratching without his clothing felt somewhat better. Yet there were numerous spots on his back that remained unreachable, leaving him in utter discomfort. He turned to the 2 men who had accompanied him and exclaimed, "Are you truly unwilling to help me scratch? From now on, don't bother coming out with me." In such a setting, when a woman disrobes, it is deemed alluring and provocative, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience. However, when a man strips, it is perceived as lewd and lascivious, with onlookers merely refraining from hurling banana peels or bottles. Here, Wang Sanyu's act of undressing would undoubtedly go unchallenged, yet internally, the crowd is filled with delight. Witnessing this scoundrel's embarrassment brings joy to all. His 2 companions stand in stunned silence, perplexed by Wang Sanyu's sudden bout of itchiness and utterly baffled as to why he would disregard his dignity to remove his clothing. While it is acceptable to undress a woman, shedding one's own garments is utterly unacceptable. Nevertheless, as they are obliged to associate with him, relying on his father's company for their livelihood, they dutifully approach him, akin to servants attending to their master, gently scratching his back. "Oh, I'm so itchy. Damn it. You two idiots can't exert a little more effort? Haven't you got the strength after a day without toying with women?" At this moment, Wang Sanyu appears oblivious to those around him. With 4 additional hands aiding in alleviating his discomfort, his own hands swiftly venture below to scratch, as his thighs itch terribly. To the onlookers, his demeanor exudes an indescribable sleaziness. Witnessing Wang Sanyu in such a state, the audience is left astounded, unable to fathom how the once imperious young master has devolved into a pitiful figure. Yet amid their astonishment, a sense of amusement prevails, with laughter erupting from some. This scoundrel has bullied others for too long. Today, at last, he faces his just deserts. Before long, Wang Sanyu had inflicted numerous scratches upon himself, each resembling the marks left by a cat or dog, some even beginning to bleed. At this moment, everyone was engrossed in observing Wang Sanyu's dance of scratching, unaware that Yizhen and the tall woman had already departed, including Guo Gongqiang, who failed to notice their exit. Yizhen, holding the woman's hand, stepped out of the bar. Once in the car, he inquired, "Is this your first visit to such a place?" "Yes, it is. Thank you for today." The long-haired woman replied, regaining her composure. "In urgent need of money?" Yizhen asked quite bluntly, implying that if she wasn't in dire need, she ought not to frequent such establishments. "My brother got into a fight and was arrested, and my mother is hospitalized with a severe illness," the woman explained. "That place is not meant for you. Seek other means," Yizhen remarked, finding her reasoning somewhat foolish. She was in urgent need of money. Yet how much could one possibly earn in such a place after a day of toil? "I can't think of another way. My relatives at home have no money." She appeared resigned, her gaze vacant as she stared out at the flowing traffic. "What illness does your mother have? Which hospital is she in? Take me to see her." Despite lacking formal medical credentials, Yizhen's skills were undeniable. "She is at the People's Hospital in our hometown," the woman replied. Yizhen pondered the cliché nature of this scenario. He questioned whether her words bore truth. He turned to observe the quiet, beautiful woman, attempting to discern the authenticity of her claims. Her eyes reflected a subtle sorrow, devoid of the typical deceitful panic, suggesting she spoke the truth. Indeed, many worn-out narratives play out in reality each day. The residence of the long-haired woman was quite distant from the bar, situated on the other side of the city in Nanshan district. At the entrance of the community, Yizhen halted his vehicle, contemplated for a moment, and retrieved the envelope that Guo Gongqiang had given him the previous night. He remarked, "This is the reward for saving a life last night. Please take it. And may it help save another." "How can this be?" The long-haired woman responded, bewildered. "Do not misunderstand me. I am neither a philanthropist nor affluent. Nor am I a saint. You intend to sell yourself tonight, do you not? Consider this money as my support for a while." He pressed the money into her hand, adding, "Of course, should you decline my offer, you may write me an IOU, treating it as a loan." I. The long-haired woman was at a loss for words. The events of the night had been exceedingly theatrical. She pointed towards the house ahead, grasping the envelope tightly. She cast a deep glance at him before exiting the vehicle. Just as she was about to close the door, she opened it once more and asked, "Where shall I find you tomorrow?" Chapter 4. Suing. Even upon rising the next day, Suing felt as though everything that transpired the previous night was somewhat surreal, as though events only conceivable in a film had unfolded in her own life. Yet, the money lay within the envelope, resting beneath her pillow. She reached out to touch the cash again, her heart racing with excitement. Although the sum was not substantial, it could at least ensure her husband would not be beaten for the time being. However, after a brief moment of exhilaration, her spirits suddenly plummeted. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame and guilt, believing she should not deceive those who selflessly offered her assistance. Her mother was not ill, and her younger brother had not been involved in a brawl that led to his arrest. It was merely a tragic narrative concocted by her sisters to present to their guests. However, she could not confess that her motivations for working in that place were to repay the gambling debts of her husband, who was hopelessly addicted to vice. They had been married for 3 years, and she had once envisioned a blissful and warm home. Yet, the reality was that shortly after their union, he revealed his true nature, transforming their once tolerable household into a state of utter destitution, burdened with immense debt. Who was that man with the scarred face and an unsettling smile? Was he truly a doctor? He appeared nothing like one. Rather, he resembled a rogue. Yet, If he were not a doctor, how could a mere slap on that despicable Wong fellow have caused such a reaction, regardless of his identity? As long as the money was real, it mattered not. Could she truly claim that money for herself? This peculiar man had not even inquired about her name. Was it confidence that he would not abscond with the funds, or was there something amiss in his mind? She believed that if she were to disappear with the money, he would certainly be unable to locate her amidst the vast sea of humanity, for how could one find a person whose name they did not even know? Nevertheless, she understood that she could not resort to such actions, despite her current financial desperation. To avoid that path, she must comply with his wishes, whether that meant accompanying him for a few months or drafting an IOU. She found herself torn between the two options. Should she spend time with him or write him a promissory note? Drafting an IOU felt akin to taking money without the means to repay it, as she had no idea when she might be able to settle her debt. Did she achieve anything last night? During lunch, her colleague, who was waiting for customers at the bar, quietly inquired about her. She remained silent, hesitating for a moment before gently nodding her head. After a brief contemplation, Su-Ying, resigned, nodded again. So, how much did you earn last night? Her colleague asked. Su-Ying extended her palm. 500? Her colleague suggested. Su-Ying shook her head. It couldn't be 5,000, could it? Did you encounter a pervert or something? Her colleague was quite astonished. Su-Ying continued to shake her head. It can't be 50,000, can it? My goodness! Her colleague exclaimed, glancing at the other coworkers who were now staring at her. She lowered her voice and asked Su-Ying, You can't be. She pinched her fingers together, mimicking a sneaky gesture. What are you thinking? No way. Su-Ying replied. I ran into Wong Sanya last night, and he. Su-Ying began. That bastard has taken a liking to you? But I've never heard of him being so generous. He's notoriously stingy, often dining and dashing. Her colleague interrupted, gasping in disbelief. He bullied me, and then a man intervened, taught him a lesson, and gave me a bag of money, Su-Ying recounted. In this city, someone dared to provoke Wong Sanya? Who is this man? To go against the Wong family for you and even give you money? That's truly incredible, her colleague exclaimed. I don't know who he is. In fact, I don't even know his name, Su-Ying admitted. Since last night. She had felt as if the incident were a dream, yet the money was real. She had transferred the funds that morning. You didn't even get his phone number? Her colleague's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with ignorance and confusion. How could this be? Su-Ying exclaimed. He just handed you the money? I refuse to believe there exists a living bodhisattva in this world. Her colleague's eyes seemed ready to pop out. He said either I accompany him for a few months, or I write him an IOU. What should I do? Initially, Su-Ying had resolved to be his mistress for several months, but now uncertainty crept in. What is there to contemplate? Of course, you should accompany him for a few months, or even a year if necessary. If you write the IOU, when will you ever repay him? As his lover, who knows, he might continue to provide for you. Wasn't your intention last night to seek such a man? Her colleague remarked. It is far less distasteful to serve one person long-term than to constantly change partners. Su-Ying nodded, asking so. Shall I wait for him to contact me? Do you think he can find you? Her colleague replied. What a peculiar man. If it were anyone else, they would have taken advantage of the situation last night and slept with you. Yet he didn't. And he even bestowed such a generous sum upon you without even asking for your name before leaving. Fascinating. I find myself increasingly intrigued by this man. I must meet him if the opportunity arises. But so far, he hasn't called, Su-Ying lamented. Silly woman. Do you secretly desire to be his mistress? Yearning for him to take you to bed? Her colleague teased. Is it not better that he never calls? You've essentially acquired 50,000 yuan for nothing. While it was true that if this man never sought her out, she could enjoy an unexpected windfall, she felt it was morally questionable. Furthermore, she found herself unexpectedly longing to see him again, even harboring a flicker of anticipation for something to unfold between them. The thoughts of a woman can change swiftly. Just moments ago she was hesitant, yet now she is filled with anticipation. Su-Ying spent the entire afternoon at work, her mind restless as she frequently glanced at her phone. Occasionally, when another's phone rang, she mistakenly believed it was hers. She could not comprehend why she felt this way. Could it be, as her colleague suggested, that she yearned for him to be with her? Was she truly so desperate? Even through dinner, when her phone remained silent, she found herself inexplicably disappointed. Still no call. Her colleague inquired. No. Do you think something might have happened to him? After all, he is involved with the Wong family. An unsettling thought crept in. Could he have encountered some misfortune? Wong Sanya was the son of Wang Dahua, the wealthiest man in the city, and surely it would not be difficult to locate him. At 8 in the evening, Su-Ying finally received his call. He asked her what she had been contemplating. She refrained from revealing her decision and instead asked if he could come over. She wished to speak with him. He did not confirm nor deny, but requested her address before ending the call. Chapter 5. An ambush. Yizhen arrived at the Rain Silk Western Restaurant on Ocean World Boulevard, a delightful establishment. He mused that the long-haired woman from the previous night would have been better suited to enjoy a drink in such an ambience, listening to music and reading, rather than waiting for prey or predator in the bar from last night. He surveyed the patrons within the restaurant. The dinner rush had passed, and the guests were merely sipping their drinks. There were not many customers, but there were no tables occupied solely by women. Perhaps they had yet to arrive. He chose a seat, ordered a cup of coffee, and settled in to wait quietly. He was always patient when it came to waiting for a beautiful woman. The coffee was quite delightful. Yizhen savored it slowly while observing the patrons in the restaurant. Most of the guests appeared to be couples, with a few tourists from out of town. Among them, a table of 3 young women and 2 men stood out. They were all in their 20s and did not resemble typical tourists, suggesting they might not yet be employed. He pondered their identities. Just as he finished his coffee, the woman from the previous night reappeared. However, he found it peculiar that she did not enter from outside, but rather emerged from within. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," she said. "It seems you did not come in from outside. Were you here?" Yizhen inquired. "Indeed, I work here. I was supposed to finish at 9, but I covered a shift for a colleague, which is why you had to wait," she explained as she took a seat. "Oh, I see now," Yizhen suddenly comprehended. The reason she had ventured to the other side of the city to seek out patrons was likely to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. After all, this area was frequented by numerous foreigners, and larger clients would be more common. "Let's find a place to chat," Su-Ying suggested. "That sounds excellent. But shouldn't you tell me your name?" Yizhen replied. "Oh, I apologize, I completely forgot. My name is Su-Ying, from Qiannan," she said. "Very well. You may call me Yizhen," he responded, signaling for the bill. It appeared that this long-haired woman named Su-Ying did not wish to write an IOU for herself. And as Yizhen studied her further, he felt a sense of anticipation. Su-Ying was just about to say that there was no need for Yizhen to settle the bill, that it could simply be added to her tab, when 4 or 5 men entered from outside. Among them, leading the group, was the unmistakable figure of Wang Sanyu, his face marred with blood. Yizhen cast a glance at Wang Sanyu, then at Su-Ying, his eyes filled with questions. In terror and indignation, Su-Ying shook her head silently. She understood Yizhen's implication. He presumed she had summoned Wang Sanyu here. "Young Master Wang, that scoundrel is over there," one of the slender men, resembling a monkey, pointed at Yizhen. "Damn it, am I blind? Can't I see?" Wang Sanyu cursed. "Gentlemen, this way." The imposing presence of the group made it evident to all, even the blind, that they were not here to partake in the establishment's offerings. The waitstaff dared not approach, and the manager had no choice but to emerge from the counter to address the situation. "Step aside, do not obstruct the path, and do not meddle." One of the burly men beside Wang Sanyu growled. "I have reserved this venue. Let those uninvolved leave." As he spoke, Wang Sanyu advanced toward Yizhen. Yizhen surveyed the intimidating figures of the muscular men and the wrathful visage of Wang Sanyu, realizing that the events of the evening were unlikely to end well. While he possessed some physical strength and had practiced breathing techniques and a form of health-preserving martial arts, these skills were not intended for combat. Moreover, his interest in learning had only amounted to a few days of study, leaving him far from proficient. In truth, the Gu family's martial art was quite formidable. However, his laziness had hindered him from practicing, as he deemed that in modern society, it was more beneficial to focus on courses for certification, despite their limited practical application. When one cannot match strength, one must resort to cunning. However, considering the numbers and their preparedness, what clever strategy could one possibly employ? I knew it. As long as I keep my eyes on this obnoxious fellow, that little turtle of yours would inevitably show up. To my surprise, you emerged rather swiftly. Wang Sanyu stood before Yizhen's table, laughing heartily as if oblivious to the world around him. "You bastard. Today I shall make it clear to you that anyone daring to cross paths with me, Wang Bin, in this city shall undoubtedly regret ever stepping foot in this world." After delivering his proclamation, Wang Sanyu took a couple of steps back and waved his hand at the 4 men following him, who then lunged towards Yizhen and his companion. "Wang Bin, it truly is you," exclaimed a girl. Yizhen glanced over and recognized her as the girl sitting at the table behind him. He found it puzzling that this lovely girl seemed acquainted with Wang Sanyu, and judging by their expressions, they appeared quite familiar with one another. How strange. Why shouldn't I be here? This is a restaurant, after all. The girl remarked with a smile. Seriously, when has he ever fought anyone? He is always the one instigating others to fight. Yizhen deduced from their conversation and expressions that their relationship extended beyond mere acquaintanceship. Their families were likely well acquainted as well. Observing the four men who had charged at him but paused their aggression due to the girl's presence, a plan began to form in his mind. The girl, in her naivety, approached Yizhen and surprisingly stopped to say, "Please don't fight with Wang Bin. You can't possibly win against him. He always has the advantage of numbers." Damn it, is she naive or just foolish? Whether to fight or not is hardly within my control, Yizhen thought bitterly. He smiled at the girl and said, "Very well, I shall not confront him, but I do require your assistance in this matter." With that, Yizhen abruptly leapt from his seat, grasping her left arm with his left hand while employing a fork from the table with his right to encircle her neck. The tines poised dangerously close to her carotid artery. The girl, named Shir, gasped in alarm and struggled desperately. "Do not move," Yizhen warned in a low voice. "Do you comprehend that if the fork punctures your artery, you will perish mere seconds after it is withdrawn?" The suddenness of his actions left Wang Sanyu and the four men in a state of shock. Although the fork was not particularly sharp, a forceful thrust could indeed sever not only blood vessels but also the throat. "I harbor no desire to harm anyone. I simply wish to avoid a confrontation with these ruffians. Step aside and allow me to exit." Yizhen urged the girl forward, reassuring her, "Rest assured. As long as they do not attack me, I shall not inflict any harm upon you. I appreciate your cooperation, Miss Shir. What a lovely name you possess. What manner of person is he? One who can still flirt amidst such peril." Chapter 6. He is a pretty boy at this moment. Shir surprisingly ceased her struggles and complied readily with Yizhen, retreating towards the door while calling out, "Wang Bin, let him go, let him go." It was unclear whether her fear was genuine or feigned. Her voice was loud, yet it lacked an air of true terror. Yizhen turned to Su Ying, who remained seated on the sofa, seemingly dazed, and scolded, "Move. Are you an imbecile?" Awakened from her stupor, Su Ying dashed towards the doorway with remarkable speed. Yizhen was acutely aware that in such places, if anyone were to call the police, they would arrive within 10 minutes at most. Thus, he hastily pushed Shir towards the entrance and, upon reaching it, whispered, "I apologize, but I must trouble you to fend off this mad dog." With that, he forcefully shoved her towards the relentlessly approaching Wang Sanyu. Turning to exit, he grasped Su Ying's hand and urged, "Run, quickly hail a cab." Numerous taxis awaited at the street corner. Yizhen pulled Su Ying into one, hastily uttering a destination, instructing the driver to proceed with utmost speed. The taxi exited through the southern gate, and he randomly directed the driver to stop at a secluded location, where they switched to another taxi bound for the ocean world. However, what would they do next? They couldn't maintain this state indefinitely. Su Ying contemplated her job, although working at UC was somewhat exhausting. Her proficiency in English was advantageous given the abundance of foreign patrons, resulting in a commendable salary. Rest assured, that scoundrel will only be mad for a couple of days. Individuals like him rarely sustain their fervor for long. A few days of avoidance should suffice, Yizhen reassured her, believing Wang Sanyu would calm down soon enough. Upon returning to the parking lot of Fengqing Street, Yizhen instructed Su Ying to call a colleague to inquire about the situation, particularly whether anyone had reported the incident involving the girl he had just taken hostage. Fortunately, no one had reported it, likely because the restaurant wished to avoid complications. After all, if the police arrived to take statements, it would only add to the trouble. Moreover, it was certain that Wang Sanyu and his associates would not report the matter. It would be absurd for them to cause a ruckus and then seek police intervention. Strangely, the girl had not reported it either. In truth, locating her is not particularly difficult. One merely needs to ascertain which bar she frequents to earn extra income. Though her involvement is merely temporary, an introduction is still required, and the bar must be notified. Given Wang Sanyu's influence, the establishment would naturally hesitate to conceal her background. Should one genuinely wish to find her, tracking down Yizhen would also pose no great challenge. One could simply review the surveillance footage to see with whom he arrived, ultimately leading to Balchang. However, Yizhen believes that Wang Sanyu would not expend significant effort to seek him out, as it was merely a fleeting annoyance. "Well, it would be wise for you to stay at a friend's house for a few days," he suggests. "Where do you intend to go? Which of your friends can accommodate you? I shall escort you there." Yizhen finds her reasoning somewhat valid. "I don't have any friends' homes to seek refuge in. Although she is acquainted with a few individuals in the area, they all share cramped accommodations, and even if someone were inclined to offer her shelter, space would likely be limited. This predicament leaves Yizhen in a quandary. He cannot simply abandon her, especially since he still anticipates repayment. He casts a glance at her, contemplating the fact that she possesses an appealing appearance and a subtle elegance, distinctly different from the women he has previously engaged with. Having her as a discreet companion might not be a bad idea. Have you made up your mind? Yizhen finally inquires after studying her for a moment. Su-Ying lowers her gaze, gently rubbing the hem of her clothing while letting out a soft sigh. I have made up my mind. As you mentioned, I am going to that bar, as my intention is to earn some money. Life is beautiful, yet fraught with troubles, and more often than not, it is characterized by helplessness. Many circumstances arise from sheer necessity. No, it is my girlfriend's home, and the vehicle also belongs to her. Indeed. Aside from 100-odd pounds of flesh, I possess nothing, remarked Yizhen. She. Su-Ying had not anticipated that this audacious individual would bring her to his girlfriend's abode. How daring of him to present himself in such a manner. Are you frightened? He jested. What is there to fear? Isn't it all the rage these days to indulge in casual affairs? Yizhen laughed heartily. Su-Ying remained silent. Having initially presumed Yizhen to be a small-time businessman or a senior executive in a large corporation, to her surprise, he turned out to be a debauched man who relied on women for sustenance. It was one thing to be complacent and dependent on women, but to squander his time in frivolity while seeking to maintain other liaisons was utterly infuriating to her. Her disdain for such men, whom she held in the deepest contempt, extinguished any fondness she might have felt for Yizhen, replacing it swiftly with ire. Observing the shift in her expression, Yizhen smirked and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you disappointed? Perhaps even incensed? Humph. Do you believe you are worthy of your girlfriend?" Su-Ying retorted, "What do you mean by worthy? Are you referring to matters of the bed? Do you think that because she treats me well, I ought not to compensate you for your company?" Yizhen countered. With a scoff, Su-Ying replied, "I had thought you were a decent person." In truth, I have never considered myself a good person. However, without a villain such as myself, wouldn't your visit to that bar have been in vain? Thus, are you not also a wicked woman? Yizhen remarked. Su-Ying fell silent, her anger dissipating like a deflated balloon, extinguished in an instant. He is not wrong. Going there oneself is merely exchanging one's body for money, isn't it? Even if he is a kept man, he is still trading his body for financial gain. Am I not the same as him? What right do I have to judge him? Yizhen chose to ignore her, took a shower, and then tossed her a bath towel, saying, "Go wash up. There are your pajamas and undergarments in the room. Just make do with them for now." Although it was early spring and the temperatures were not particularly high, she was still sweating from the earlier panic. Su-Ying held the towel, contemplated for a moment, and then entered the bathroom. As she gently caressed her ample and firm bosom, she gazed at her snow-white and slender figure in the mirror. This body had only been touched by her husband. No other man had laid hands upon it. Yet tonight, she felt a tumult of emotions. This body rightfully belonged to her husband, but now, due to his circumstances, she was to surrender it to another man. Was it not unjust to use what was rightfully his to exchange for money to save his life? Is it not true that everything in this world is interconnected by cause and effect? Chapter 7. Sharing a room. Yizhen gazed at the freshly bathed Su-Ying, utterly entranced, finally comprehending the meaning of a lotus emerging from the water. The pink, semi-transparent nightgown looked far more exquisite on her than it ever did on his girlfriend. She seemed particularly fond of purple. Last night at the bar, she wore a purple outfit, and now, amidst a plethora of clothes, she had chosen yet another purple ensemble. The translucent nightgown, illuminated by the light, softly enveloped her figure, evoking a sense of intrigue and allure. He swallowed hard, contemplating the scene that might unfold if she were to forego those scanty pieces of fabric. Perhaps he would find himself blushing profusely. Women possess a paradoxical relationship with the lascivious gazes of men. While they seem to detest being scrutinized in such a manner, they simultaneously feel a profound disappointment if overlooked, often resorting to calling men blind or foolish. Although Su-Ying had lost all affection for Yizhen, she felt a deep shyness under his fervent gaze. She shot him a glance filled with disdain and hurried into the room. Having accepted his money and promised to repay him in this manner, she resolved to endure, even if it meant suppressing her distaste. Yizhen watched her alluring figure vanish into the room, but chose to remain on the sofa, engrossed in the television. He was neither incapable nor averse to women. He was far from the modest gentleman archetype. Like any man, he would certainly feel his heart race at the sight of what captivates men universally. trained in traditional Chinese medicine, a discipline passed down through generations. He inherited expertise in matters of intimacy from his ancestor, Go Hong, a pioneer in such studies. Thus, he excelled in matters of love and was never troubled by societal conventions surrounding gender relations. Yet today, confronted with a woman who could make any man's heart flutter, he surprisingly refrained from following her into the room, neglecting to seize the moment, which struck him as peculiar. Yizhen often found himself unable to resist the allure of the opposite sex, caught in an increasingly profound infatuation. However, deep within his heart, he believed that certain activities between men and women, when merely repeated without depth, did not embody his ultimate aspiration. Rather, he yearned for a profound spiritual connection. Engaging solely in the mechanical execution of standard physical acts would only leave a pallid regret in the wake of what should be sacred. A person like Yizhen, who held spirituality in the highest regard, would never partake in such triviality. He recognized that Su Ying harbored no affection for him. Her willingness to accompany him was solely a means to settle a debt. Engaging with her at this juncture would evoke no joy, rendering the experience akin to interacting with a mere plastic doll. Thus, he preferred to watch television. In truth, Su Ying was not as Yizhen perceived her, resembling a lifeless plastic figure. When she entered the room and gently lay down, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety, helplessness, concern, and excitement. Curiously, she felt a faint flicker of anticipation. She could not articulate what she awaited. Was it the long-lost fulfillment of physical desire, or the chance to experience intimacy with a man other than her husband? Life is replete with firsts, and this was to be hers. Uncertain of how to greet Yizhen, who would soon tend to her fields in place of her husband, she resorted to lying still on the bed, feigning sleep. However, after a while, the television continued to play, and there was no sign of him entering the room. She let out a quiet sigh of relief, relaxing her tense body as she turned slightly to gaze at the ajar door. Su Ying felt as though she had waited an eternity, having tossed and turned several times in bed, yet Yizhen still did not come in. He cannot possibly be lacking in that regard, can he? Why has he not arrived yet? Is the television truly more captivating than I? How absurd. She found herself feeling a tinge of impatience. Ugh, that shameless scoundrel. How dare she anticipate his swift arrival to her side? Su Ying lay on the bed, her mind spiraling into chaotic thoughts. At one moment, she scolded Yizhen as a dandy, a rogue, harboring immense disdain for him. At another, she labeled him a fool, an imbecile, a man devoid of ambition. Here she was, a stunning beauty, a glorious figure awaiting his presence, yet he remained preoccupied with the television. She oscillated between resentment and longing, and before long, she drifted into a hazy slumber. Time passed, and suddenly Su Ying awoke with a start. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed a beam of sunlight streaming through the window. The day had fully dawned. A glance beside her revealed no sign of another's presence, and as she surveyed her neatly arranged attire, she felt the softness of the sheets. Discovering nothing amiss, had he truly not slept beside her last night? Hadn't he even entered the room? Could it be that he spent the night on the sofa? Yizhen, opting to sleep on the couch instead of joining her, struck her as exceedingly peculiar, and amid her bewilderment, she felt an unexpected sense of loss. This dandy had chosen not to share the bed with her. Their small apartment consisted of a single room. Indeed, Yizhen had spent the night on the sofa. Who could fathom his reasoning? I am quite curious. What method did you employ to induce an all-over itch in Wang Sanyo? Su Ying inquired after breakfast. I merely applied a bit of itching powder on him, Yizhen replied with a chuckle. In truth, there are numerous ways to make him itch or feel pain, but I find that using itching powder is the most straightforward and convenient approach. Is this truly the portrayal of poisoning in a novel? Are you genuinely a physician? Su Ying found it peculiar that, as a doctor, he possessed knowledge of poisoning. I comprehend your perspective. Indeed, any doctor is familiar with the concept of poisoning. Understanding how to treat ailments and knowing how to poison do not inherently contradict each other. Yizhen chuckled softly. He scrutinized Su Ying closely. This woman, in the light of day, exuded a different charm, subtly imbued with the fragrance of literature. Yet, why would such a woman be employed in a CAF? How did she descend to the point of exchanging her body for money in a bar? What are you staring at? Su Ying noticed his gaze upon her. Yizhen brushed his hand across the bar and remarked, I was contemplating what kind of woman you must be. I am precisely that kind of woman. Do you find it disappointing? Unworthy? Su Ying replied. Why would you say that? I do not share that sentiment, Yizhen responded. Then, why would you prefer to sleep on the sofa? Su Ying's face inexplicably flushed. Just as Yizhen was about to articulate a thought, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Guo Gongqiang. Frowning, he answered, "Hello. What can I do for you, Mr. Guo?" "Oh, Mr. Guo, is everything all right?" Since the night before last, Guo had been anxiously concerned that Wang Sanyu might seek revenge, yet nothing had transpired. What could possibly be the matter? Is there something troubling you? Guo Yizhen found it odd that this old fellow only inquired about matters after a day had passed. Was it not a bit disingenuous? "Oh, it's good to hear there are no issues." After a brief pause, Guo Gongqiang continued, I do have something to discuss. I would like to request your assistance." Chapter 8. Captured. Guo Yizhen never anticipated that Guo Gongqiang would be so familiar, having only known him for a day. To his astonishment, he had already called upon Guo Yizhen to assist in treating a friend's ailment. Initially, Guo Yizhen was disinclined to oblige, as he lacked the necessary licenses and certifications. Being reported could lead to fines or even imprisonment. "Are you heading out?" Suing inquired as Guo Yizhen gathered his belongings. "Indeed, a friend has asked for my assistance regarding his health. Would you accompany me, or would you prefer to wait at home?" Guo Yizhen finished packing his bag. "I think I should stay home," Suing replied, her voice laced with apprehension. The thought of encountering Wang Sanyu haunted her. The notorious reputation and misdeeds of this young master had left an indelible mark on her psyche, instilling genuine fear. As they approached the tech park, Guo Yizhen recalled that Wang Sanyu's father was the head of Yixunda Group, which was also located within the tech park. He found it perplexing that Yixunda, a real estate enterprise, and Longding Company, a culinary establishment, both operated at such grand scales as industry leaders yet had no apparent connection to the technology sector. Why then? Was their company situated in the tech park? Anxiety crept in as he pondered whether he might encounter that scoundrel, Wang Sanyu. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. The young man wielded both wealth and influence, and the sheer number of his associates posed a significant threat. It was improbable that he would always manage to evade them. His premonition proved accurate. No sooner had he exited the vehicle than he was seized by 4 imposing men and thrust into a following business car. The parking lot surveillance cameras offered no blind spots, leaving him bewildered by the audacity of these individuals. Guo Yizhen understood that at this moment, both struggling and calling for help would be futile. Thus, he resigned himself to the whims of the burly men, allowing them to strike and kick him as a demonstration of their dominance. He discerned that while these men were not particularly strong, they were indeed trained, far superior to the ruffians led by Wang Sanyu the previous day. Even one-on-one, he would not be their match, let alone when facing 4. To act recklessly would be akin to courting disaster. In this instant, Guo Yizhen felt a pang of regret for not diligently practicing the ancestral techniques of the Guo family, including their renowned martial arts and qigong. Had he devoted himself to mastering them, he could easily disregard these so-called bodyguards who possessed merely rudimentary skills. It is worth noting that the Guo family martial arts had once resonated throughout the world centuries ago. "Young Master Wang, we have captured him. We will arrive in 20 minutes. The leader of the group spoke into his phone as they exited the parking lot. It was indeed Wang Sanyu. But how is it that he knew Guo Yizhen's whereabouts? How could he have pinpointed his location in the parking lot with such precision? Was it possible that Guo Gongqiang had betrayed him? Are you puzzled as to how he knew you would come here? The leader's face glistened with excitement. Naturally, capturing Guo Yizhen would guarantee substantial rewards for their employer. I imagine you won't divulge that information to me, Guo Yizhen replied with surprising calmness. What could you possibly do about it? It's quite simple, really. To the bar, you are an unknown entity. Entrance is not granted freely. An outsider must be accompanied by a regular patron. A quick review of the surveillance footage will reveal who brought you here. And then we merely have to tap that person's phone. Isn't that straightforward? This scheme was conceived by him, and now that the plan has succeeded, he is, of course, elated. Dr. Gong was aware that this could lead to Guo Gongqiang, which is why he initially suspected Guo of betraying him. Little did he know that these rascals employed a more sophisticated method. They had actually intercepted Guo Gongqiang's phone calls. Listening in on someone else's phone without consent is illegal. Yet what does legality mean to them? To them, it hardly counts as a concern, given their boss's abundant wealth. So what do you intend to do with me? Guo Yizhen felt as though he were a piece of meat on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. You are truly amusing. Do you not realize whom you have provoked? I am genuinely astonished by you. Despite being a mere ordinary person, you dare to confront young Master Wang. Do you know who young Master Wang is? The heir of the Yixunda Group, a man who could make you vanish from this world without a trace in an instant. The burly leader cast a scornful glance at Guo Yizhen, unable to comprehend where this fool had emerged from. Damn it. You bound me with self-locking straps the moment I got into the car. How am I supposed to drug anyone? You foolishly dared to let me go and see what happens. For useless thugs capturing one person, what is there to be proud of, you bastard? The vehicle sped along, and the four muscular men paid Yizhen no mind, silently smoking their cigarettes. Yizhen glanced out of the car window, feeling a surge of anxiety. They were heading towards the botanical garden. If these bastards took him up the mountain there, it would indeed spell trouble. The mountains were steep and the forests dense. In such a place, he would truly find himself without recourse, forsaken by both heaven and earth. As we ventured into the mountains, the vehicle decelerated. Yet Yizhen's urgency intensified. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. With the force of inertia, several passengers collided with the back of the front seat. While Yizhen managed to brace himself, having anticipated the abrupt stop, he noticed an off-road vehicle overtaking them and blocking the way ahead. Old Five, how the hell are you driving? You nearly gave me a concussion. Someone exclaimed in frustration. Brother, look ahead. Old Five responded. Before them stood a large SUV, mere inches away from a collision with their business vehicle. The SUV's robust exterior suggested that any impact would not end well for them. Two individuals emerged from the SUV. Though not particularly imposing in stature, their movements indicated they were undoubtedly skilled fighters. Who the hell are they? Let us take them down. The leader barked. Before he could finish his sentence, one of the newcomers shattered the car window with a single punch. Hand him over to us, and you can leave. We'll give him a beating. Then he is all yours. The choice is yours, the man who had broken the window said coldly. His formidable presence sent a chill down Yizhen's spine, even though the murderous intent was not directed at him. Friend, that man is someone from the Wang family. You should be aware of the Wang family in Beijing. I advise you to refrain from getting involved, the leader cautioned, realizing that with 5 against 2, victory was not in their favor, as they were on entirely different levels. Yet, as is customary in their line of work, he felt compelled to state his position. I want to repeat myself. I will count to 5. The icy individual began to count. Chapter 9. Twice rescued now, with a mission at hand. Retreat was not an option. Thus, they had no choice but to fight with all their might, resulting in a brutal defeat that left them battered and searching for their teeth on the ground. The combat prowess of these two individuals was formidable against 5 opponents. They concluded the skirmish in a mere 5 minutes, leaving the enemy sprawled on the ground, wailing for mercy. Yizhen had never witnessed such a fluid display of combat. The way these two dispatched their foes was nearly theatrical, eliciting applause for their grace. Had he not been a first-hand witness, he would have surely thought it was a staged performance. If he possessed such skills, he would not have endured the indignities inflicted by those ruffians who had beaten him without a retort. It seemed imperative that he diligently hone his fighting abilities. Indeed, he must train his fists to perfection. The two men, resembling mutes, hoisted Yizhen into the vehicle and remained utterly silent. The off-road vehicle turned its head and drove towards the city center. Thank you, my brothers, for your rescue. I am Yizhen. May I inquire your esteemed names? Yizhen beamed, feeling it necessary to express his gratitude and establish a connection. However, these two were not only mute, but seemingly deaf as well. One was intently focused on driving, while the other gazed out the window, treating Yizhen as if he were air. Yizhen was taken aback. What the hell did this mean? Hey, what do you two mean by this? Just because you saved me, does that entitle you to wear such sour faces? Stop the car. I wish to get out. He pounded on the window with a resounding thud. Even if their actions warranted gratitude, this treatment was unwarranted. If you don't want to get beaten, just sit quietly. The cold man finally spoke. What do you want? Where are you taking me? Let me out. Yizhen thought to himself. Am I truly stepping from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair? But who are these individuals? Both men appeared to be of military background. Could they possibly be law enforcement? Yet, he had committed no wrongdoing. Someone wishes to see you, and if you continue to shout, you will be dealt with. The frigid man spoke again, and Yizhen felt that same chilling presence return. Damn it, these scoundrels genuinely know how to throw a punch. Yizhen was a pragmatic individual, never one to suffer for the sake of pride. In the presence of these two, he felt utterly vulnerable, like a feeble chick, incapable of withstanding any force. If they preferred silence, he would comply. But who could possibly wish to see him? He reflected that none of his acquaintances could afford to hire these two men. Although he was unaware of their origins, he sensed they bore no ill intent. He likely would not be harmed, unless he foolishly provoked them with reckless shouting. The vehicle soon halted at a hotel, and Yizhen was escorted by the two men into a luxurious room. Miss, the person has been brought. The ice-cold man now spoke with an unexpected warmth. Oh, you may leave. I wish to speak with him, said the girl seated on the sofa. It's you? What do you want? Yizhen was taken aback to find that the person waiting in the room was Shi, the girl he had abducted the previous night. A wave of bitterness washed over him. Damn it, he had indeed stepped from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. And this girl was undoubtedly here to settle the score. Alas, yesterday's circumstances left me with no choice. I truly did not wish for such an outcome. Did I not express my sentiments to her at the time? Is it so surprising, I wonder? Shi remarked. How could it not be surprising? What are your intentions? I stated last night that I acted out of necessity. I had no intention to cause you harm, Yizhen replied. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe, Shi chuckled. I assure you, it is absolutely true. I swear by the heavens that I would never deliberately wish you any ill. Yizhen insisted fervently. Do you not find it rather easy to take me hostage? Surely, I am not foolish, Shi responded. Easy? Yizhen suddenly realized that her abduction had indeed been far too effortless, as if she had willingly offered herself for such a fate. Was it intentional? He gazed at her, puzzled as to why she would act in such a manner. A girl of exquisite beauty would intentionally allow herself to be taken hostage. Such behavior is utterly irrational, especially considering their unfamiliarity. Did she not fear the potential for unforeseen consequences? Yizhen, I have saved you twice. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Shi inquired. How do you know my name is Yizhen? Yizhen responded, astonished once more. Not only do I know your name, but I am also aware that you are a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, skilled yet failing to obtain your certification despite numerous attempts. I know you are currently unemployed and residing at your girlfriend's home. I am aware that you recently spent 50,000 yuan to support a waitress at a Western restaurant, and Shi, her smile radiant, continued. I know many more things. Would you like me to elaborate further? Who exactly are you, and what do you truly desire? Yizhen was taken aback. The girl was astonishingly perceptive. How did she know so much about him? Shi stretched and remarked, who I am is of little consequence. I have no specific intentions. I merely wish to see what kind of person would dare provoke Wang Bin. I truly admire your audacity. A mere doctor without any connections possesses such courage. Do you not realize who that individual is? Whether I know or not is irrelevant. I would intervene against someone who bullies others, Yizhen replied. Oh, so you fear not for your life? Shi inquired. I do, but at that moment, such thoughts did not cross my mind, Yizhen confessed. A fearless and honest individual. However, if I had not come to your aid today, do you understand what might have become of this fearless, honest man? Shi paused before expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Shi. Yizhen bowed respectfully to her. Unable to fathom the fate that awaited him had Wang Sanyu taken him to the mountains. Surely, a beating would have been inevitable. Do you not think that merely speaking in such a manner lacks sincerity? Shi remarked. What would you suggest to demonstrate sincerity? I am but a pauper. Any gift I might offer would likely hold no value for you, Yizhen stated, aware that the girl was no ordinary person. After all, how could a common individual afford the services of those two ice-cold figures? Thus, he genuinely struggled to conceive an appropriate way to express his gratitude. Do you not think it is at least necessary to invite me for a meal? Furthermore, you are not destitute. Your medical skills are quite impressive, which I believe constitutes wealth, Shi suggested. Miss Shi, it would be my utmost pleasure to dine with such a beautiful girl. However, you mentioned that I, as an unlicensed physician, am engaging in unlawful medical practices, and no matter how proficient I may be, my skills do not equate to wealth. Suddenly, Yizhen recalled that he had been so preoccupied that he completely forgot about his friend Guo. It was imperative that he make a call to inform him. He found it odd that, after such a prolonged absence, Guo had not reached out to prompt him. Chapter 10. I do not understand medicine. As Yizhen rummaged through his bag for his phone, he remarked, Miss Shi, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal, but I must first attend to a pressing matter. Shall we discuss it further after I have resolved this issue? Besides, given your status, you can certainly afford a meal I, a mere impoverished fellow, could provide. To his dismay, he discovered that his phone had been damaged by those rascals, explaining why Bald Chong had not called. He adhered to his principle of fulfilling promises. Thus, he swiftly reassembled his phone's battery and dialed Guo, explaining that he had encountered an unexpected delay but would arrive shortly. I find myself indifferent to the meal's quality. What truly matters is witnessing whether you genuinely appreciate my act of saving your life. Moreover, those two bodyguards are not my employees. They belong to a friend, and like you, I am merely an ordinary citizen. Of course, Miss Shi was speaking falsely. Her outfit alone was worth several tens of thousands, making it implausible for her to be an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Yizhen was oblivious to brands and lacked discernment. Even if Miss Sher were adorned in the most prestigious designer attire, he would remain unaware. All right then, please provide me with your phone number, and I shall reach out to you once I have concluded my affairs. Yizhen inquired, am I truly that kind of person? Is it really so? Initially, he felt immense gratitude for her assistance during his two predicaments. However, her derogatory remarks about his character incited a profound anger within him. Sher regarded him in silence, her face adorned with a smile. Though she uttered no words, her expression clearly conveyed a sentiment of ambiguity, suggesting that some individuals are simply predisposed to such behavior. Enraged, Yizhen approached her, grasping her hand with a fervent tone. Fine, then you shall accompany me. Let us go. Perhaps his ire was genuine. Otherwise, as a physician, he ought to have been more observant, for he failed to notice a burly man trailing closely behind him since he exited the doorway, while Sher persistently gestured for the man to refrain from following. Upon arriving at Longing Company, Shen Wenlong and Guo Gongxiang were already there, their impatience palpable. As soon as they entered, Guo Gongxiang unleashed a barrage of complaints about Yizhen's lack of punctuality. Yizhen's mood was decidedly sour, and he could not help but feel irked by Guo Gongxiang's grievances. It took Guo Gongxiang a moment to recollect that he had earnestly beseeched this individual to assist him, hoping that he could cure Boss Shen's ailment and thereby enhance his own standing. Realizing this, he quickly donned a congenial demeanor, exclaiming, "Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to imply our time is particularly valuable, merely that if you were delayed, it would be courteous to inform us. Well, now that everyone is here, let us set aside those matters and commence with an examination of Mr. Shen." Shen Wenlong, in his 40s or 50s, possessed a dark complexion, a square face, and a wide mouth, coupled with a stocky build. Despite donning an exquisitely tailored suit, his demeanor and movements bore little resemblance to those of a successful business magnate. Rather, he appeared akin to a farmer dressed in formal attire. Yet, he was indeed a titan in the culinary industry. He had anticipated that Guo Gongxiang would introduce him to a venerable, gray-haired traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. To his astonishment, the individual turned out to be a young man in his 20s. Damn it, what a waste of my morning. This blonde-haired youth, lacking even a modicum of punctuality, truly understands medicine? What a joke. What does this mean? No consultation? After waiting all morning, he now claims he lacks the time? Guo Gongxiang was taken aback. However, Yizhen instantly grasped the situation. This old man looked down upon him, perceiving him as a charlatan. Boss Shen, it's not that you have other matters to attend to, but rather that you deem me unworthy of being a doctor, let alone a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, right? You assume that all practitioners are elderly gentlemen in their 60s. I've encountered self-righteous individuals like you before. In truth, had it not been for Guo Gongxiang's reputation, I wouldn't have come at all. Yizhen straightened his attire, took his bag from the sofa, and, with Sher in tow, made his way to the door. Others may say what they will, but to question his medical abilities was intolerable. Shen Wenlong's ailment would not receive his attention. Take care, no need for a send-off. Shen Wenlong remarked with a faint smile. Boss Shen, you are being too modest. This encounter can be deemed as fate. Allow me to share a few words with you. The tranquilizers you take may induce sleep, yet upon awakening, you still feel as though you have not rested at all, fatigued and weary. This is due to the fact that conventional medicine is utterly helpless against the root cause of your ailment. Their symptomatic treatments merely exacerbate your condition and lead to a multitude of other health issues. After finishing his statement, Dr. Gu reached for the door. Suddenly, the faint smile on Shen Wenlong's face froze. How did this young man know about his insomnia? He felt perpetually tired and worn out, regardless of how long he slept. Could it be that this individual truly possessed medical knowledge? Remarkably, he identified my sleeplessness without taking my pulse or conducting any examination. Dr. Gu, please wait. Although Shen Wenlong was often regarded as a brutish figure by his peers, his mind was far from coarse. He suddenly thought that since he was already in this predicament, allowing this young man to take a look would not result in any loss. Dr. Gu paused and turned back to inquire, is there anything else, Boss Shen? Ah well, in that case, I shall set aside my other matters for now. Since Dr. Gu is here, please assist me with my health first, Shen Wenlong replied. As he watched Dr. Gu prepare to leave, Shen Wenlong grew anxious and quickly addressed Guo Gongxiang. Mr. Guo, I understand your eagerness. If Mr. Gu can indeed remedy my condition, I will ensure that all business you can provide goes to your company. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Please hold on. I assure you he will resolve your issues. Gu Gongxiang exclaimed as he dashed out. Shen Wenlong took Gu Yizhen's hand and offered an apology, yet Gu Yizhen, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "Boss Shen, are you certain you wish for me to assist you with your ailment? There is one thing I must clarify first. I do not possess a medical qualification certificate. Furthermore, prior to commencing, we must agree upon the consultation fee." Chapter 11. Price Increase. General Manager Shen, I assure you with my integrity that he is indeed capable of providing medical care, and his skills are undoubtedly commendable. Credentials are merely pieces of paper. What truly matters is the ability to heal. It was a gamble, but how could one overlook such a splendid opportunity? If he were to cure Shen Lao Tzue's affliction, the future of his own company would be secure, free from worries of dwindling clientele. PFF, your integrity. What is it truly worth? Although Gu Gongxiang's integrity held little value in Shen Wenlong's eyes, Gu Yizhen's earlier words were indeed of significant worth. The young man had discerned his insomnia upon their first encounter, which astonished Shen and transformed his initial skepticism regarding Ji's youth and perceived inexperience. Boss Shen, will you decide whether to proceed or not? Though I am but a common citizen, my time, too, should not be squandered in this manner, Gu Yizhen stated. Gazing at Shen Wenlong, of course, I shall proceed. Though Dr. Gu is youthful, I have faith in your medical expertise. I trust you. Please, take my pulse. Shen Wenlong responded, convinced that, as Gu Gongxiang had asserted, the ability to heal mattered far more than possessing a certificate. Recently, not only has my insomnia worsened significantly, but my heart rhythm has also become increasingly erratic. However, my attending physician has yet to provide a more effective treatment method. Aside from relying on medication for control or recommending surgery, which unfortunately has a low success rate, I hope that Dr. Gu can discern something and offer a viable solution. First, let us discuss the consultation fee. Dr. Gu has brought up the matter again. Dr. Gu, this seems rather inappropriate, Gu Gongxiang interjected, taken aback by the audacity of this young man. Indeed, it is rather unusual to discuss fees before even addressing the ailment. This hardly aligns with the noble calling of a physician dedicated to saving lives. What a jest! Who says one cannot mention fees up front? Nowadays, which hospital does not require payment before treatment? Should hospitalization be necessary, one must even deposit a substantial sum beforehand. There is nothing improper in clarifying this. To avoid potential disputes, Dr. Gu was intentionally provoking, as he sensed disdain from Shen Wenlong towards his youthful practice in traditional Chinese medicine. This was purely to discomfort Shen. In truth, Sure, observing from the side, also felt that Dr. Gu was crossing a line. Where has your medical ethics gone? I wonder how much Dr. Gu would demand to treat me, Shen Wenlong mused. Dr. Gu raised a finger without speaking, and Shen Wenlong, convinced he would not claim a mere 1,000, inquired. Is it 10,000? Dr. Gu chuckled softly, shook his head, and gently replied, Boss Shen, how much do you pay your personal physician each year? How long have you employed him? Over these years, what ailments has he addressed for you? Do you not feel that if I were to demand 10,000, it would be an affront to you? Are you implying it should be 100,000? Although Shen Wenlong is wealthy, his fortune was not acquired effortlessly. Just consider his insomnia. This fellow actually demands 100,000. He perceives Gu Yizhen as a lunatic. Indeed, 100,000. This is a price extended out of respect for my friend Gu Gongxiang. Not a penny less, nor a penny more. Once again, he scrutinized Shen Wenlong from head to toe before continuing. To save your life for a mere 100,000 seems far too little. I am almost tempted to retract my offer. What did you say? You suggest I consult you for insomnia, and you dare claim it is to save my life? I see you as nothing more than a charlatan, spouting nonsense in an attempt to swindle my 100,000. It's not that simple, although I possess wealth. It wasn't blown in by the wind. Leave now. I shall not proceed with this consultation. Shen Wenlong could hardly contain his frustration. How audacious! He was utterly astonished. His heart condition was known only to his physician, yet this lad, with just a few glances, seemed to discern it. This was truly shocking. Do not go. Wait, Dr. Gu. I shall. His words became jumbled, as he now firmly believed that this individual possessed genuine skill and confidence. Certainly not relying on mere speculation. Mr. Shen, what do you mean? Gu Yizhen halted, turning to face Shen Wenlong. Dr. Gu, I lost my composure just now. I sincerely implore you to treat me. I will transfer the consultation fee to your account immediately. Shen Wenlong promptly retrieved his phone to initiate the transaction. Are you certain, Mr. Shen? The consultation fee has now risen to 1 million, Gu Yizhen remarked with a hint of nonchalance. The words of Gu Yizhen left Shen Wulong and Guo Gongsheng momentarily speechless. This young man was indeed formidable, as he had effortlessly escalated his consultation fee tenfold with a mere turn. Shen Wulong found himself at a loss for words, while Shi gazed at Gu Yizhen with wide eyes, genuinely intrigued by the audacity with which he demanded 1 million in fees. Mr. Shen, do you think me insatiably greedy? However, I believe this trifling sum of 1 million pales in comparison to your life. Mr. Shen, you are well aware of your own circumstances. Over these past few days, hasn't your heart rhythm become increasingly unmanageable, even with antiarrhythmic medication? You must have exhausted the various sodium channel blockers available. In truth, your insomnia stems from the prolonged use of these medications. Western medicine tends to treat symptoms in isolation, oblivious to the fact that the human body is an intricate whole. A heart condition does not necessarily imply that the root cause lies within the heart itself. Regardless of the emotional state he found himself in, Gu Yizhen would become profoundly serious whenever the subject of illness arose. Shi observed that when he was earnest, his demeanor was exceptionally captivating. He exuded a singular focus, as if the only concern worthy of his attention was the healing of ailments. Before Shen Wulong could respond, Gu Yizhen continued, in fact, your body is now riddled with afflictions. The medications merely create an illusion of health. Within a week, at most, your cardiac issues will manifest violently. No, it would be more accurate to say that your body's syndromes will erupt, and at that point, not even a deity could save you. Shen Wulong found it hard to doubt, for his condition was indeed as Gu Yizhen had described. His complexion was ashen, and he trembled as he asked, Dr. Gu, is what you say true? If you can discern this, then surely there must be a solution? Of course, otherwise, why would I waste my breath? Though it may be somewhat troublesome, with acupuncture supplemented by invaluable prescriptions, your life can still be preserved. However, I advise you, regardless of whether you engage my services, to immediately sever all inappropriate entanglements with women. Your ailment is primarily a result of excessive indulgence and the reckless consumption of stimulants. Gu Yizhen replied coolly. Chapter 12. I shall not restrain myself any longer. Shen Wulong was acutely aware of his own circumstances. In his youth, he had been impoverished and overlooked by countless women. Thus, upon acquiring wealth, he sought to conquer numerous women, not merely in spirit, but also in flesh. Yet, as fortune smiled upon him, his youth waned, and his vitality diminished. Consequently, those blue pills became his most formidable ally. He successfully seduced many women, but, in doing so, he had also drained himself of vitality. Who had informed him that he had consumed a plethora of blue pills and the famed three gods medicine? Now, Shen Wulong was thoroughly convinced of Gu Yizhen's prowess. It was implausible for someone without exceptional skill to reveal so much upon a mere first encounter. Dr. Gu, please provide me with your account details. I shall remit the consultation fee immediately, Shen Wulong stated solemnly. His words left Guo Gongsheng and Shi utterly astonished. Did this imply that everything Gu Yizhen had said was indeed true? How had he achieved this without even commencing treatment? He must be a deity. Gu Yizhen provided a certain account to Shen Wulong and remarked, Mr. Shen, do you now believe I am not a charlatan? Shen, somewhat sheepish, replied, I must confess, I did initially judge you by your appearance. Though I am aware of the remarkable capabilities of traditional Chinese medicine, I had always envisioned that a truly skilled practitioner would be an elderly man with white hair. Shen Wulong felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his superficial judgment had cost him a significant sum of money. This, indeed, is a common flaw among many. Gu Yizhen chuckled softly, glancing at the message on his phone that confirmed the arrival of 1 million. He continued, very well, the consultation fee has been received. Let us begin. With utmost seriousness, Gu Yizhen took Shen Wulong's pulse with both hands. As he examined him, he articulated Shen's condition with precision. The more Shen listened, the more astonished he became. For Gu not only detailed his current ailments, but also revealed past serious illnesses and injuries. After completing the pulse examination, Gu Yizhen requested a quiet room to perform acupuncture treatment. An hour later, Shen Wulong emerged from the tranquil space, feeling invigorated, while Gu Yizhen appeared weary and lethargic. It seemed that earning that 1 million was no easy feat. Acupuncture demanded considerable effort. Shen, attentively holding the prescription, listened carefully, although he struggled to comprehend. He noted the stark transformation in Gu Yizhen's demeanor. Before the treatment, he bore the air of a mischievous rogue, exuding an unsettling aura. However, from the moment he began to take his pulse, he transformed into an exceedingly meticulous and earnest individual. He spoke eloquently about his ailment and elucidated the effects of various medications with clarity exhibiting an air reminiscent of a master practitioner. As he observed the slowly closing elevator doors, Shen Wenlong remarked to Guo Gongxiang, "This fellow is impressive, truly remarkable. He can even discern ailments I have previously endured. Mr. Guo, you ought to have introduced me to such a prodigy sooner. Does Mr. Shen not find the consultation fee of 100,000 too exorbitant?" Guo Gongxiang inquired. "Are you jesting? Would you consider your life to be worth less than 100,000? Shen Wenlong replied, his mood considerably uplifted. "I am acutely aware of my own body. These past few days, the medications have been ineffective. However, following his acupuncture treatment, my heartbeat is now remarkably stable." Gu Yizhen declined Shen Wenlong's generous offer to dine together and led Shi out of the Longting building. "I am quite curious," Shi pursued Gu Yizhen, "how you could ascertain Shen Wenlong's health issues with just a glance. Surely, you do not possess the ability to see through people, as described in novels? What does this fellow mean by fleeing so quickly? Can he not show a bit of consideration for a lady?" She remarked with a chuckle. "Indeed, I possess such an ability," he replied, turning his gaze to her chest. "Ah, are you serious?" Shi exclaimed, startled as she instinctively covered her chest. While Gu Yizhen's gaze shifted downward. "You rogue, I shall kick you." Gu Yizhen was taken aback by Shi's sudden response, as she unexpectedly struck his knee, causing him to yelp in pain, insisting he was merely jesting. "Humph, who told you to make such a joke? You deserve it," Shi remarked, her face darkened. "Humph. Crazy girl, don't follow me any longer," Gu Yizhen replied, equally sullen. "Humph, just think about it. You haven't even treated me to a meal yet. Nor have you expressed gratitude for saving your life," Shi countered. "Humph, all that is negated. Everything was nullified by that kick of yours." Gu Yizhen retorted angrily as he walked away. "What a joke. Who would want to walk alongside a girl who might kick at any moment? Gu Yizhen, wait for me. Don't leave." Shi hastened her steps to catch up with him, exclaiming, "Stop. If you don't, I will yell for help." Gu Yizhen glanced at the surrounding crowd, thinking, "Damn, there are so many people here. If this crazy girl really shouts for help, I would undoubtedly be branded a pervert." He halted, his expression fierce as he demanded, "What exactly do you want?" "Hee, I don't want anything much. I just want you to treat me to a meal." "It's what you promised. Also, tell me how you know about Shen Wenlong's condition without even looking," Shi said, tugging at his arm. "Treating you to a meal is no problem. What do you want to eat?" Faced with a girl like Shi, he could only concede, especially since she had indeed saved him twice. "I want lamb chops and cod. Let's go to the Pai Pai French restaurant on Chowching Road." The Pai Pai French restaurant is the most expensive Western dining establishment in the city, and the two of them would hardly escape without spending several thousand yuan. Yet, Shi's expression seemed as nonchalant as if she were merely suggesting a bowl of wonton noodles downstairs. "Not going. I don't have a habit of eating silver paper." Gu Yizhen had never been to that extravagant place, but he was well aware of the exorbitant prices, and more importantly, he did not fancy Western cuisine. "Whether you go or not, you must go. You have no choice in the matter. Today, it is primarily up to the whims of the guests." "Humph. Having just deceived someone out of 1,000,000, how can one be so miserly?" Shi asserted with an air of undeniable authority. Chapter 13. The scent of diagnosis. Gu Yizhen, unable to withstand Shi's insistence, ultimately yielded and agreed to dine at that pretentious French restaurant. The Pai Pai restaurant is a so-called upscale establishment, a haven for the affluent seeking to flaunt their superiority, and a favored spot for wealthy older men or second-generation rich to pursue romantic interests. The French etiquette and service indeed satiate the vanity of many women. However, to dine in such a place, one must adhere to a plethora of ostentatious rules. It is not merely about wealth but the mannerisms and attire one must observe. For instance, upon entering the restaurant, a gentleman is required to escort the lady, and he must also pull out her chair, among other formalities. How utterly pretentious! Nonetheless, Gu Yizhen remained impervious to these conventions. He had never been fond of the ostentation of Western customs, and today he was coerced into attending. Thus, he disregarded Shi trailing behind him and the server's guidance, choosing instead to find a seat for himself. All eyes turned toward him with disdain. The unsophisticated country bumpkin displayed no semblance of gentlemanly decorum, yet he treated these pretentious individuals as if they were mere air. Shi's face flushed with anger. But she felt powerless. After all, it was she who had insisted on coming here. Had she known he would behave this way, she would have never suggested this establishment. The other diners, while scoffing at his behavior, could do little but whisper their contempt among themselves. However, the attendant who guided them was visibly displeased. Who was this rustic fellow, disregarding his direction and carelessly choosing a seat? The spot he selected was the finest in the establishment, reserved for the most glamorous and popular television host, Shang Wanjing. Sir, might you please take a seat over there? This table is reserved, he said, bowing before Gu Yizhen with a forced smile. Although he felt this country bumpkin was unworthy of his deference, he was compelled to uphold the pretense of courtesy since the individual was a guest. Reserved? I see no sign indicating such, Gu Yizhen retorted. Do you assume I lack the appearance of affluence, compelling you to confine me to that corner? The position he had been directed to face the kitchen entrance, clearly neglected for some time. While he usually did not concern himself with seating arrangements, the implication that they were deemed less worthy by being placed at an abandoned table irked him. Although Shirshir was not particularly fastidious, she perceived this allocation as a slight against her dignity. At that moment, the sound of a warm welcome echoed from the entrance as another attendant ushered in a stunningly radiant woman. Her presence was breathtaking, captivating the attention of all as she entered the restaurant. The attendant, previously poised to chastise Gu Yizhen, quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor upon seeing the woman, plastering a servile smile on his face. Miss Shangwan, I apologize. These two insist on occupying your table, and I am currently persuading them to relocate. The woman glanced at Gu Yizhen and, with a smile, remarked, never mind, since I didn't make a reservation, I'll just take that table over there. The waiter was taken aback. What had come over this woman today? She was so accommodating. The last time someone occupied that spot, she had insisted on evicting them without hesitation. It seemed her mood was quite pleasant today. This minor commotion passed, and Shirshir ordered her meal, then leaned in to speak softly with Gu Yizhen. What? Do you have a sore throat? Why are you speaking in such hushed tones? Gu Yizhen chuckled, insisting he had no intention of lowering his voice. Don't speak so loudly, or others will think you are impolite, Shirshir cautioned. I clearly heard you. Hurry and tell me. What did you say? Speaking normally equates to rudeness? I believe speaking like a thief is far more discourteous. Gu Yizhen's voice did carry a bit too loudly. Despite the considerable distance between tables, nearby patrons had turned their heads to look. Shirshir felt utterly humiliated, regretting her choice to come here today. Faced with someone like Gu Yizhen, she felt utterly powerless. His brazen disregard for their surroundings drew disdainful glances from onlookers, leaving Shirshir feeling mortified, wishing she could hide beneath the table. This man was simply embarrassing. Yet, even as she fell silent, Gu Yizhen continued unabated, saying, Let me tell you, in this world, all matter, be it animal or plant, regardless of its form, possesses an aroma. Humans, of course, have their own scent as well. And each individual is distinct. Each body type exudes a different essence. When an individual falls ill, their scent invariably alters, for each ailment possesses its own distinctive aroma. The pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine lies in the art of diagnosing through the observation of one's breath, a skill attained by only the most proficient practitioners. Such an esteemed physician can often discern a patient's condition without even laying eyes upon them, merely through the barrier of a door. So, you claim to have reached this level of expertise, Shirshir exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Gu Yizhen shook his head in humility, stating, How could I ever attain such a realm? Only those who truly embody the essence of divine healing can achieve that. But how did you ascertain his illness? Shirshir's voice inadvertently rose in volume. It was not through sight that I disowned it, but through scent, he replied. As I mentioned, human beings emit fragrances, and so too do ailments. The ability to perceive one's condition through breath is an exalted skill, possessed by only a select few throughout history. Gu Yizhen's expression was one of reverence. Detected through scent? Oh, you mean you discerned it by the aroma? Shirshir's eyes widened even further, her understanding profoundly challenged by the notion of identifying another's illness simply through smell. Indeed, by scent. In traditional Chinese medicine, the term encompasses not only the auditory aspect but also the olfactory. Many practitioners inquire about the scent of a child's excrement when diagnosing, as this can reveal underlying causes. For instance, if a child's stool is foul and sour, it is often believed they have been startled, suffering from chills in the gastrointestinal tract. However, in adults, such a scent may indicate indigestion or gastroenteritis. As Gu Yizhen elaborated on the pathological aspects, he spoke with an air of eloquence, as if lost in a world of his own. However, this is a high-end restaurant. Is it truly appropriate for you to incessantly speak of excrement? Shirshir is currently a junior, studying international economics and trade. Having been raised with Western education and lifestyle, she finds everything Gu Yizhen says utterly fascinating and listens with rapt attention. At this moment, their ordered dishes arrive, a cold appetizer and a rich soup. Yizhen remains silent, merely frowning. It is rather pretentious to make a grand show over such a meager portion. He feels as though he is here not to dine, but rather to showcase himself or to admire the exquisite tableware, which, undeniably, is indeed beautiful. Finally, the main course is served. Yet the waiter has yet to set down the dish when Yizhen interjects. Wait, what is this? Do you possess no sense of business ethics? For such an exorbitant price, you dare to use subpar ingredients. Chapter 14. Blood-infused codfish. Sir, our restaurant is the most upscale establishment in the city. Every ingredient and component has been meticulously selected, and each preparation process is carried out with utmost precision. Such claims require evidence. Otherwise, we will hold you legally accountable. The waiter has endured Yizhen's presence for quite some time. From the moment he entered, he harbored a disdain for Yizhen, viewing him as a rustic. Clad in attire that was inferior even to that of the staff, his loud voice echoing throughout the venue. This is an upscale Western restaurant, after all, frequented by individuals of status and prestige. What business does a country bumpkin have here, parading about as if he were a figure of importance? You need not repeatedly assert the nobility of your establishment. After all, it is merely a restaurant, a place for dining rather than a venue for ostentation. Does lowering one's voice and feigning smiles and bows truly equate to nobility? Surely, you must have cursed me 1,000 times in your heart today. Yet you dare to call this high-mindedness? True nobility is not a matter of mere appearance. It is determined by the essence of the place. Yizhen stood up and prodded the waiter in the chest. He took the basin from the waiter's hands and remarked, "Nobility is not directly correlated with wealth, nor is it dictated by attire. In our culture, we have a saying, all that glitters is not gold. Do you grasp its meaning? Do not presume that an outward display of elegance signifies true refinement. Go fetch your manager. This dish is questionable. I am curious to understand how such an esteemed establishment could serve patrons tainted food. The reputation of this restaurant extends beyond our city. It is well known even in Hong Kong, Macau, and among frequent visitors from abroad. Its cuisine withstands the scrutiny of the most discerning diners. Yet here stands Yizhen, accusing the establishment of serving unclean fare. All eyes fell upon him, as the patrons paused their meals, intrigued by the rural interloper's intentions. They presumed he was here to stir trouble. Sir, please refrain from causing a scene. Our offerings are thoroughly inspected. The waiter attempted to protest loudly, but was interrupted by Yizhen. Call your manager. This matter is beyond your capacity to resolve. Yizhen inhaled the aroma of the pan-seared cod on his plate, placed it on the table, and then sat down, disregarding the waiter. Causing a scene? Do you believe I am causing a scene? Let me tell you, this dish is not clean, Yizhen declared. What do you mean by not clean? Sure was skeptical that anything served here could lack cleanliness. There is human blood. His 3 words startled everyone present. Though they quickly suspected that this young man was merely attempting to stir trouble, after all, how could there possibly be human blood in a dish? I apologize for my tardiness, sir. Is there an issue with this pan-seared cod? The manager approached. The issue is grave. We ordered pan-seared cod. Not cod cooked with human blood, Yizhen retorted. Sir, surely you are not jesting with us. The manager's smile vanished in an instant. Do I appear to be jesting? To speak candidly, the appetizers and main courses were tolerable, albeit not entirely clean, but this dish, astonishingly tainted with human blood, I can no longer endure. We are not beasts. We do not consume human blood, Yizhen spoke slowly. Sir, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. Our hygiene standards are aligned with European benchmarks, surpassing our national standards. Such slander and defamation carry consequences, he asserted, gesturing towards 2 imposing men clad in sharp suits who entered from outside. You are mistaken. While one must not speak frivolously, one must also not eat recklessly. For indiscriminate consumption can lead to dire consequences. He glanced at the 2 towering figures on either side and smiled, asking, Are you feeling apprehensive? Otherwise, why adopt such a combative stance? I can forewarn you that your actions will lead to trouble. Yizhen maintained an air of calm composure. Regardless of the disdain from the diners or the intimidating glares from the 2 burly men, he remained unfazed. Very well, if you cannot substantiate your claims, I shall see who is truly courting trouble, the manager stated, casting a lethal glare at Yizhen before summoning the chef and the preparatory cook. The neatly attired chef stood before Yizhen, yet he did not acknowledge them. Instead, he merely sniffed slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Let the one on the right extend his hands for all to see. The plump chef on the right shifted uneasily, slowly revealing his hands. To everyone's astonishment, a pristine white adhesive bandage adorned his left index finger. Yizhen turned to the manager and said, "Now, do you still insist that I am the instigator? This is how human blood-infused cod is produced." He lifted the plate of cod from the table and continued, "In principle, human blood can be washed off the cod with thorough rinsing. However, they were too negligent, merely giving it a cursory rinse, or perhaps neglecting to wash it altogether. Alarmingly, blood had even splattered onto the plate, which they had not bothered to clean, merely wiping it with a cloth. Alas, in the most upscale restaurant, with the strictest management and finest preparations." He shook his head, a profound disappointment etched across his face. The manager's expression darkened like that of a judge, while the two chefs in the kitchen appeared as pale as snow, entirely unprepared for the encounter with someone as astute as Yizhen. As I sat at the adjacent table, the radiant woman clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Impressive, truly impressive. Just now, when you spoke of diagnosing ailments by scent, I thought you were merely boasting. I never imagined your nose would indeed possess such remarkable sensitivity. Today has truly been an eye-opener." She giggled. "Though your attire may be somewhat humble, I can't help but feel you exude an air of sophistication." With a playful laugh, she added, "I know of an exquisite Cantonese restaurant downstairs. Since we cannot indulge in the offerings here, why not join me for a meal?" The men present were left astounded. How could such a noble, graceful, and ethereal beauty extend an invitation to this unrefined fellow? Had she lost her senses? Yet, to their astonishment, he declined her offer. Yizhen smiled politely, saying, "I sincerely appreciate Miss Shangwan's invitation. It is indeed a privilege to be asked to dine by such a lovely lady. However, I find myself unable to tolerate the fragrance of your perfume, so perhaps another time." Chapter 15. An extraordinary individual. As the elevator ascended, Sure finally emerged from her state of shock. She had never anticipated that a person's sense of smell could be so astutely developed. "What is it? Am I too handsome for you? Why do you regard me with such a gaze?" In the elevator, Yizhen noticed Sure observing him as if he were an alien. "Are you trying to make me nauseous? Please, do refrain from such narcissism. I am merely curious." Sure inquired, "How is it that you can discern the scent of human blood within that cod?" "Quite simply," Yizhen replied, "whether it be human, pig, or fish blood, each possesses a distinctive aroma. The scent of human blood, in particular, remains unmatched by that of any other animal, allowing for easy identification, whether fresh or cooked. It is a pity that, aside from our diminished olfactory senses, humanity itself has regressed. Some individuals would perhaps consume human flesh without hesitation." "You are truly remarkable," Sure remarked, her face radiating admiration. "Your gaze is rather uplifting," Yizhen responded playfully. "Let us find a place to dine. I believe you should indulge more in the culinary delights of our nation. After all, our ancestors established several prestigious culinary traditions, while foreigners still resort to barbaric practices. It is quite lamentable that you, in your admiration for foreign cuisine, have forgotten your roots." Yizhen harbored a profound reverence for traditional culture and held disdain for those who frequently spoke of foreign matters. "Do you not find their cuisine refined and healthful?" Sure countered. "Whoever told you that?" Yizhen retorted. "As a doctor, I assure you that foreign diets are among the least healthful, and their so-called refinement is merely pretense. Is it healthy to consume nothing but meat and sweets? Just observe the number of overweight foreigners, and you'll understand. They still indulge in raw meat, which they consider sophisticated. By that logic, our primitive ancestors were even more refined." Yizhen continued to enumerate his points, while Sure, disinclined to engage in further argument, followed behind, occasionally rolling her eyes. Finding a nearby Cantonese restaurant for lunch, Yizhen remarked, "The promise of treating you to a meal has now been fulfilled. It is time for us to part ways." "Ah, that's unacceptable. How can you think to dismiss me with such a meager meal? It barely costs 200 yuan. I have saved your life twice. Is your life truly worth so little?" Sure glared at him. "I never asked you to save me." "There's no reward for unsolicited rescues," Yizhen scoffed. "That is precisely who I am. What can you do about it?" Sure replied with a sly smile. "What do you intend to do? I have matters to attend to and cannot waste time entertaining a child who knows nothing of the world's hardships." Yizhen said as he walked towards a bank. "I do not require your company. I can accompany you instead. Besides, I am not a child." "How am I still a child?" Sure protested, puffing out her chest. Unfortunately, Yizhen was too preoccupied with his path to notice her burgeoning form. Seeing this, she stomped her foot and hurried to catch up, calling out, "Hey, do you not understand basic manners? How can you walk ahead without waiting for a girl while shopping together? Hey, stop." she exclaimed. Having been pampered all her life, even at a brisk pace, she could barely keep up with Yizhen. Who is shopping with you? It is you who stubbornly clings to me, she retorted, entirely unprepared for Yizhen to suddenly halt, nearly colliding into him. Let us not play games. I sincerely thank you for rescuing me twice. However, as a humble country dweller, I simply do not have the leisure to indulge in frivolities with someone of your wealth, Yizhen stated earnestly. Whoever has wealth, whoever indulges in play, they simply wish to contemplate. In any case, I do not require your company. I shall accompany you instead. What is it that you wish to do? I shall not impede your endeavors, and that should suffice. Anyone bold enough to challenge Wang Bin is certainly not an ordinary individual, and she has already witnessed his remarkable nature throughout the day. She is currently reveling in her pursuits. It is unlikely she would cease now. Enough already. I may be somewhat simple-minded, but I am not foolish. Surely, someone who is well acquainted with Wang Sanyu and can afford bodyguards cannot be lacking in wealth. Do you truly think me naive? After stating this, Yizhen turned and walked away, lost in her own thoughts. Hey, I mentioned that those bodyguards belong to a classmate of mine. They are second-generation affluent. My acquaintance with Wang Sanyu merely stems from having attended the same school. I am truly not. Sure attempted to clarify that she was not wealthy, but Yizhen remained impervious to her words. Yizhen entered a bank and retrieved a stack of remittance slips to fill out. Sure, observing from the side, was perplexed as to why this individual was remitting money to so many people. Having already completed several forms, he showed no signs of stopping. Why are you sending money to so many individuals? You are indeed a peculiar character. Remittances can be done via mobile phones or computers nowadays. Why go through the trouble of coming here to fill out forms? Sure could no longer contain her curiosity. Yizhen paid her no mind and continued to focus on completing the slips. Yizhen, I am speaking to you. Sure nudged him with her elbow. Could you be silent? This area prohibits noise, Yizhen replied as he finished the forms and queued to make the remittance. Sure, feeling frustrated, sulked in the waiting area. Fortunately, the place was sparsely populated at that hour, and it wasn't long before Yizhen completed his task. He had intended to slip away unnoticed, but unexpectedly, Sure caught sight of him. Trying to evade me? Not so easily accomplished. Do tell, why have you remitted funds to so many individuals? Sure persisted in her inquiry. Yizhen found a spot to sit, pulled out a cigarette, and took a deep drag. You actually smoke? In her eyes, smoking seemed to be a significant matter. Do you have any idea what it's like to go hungry? Have you ever pondered what would happen if education were to cease? Yizhen suddenly remarked. I imagine it would be quite distressing to be hungry. But isn't there now 9 years of compulsory education? How could anyone possibly lack access to schooling? Sure contemplated before speaking. And what happens after those 9 years? Do you truly believe that for the impoverished, 9 years of education suffices? Yizhen gazed at her and continued, moreover, some individuals are unable to partake in compulsory education because they must tend to their families and labor. Enough. Speaking to you is like casting pearls before swine. Someone like you, who can't even distinguish between grains, will never comprehend. His expression was laden with disdain. After he finished, he stood up and headed towards the parking area. Who says I don't understand? Sure retorted, infuriated by his arrogance. All right then. You comprehend. Now tell me, what do you truly want? Are you planning to follow me perpetually? Yizhen exhibited signs of impatience. Chapter 16, Disguised Escape. Oh. Have there been any discoveries? Sure inquired. The Wang family is still tailing him, and I have instructed Ahu to lead the others in pursuit, the bodyguard replied. Very well, as long as the Wang family does not take action, you shall not either. However, should they choose to act, you must ensure he remains unharmed by those scoundrels, Sure asserted. Indeed, miss, rest assured. The Wang family consists of nothing but lowly ruffians, even without our intervention. They are unlikely to fare well, the bodyguard replied confidently. Does he possess any martial skills? I fail to see it, Sure remarked. Not in that sense. I meant to imply that his medical expertise is commendable. Those well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine often have knowledge of poisons as well, the bodyguard elucidated, a hint of mischief in his tone. It would be folly for anyone to underestimate him. Those who seek to exploit him are merely indulging in delusion. Regardless, you must ensure his safety. He is quite an intriguing individual, Sure added with a chuckle. Of course, miss, please enter the vehicle. The bodyguard gestured politely, slightly bowing. At last, having successfully distanced himself from the young lady, Yizhen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he glanced back at Sure, who stood bewildered at the roadside. However, His mood soured swiftly when he noticed a business car persistently trailing behind him. After several tests, he confirmed that the vehicle was indeed following him. Damn it, they just won't let up. It must be that scoundrel Wang Sanyu's men, he thought. Realizing he had to shake them off, he certainly could not lead them back to his residence. They had managed to locate him that morning, which likely meant they were already aware of his abode. Though Beijing is a modern metropolis, it still boasts numerous narrow streets and alleys. Yizhen was quite familiar with this area. He resolved to navigate through the old streets and winding lanes to elude the pursuing vehicle. After making 2 loops through the narrow alleys, he finally succeeded in shedding his unwanted tail. Yizhen drove a compact car, nimble and agile, excelling in narrow, crowded alleyways. It was effortless for anyone with a modicum of driving skill to outmaneuver the cumbersome, ostentatiously stable business vehicles. What troubles you? Your demeanor suggests some discontent. As Yizhen spoke, he began to gather his belongings, but after collecting just a few items, he paused in contemplation. Who is discontent? I merely asked where you were heading with all this packing. What will happen to me if you leave? Suing inquired. Why are you so anxious? I have paid for your services. I would never forsake you, for that would be a considerable loss on my part. Yizhen settled onto the sofa, gesturing for Su Ying to join him. This location has been compromised by Wang Sanyu's men. We must find a new place to stay. Once Su Ying was seated, he lit a cigarette, a rare habit that signaled his distress. Where shall we reside then? Perhaps we should venture to another city. Su Ying, a delicate woman, was understandably apprehensive, for Wang Sanyu was not to be trifled with. It is not so dire. We merely need to relocate. Yizhen had already devised a plan to seek a quieter locale, where he could diligently practice the ancestral Gu family's martial arts and cultivate his internal energy. With some martial prowess, the thugs under Wang Sanyu would be of little concern. I shall heed your lead. After all, I am now yours, and wherever you go, I shall follow. Su Ying remarked. Oh, that sounds rather like a vow of devotion or a yielding to fate. Rest assured, although I have compensated you, it does not imply that I intend to share a bed with you or require you to be my paramour. The sinister smile of Yizhen reemerged. No, I mean no other intention. Although I am but a petite woman, the words I speak are like water that has been spilled. Having stated my willingness to repay your debt with my body, I shall not go back on my word. Prior to this morning, whenever Su Ying contemplated exchanging herself for money, she felt immense shame. Yet now, uttering such words, she found herself devoid of any embarrassment. Yizhen chuckled softly. All right, let us first devise a means to depart from this place. Are they still waiting downstairs? Su Ying inquired. I'm not certain. Earlier, I managed to shake them off. But I do not know if they have discovered my residence here, Yizhen replied as he rifled through his belongings. This time, however, he sought out his girlfriend's attire. Fortunately, he was slender, and his girlfriend's height was comparable to his own. After trying on several loose-fitting casual outfits, he finally managed to find something that fit. Albeit just barely. Once dressed, he donned a hat, and from a distance, it became quite difficult to discern his gender. Are you truly going out like this? Su Ying laughed heartily at the sight. Am I not attractive? He retorted, turning around. Let us go. Hopefully, those ruffians have not yet tracked us down. Aren't you taking your luggage? Su Ying asked again. It's of no consequence. It is merely 2 pieces of clothing, which I can easily procure again. Carrying luggage would attract unwarranted attention. With my beauty, toting a bag would spoil my image, Yizhen remarked with a grin. Only you could escape so joyfully. If you don't switch that bag for a feminine one, it would be obvious at first glance, Su Ying pointed out, gesturing at Yizhen's backpack. Oh, I nearly forgot. After exchanging his backpack for a stylish handbag, Yizhen and Su Ying descended the stairs together. Perhaps Wang Sanyu's people have yet to discover their residence here, or perhaps those bewildered individuals have not realized that the figure clad in women's attire, yet walking with a peculiar gait, is Yizhen. In any case, they have safely vacated the community. It is prudent to find a hotel for the night and seek accommodation tomorrow. Yizhen has chosen a location in the security village outside Nanda's Guankou, where transportation is convenient, and the surrounding industrial area allows for a serene retreat amidst the bustle. Well, I suppose that makes sense. But shouldn't you first acquire a change of clothes? Su Ying remarked, entwining her arm with his, resembling a tender wife. Indeed, it is likely that the taxi driver was quite startled by the earlier events. Yizhen chuckled at his own feminine appearance. However, securing a hotel room proved to be a hassle. Yizhen initially intended to book 2 rooms, yet at the front desk, Su Ying subtly indicated that one would suffice. Very well, since this woman is rather pleasing to the eye, Having a beautiful companion in shared quarters is a rare delight. Yizhen acquiesced to her suggestion. Although they shared the same room, and Su Ying was well prepared, surprisingly, the night passed without incident. There was no rising wind nor surging waves. Yizhen found himself once again slumbering on the sofa, much to Su Ying's dismay. She had fully embraced her role and was in dire need of attention. Yet this scoundrel appeared utterly oblivious to her plight, which infuriated her. Chapter 17. To Old Yin with a complaint. After a while, Shun Wenlong's driver arrived. Yizhen instructed Su Ying to search for housing on her own before departing. Shun Wenlong resided at the Reservoir Villa, situated on the opposite side of the city. The journey from west to east was no short endeavor. The vehicle is rather impressive. Its sound insulation is absolutely exceptional. Once the windows are closed, not a whisper of the outside traffic can be heard. Having just passed the morning rush hour, the roads are surprisingly smooth, wide, and sparsely populated, allowing for rapid travel. However, to my astonishment, we encountered an unexpected traffic jam. The four-lane highway was utterly congested. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the cause was a person threatening to leap from the rooftop of a hospital. The throngs of onlookers had led to a significant disruption in traffic flow. Alas, the pressures of life in these times are undeniably immense, particularly within this city where existence can be quite demanding. Nevertheless, one should not resort to suicide as a means of coping with life's burdens. Yizhen believes that those who contemplate such actions are demonstrating cowardice and are not deserving of sympathy. Perhaps she was spurned by a man, one person speculated. That's improbable. She is the most renowned host on television. How could anyone possibly reject her? Another countered. There is nothing impossible about it. Precisely because she is a famous host and exceedingly beautiful, she may be unable to withstand the emotional turmoil of rejection, came the reply. Consider it. A person of such beauty and fame suddenly rendered mute. Even if a man were not to abandon her, how could she continue to live? Can a mute still host? The previous speaker remarked. You are correct. This woman is indeed Shang Guanjing from the television station. It is true that her sudden inability to speak, coupled with being jilted by a man, pushed her to contemplate suicide. It is said that the man in question is the heir of a multinational corporation in Hong Kong, a wealthy second generation. He was drawn to her merely for her looks. And now that she has become mute, who would still desire her? Interjected another bystander. Oh, is that so? How did you come to know this? My partner works at this hospital, and coincidentally, she was on duty last night and during a tumultuous evening. Being a public figure, the hospital hastily assembled a team of specialists for a consultation, yet regrettably, they found themselves at a loss. Alas, the plight of a celebrity. After speaking, the individual shook their head and departed. Wasn't Shang Guanjing perfectly fine just yesterday? Although she has health issues, it seemed implausible for her to suddenly lose her voice. Especially considering her primary ailment lies with her liver, even in severe conditions, it should not lead to such muteness. Yizhen was taken aback, pondering what could have caused her to become mute overnight. He glanced towards a woman atop a distant 10-story building, her flowing gown dancing with the wind. Resembling a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. However, if she were to take one more step forward, all that beauty would vanish in an instant. He felt an obligation to save her, convinced of his ability to do so. After all, Shang Guanjing is a renowned figure in the city. And the crowd drawn by the news was swelling. Police, firefighters, and negotiation experts were already in position, with air cushions laid out below. Shang Guanjing stood atop the building's railing, waving her arms, her lips moving fervently, yet despite her fervent efforts, no sound emerged. Not far from her, a negotiation expert was speaking to her patiently, but she remained oblivious to his words. In another corner, several police officers were prepared to rush in and embrace her should the opportunity arise. The sudden onset of muteness, though distressing, was overshadowed by the heartbreak of her partner choosing this moment to propose a breakup. Her love for him rendered her existence devoid of meaning without him. She lifted her foot to step forward. All fell into a profound silence, each individual covering their mouth, eyes widened in disbelief. She was truly about to leap. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared atop the railing of a building 10 meters away. My goodness, look over there, someone else is about to jump. A startled voice pierced the hushed crowd. With that exclamation, the once quiet assembly erupted in chaos. What does it mean? Is jumping from a building a mere spectacle? She is a celebrity, a striking woman, rendered mute, abandoned by someone. What despair drives you, young man? The police below were taken aback, their shouts echoing as they urged him to halt, their composure unraveling. What a farce. Two individuals attempting to leap from the same height at the same time. How could they remain unperturbed? Shang Guanjing had initially closed her eyes, poised to take the plunge. But the commotion below compelled her to open them. 10 meters was not an insurmountable distance. Her vision was keen, her memory sharp, and she recognized the figure on the opposite roof, Gu Yizhen, a peculiar man with a scarred visage. Gu Yizhen had intended to ascend to Shang Guanjing's building to dissuade her, but the guards had barred his entry, forcing him to this rooftop. Fortuitously. His timing was impeccable. Had he delayed mere seconds longer, she may have already vanished from this world. Do you still recognize me? Gu Yizhen was aware that Shang Guanjing had spotted him. Initially indifferent, she regarded him with curiosity. He was indeed an oddity, prompting her to nod slightly. Are you wondering why I am here? Shang Guanjing nodded once more. There is nothing strange about it. Like you, I am here to leap. Gu Yizhen glanced down from several dozen meters above, then remarked, 18 stories, neither too high nor too low. A leap from here would undoubtedly result in instant death. The brain would not even register the sensation of pain before succumbing. Thus, one would merely become a grotesque heap of flesh, a sight most unappealing, yet devoid of suffering. Shang Guanjing's complexion shifted, though she had resolved to end her life. The thought of her exquisite beauty reduced to mere pulp was profoundly repugnant. Don't look. You don't believe me? Allow me to jump first, and then you shall see if I turn into a mass of flesh, Gu Yizhen declared, stepping forward. A chorus of horrified cries erupted from the crowd, and although Shang Guanjing was rendered voiceless, her gaze transformed from one of stupor to sheer terror and agitation. She shook her head fervently, gesturing for Gu Yizhen to refrain from jumping. Are you urging me not to leap? Truth be told, I harbor no desire for death. Living, even in misery, is preferable. Yet, considering your intent to depart this world, it seems I too must follow suit, he lamented. Shang Guanjing, perplexed and bewildered, regarded Gu Yizhen with confusion. She could not fathom how her fate intertwined with his. The onlookers too were baffled. What connection could possibly exist between their lives? Was he perhaps a secret admirer? Chapter 18. Grant me half an hour. Though Shang Guanjing possessed an air of arrogance, she was not devoid of compassion. She could accept her own demise, yet the thought of dragging Gu Yizhen down with her was unbearable. With fervor, she waved her hands and pointed to her throat. Gu Yizhen retracted his feet once more, indignantly proclaiming, You speak grandiloquently, you deceive, you are utterly untrustworthy. The inability to speak is not a terminal affliction. Why then do you seek to end your own life? Is it merely a loss of voice? Allow me half an hour, and I assure you that your speech will return to its previous sweetness. Shang Guanjing was momentarily taken aback, her emotions a tumultuous blend of astonishment, excitement, and skepticism. If her voice could indeed be restored, perhaps he would not abandon her. At the very least, she would have the opportunity to inquire why he intended to leave. Yet, did he truly possess such capabilities? The specialists at the hospital had toiled through the night without success. What could he possibly achieve? Downstairs, the physician bristled with discontent, muttering under his breath about the audacity of this braggart. With so many experts at their disposal, how could he presume to offer a solution? However, despite their internal musings, they dared not voice their thoughts, for they were at a critical juncture where reckless words could prove fatal. Do you doubt my abilities? If you permit me to demonstrate my skills, I will heal you on the spot. Should I fail, I shall leap from the building alongside you. What do you say? Gu Yizhen spoke with unwavering confidence, instilling a measure of belief within Shang Guanjing. She found herself swayed, her heart stirred by his conviction. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. Do you not trust in my medical prowess? Very well, allow me to illuminate your situation. Yesterday, I mentioned that the sense of smell can reveal much. I have discerned several of your ailments. Indeed, your body is beset by numerous issues. For instance, your stomach is rather delicate, frequently causing you pain and discomfort. Your menstrual cycle is irregular, often accompanied by excruciating pain that leaves you in a cold sweat. Furthermore, there are concerns regarding your left chest. Some of these matters encroach upon your privacy. Do you truly wish for me to articulate them? Shocked, Shang Guanjing realized that these afflictions had accompanied her for quite some time. Apart from the doctors who treated her and those close to her, no one else was privy to her condition. This young man, however, had discerned it upon merely meeting her, suggesting that his medical skills were indeed commendable. She felt a surge of excitement, this time fueled by a glimmer of hope. Now do you believe me? I assure you, in just half an hour, I can restore your sweet voice, Gu Yizhen proclaimed. Is what you say truly authentic? Shang Guanjing gestured, her intent clear despite the absence of words. The onlookers remained skeptical. The doctors downstairs not only doubted but also cursed Gu Yizhen vehemently, thinking, You think yourself a miracle worker? Your boasts come tax-free, so go on and brag. Of course it is genuine. After all, it will only take half an hour. Why not give it a try? Gu Yizhen replied. Shang Guanjing fell silent, recalling the prowess she had witnessed at the Pippi restaurant the previous day. Perhaps this fellow could indeed remedy her ailments. Nodding in agreement, she turned to the crowd behind her and gestured for them to disperse, then beckoned Gu Yizhen forward. Very well, I shall come forth immediately. Gu Yizhen lowered his head and shouted loudly to those below. Hey, who is in charge here? You heard her. Miss Shangguan wants you to withdraw the people from the rooftop. The individual overseeing the operation was a deputy chief from the Municipal Police Bureau. He certainly heard and saw what was happening, but could he truly trust this fellow? He hesitated momentarily. However, Gu Yizhen was not inclined to grant him the luxury of time. He continued to raise his voice. It would be wise to follow her instructions. If by the time I reach the ground, those up top are still there, I will not be held accountable. Such audacity was remarkable. In truth, the so-called negotiation experts were of little use, and those preparing to effect a rescue had no opportunity. Given the current turn of events, it might be preferable to allow this young man a chance. Even if he failed, as long as she could descend from the railing, perhaps her suicidal thoughts would change. Ultimately, responsibility was at stake, yet it was not for this individual to test the waters. When Gu Yizhen reached the ground, everyone on the rooftop had indeed retreated, creating a passageway for him to enter the secured area. Upon arriving at the rooftop, he confirmed that the area was clear. He approached Shang Guanjing, stopping 2 meters away, and said, Come down, I assure you it will be quick. Shang Guanjing glanced down, then at Gu Yizhen, nodded, and leaped from the railing onto the rooftop. After checking her pulse, Gu Yizhen smiled and reassured her, Do not worry. I will administer a few injections, and you will recover in less than half an hour. As he retrieved his needles from his bag, he remarked, The sudden loss of voice can stem from various causes, such as a cerebral thrombosis, poisoning, or trauma, among others. In your case, it is due to an injury. Something struck the back of your head last night. Now, please sit cross-legged on the floor and turn around. Oh. And you will need to lower your clothing a bit. While I am quite adept at locating acupoints, I have yet to reach the level of blind needling. So, Gu Yizhen continued. Shang Guanjing nodded, then proceeded to remove her clothing, revealing her delicate, rosy back. Under the morning sunlight, it dazzled Gu Yizhen's eyes. He swallowed hard, realizing how alluring it was to behold a woman's bare back in the sunlight. That's enough. You need not remove your undergarments, he stated. However, Shang Guanjing was already unfastening her bra, prompting Gu Yizhen to intervene hastily. Regaining his composure as he gazed at Shang Guanjing's tempting neck, he proceeded to needle several acupoints, including Yamen, Lianxuan, Tiantu, and Guansheng, applying the reducing technique momentarily before swiftly withdrawing the needles. You may now attempt to speak, he announced after the procedure. Shang Guanjing turned to him, somewhat anxious. It's all right. I assure you that you can speak now, Gu Yizhen said with a gentle smile. However, while you can speak, I must still administer a few more needles to prevent any further issues. Your inability to articulate was primarily due to an impact on the Yamen acupoint, akin to what we commonly refer to as being hit at an acupoint. Is that so? Shang Guanjing exclaimed suddenly. After a day of silence, Shang Guanfeng was startled by her own sudden voice, covering her mouth and staring wide-eyed at Gu Yizhen. See, I told you, you can speak now, Gu Yizhen remarked. However, she felt that the voice did not belong to her. Shang Guanjing was filled with astonishment. Indeed, it took less than half an hour. Yet she realized the voice was not quite right. Chapter 19. Personally accompanying you on your journey, why does my voice sound so hoarse and deep? Wasn't it supposed to restore my sweet tone? Shang Guanjing felt a surge of anxiety and panic. Do not fret. It is merely because your acupoints have been sealed for too long, and there are also bruises in other areas. A few more needles will set it right. Gu Yizhen instructed, gesturing for her to turn around. If she didn't comply soon, he would surely suffer a nosebleed. For her figure was quite formidable, 2 perfectly round and fair breasts, with a cleavage so profound it seemed endless. He watched as the blood surged, knowing that if he continued to gaze, he would inevitably bleed. At the Feng residence, he gently punctured several major acupoints, Fengqi, Yizhen, and others. This time employing a quicker technique, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Insert the needle, then swiftly withdraw it. These were significant acupoints, and most would not dare to use such a technique. Had Gu Yizhen not practiced the 36 heavenly needles from the emergency treatments for critical conditions, he would never have had the audacity to proceed. All right, the task is complete. Put your clothes back on, Go Yizhen declared as he packed away his instruments. Truly remarkable. My voice has been restored, just as it was before. Shang Guanjing exclaimed, genuinely elated. I promised I would return your golden voice. And I have kept my word. Now, you should refrain from any foolishness, Go Yizhen chuckled. Shang Guanjing was enveloped in a wave of melancholy as thoughts of him filled her mind. Well, he was merely a despicable man. Why should she allow herself to feel sorrow? Her life was her own. Was it truly worth it? Go Yizhen rose to his feet and, while striding toward the railing, remarked, In any case, I have kept my promise and restored your voice. Whether you choose to live or die is entirely your affair. However, if you intend to perish, you must wait until I have departed. Half an hour can sometimes feel inconsequential, passing in the blink of an eye, yet at other moments, it stretches interminably. The individuals below felt that time was dragging, seemingly longer than a century. Upon seeing Go Yizhen standing at the railing, a stir arose among the crowd, with someone unable to contain their impatience, loudly inquiring if the golden-voiced singer had been cured. Shang Guanjing had a considerable fan base. They were all devoted to her. If she were to withdraw from the entertainment industry due to her loss of voice, it would leave many disheartened. Go Yizhen smiled and replied, Am I to boast about my own life? I have said it. If I cannot cure her, then I shall dance alongside her. He then called out, Hey, the chief commander, come up here, and it would be best to bring 2 female officers along. If not, then at least 2 nurses. Shang Guanjing remained lost in thought, still unable to fully comprehend the situation. After all, her feelings for him were genuine, yet she could not fathom that he would abandon her. Especially during a time when she was rendered voiceless. She could not ascertain whether he forsook her because of her silence or if he had always intended to cast her aside. Moments later, the on-site commander arrived with 2 nurses in tow. Go Yizhen grasped Shang Guanjing's hand and approached him, stating, I have cured her and saved her life. With so many people below, you must devise a way to escort her away. After all, she is a celebrity. Is it truly cured? How could such an enigmatic ailment, which baffled a multitude of experts, be resolved so swiftly? The 3 men wore expressions of disbelief, glancing left and right. This reaction was entirely expected. Yet Go Yizhen chose to disregard them. In his view, they were merely uninformed individuals, brainwashed by the so-called modern medicine, who had never witnessed the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine. Wait a moment. Shang Guanjing seemed to suddenly awaken, hastily catching up and exclaiming, Indeed, it has been cured. A divine physician, he has managed to heal a condition that stumped experts after an entire night of deliberation. The commander and the 2 nurses stood in utter astonishment. Their mouths agape. Is there something you need? Go Yizhen halted his steps. Thank you. I promise I will not act foolishly again. May I have your phone number? Shang Guanjing inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Go Yizhen handed her his phone. He had never memorized his own number. Whenever someone requested it, he would simply allow them to dial it directly from his phone. Once they exchanged numbers, Go Yizhen hastily descended the stairs, realizing he had delayed for too long. He suspected Shen Wenlong was growing anxious, especially since he had accepted a consultation fee of 1 million. Prolonging the wait was simply unacceptable. Outside, several burly men were intently fixated on the exit, their expressions indicating they were undoubtedly searching for him. Damn it, it just won't let up. Now I find myself cornered here. Oh, can you provide a reason? He asked with a smile. Are you jesting? Do you think a police car operates like a taxi? I am in a rush to rescue someone at the Reservoir Villa, and this delay has cost me considerable time. I feared public transportation would not suffice. Go Yizhen had a knack for weaving tales effortlessly. He could conjure up a dozen excuses if need be. Please wait a moment while I arrange matters for Miss Shangguan. The commander said, eager to personally escort you. His enthusiasm was not born out of a genuine affinity for the common folk. Nor was it solely due to Go Yizhen being a hero and saving lives. Rather, he had a favor to ask of Go Yizhen. Thank you, then. With such a formidable talisman, even if Wang Sanyu were to send a whole convoy of bodyguards, I would have no fear. Ha. No need for such courtesy. Today, I should be the one expressing gratitude to you, as you are indeed a hero. The commander, devoid of any airs of authority, soon after arranged matters for Shang Guanjing and led Go Yizhen into a police car. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhong Chunhua from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The commander said as the vehicle made its way onto the road. Oh, good day, leader. I am Go Yizhen. Although Go Yizhen did not recognize the insignias adorning the uniform, he surmised that only an official could command at the scene. Had he been familiar with the ranks on the uniform, he would have realized that his driver was a division-level police superintendent, a position of considerable stature. Mr. Gu, your medical skills are truly remarkable. One might even call you a divine doctor, Zhang Chunhua expressed sincerely. Although he had not witnessed the treatment of Shang Wanjing, the results spoke for themselves. You flatter me, Director Zhang. I only possess a superficial understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and cannot lay claim to such a title. Gu Yizhen replied with a gentle smile. Ah, so this is traditional Chinese medicine. It is indeed wondrous. It is a pity I did not witness Mr. Ji's treatment process earlier. Zhang Chunhua, though initially skeptical of traditional Chinese medicine, found his perceptions transformed by the day's events. Indeed, it is only traditional Chinese medicine that could remedy Miss Shangwan's aphonia in such a brief span of time. As for Western medicine, it is likely that even after 3 days of research, they would still be unable to uncover the underlying cause. Gu Yizhen's face radiated with pride. The profundity of traditional Chinese medicine is something that Western practitioners shall never comprehend. Oh. No wonder the experts at the hospital were unable to devise a treatment after a night of deliberation. It turns out they could not identify the ailment, murmured Zhang Chunhua. Had Miss Shangwan consulted a seasoned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine last night, the cause would have been swiftly discerned and her condition effortlessly alleviated. Unfortunately, like most individuals, she harbored skepticism towards traditional Chinese medicine, or perhaps she simply never considered seeking its wisdom. Otherwise, this predicament would not have escalated to such an extent. Gu Yizhen asserted confidently. The waning influence of traditional Chinese medicine is indeed linked to the prevailing governmental attitudes. Otherwise, even officials of Zhang Chunhua's generation would not harbor doubts about its efficacy. Chapter 20. The director as chauffeur. Naturally, a police vehicle glides more smoothly than an ordinary car. And it wasn't long before they arrived at the Reservoir Villa. Which entrance are you headed to, Mr. Gu? Zhang Chunhua inquired as they approached the grand gate of the villa. I am uncertain of the specific number. I am here to assist Shen Wenlong with a follow-up consultation. Allow me to make a quick phone call, Gu Yizhen replied, reaching for his mobile device. If you are visiting the residence of Shen Wenlong, there is no need for that. I am familiar with the way, Zhang Chunhua remarked. Then I am grateful for your guidance, Director Zhang, Gu Yizhen responded. Before long, the police vehicle halted in front of a villa halfway up the mountain. We've arrived, Zhang Chunhua announced, yet the engine remained running and the doors were neither locked nor opened, as he wore a hesitant expression, seemingly torn between words. Director Zhang, please feel free to speak up. I can see that you have endured quite a bit along the way, Gu Yizhen remarked with a smile. Is there someone at home who has been ill for an extended period? How did you know? Zhang Chunhua responded, astonished. I am but an ordinary person. Perhaps a modest physician at best. If you had no matters of concern, why would you personally escort me? After all, you hold an official position. Gu Yizhen replied with a grin. Alas, to be candid, my elderly father has been bedridden for 2 years. I have visited countless hospitals, yet the situation remains unchanged. Zhang Chunhua paused, then continued, I fail to comprehend why you presume it is a family member who is ill, rather than myself. Impressive. This is the first time I have heard that one scent can determine their health. What kind of medical skill is this? Zhang Chunhua expressed both astonishment and curiosity. Very well, I shall accompany Mr. Gu to visit Boshin, Zhang Chunhua declared as he turned off the vehicle. As soon as they exited the car, Shen Wenlong emerged from the villa, calling out loudly before reaching the entrance. Hey, why are you all standing there? Director Zhang has arrived. Quickly brew some tea and use the finest leaves. Oh, it turns out this fellow is a director. His dedication to his father's illness is commendable. Personally driving for a mere physician, Gu Yizhen thought, nodding with a smile as he observed Zhang Chunhua's figure. In his opinion, a person with filial piety must be a good individual. Haha, Boss Shun is overly gracious. How could I dare to have you greet me in person? Zhang Chunhua said as he stepped forward to shake Shen Wenlong's hand. Indeed. The people's police are our guardians. How could we not honor that? After exchanging pleasantries and shaking hands with Zhang Chunhua, he turned to Gu Yizhen and said, Mr. Gu, I appreciate your efforts. Zhang Chunhua, aware of Shen Wenlong's background, noted the respect he showed Gu Yizhen and felt a growing confidence in his ability to cure his father's ailment. Apologies for the delay on the road. Gu Yizhen replied coolly. I cannot claim the title of divine physician. I merely encountered cases I was fortunate enough to treat. Gu Yizhen, somewhat indifferent to Shen Wenlong's earlier deference, remarked as they entered the living room, Mr. Shen, I have other matters to attend to shortly. Let us proceed with the consultation. I require a quiet room. Dr. Gu, would you not care for a cup of tea? This is my treasured preaching Minglong Ying, Shen Wenlong offered with a smile. The tea can wait. We shall drink after the consultation, Gu Yizhen replied with a smile. Very well, I shall follow your lead, Shen Wenlong said, bowing slightly to Zhang Chunhua. Director Zhang, I must take my leave for a while. Not at all. Please take care of yourself, Zhang Chunhua gestured politely. Gu Yizhen accompanied Shen Wenlong to the room, where he first took his pulse and then administered acupuncture. Afterward, he wrote a prescription for Shen Wenlong, stating, Your recovery is progressing well. Daily consultations are no longer necessary. Have your driver come to collect me every other day. However, it is imperative to avoid blue pills, limit intimate relations, and reduce alcohol consumption. Understood. Thank you, Dr. Gu, Shen Wenlong replied sincerely. You need not thank me. I have received my fee, having been compensated. It is only natural to assist you in restoring your health, Gu Yizhen responded with a smile. Hee. Such a meager consultation fee pales in comparison to the value of life, truly not worth mentioning. Yesterday, it was indeed my lack of discernment. I hope Dr. Gu will not take it to heart. Shen Wenlong clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Dr. Gu once more. Well, Mr. Shen, there is no need for excessive formality. As a prominent entrepreneur and affluent businessman, if you were to embrace greater social responsibility and engage more in charitable endeavors, I assure you, your health will flourish. Dr. Gu put away his instruments and prepared to leave. Dr. Gu, please hold on a moment. Shen Wenlong turned and retrieved an exquisitely crafted black card from his drawer, presenting it with both hands to Dr. Gu. This is our group's black gold card. With this card, you may use it as cash in any of our establishments. Although each transaction allows for a mere discount of 20,000, it is a token of my appreciation. I kindly ask you to accept it. Dr. Gu took the card, glanced at it, and smiled, saying, So, with this card in hand, one could traverse much of the country without the fear of hunger. Such a grand gift, and Mr. Shen refers to it as a mere token of goodwill. Truly, what a gentleman. This is hardly significant, just a small token. I sincerely hope Dr. Gu will not refuse. Shen Wenlong replied, Haha, such a splendid offering. How could I possibly decline? You see, I am quite fond of wealth, Dr. Gu remarked, placing the black card away. With a serious expression, he stated, Thank you, Mr. Shen. This is indeed a remarkable and generous gift, for I often find myself without money for meals. Now, I need not worry about going hungry. In his heart, Shen Wenlong muttered to himself, How absurd. The audacity of someone who frequently charges exorbitant consultation fees claiming to have no money for meals. You must truly be a miser, otherwise. How could you fail to invest in even a decent outfit, resembling a mere factory worker? He believed Gu Yizhen's words to be mere fabrications. However, the truth was that Gu spoke honestly. His wealth came easily but dissipated just as swiftly as a multitude of children in the mountainous region awaited his financial assistance. Chapter 21. Wine stroke. Upon returning to the living room, Shen Wenlong exchanged courteous pleasantries with Zhang Chunhua. Gu Yizhen heartily consumed 2 cups of Shen Wenlong's exquisite Longjing tea before turning to Zhang Chunhua, stating that it was getting late and they should depart. Zhang Chunhua nodded, expressed gratitude for Shen Wenlong's invitation, and accompanied Gu Yizhen to the car. Shen, the proprietor, appeared vigorous and robust, not at all resembling someone afflicted by illness. After starting the vehicle, Zhang Chunhua remarked, Indeed, some ailments are not readily apparent. If anyone could discern another's illness, then we'd all be esteemed healers, he jested. True. Zhang Chunhua pondered a moment, then inquired, I hope your consultation fees are not exorbitant, Mr. Gu? As a bureau-level official, it feels somewhat awkward to ask. But I find myself financially constrained. All my meager savings have been devoted to the elder. That depends on whom I am treating. For Shen Wenlong, I charged him 1 million. For some, I accept nothing, while for others, I wouldn't even consider a fee, regardless of the cost of their ailments. Gu Yizhen's words startled Zhang Chunhua, causing the vehicle to sway momentarily before stabilizing. Zhang Chunhua resides in the residential compound of the Public Security Bureau. The dwelling is neither luxurious nor extravagant, yet it possesses a certain spaciousness that, in a city where land is as precious as gold, can be deemed a luxury in its own right. However, these accommodations are allocated by the state, and he appears to be the sole leader residing there. Others have long since vacated the premises. It is often perceived that only those lacking ambition remain within the confines of such institutional housing. Dr. Gu Yizhen, focusing intently, takes the pulse of Zhang Chunhua's father. After examining the wrist pulses, a grave expression settles upon his face, and he furrows his brow in silence. Observing the doctor's troubled demeanor, Zhang Chunhua's heart sinks, It appears that his father's condition is indeed dire. Dr. Gu, please speak candidly, he urges. Despite being bedridden and paralyzed, Zhang's father retains a remarkable clarity of mind and expressive capability, a stark contrast to the typical impairments seen in most paralysis patients. If I were to voice my thoughts, you might dismiss me as a charlatan. This affliction in your father is so peculiar that it has led even me to question my diagnosis. Yet, after much contemplation, I must assert that he is indeed suffering from a rare malady. The likelihood of this condition manifesting in a man is approximately 1 in a billion, Dr. Gu explains. Scratching his head, this condition, known as wind paralysis, predominantly afflicts women post-childbirth, hence its alternative name, maternal impotence. As the name suggests, it arises from complications during childbirth. While it is not impossible for a man to contract this ailment, the probability is exceptionally low, historically noted in only a handful of cases. It is said that Lin Chong succumbed to this very affliction. Mr. Gu remarked, paralysis is not an uncommon ailment. Each year, a significant number of individuals are afflicted. Zhong Chunhua interjected. Gu Yizhen cast a glance at Zhong Chunhua and replied, Director Zhong is correct. Indeed, many suffer from paralysis annually. However, the type of paralysis that afflicts Elder Zhong is notably distinct from the rest. Common paralysis can generally be attributed to over 20 causes, including encephalitis, brain tumors, poisoning, Bell's palsy, and trauma, and such conditions do not discriminate by gender. In contrast, Elder Zhong's paralysis is a condition that predominantly occurs in females. The likelihood of it manifesting in males is exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in a billion or more. Yet, it is not entirely absent. I recall Lin Chong from Water Margin suffered from this ailment. Dr. Gu, what exactly is my condition? Are there many different types of paralysis? Elder Zhong inquired. Indeed. There are numerous classifications, particularly in Western medicine, which delineates them into as many as 30 distinct types. Previously, Elder Zhong sought treatment at various hospitals, where he was often diagnosed with peripheral nerve damage, peripheral neuropathy, myasthenia gravis, and even some who mistakenly attributed his condition to Parkinson's disease, correct? Gu Yizhen observed Zhang Chunhua. Zhang Chunhua nodded. The hospitals did indeed diagnose him as you mentioned. What is your perspective, Mr. Gu? I am not well versed in the diagnostic methods of Western medicine, however. It is evident that regardless of their assessment, they have overlooked a crucial symptom, Elder Zhong's language proficiency and cognitive responsiveness. Regardless of whether peripheral nerve damage, peripheral neuropathy, or myasthenia gravis affects a patient's linguistic expression and cognitive abilities, severe cases may even compromise respiration and swallowing. However, at present, Mr. Zhong's linguistic and cognitive faculties appear remarkably intact, not to mention his swallowing capabilities, as Dr. Gu noted. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Zhong Chunhua's eyes as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Indeed. Your mention has jogged my memory. A physician once expressed confusion regarding why my esteemed elder's language and cognitive skills remain unharmed. Dr. Gu, after all this discourse, you have yet to disclose the nature of my ailment, Mr. Zhong said, a hint of excitement in his voice. If this young man could discern the illness, he must possess the capacity to treat it as well. Wind paralysis, also known as postpartum weakness, primarily arises from the weakness of the qi and blood in the Chong and Ren meridians, leading to insufficient nourishment of the heart and spleen. This results in the relaxation of sinews and tendons, rendering the limbs weak and powerless. The movement of the limbs is a consequence of muscles and bones responding to the brain's commands. If the muscles and tendons fail to collaborate with the bones to execute the brain's directives, the limbs will remain immobile. Furthermore, the muscles and bones of the body require blood and qi for sustenance. Naturally, this qi is beyond the comprehension of Western medicine. However, the concepts of qi and yin-yang are fundamental in traditional Chinese medicine. Whenever the discourse veers into the realms of medical science, causes, and symptoms, Dr. Gu invariably becomes loquacious. Dr. Gu, I cannot comprehend your explanations. Simply tell me if you can treat my ailment, Mr. Zhong implored. Rest assured, Mr. Zhong. As long as you place your trust in me, I certainly can provide a remedy, Dr. Gu replied with a smile. In truth, if addressed in its early stages, this ailment is not particularly difficult to treat. However, after 2 years of neglect, it will require considerable effort and time. Gu Yizhen is quite confident. Of course, I believe in you. Otherwise, why would I engage in this lengthy conversation with you? Old Zhong exclaimed with irritation. You see. Many people doubt the capabilities of a young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner like myself. They often think that one must be gray-haired to possess such skills. Gu Yizhen replied. To be honest, when Xiaohua mentioned bringing you to treat me, I had similar reservations. How could there be such a young practitioner? Yet, this fellow has always been skeptical of traditional medicine, and for him to bring you here leads me to believe you must possess some remarkable talents. Which is why I allowed you to examine me. Who would have thought that you are indeed a true healer? Please, prescribe a remedy for me. Can you inform me how long it will take for the medicine to take effect? Old Zhong inquired. In reality, the affliction not only torments the body but also severely tests the spirit. Each day spent lying still, with only the mouth and eyes capable of movement, and utterly powerless to turn over, would drive anyone to madness. Chapter 22. Effects in 2 hours indeed. Merely taking medication will yield results in at least a month. However, if supplemented with acupuncture, you will notice effects within 2 hours, Gu Yizhen stated. Is that truly the case? Are you serious? Quickly, assist me with acupuncture. I feel as though I am on the verge of insanity. Old Zhong exclaimed in delight. Had he the ability to move his limbs, he would likely have leapt up to embrace Gu Yizhen in gratitude. Truthfully, if my internal energy were sufficiently strong, I could enable you to stand within half an hour. Alas, my current internal strength is too weak. It seems I must diligently cultivate my inner vitality, Gu Yizhen remarked with a calm demeanor. Heavens! Half an hour to the ground, a notion I wouldn't dare dream of. If you claim results in 2 hours, I would already consider you a miraculous healer. They had previously administered acupuncture on me, yet it yielded no effect, and I was nearly on the verge of surrendering. They didn't even diagnose the ailment correctly. No matter how many medicines I consumed or needles they inserted, it would undoubtedly be futile, remarked Gu Yizhen with a smile. Young man, cease your chatter and hasten to administer the acupuncture. I eagerly anticipate the moment I can walk freely once more, Old Zhong interjected. Not just yet. I am famished and must first partake in a meal. Otherwise, my energy will falter midway through the treatment, which would be troublesome, he chuckled. By the heavens. Only this fellow would request a meal before attending to one's ailments. Also, you ought to cleanse your body. It has been ages since you indulged in a bath. Hasn't it? Immerse yourself in hot water with some herbal remedies. He casually scribbled a prescription and handed it to Zhang Chunhua. 2 taels of each herb. Boil them for a bath, and after that, we shall proceed with the acupuncture. The method of soaking in medicinal water for a bath was indeed distinctive to Gu Yizhen. Charging a consultation fee before even examining the patient, and seeking a meal without treatment, had Zhang Chunhua not witnessed him cure Shang Wanjing's aphonia. He would have surely suspected this young man of being a charlatan, merely here to swindle food and drink. Zhang Chunhua dispatched someone to procure the herbs while he escorted Gu Yizhen to dine. During the meal, Zhang Chunhua inquired again about the consultation fee. His voice tinged with uncertainty. Mr. Gu, regarding the consultation fee. Oh, I typically collect the fee prior to treatment. Gu Yizhen mumbled with a mouthful of braised pork. Paying in advance is of little consequence. I just wonder how much you intend to charge. Zhang Chunhua replied with a smile. If it must be paid in advance, so be it. After all, he is a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Surely he need not fear being deceived. Director Zhang oversees the police of an entire city. One could say he holds a significant position. Gu Yizhen chuckled as he gazed at Zhang Chunhua. His smile, accentuated by a faint scar, appeared rather sinister. How could that be considered a significant position? I am merely a poor civil servant, Zhang Chunhua replied. Indeed, Zhang was impoverished, as he had not succumbed to greed and had spent 2 years treating his ailing father. Zhang Chunhua mused. This lad is quite opportunistic, seeing that I am a director. He surely expects a hefty sum. However, if it can restore my father's health, I might as well acquiesce to his demands, as long as I can afford it. Otherwise, he chuckled. It turns out you are a departmental officer. That's not insignificant. I presume your salary and bonuses are considerable. Gu Yizhen checked on his phone and remarked with a smile, but your father is already over 60. Are you truly willing to spend a fortune on his treatment? Over 60 is not particularly old. Moreover, as a son, one cannot neglect his father's health simply because of age or the financial burden it entails, Zhang Chunhua replied earnestly. Very well, that is splendid. Now, let us discuss the consultation fee, Gu Yizhen nodded. You may state your fee, but if it is excessive, I hope you can allow me to pay in installments. Zhang Chunhua said, recalling how this lad charged Xin Wulong a staggering 1 million for treatment, which made him anxious. All right, I shall permit you to pay in 10 installments. Gu Yizhen declared, just treat me to 10 meals, and this meal shall count as the first payment. Zhang Chunhua was taken aback, utterly perplexed. For this lad had charged Xin Wulong 1 million for his treatment. He asked incredulously, "Are you being serious? You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" "Indeed. It is true. I possess numerous shortcomings. I am not one to speak without conviction, for I am steadfast in my words," Gu Yizhen stated earnestly. Upon returning to Zhong Ai, the elderly gentleman had already taken a medicinal bath, appearing considerably more vibrant than before. "Dr. Gu, this medicinal bath is quite effective. Do you not see that I am in much better spirits?" The old man remarked. "Yes, let us make it a habit to bathe twice daily. This will expedite your recovery. However, should you feel lazy, it is not overly concerning if you choose to skip it," Gu Yizhen replied, producing his acupuncture tools. "Now, let us begin. Director Zhang, please assist in removing the old man's garments." Before long, the old man was adorned with shimmering silver needles, resembling a porcupine from a distance. For the first time, Gu Yizhen inserted 24 needles in one session, as he had never encountered a patient requiring more than 12 in his previous experiences. Upon completing the acupuncture, he found himself slightly breathless, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. While many possess a basic understanding of acupuncture, the selection of acupoints and the method of needle insertion vary significantly. Thus, although the practice may appear similar, the effects can differ vastly. Gu Yizhen maintained a serious demeanor, fully concentrated on his task. With deft fingers, he executed various techniques: inserting, withdrawing, twisting, kneading, rubbing, flicking, shaking, spinning, scraping, and vibrating the needles with remarkable proficiency. However, despite his skillful technique, he soon found himself drenched in sweat, having exhausted his internal energy after performing the 24-needle procedure just once. "Please bring me a cup of water," Gu Yizhen said, slightly panting as he settled wearily onto the sofa. After sipping the warm water offered by Zheng Chunhua, he settled cross-legged on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to meditate quietly, allowing his energy to circulate through his body. After completing a full cycle, he opened his eyes and remarked, "Alas, this illness has persisted far too long, and my prior treatment was inadequate. I have consumed an excessive amount of Western medicine, which has harmed my internal organs. What is the situation now, Mr. Gu?" Although Zheng Chunhua was not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, she observed Gu Yizhen drenched in sweat, as if caught in a downpour, and realized he had exerted himself to the utmost. She cautiously inquired, "It is manageable, if all goes according to plan. After the needles are inserted, old Zheng's limbs should respond," he replied before commencing the acupuncture procedure. The intricate technique of acupuncture demands precision. The tension, speed, and rhythm of the needles all significantly influence the treatment's efficacy. In a mere 10 minutes, he had inserted 24 needles, yet the removal took over half an hour. "All done, old Zheng. Let us see if there are any changes in your limbs," Gu Yizhen announced after the final needle was withdrawn. "There will undoubtedly be a change. I felt a warmth in my limbs during the treatment, as if there were currents of energy flowing through them," he remarked, attempting to move his hands. And to his astonishment, he could lift them. "I can move. Haha, I can move. Dr. Gu, you are truly remarkable." I, thank you," the elderly man exclaimed joyfully, his speech somewhat disjointed, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. For 2 long years, his limbs had felt as though they belonged to someone else, and now he could finally move again. The elderly man could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 23. Anticipating his imprisonment. Is this scoundrel's medical skill truly so extraordinary? Can you believe that he cured Shangguan Jing's aphonia in just over 10 minutes? Wang Sanqing remarked while sipping his tea. "Indeed, it is no fabrication. After watching the live broadcast this morning, I inquired with the brothers on site, and it turns out this fellow possesses remarkable medical skills that are truly astonishing," Sun Bu'er responded. "How peculiar. Just a slap on my back made me itch for quite a while. It seems this individual is not only adept at medicine but also skilled in administering poison," Wang Sanyu observed. Who among the knowledgeable in medicine is unacquainted with the art of poison? Nonetheless, while he may have made you itch, it was likely just a jest. "I doubt he truly dares to oppose the Wang family," Sun Bu'er countered. "Humph. Regardless of his intentions, I am determined to avenge this wrong. The vexing part is that he always manages to escape, or someone intervenes on his behalf. Have we discovered the identity of the person who saved him that day?" Wang Sanyu gritted his teeth. "We have, indeed. Those were the bodyguards of the Shi family," Sun Bu'er replied. "The Shi family? They dare to stand against me?" Wang Sanyu exclaimed incredulously. "Well, one cannot say that definitively. They were unaware that the one capturing that lad was one of our own," Sun Bu'er clarified. "True enough," Wang Sanyu conceded, lighting a cigarette as he gazed at Sun Bu'er. Have we located the place where that fellow is staying? I require your cleverness to devise a plan. I must exact my revenge. Sun Bu'er chuckled softly. I have discovered that this chap is an unlicensed practitioner. And so what? What does that have to do with me pursuing him? Wang Sanyu queried. There are numerous ways to seek vengeance. It need not always resort to violence. Are you aware that practicing medicine without a license is punishable by imprisonment? Sun Bu'er replied, a sly grin adorning his face. Do not shroud your intentions in mystery. Simply divulge your plan, Wang Sanyu urged with urgency. If someone were to report him for practicing medicine without a license, would he not face imprisonment? Surely. Confining him would be more satisfying than merely administering a beating. Do you comprehend that life in prison is not something the average person can endure? Sun Bu'er chuckled sinisterly. Indeed, splendid. Go forth and make the necessary arrangements swiftly. I eagerly anticipate the sight of him behind bars, Wang Sanyu replied with a laugh. Yizhen discovered a charming residence in the village of Baoyan, a quaint two-story building nestled beside an orchard. He was quite fond of it, as the tranquility of the surroundings provided an ideal environment for his practice. Determined to diligently refine his ancestral internal energy cultivation techniques and Gu family boxing, he recognized that this discipline not only promoted health, but also possessed the potential for healing. With a solid foundation already established, he simply needed to commit to rigorous practice. In fact, his esteemed ancestor, Master Guhong, had bequeathed a unique set of dual cultivation techniques for both men and women, designed to rapidly enhance one's internal prowess. However, finding a willing student for such esoteric arts proved challenging, thus Yizhen chose not to dwell on that matter. After acquiring essential provisions, he and Su Ying settled into their new abode. With Su Ying's devoted care, Yizhen focused on his training, venturing only to assist Shen Wanlong and Old Zhong with their medical consultations. One morning, having just completed his practice, an unexpected visitor arrived at the doorstep. Oh, what a lovely place. The mountains are pristine, the water's clear, and there's even an orchard behind. To find such a gem in Nantu, you must truly have a discerning eye, Sure remarked as she entered the courtyard, a small backpack slung over her shoulder. Yizhen furrowed his brow and said, You little rascal, how did you know I was here? Humph, you are nothing but a pig. Do you think that by having Shinwa Long as driver take a detour, no one would be able to track you? Do you not realize the existence of satellite positioning? As Sure spoke, she entered the house. A jolt ran through Yizhen's heart. If this girl could find this place, could Wang Sanyu not do the same? Do not worry. Wang Bin is unaware that you are assisting Shinwa Long with his illness. Moreover, even if that fool knew, it would be difficult for him to track you down here. After all, Shinwa Long's driver is quite vigilant. However, if you do not accompany me today, I cannot guarantee that I will not inform him, Sure stated. I do not believe you would do that. Yizhen, in truth, felt a lack of confidence. On what grounds do you presume I would refrain from such an action? He is exceedingly wealthy. Who knows, perhaps this information could fetch a pretty penny. Sure replied with a mischievous grin. You dare? If you truly did so, just watch how I would. Yizhen shot her a lecherous glance. This girl was a natural beauty. Without any makeup and dressed casually, she still exuded an air of elegance and grace. What are you intending to do? Her eyes widened at his brazen gaze, and she instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. Do you not comprehend what I desire? Allow me to clarify. I want. He stepped closer, cupping her chin and lifting her face. Humph, do you have the courage? Come on, as if I would be afraid of you. Unexpectedly, Sure broke free from his grasp, standing tall and advancing towards Yizhen. Damn, this headstrong girl was at that age of infatuation. She was not easily intimidated. Stop. You are impressive. I will accompany you for some fun. Where do you wish to go? Yizhen sighed helplessly, encountering such a whimsical girl. He felt utterly at a loss. Naturally, a girl would opt for shopping. I want to explore the realm of women and visit the accessories market. Sure exclaimed joyfully as she took his hand and led him away. Yizhen knew the location of the accessories market, but had never ventured there before. He was unprepared for the vast array of accessories, both familiar and novel, spread across several floors of the expansive venue. The business here thrived, bustling with people, including many foreigners. However, these patrons were primarily there to place bulk orders. Individuals like Sure, who came to purchase single items, were quite rare. With a heavy heart, Yizhen trailed behind Sure, wandering through the market, perplexed by the allure of such a place. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from a nearby stall. causing those around to momentarily freeze before surging towards the source of the commotion. The disturbance was significant enough to make both Shi and Gu Yizhen halt their steps to observe. They were not far away and could hear cries for help from around the corner, accompanied by shouts urging someone to call for emergency assistance and to report to the authorities. Among the cacophony, a foreigner was shouting in English, his tone laced with urgency. Gu Yizhen, indifferent to the plight of foreigners, had little desire to approach. "You are a doctor, regardless of nationality. If someone falls ill, shouldn't you lend your aid?" Shi remarked, tugging him toward the corner. "I am merely an uncertified physician, not a deity, nor their savior." Shi ran swiftly, dragging Gu Yizhen to the scene before he could finish his sentence. At the location, 2 towering foreign men and a voluptuous foreign woman surrounded a man lying on the ground, who was crying out in agony, completely at a loss and panicking. Chapter 24. The consequences of intimacy. Have you called for an ambulance? Several security personnel and market managers rushed over. What should we do? This situation appears exceedingly critical. The manager, visibly anxious, understood that if anything were to happen to the foreign man, it would not only impact the mall but also severely tarnish the city's image, potentially escalating into an international incident. This is no trivial matter. Please, do not panic. Let me through. My friend is a doctor. He can assess the situation. Shi urged as she pushed Gu Yizhen into the crowd, addressing the frenzied foreigners in English. "Why are you just standing there like a statue? We need to help him." She propelled Gu Yizhen forward. "He's a doctor?" The foreigners paused their cries, looking at Gu Yizhen with skepticism. To them, a doctor was typically well-dressed and courteous, yet Gu Yizhen, clad in makeshift attire and worn-out shoes, bore a faint scar on his face that, coupled with his disdainful demeanor, hardly resembled that of a physician. He appeared more akin to a rogue than a healer. "Indeed, he is a doctor, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine," Shi asserted, her English proficient as she diligently conveyed Gu Yizhen's credentials to the foreigners. Gradually, smiles began to emerge on their faces as they began to accept the notion. "Doctor, please save my boyfriend. I cannot live without him," pleaded the foreign woman, shaking the arm of the bespectacled man. "Fear not, beautiful maiden, for with my presence, your boyfriend shall surely be fine," the bespectacled man declared with unwavering confidence. Indeed, he was quite an oddity, strolling about with a stethoscope in tow. He retrieved it from his pocket, listened to the front and back of the patient, then examined the foreigner's eyelids and pressed gently on his abdomen. After this series of actions, he furrowed his brow in silence. What could he say? He was trained in Western medicine and without instruments. He could only rely on his experience to make a conjecture. But this was a foreigner. He dared not make any wild guesses. "Doctor, what is wrong with him?" the foreign woman inquired. It appears he is suffering from an inguinal hernia. We must hasten to the hospital for surgery. There is a hospital not far from here, and I am the attending physician there. If you take him, I assure you he will receive the finest and swiftest care," he proclaimed. The bespectacled man wore a look of servility. "Indeed, one would think so," Gu Yizhen remarked, shaking his head as he turned to leave. "Humph. Why do you shake your head? He has indeed been afflicted with an inguinal hernia." "What do you mean by indeed? Are you questioning my diagnosis?" The bespectacled man's demeanor shifted dramatically from amiable toward the foreigner to one of hostility toward Gu Yizhen. No, I would never dare," Gu Yizhen retorted, his face a mask of disdain, unsure whether to scorn the misdiagnosis or the servile attitude toward foreigners. "You still claim not to dare? Your eyes betray your disbelief in my diagnosis," he continued. "Oh, I overheard your girlfriend mention that you are also a physician. Why don't you enlighten us about his ailment?" The bespectacled man rose, adopting a confrontational stance. "Is that so?" my girlfriend said. Gu Yizhen turned with a mischievous smile toward Shi and remarked, "Since my girlfriend claims that I am, then it must be true." "Humph. I don't believe you're a doctor. Do enlighten me. At which hospital do you practice?" the bespectacled man questioned. "Is it a prerequisite for a doctor to work in a hospital? What kind of logic is that?" Gu Yizhen observed him as though he were a fool. "Humph. Then you must be impersonating one, a quack doctor," the bespectacled man retorted. "He is indeed a doctor, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine." His skills Gu Yizhen remained unfazed. Yet Shi felt compelled to defend him. Traditional Chinese medicine? It can cure ailments? That is mere superstition. If you aspire to masquerade as a doctor to deceive others, you ought to employ a modicum of intellect and present yourself more convincingly. At your tender age, who would believe you are knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine? Those so-called practitioners are all seasoned individuals. By the looks of your attire, You must have just been dismissed from a factory, the bespectacled man screeched, as if he had stumbled upon the most ludicrous revelation in the world. Haha. Say what you will, regardless, I will not treat your foreign compatriots. You should swiftly take your foreign friend for surgery if the small intestine hernia is delayed too long. The small intestine may perish, Yizhen declared, turning to leave. The group of foreigners, unable to comprehend their conversation, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. However, the foreigner on the ground seemed to grasp some Mandarin. After overhearing their quarrel, he understood the gist of their discussion. Seeing Yizhen attempting to depart, he raised his hand to halt him but was rendered speechless by pain. His companion quickly intercepted Yizhen, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Keep your hands off me, you foreign fiend." Yizhen's face, slightly sinister and shadowed, coupled with a prominent scar, rendered him somewhat intimidating. The foreigner babbled away in a foreign tongue, but Yizhen neither comprehended his words nor had any desire to listen. Pushing aside the foreigner's hand and stepping toward the exit, "Yizhen, he seeks your assistance for his friend's ailment," Sure interjected. "He has no understanding of medicine." "Of course, he dares not stay," the bespectacled man retorted haughtily. "Traditional Chinese medicine? Humph, merely a collection of mystical nonsense designed to deceive. What ancestral secrets? What qi manipulation to cure ailments? Are these not the hallmarks of charlatans? I, a distinguished attending physician, would err? Countless patients have sought my expertise, yet they cannot secure an appointment." Yizhen turned sharply, glaring at the bespectacled man, and pointed at the foreigner on the ground. "Let me clarify. He is not suffering from a simple intestinal hernia. Rather, he is afflicted with a particularly rare type of typhoid fever. If left untreated, he will lose all functionality in that regard, without the need to take his pulse." Yizhen discerned that the foreigner was afflicted with a form of typhoid fever induced by excessive exertion in intimate relations the previous night. "Haha. What ailment do you propose he has? Speak up." The bespectacled man scoffed. "Particularly rare typhoid fever? Are you a fool, assuming everyone else is as well? Can typhoid fever cause such agony? If you're going to deceive, at least apply some thought. Do you think people will believe such drivel?" He laughed heartily. "I believe his words. He is a divine healer. Just a few days ago, he cured the sudden aphonia of host Shangguan live on television in mere minutes." A voice from the crowd suddenly chimed in, drawing out the final syllables. "Indeed, I recognize him now. He is that divine healer." Another exclaimed, "Divine healer, please. Take a look at my affliction." Someone cried out fervently, "Well, Yizhen has been recognized. It seems he saved Shangguan Jing's life and has consequently gained some notoriety. Haha, now you cannot escape. Go ahead and make your move," Sure said, tugging at Yizhen with a smile. Chapter 25. The consultation fee of 1,000 pounds. Yizhen glanced at Sure and replied, "Spare me. I will not attend to foreign devils, regardless of whether they are from the east or the west." Why? A healer's compassion knows no boundaries. In the eyes of a doctor, are there not merely patients, devoid of other distinctions? Sure was taken aback. This statement holds truth, yet it pertains to one's compatriots. After uttering this, Yizhen attempted to leave. "Hey, Yizhen, I believe you are mistaken. It is a physician's duty to save lives. And how can you differentiate between your fellow countrymen and foreigners?" Sure exclaimed, holding on to him tightly. "Are you daft? Do you think that by disregarding distinctions, they cease to exist? Let me tell you, even among our own people, those with yellow skin are treated as inferior in their own countries. Why then, when they arrive here, do you elevate them above our own?" Yizhen glared at Sure in indignation. "That is a reflection of their own character. Yet we, as a nation of propriety, should not emulate them," Sure countered. "Are you suggesting that repaying kindness with enmity is a mark of virtue?" Yizhen responded gravely. "They have not wronged you. What grievance do you harbor? They are merely foreign merchants here to conduct business. Must you be so xenophobic?" Sure felt incredulous. How could one possibly discriminate in matters of healing? She could not fathom Yizhen's disdain for foreigners. "They have not offended me, but their ancestors certainly have. Do you not recall the Eight-Nation Alliance?" Yizhen retorted. As soon as Yizhen uttered those words, the surrounding onlookers fell into an abrupt silence. "How can you be like this?" someone questioned. "Is it truly wise to harbor such resentment? Furthermore, their nation may not necessarily belong to those 8 countries," Sure remarked. "I do not bear hatred, rather. I remember history," Yizhen responded, turning to Sure. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor today. If they are not from those 8 nations, I shall extend my assistance. However, if they are indeed from one of those 8 countries, I regret to inform you that I am powerless to help." Sure was taken aback by Gu Yizhen's refusal to treat foreigners, contemplating the matter for a considerable time. Reluctantly, she inquired about the nationality of the foreign woman, considering that if she belonged to one of the 8 nations, she could simply fabricate a different country, for Gu Yizhen was not proficient in English. To her astonishment, the woman was indeed from one of the 8 nations. As Sure opened her mouth to suggest another country, she realized that, despite not understanding English, Gu Yizhen had comprehended the name of the woman's country. Are you attempting to fabricate a nationality? I understood you. They are indeed from one of those 8 nations. Tell them I can cure her ailment in a minute, but they must apologize on behalf of their ancestors and pay the consultation fee. Sure felt uncomfortable conveying such a message to the foreigners. However, the bespectacled man burst into laughter upon hearing this. A minute to cure her? How absurd. Does he think he is Sun Wukong or the Buddha, able to chant a few incantations and voil? He found it utterly amusing and translated Gu Yizhen's words for the others. The foreigners were taken aback, while they were indifferent to the payment. The notion of an apology left them bewildered. The bespectacled man remarked, that miraculous doctor, the one who possesses supernatural abilities, claimed that your ancestors were part of the 8-nation alliance, who once oppressed us. Thus, he demands an apology from you on behalf of your forebears before he will offer his healing. The other foreigners exchanged glances, uncertain of how to react. But the man on the ground was writhing in agony, struggling to muster his last ounce of strength as he pleaded, I apologize. I offer my sincerest apologies on behalf of my parents and grandparents. Please forgive them. The pain is unbearable. Now that he has apologized, will you proceed with the treatment? Sure implored. The consultation fee is 1,000, Gu Yizhen replied, unperturbed, his voice icy. The onlookers gasped at his audacity to demand such a sum. Isn't that a bit excessive, my friend? You claimed you could cure him within a minute, and yet you asked for 1,000 pounds? Sure and the bespectacled man were taken aback by his boldness. Tell him quickly, for if we delay, the treatment will become significantly more complicated, and it could cost at least 5,000 pounds, Gu Yizhen stated nonchalantly. You charlatan, a fraud with no genuine skill, posing as a doctor and daring to charge such exorbitant fees from our international friends. We must extend our hospitality and treat them free of charge, the bespectacled man exclaimed, his voice rising in indignation as if he were the one being extorted. Why are you so anxious? Are they your parents? He turned to Sure, insisting, you must tell him quickly. If we wait too long, the fees will only increase. Remembering the incident involving this fellow and Shun Wenlong's treatment, Sure realized he was indeed capable of delivering on his word. Saving a life was of utmost importance. It was best to communicate with them promptly. To his surprise, the foreign gentlemen were quite straightforward. As soon as Sure finished speaking, they promptly produced the money. Gu Yizhen accepted the payment while murmuring to himself, damn it, if it's less, I never expected these bastards to carry so much of their own currency here. All right. The consultation fee has been collected. Let us commence the treatment. My dear sir, could you kindly fetch a few scallions and a couple of liang of high-proof liquor from the restaurant downstairs? As he stuffed the money into his pocket, Gu Yizhen addressed the nearby security guard. Oh, I want to let you run this errand for free. Here is 300 for your trouble. Hurry along. Understood. I'll be right back. 300 is a sum that requires 2 days of labor, and the security guard dashed off. Gu Yizhen glanced at the items he received and exclaimed, crap, I forgot to ask you to roast them over a fire. Never mind. Let us find a lighter to do the job. The guard, being exceedingly attentive, produced a lighter and ignited a piece of cardboard to assist Gu Yizhen in roasting the scallions. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Gu Yizhen to say, that is enough. He crushed the roasted scallions into a cup and poured in 2 to 3 liang of the liquor. Now, drink this, I assure you. Your pain will vanish within a minute. Sure, this time, was quite eager, having translated his words before he finished speaking. Can this really cure my ailment? The foreigner inquired as he struggled to sit up. Indeed, I guarantee you will feel no pain in a minute. After you drink, I shall give you a massage, and you'll be ready for action again, Gu Yizhen replied coolly. The foreigner, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, decided to take a chance on the drink, downing it in 2 gulps. As the liquor coursed through his body, a wave of warmth surged towards his limbs, bringing a sense of relief. Especially the intense warmth that spread to his lower abdomen, untangling the knots in his intestines. Ah, this feels truly wonderful, the foreign man exclaimed as he stood up. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. It does not hurt at all, haha, he shouted enthusiastically, marveling at the miraculous occurrence. Ah, divine healer. You are indeed a divine healer. A few scallions and a cup of white wine have cured such a severe ailment. I believe it is his acupressure technique that holds the true significance. While the wine serves merely as a compliment, the onlookers were astonished, buzzing with discussion. The bespectacled man stood agape, unable to comprehend. This is impossible. Can such a method truly remedy a small intestine hernia? Divine healer, do not leave. I wish to be treated. Me too, wait. All right. Today I am fortunate to be with you all, but my time is limited. I will treat 3 individuals free of charge. Those wishing to be seen, please step forward. And I shall randomly select 3, Yizhen said with a smile. Chapter 26, come with us for a moment. After a brief moment of astonishment, a few foreigners departed. However, upon descending the stairs, they were confronted by a man and a woman who blocked their path. Hello. We are from the Special Investigation Team of the Consumer Association for Protecting Public Health, the woman announced. What is this organization? One might wonder. Even among locals. It seemed only she could provide clarity. The foreigners exchanged puzzled glances at these self-proclaimed representatives of some obscure association. Oh. We just heard that you spent 1,000 pounds to receive treatment from a man. Is that correct? The woman inquired. Oh yes. It was truly astonishing. This traditional Chinese medicine. It opened our eyes. The foreigners erupted into laughter upon hearing the mention of the earlier treatment. Indeed, it was utterly incredible. Moments before, they had been writhing in pain, on the verge of fainting, and yet, a mere few scallions and a cup of wine had miraculously alleviated their suffering. Congratulations on your recovery. Yet that individual is an unlicensed practitioner, which essentially means he is not a physician at all, thus rendering his actions illegal. Moreover, the exorbitant fees he charged you equate to fraud. The woman spoke fluent English, chattering away effortlessly, yet he indeed managed to cure my ailment. What do you mean by that? The foreigner, who had been writhing in agony moments ago, remarked curiously. Yizhen attended to 3 individuals present, prescribing remedies for them before departing the scene with sure. However, before they could descend the stairs, they were confronted by several police officers. You halt. One officer, whose visage was as stern as Judge Bao, pointed at Yizhen. Officer, is there a problem? Yizhen responded, taken aback. Did you just treat someone? The officer inquired. Indeed, it is the duty of every doctor to save lives and alleviate suffering. I merely performed a minor procedure to assist a foreigner, Yizhen replied with immense pride. And you charge for it? The officer pressed. Of course, even the act of saving lives requires sustenance, especially since they are foreigners. After all, their ancestors were the ones who invaded. Yizhen chuckled. Ah, that is indeed a point. However, are you truly a doctor? Do you possess a license? The officer continued. The officer's inquiry rendered Yizhen momentarily speechless. Although he was skilled in medicine, he lacked a formal qualification. Trouble was brewing, and he thought to himself. These officers ignore real criminals, yet come to intervene in my practice. Is that so? Then it's settled. Someone has reported you for practicing medicine without a license. Please accompany us, said the stern-faced officer. Officer, I am here to save lives. If I don't intervene, his condition will deteriorate. Is it a crime to save someone? Yizhen replied. Enough of your excuses. You are clearly practicing medicine illegally. Do you charge for saving lives? The officer retorted. Stop with the nonsense. Let's go. Whatever your reasoning is, present it to the judge in court. It won't matter to me, the officer insisted. So, it seems I must accompany you, Yizhen remarked. That is obvious. Do you dare to refuse? The officer sneered. You could choose not to go. But resisting arrest carries a penalty even more severe than practicing medicine without a license. The officer let out a sinister chuckle. Yizhen contemplated calling Zheng Chunhua but thought better of it. This was a trivial matter, and it would be unwise to involve others. After all, he was scheduled to visit the elderly man for a follow-up appointment tomorrow, and if he did not attend, the man would surely seek him out at the police station. Are you really contemplating resisting arrest? The officer mocked, giving Yizhen a shove. Fine, I'll go. Just don't push me. I warn you, if you continue this way, there will be consequences, Yizhen responded as he was escorted to the police car. Sure watched in alarm as Yizhen was taken away by the officers. Standing frozen in place, she reflected, this is all my fault. If I hadn't pressured him to treat that foreigner, he wouldn't be in this predicament. After a moment of self-reproach, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number, but hesitated and ultimately did not place the call. The phone call could not be made. If Uncle Quan were to lend his assistance, he would surely discover her identity as the daughter of the esteemed president of the Sure Corporation. She wished to keep this truth hidden from him, at least for the time being. However, one cannot simply abandon a person in distress. Although engaging in unlicensed medical practice had not resulted in any mishap, and indeed had saved a life, it remained an unlawful act. The likelihood of prosecution was uncertain. Yet it was undeniable that without some form of intervention, detention was inevitable. Sure dialed Xinhua Long's number to inform him that their savior had been taken by the Futian police station. Yizhen had been brought to the police station, where a stern-faced officer unceremoniously tossed him into a holding cell without so much as a question. The so-called black room was, in fact, the detention chamber. It reeked of foul odors, and upon his entry, he found 4 or 5 individuals already confined within. Among them was a burly man resembling Zhang Fei, a gaunt figure who looked like a specter of illness, and 3 youths with hair dyed in vibrant hues of red and green. Chapter 27. Unable to conceal the sky, another piglet has arrived. The denizens of the streets referred to the holding cell as the pigsty, and accordingly, the detainees were dubbed piglets. As Yizhen was shoved into the cell, the bearded giant erupted in laughter. Oh dear, a pale-faced scholar. Surely, he isn't here to be a kept man for a wealthy lady, is he? Quipped a youth with crimson hair. Nonsense. I reckon he's a master of intricate skills. Just look at those hands. They are undoubtedly skilled, remarked another. Indeed, Yizhen's fingers were long and strong, his nails meticulously trimmed and clean, presenting an appearance akin to that of a thief. Silence. You always have to meddle in everything. If you don't shut up, I swear I'll beat you, barked the bearded giant. The 2 young men fell silent and retreated to a corner. Come sit over here, brother. In the detention room, there was a cement platform that rose about 40 to 50 centimeters above the ground, 2 meters deep, spanning the length of the room. This served as the bed and activity space for the detainees. The bearded man occupied nearly a third of the space and patted the adjacent cement slab, beckoning Yizhen over. Yizhen understood that this man was the leader of the detention room and wished to avoid conflict, so he took a seat beside him. Brother, what are you in for? The bearded giant inquired. They say I practiced medicine illegally, Yizhen replied. Oh, so you're a doctor? Is curing the sick now a crime? What a bizarre world this has become, the bearded man cursed. Humph, I bet this kid was treating someone else's wife and ended up in trouble. Otherwise, how could a doctor be caught here? Interjected the red-haired man. Nowadays, practicing medicine requires a qualification certificate. Treating patients without one is illegal, remarked the black monkey. Ah, I see, said the bearded man. So you lack a certificate but claim to know medicine? Which doctor in history had a qualification certificate? They've been treating ailments for thousands of years without one. Understanding medicine is not necessarily tied to possessing a certificate, Yizhen countered. You make a valid point. Come, examine me. I've been feeling discomfort in my stomach lately. With a sensation of heaviness and nausea, the bearded man said. No need for an examination. Your stomach is fine. It's your liver that's problematic. It seems your liver qi is affecting your stomach, Yizhen stated. Yizhen remarked. There are 2 individuals here addicted to drugs. You truly have a gastrointestinal issue, and it appears quite severe. You have been suffering from this ailment for several years, haven't you? He directed his words toward the gaunt figure resembling a black monkey. His statement left the gathering in astonishment. How on earth does this young man know? Indeed, among the 5 present, 2 were drug users, and the emaciated figure had been afflicted with stomach troubles for years. How did you come to know this? The monkey-like individual inquired. It is difficult to explain how I know, but your condition has reached a critical stage, and it may have even progressed to gastric cancer. I advise you to seek a thorough examination and consult a reputable physician once you are released, Yizhen replied. His discernment stemmed from the pervasive stench in the cramped holding cell, where all bodily functions occurred within the same confined space, resulting in an atmosphere thick with foul air. The lingering odor of urine provided him with the necessary clues for his diagnosis. Alas, how blind fate can be to have imprisoned a healer such as myself. How many lives will be delayed in seeking treatment because of this? Lamented the bearded giant as he pounded his fist against the concrete slab. Friend, would you care to share the circumstances of your arrest? The gaunt figure queried. Well, there isn't much to recount, Yizhen replied, though he proceeded to recount the incident of treating a foreign client at the jewelry market. Bravo, my brother. Well done. That scoundrel deserves an apology. However, I must say, charging a mere 1,000 yuan seems rather insufficient. The bearded man applauded. Friend, have you offended someone recently? I have a suspicion that the person who reported you is far from an ordinary citizen. To be frank, an average citizen wouldn't concern themselves with your qualifications. If you can heal, you are deemed a good doctor. Who would be so petty as to report you? The black monkey disease cat spoke. Gu Yizhen pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "What this brother said is indeed correct. Someone must be attempting to frame me. Damn it. This scoundrel is clinging to me relentlessly. Do you know who it is?" inquired the bearded man. "It must be that young fellow from the Wang family. Alas, I merely made a jest, and it has spiraled into this predicament. Next time I encounter him, I shall teach him a proper lesson." Gu Yizhen had come to realize that this matter was most likely instigated by Wang Sanyu. The Wang family? Are you referring to the Wang family from Beijing? The one that has constructed the most buildings in the city? Asked the black monkey disease cat. "My friend, you are indeed remarkable to dare provoke that second-generation heir. I admire you. I have heard that this young man is notoriously narrow-minded and ruthless. To have entangled yourself with him, yet emerge unscathed, is truly astonishing." The black monkey disease cat remarked. "Is he really that formidable?" "I wouldn't say so. He merely leads a few ruffians to bully the kind-hearted." Gu Yizhen replied with a nonchalant smile. "Haha, so it seems Wang Sanyu is indeed a formidable character, quick to leave corpses strewn across the streets. Young man, are you affiliated with him? Why hasn't he bailed you out? The Wang family is wealthy and influential. A simple phone call could have extricated you," Gu Yizhen scoffed. "He just doesn't know yet. If he were aware of my presence here, he would undoubtedly arrange for my release. As for you, you're doomed. Brace yourself for imprisonment," said the red-haired man. "Rest assured, I guarantee I will be out before you. Do not think the Wang family can cover the heavens with one hand." Gu Yizhen maintained his composure, for he knew that Shir would surely devise a means of escape. He understood that this young girl was far from ordinary. Furthermore, even if Shir does not devise a plan, tomorrow he must attend to the re-examination of old man Zhang, and Zhang Chunhua will undoubtedly seek him out. "Brother, have they assisted you in recording your statement?" "I surmise they will not aid you in this regard. Instead, they will compose a statement themselves and then harass you for 2 days, causing you to be in a daze while you sign it. Remember, do not sign anything under any circumstances." The bearded man is indeed familiar with these tactics. "Oh, is this not reminiscent of the old society? Do the current law enforcement agencies still engage in such practices?" "Not generally, but there are a few who have accepted bribes and violate the law. You must have been apprehended by that dark-faced figure. He is the most notorious in this precinct." The sickly cat resembling a black monkey remarked. "Indeed, it is he," Gu Yizhen replied. "Brother, what is your name?" "I am called Zhang Fei. I estimate it will take some time before I am released, and I wish to entrust you with a task." That bearded man does bear a certain resemblance to the infamous Zhang Fei. "Oh," Gu Yizhen responded. "Brother Zhang, what is it that you require?" "I shall do my utmost once I am free. However, I am uncertain when that will be," Gu Yizhen added. "Fear not. Your release will be swift. A mere deputy chief of a small precinct cannot wield significant power. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Wubian, a gambler, known in the casinos as the Thousand-Handed Guanyin. Damn it, I am a man, you know," the sickly cat resembling a black monkey retorted. Chapter 28. Keep your eyes open. "Oh, if that is the case, I shall rest easy." He paused momentarily, and then said, "Brother Zhang, please tell me what you need me to do." "Very well. I appreciate your candor." Zhang Fei whispered into Gu Yizhen's ear for a while, to which Gu Yizhen nodded incessantly, responding with murmurs of agreement. "Rest assured, the first thing I shall attend to upon my departure is this matter," Zhang Fei declared. In response, Gu Yizhen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Once I am free, let us enjoy a couple of drinks together." Zhang Fei was immensely pleased. "My friend Gu, I too have a matter to entrust to you, if I may," Feng Wubian remarked. "Of course, why ever not? Please, go ahead," Gu Yizhen replied as he shifted closer, taking a seat beside Feng Wubian. "My request is rather simple. You are to find a woman named Lin Xianye at the Long Way Club and deliver this item to her." Feng Wubian opened his palm, revealing a snow-white tooth, approximately 2 inches long, curving to a sharp point, attached to a slender cord. The origin of this tooth remained a mystery. Gu Yizhen accepted the tooth, running his fingers over it and noticing some inscriptions. This item seemed to be a token of Feng Wubian, which he carefully tucked away for safekeeping. After a long day of work, Li, the director of the Futon police station, had planned to enjoy a romantic evening out with his wife, indulging in a lovely dinner. However, just as they had placed their order, the phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Shen Wulong. Although this man was not among the city's wealthiest, he was the head of the largest catering enterprise in the area, thus necessitating a careful approach. "Director Li, do you have any directives for me?" Li inquired, conscious of the influence Shen held and the importance of maintaining a good relationship. "I do not presume to give directives. but I have a small matter that requires your assistance. Shen Wenlong replied in a serious tone. Mr. Shen, you are being overly courteous. Please, feel free to speak your mind. He did not wish to dampen the mood of his dinner with his wife. The matter is this. I have a friend named Yizhen who has been apprehended by your people. Is there any way, directorly, that you could facilitate his release? Shen Wenlong inquired. Oh, Yizhen, captured by my men. Can you enlighten me as to the reason behind this capture? Li Li's heart raced. Could it be that that scoundrel, Zhang Difu, is once again engaged in some extortion? While such endeavors may be permissible, one ought to exercise discernment. Yet, who is this Yizhen that warrants a personal call from Shen Wenlong? Directorly, how would I know the reasons behind your men's actions? Are you not aware of the nature of your subordinates? All I am aware of is that he is a physician, the very one who saved my life just yesterday. I care not for your justifications. It is imperative that you release him at once, Shen Wenlong demanded with ire. All right, Mr. Shen. There is no need to be alarmed. I shall attend to this matter shortly, Li Li replied, albeit with a tinge of irritation. Internally, Li Li felt vexed. What does wealth signify? Does it elevate one's status to the point that they can treat me, a respectable police chief, as a mere subordinate? Damn it. I am about to dine with my wife. What difference does it make if that Yizhen is detained a bit longer? Work is paramount. If there are matters to attend to, you should pursue them. After all, it is merely a dinner. Anniversaries occur every year, don't they? His wife, however, was understanding. However, Li Li held a different opinion. With a wry smile, he remarked, what nonsense. It's that owner of the well-known chicken franchise. One of his so-called friends has been apprehended, and he dares to order me to facilitate their release. How presumptuous. Moments later, as the meal was served and he was about to indulge, his phone rang again. Without a glance, he angrily ended the call. Is it too much to ask for a little peace? It's after working hours, for goodness sake. Yet, the moment he dismissed the call, it rang once more. Can't you even check who is calling? It could be a call from a superior, his wife remarked, understanding the peculiarities of Li Li's profession. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he cursed under his breath. Indeed, it was a superior, or at least a figure of authority, the captain of the municipal criminal police. Zhou Wenwu. What could he want? Hello, Captain Zhou, what is the matter? Li Li knew he couldn't ignore these calls. They might pertain to an urgent case. Li. There's a minor issue, Zhou Wenwu replied candidly. Please, go on, Captain. Is there a case requiring our station's cooperation? Li Li forced a smile. It turned out that it was indeed a matter of a case. I've heard that your station has detained someone named Yizhen. It would be best if you could release him, Zhou Wenwu stated. Li Li's heart sank. Not him again. Who exactly is Yizhen? And why does Captain Zhou concern himself with him after Shen Wenlong's call? Surely, the black-faced god has made an erroneous arrest? He was acutely aware of who the black-faced god was, and if it were truly a mistake, an apology could suffice. They could simply release the person. However, if it involves colluding with certain individuals for dubious activities, this matter seems complicated. Zhou Wenwu made a call to Li Li because the CEO of the Shi Corporation had reached out to him. Shi waited the entire afternoon without receiving a call from Yizhen, knowing that he had not yet been released. If he had been freed, he would have certainly contacted her regardless of the circumstances. Shen Wenlong, that scoundrel, is indeed a fair-weather friend who neglects his benefactor in times of need. She contemplated alternative solutions. In fact, if she were to reach out to her mother, it would merely require a phone call. After all, the Shi Corporation stands as the second-largest economic entity in the city, contributing significantly to the local economy. Yet, she was reluctant to seek her mother's assistance. Now, her only option was to approach the group's CEO, Zhao Chuanfu. Zhao Chuanfu had long harbored affection for his employer, Jean Furong, the president of the Shi Corporation, and thus regarded Shi as his own daughter. Naturally, he would be at her service for any requests. However, he deemed this trivial issue unworthy of involving the municipal leadership. Instead, he sought Zhou Wenwu, who happened to be a fellow townsman and an acquaintance, to communicate with the police station and facilitate her release. The more Li Li pondered this, the more he felt something amiss. If this Yizhen were merely an ordinary doctor, Shen Wenlong would not have made a personal call, nor would Zhou Wenwu have intervened. This suggests that this individual might indeed be Shen Wenlong's savior, possibly even connected to Zhou Wenwu in some way. He hastily consumed a few bites of food and exchanged a few words with his wife before hurrying toward the police station, when suddenly, the phone rang again. Curse it. This time it's a call from Deputy Director Zhong Chunhua. Damn it. I hope Director Zhong isn't calling regarding that Yizhen matter. As fate would have it, Zhong Chunhua is indeed calling about Gu Yizhen. This is because Shun Wenlong informed him that his savior had been apprehended, and he is seeking assistance to secure their release. Zhong Chunhua, upon hearing this, was astounded. After all, that young man is also a benefactor to his elder. He is scheduled for a follow-up consultation tomorrow. After the call with Li Li, he still felt uneasy and decided it was prudent to pay a visit in person. Chapter 29. Why are you here? Li Li could no longer remain seated. He set down his chopsticks and hurried towards the police station. Damn it, black-faced god, keep causing trouble. Today you finally hit a wall. Throughout the journey, he pondered how he could provide Zhong Chunhua with a satisfactory explanation. He could not afford to leave a negative impression on Zhong Chunhua, especially since he had heard that he was already slated for promotion next year. Whether he could transition to the municipal bureau or remain in his current position depended on Zhong Chunhua's influence. Upon returning to the station, he found that the black-faced god and his two closest officers were absent, and he understood they must have gone out to enjoy themselves. His intuition proved correct. Zhang Difu, the black-faced god, was currently out drinking with two of his subordinates and Wang Sanyo. Zhang, you've done well this time. Let us toast. Wang Sanyo said to Zhang Difu. Haha, this is but a small matter. You're too kind, Wang Xiao. Come, everyone, let us raise a glass to Wang Xiao. Zhang Difu replied. Everyone knew the extent of the Wang family's influence in Beijing, and cultivating a good relationship with Wang Sanyu would undoubtedly yield benefits in various aspects. After they finished their drinks, the bystanders refilled their cups, and Wang Sanyu smiled as he inquired, Zhang, how do you plan to handle that young man? What does Wang Xiao intend to do? Zhang Difu inquired. Heh, do you think what I wish to do is within your capacity to execute? Wang Sanyu retorted. I would like him to languish in a penal institution for 2 years. Can you manage that? Well, that would be unfeasible, considering he saved a life. And far too many witnesses are present to permit any foul play, Zhang Difu replied. Then that settles it. What do you propose we do? Wang Sanyu asked. Detaining him for 2 months is acceptable, followed by a fine, Zhang Difu suggested. Alas, merely holding him for a brief spell and imposing a small fine seems far too lenient, Wang Sanyu remarked. Ah, indeed. You are quite perceptive, Director Zhang. It seems you are truly adept at navigating these matters. Wang Sanyu chuckled heartily. Yes, I will proceed forthwith, he said. Although Xiao Wang agreed. He was uncertain whether to contact Deputy Director Zhang first or to bring in the individual directly. However, just as he settled into his office, before he could retrieve anyone, the door swung open and a middle-aged man stepped inside. Who is it? Do you not understand the courtesy of knocking? He scolded without lifting his gaze. Director Li, I did knock, but you simply did not hear, the newcomer replied calmly. My goodness, why does that voice sound so familiar? Li thought, raising his head to find none other than Deputy Director Zhang. What could he possibly want at this hour? Surely, he is not here concerning that Gu Yizhen matter. He even called ahead and came personally. What sort of individual is he? Ah, Director Zhang, what brings you here? Please, take a seat. I was so flustered by the situation that I failed to hear your knock. My sincerest apologies. Li quickly donned a gracious demeanor, ushering the newly arrived Zhong Chunhua to the sofa before preparing a cup of tea and presenting it to him, regardless of the circumstances. Let us consider for a moment, if Zhong Chunhua had indeed come for Gu Yizhen, he could merely express that he had just learned of this matter. As for any blame, let the dark-faced deity bear it. Oh, what has caused Director Li to be so infuriated? Zhong Chunhua spoke slowly. Li was overjoyed. It seemed that Director Zhang was intentionally providing him a way out. He immediately feigned an expression of profound indignation and lamented, Alas, it is entirely my fault for not maintaining proper oversight. I have already dispatched someone to bring him in. The Gu Yizhen mentioned by Director Zhang is indeed in the holding room. It is prudent to admit one's faults. For leaders tend to favor those who are willing to acknowledge their mistakes. Oh, is it truly so? Zhang Chunhua inquired. Upon hearing from Shun Wenlong that Gu Yizhen had been apprehended by the police station, he was indeed quite furious. His father's health had significantly improved. He could now rise from bed and eat independently, albeit with some lingering weakness and lack of coordination. Yet, Gu Yizhen had assured him that a few more treatments would lead to complete recovery. However, if Gu Yizhen were unable to continue assisting his father due to this arrest, all previous efforts would have been in vain. Shun Wenlong had called Zhong Chunhua because he sensed that Li's attention was somewhat lacking during their conversation. After hanging up, he realized that this matter could not be delayed any further. He had heard that fights often broke out in places where inmates were held, with old inmates bullying the newcomers. If Gu Yizhen were to be injured, Even if he were released, he would not be able to assist with the follow-up treatment, leaving his own recovery still unattainable. No, it was imperative to find someone to secure his immediate release. As the proprietor of a relatively well-known enterprise, he undoubtedly had acquaintances among the heads of various municipal departments. However, it was Zhong Chunhua with whom he was most familiar, particularly since he was involved in law enforcement. Consequently, he sought Zhang Chunhua's assistance. What he did not anticipate was that Zhong Chunhua's father was also undergoing treatment from Yizhen. This time, he had truly found the right person, indeed, exceedingly so. What am I here for? I am here to ascertain the identities of those you have apprehended for illegal medical practices. Humph. If you fail to resolve this matter for me today, I shall make you rue the day. The mention of his purpose reignited Zhong Chunhua's anger. He had long harbored a disdainful relationship with the black-faced deity, who, leveraging the influence of his sister's husband in the municipal office, had persistently opposed him and sought to exploit his weaknesses for quite some time. Where are they? Bring them to me, Zhong Chunhua commanded. They will be brought over shortly. I have already dispatched someone to fetch them, he replied, pulling open the office door and calling out, Xiaowang, why is it taking you so long? Report to the director, the individual will be here momentarily. Xiaowang responded from the far end of the corridor. Chapter 30. A dignified departure. Old Zhang, is this the lad you apprehended? Is there irrefutable evidence? Li Li was attempting to ensnare Zhang Difu, for where there are people, there is conflict. Naturally, illegal medical practices, extortion, and exorbitant profits were all substantiated by ample evidence. As Zhang Difu walked, he affirmed, the confession has already been prepared. I shall treat him to a late-night snack shortly and conveniently have him sign it. The so-called midnight snack is akin to a brutal beating. Indeed, this punishment inflicts a torment that leaves one yearning for life, yet fails to leave any visible scars, rendering any medical examination futile. Well, it appears you have dug your own grave this time, and it seems you shall be buried quite deeply. What does it mean that the confession has long been prepared? This is an overt fabrication of injustice. Li Li and Zhang Difu's confrontation with Su, and the clarity with which Zhong Chunhua overheard it, is audacious. Who granted him such audacity? Zhong Chunhua silently acknowledged the peril. Had he not intervened personally, they would have meticulously fabricated all the evidence. To extract Yizhen would indeed require considerable effort, as even the chief could not arbitrarily release a criminal with irrefutable evidence and a confession. Unwilling to squander any more time, Zhong Chunhua stepped outside and declared, the individual was brought here at my behest, and I intend to take him away. Deputy Director Zhang, please ensure that the evidence you have collected in your case summary are delivered to me by tomorrow. And do remember, evidence must not be altered any further. Of course, should you wish to withhold this case file from me, you may also submit a resignation letter. I shall show leniency towards your brother-in-law and allow you to depart from the police force with dignity. It is finished, utterly finished. His implication is clear. Either I dismiss you for deliberately orchestrating a miscarriage of justice, with the evidence being your own responsibility, or you may resign, thus preserving some semblance of honor. Zhongju, I. Upon witnessing Zhang Chunhua exit Li Li's office, Zhang Difu's countenance turned ashen, his heart plummeting as if plunged into an icy abyss. It is over, truly over. This Zhong is notorious for his unyielding integrity. Mr. Go, let us depart. Without even glancing at him, Zhong Chunhua beckoned Yizhen to enter the vehicle and leave. As he watched Zhong Chunhua's car recede into the distance, Zhang Difu gritted his teeth and pointed at Li Li, exclaiming, You, Li, have betrayed me. You have only yourself to blame for your demise. Had you not been greedy for the scraps thrown your way, you would not find yourself embroiled in such trivial matters, nor would this situation have arisen. With that, Li Li departed without uttering a word. You didn't get beaten, did you? Zhong Chunhua inquired once inside the car. How could that be? It's not so easy to strike me, Yizhen replied. Is that so? You appear to be nothing more than a frail scholar. Pray tell, do you possess any martial skills? Zhong Chunhua remarked, glancing at Yizhen. In truth, since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have been intertwined. Those versed in traditional medicine often have some martial prowess. However, I am rather indolent and have not devoted myself to learning it diligently. Nonetheless, I can indeed apply a few techniques. Yet, I firmly believe that in a skirmish, intellect is of utmost importance. Although Yizhen expressed such sentiments, he inwardly yearned for the day he could master the Gu family boxing style and refine his innate internal energy. Oh, so you consider yourself a brain eater? Yet, how did you end up detained at the police station? Zhong Chunhua queried. Many occurrences are predestined. If one attempts to forcibly alter them, it is tantamount to rebelling against fate. Being apprehended by them may not necessarily be a misfortune. Indeed, this incident has aided your police force in eliminating an unqualified officer. Has it not? Yizhen retorted. Moreover, had I truly wished to avoid this, they would not have been able to detain me. Haha. Have you now transformed into a philosophical sage? Zhong Chunhua laughed heartily. Indeed, I anticipated your arrival to extricate me, hence I refrained from engaging in a futile dispute, remarked Yizhen. Oh, so I too was part of your calculations, replied Zhong Chunhua. No, my calculations were concerning Shun Wenlong. I did not expect him to be absent while you arrived in his stead. Yizhen believed that Shi would undoubtedly devise a means to liberate him, and the individual she sought was most certainly Shin Wenlong. With his identity, extricating him would be a trivial matter. In fact, it was Shin Wenlong who informed me of this situation, Zhang Chunhua continued. Ah, I see. I shall make a phone call. Yizhen thought that since he had emerged, he ought to notify Shi. However, he was perplexed that she did not answer his calls, having hung up twice. In truth, it was not that she was unwilling to listen, but rather that it was inconvenient for her to do so, as she was presently undergoing a review by the 3 departments. In the grandest and most opulent villa within the Ban Mountain Villa district, Shi knelt with poise in the hall. Opposite her sat a woman of maturity and striking allure, who was none other than Shi's mother, Jean Furong, the president of the Shi Corporation. Although Jean Furong had surpassed 40 years of age, she appeared no older than her early 30s. Those unaware would readily mistake her for Shi's sister. At that moment, Jean Furong's countenance was far from pleasant, clearly indicating her displeasure. Speak. Who is the individual that has been apprehended? What is your connection to him, and what is his occupation? It turned out that he was interrogating Shi. Shi cast a glare at Zhao Chuanfu, who was seated on the sofa to the right of Jean Furong. She harbored an intense loathing for him. Despite their prior agreement that he would not divulge her plea for assistance to her mother, he had shamelessly contradicted himself. I had mentioned that he was merely a friend, that his arrest was orchestrated by someone intent on ruining him, an elaborate scheme. Naturally, Shi suspected Wang Sanya was behind this mischief. A friend? A conspiracy? Who is he truly, and why would anyone wish to harm him? How many times must I repeat myself? You are of noble lineage. Do not recklessly associate with those of questionable character. Why do you persist in ignoring my counsel? Are you intent on driving me to despair? A decent person cannot possibly become a target of malice without cause. He must have erred, mustn't he? Jean Furong was incensed. How could this girl so carelessly mingle with such dubious individuals? He is not one of those dubious characters. He is a kind-hearted and upright doctor, a genuinely good person. Are you aware of how many impoverished children he has single-handedly supported in their education? Why, in your eyes, does it seem that only the wealthy heirs and second-generation officials are worthy, while everyone else is deemed unworthy? To me, those who ride on the coattails of their parents, the spoiled and ineffectual, are the truly worthless, mere gilded exteriors concealing nothing but emptiness. I refuse to befriend such detritus. Shi exclaimed passionately, her words tumbling out in a flurry. This was insubordination. How dare she retort? Uncle Quan, have someone keep an eye on her. She is not permitted to go anywhere beyond school, and may only associate with those individuals I approve of, until she acknowledges her errors. Shi has always been a well-behaved girl, rarely raising her voice. However, her conduct today has left her in a state of shock. Chapter 31. He is still a divine physician. Uncle Quan, whose full name is Zhao Chuanfu, is the CEO of the Shi family enterprise and a comrade of Shi's father, Shi Letian, in their endeavors. Thus, although he holds the title of CEO, he essentially serves as the chief steward of the Shi household, overseeing matters both within the company and at home. Consequently, in informal settings, Jean Furong often humbles herself, addressing him as Uncle Quan alongside her daughter. For many years, Zhao Chuanfu has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Shi family, not only to repay the kindness shown to him by Shi Letian, but also because he harbors another sentiment, his affection for Jean Furong. As a result, he has remained single throughout these years. Jean Furong has been a widow for quite some time, yet she appears disinclined to contemplate remarriage. Although she does not present herself as a mother of a daughter in her 3rd year of university, she continues to radiate charm and allure. In truth, she has always attracted admirers, but she has never entertained such thoughts. Zhao Chuanfu, with affection for both the family and its members, regards Shi as his own daughter. Thus, he dutifully informs Jean Furong of any matters concerning Shi. When Shi suddenly requested him to assist in retrieving someone apprehended by the police, he complied with her request. However, he chose not to conceal this from Jean Furong, for he deemed it a significant issue that such a girl as Shi would associate with someone in police custody, necessitating her knowledge. He believed he was entirely justified in his actions, yet Shi perceived him as treacherous and untrustworthy, which incited her profound anger that lingered even until the following day. Shi, you are still upset with Uncle Quan, aren't you? Please don't be angry with me. I apologize sincerely and would like to treat you to a French feast. How does dining at Pai Pai restaurant sound? I have already made reservations and will come to pick you up shortly. As noon approached the next day, Zhao Chuanfu called Shi. Humph. How foolish of me to place my trust in you, only for you to betray me at the first opportunity. I shall never trust you again, and do not expect my forgiveness. Shi retorted, her voice brimming with indignation. Truly, you cannot forgive me? What a pity, for that French meal will go to waste. Shi had always adored French cuisine. Whenever she was upset, a meal at a French restaurant would invariably bring a smile to her face. However, that was a thing of the past. Ever since that fateful day when she and Yizhen discovered that Pai Pai restaurant served blood-tinged cod, she vowed never to dine there again. Humph, do not think to entice me with your pretentious French cuisine. I swear, I shall never indulge in such ostentatious Western dishes again. Save your childish tricks for someone else, you pretentious foreigner. After uttering those words, Shi paused, covering her mouth in shock. Oh my, how could I have said something so coarse? How could I insult Uncle Quan by calling him a pretentious foreigner? Shi was taken aback by her own transformation, while Zhao Chuanfu was equally astonished by Shi's change. She had been deeply influenced by Western education, embodying the poise and demeanor of European aristocracy. How could she now reject Western cuisine and speak so crudely, even labeling it as pretentious? Unbeknownst to Shi, she had already been assimilated by Yizhen. The mere fact that she had been transformed by another individual in such a brief span of time could only signify one thing. She had developed feelings for that person. She had come to identify with him, to emulate him, albeit without her own awareness. Certainly, Shi was oblivious to her burgeoning affection for Yizhen. She merely perceived him as someone exceptional, which led her to frequently ponder him, his unwavering focus during medical treatments, the faint scar adorning his face, and his slightly mischievous smile. What's the matter? Are you at a loss for words? If so, I shall end the call, Shi remarked after a moment's silence. Having heard no response from Zhao Quanfeng, I have arrived. What do you wish to discuss? An hour later, Shi reached the restaurant adjacent to the Shi family headquarters. Once seated in the private room, she addressed Zhao Quanfeng. In truth, over the years, she had come to regard Zhao Quanfeng as family. Her willingness to come signified that she had long since forgiven him. It was no surprise, as one matures, one inevitably makes one's own choices, no longer swayed by misguided influences. This was akin to the evolution of one's palate. Growing up entails a shift in tastes. What she meant was that, in her youth, she had been misled by them. Zhao Quanfeng observed that this girl had undergone significant changes in just a few days. This was not mere youthful bravado, but a profound transformation from within. Who could have instigated such a change? Was it truly that person who had been apprehended by the police? Do you genuinely believe so? Did you not consider that to be refined? Indeed. Shi suddenly realized that Uncle Quan was rather admirable after all. Elegance is not determined by the manner in which one consumes food. The pretense of delicately slicing a piece of meat and placing it in one's mouth does not embody sophistication. To consume undercooked meat is, in itself, a form of barbarism. This reflects Zhao Chuanfu's perspective, yet he articulated it in a manner akin to Yizhen. Consequently, Shi suddenly perceived Uncle Quan as a rather admirable individual, casting aside her previous grievances regarding his unreliability. Indeed, Uncle Quan, you share this sentiment as well? Why did you not express it to me earlier? Shi exclaimed with delight. Has anyone else voiced such thoughts? After all, Shi was a girl of unpretentious nature, and within 3 exchanges, Zhao Chuanfu deftly shifted the topic. Ah, you are unaware. He further stated that when our nation was developing its diverse culinary traditions, Westerners were still indulging in raw flesh. The notion of nobility is merely ostentation. When it comes to cuisine, he believes that Chinese food reigns supreme, embodying a perfect harmony of color, fragrance, flavor, and healthfulness. Shi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Alas, this child has developed an affection for someone. I wonder what sort of person he might be. Is he the one who was apprehended by the police? Zhao Chuanfu mused inwardly. Oh, who is this he you speak of? He sounds like a remarkably learned individual, possessing profound insights into both Chinese and foreign cultures. You must introduce me to him when the opportunity arises, Zhao Chuanfu remarked. As for him, I believe he is not only knowledgeable, but also a miraculous healer, Shi replied, her smile radiant as a flower. Chapter 32. She has developed affection for him. Observing Shi's somewhat infatuated demeanor, Zhao Chuanfu discerned that this individual had secured a rather significant position in her heart. Yet, he pondered whether the girl herself had realized that she had indeed developed feelings for this person. It was imperative to swiftly ascertain the identity of this individual. He felt a sense of duty to do so, as he held affection for her mother and regarded her as his own daughter. However, he questioned whether the one she admired was truly a remarkable individual. As a woman of a prestigious family, did she possess the autonomy to choose her beloved? He was aware that the Wang family had already approached Jin Furong, expressing their desire for a union between their families. The alliance of the foremost and second-largest enterprises in Beijing would constitute a formidable partnership, a notion that greatly intrigued Jin Furong. Furthermore, a marriage with the Wang family would not only offer mutual support and complementarity in business, but also provide a stronger defense against pressures from both within and beyond the family. As a widow wielding the power of the Shi family, there had long been murmurs of discontent among her relatives. Hearing you speak this way makes me rather eager to meet him. What kind of person is he truly? You mentioned he is a divine physician. Is his medical skill truly exceptional? Which hospital does he serve as a chief physician? Regardless, it was essential to clarify who this person was. He found it peculiar that a doctor would be apprehended by the police. Could they possibly be referring to the same individual? He is not a hospital physician. He is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. However, his medical skills are genuinely remarkable. I have personally witnessed him curing several patients. By the way, did you not see the news a couple of days ago about the renowned host who committed suicide? The hospital's expert had spent an entire night unable to determine the cause of a case of aphonia, yet he managed to cure it in a mere 10 minutes. Shi exclaimed with enthusiasm. This truly put Zhao Chuanfu to the test. His time was exceedingly precious, meticulously planned down to the minute. He only watched 2 types of television programs, financial news and policy updates. He had no time for anything else. He would never indulge in the sensational gossip surrounding the tragic demise of a glamorous host. Is it truly the case? Is he really that remarkable? A condition that stumped the experts was resolved in just over 10 minutes? Zhao Chuanfu suddenly found himself intrigued. Earlier, he sought out Yizhen for sure, feeling a sense of responsibility, but now his curiosity was piqued for his own sake. He harbored deep feelings for Jin Furong, yet had never dared to express them, not even in the slightest. He believed himself unworthy. At present, he felt less than a man, questioning his right to admire such an exceptional woman. He suffered from a malady that had plagued him for years. While other ailments could be discussed, this was a man's affliction, the one most feared by men. With his vitality diminished, how could he ever confess his feelings to Jin Furong? The condition of impotence, though not uncommon globally, varies in causes and treatments. Some find a cure, while others do not. Zhao Chuanfu had sought treatment for 2 or 3 years without any improvement. If the individual Shi spoke of was indeed as remarkable as she claimed, perhaps he possessed a solution. What I say is undoubtedly true. Why would I deceive you? Shi replied. Indeed, I trust your words are true. In our vast nation, we encounter all manner of individuals, and the presence of miraculous healers has never been lacking. He paused for a moment before continuing. Is this the friend who was taken to the police station? Yes, it is infuriating. I cannot fathom how these officers conduct themselves. Just yesterday, he treated an urgent ailment for a foreigner at the jewelry market, and as soon as he descended the stairs, the police apprehended him, accusing him of practicing medicine illegally and extorting money. It is utterly absurd. The fee was willingly given by the foreigner. Uncle Quan, I am determined to file a complaint against those officers. How dare they treat a good person as a criminal? I shall accuse them of their arbitrary enforcement. Shi exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Indeed, the quality of some officers does leave much to be desired. However, does he not possess a qualification certificate? Practicing medicine now requires certification, Zhao Chuanfu remarked. What matters more, a piece of paper or saving a life? At that moment, the foreigner was writhing in agony, drenched in cold sweat, while the ambulance took an eternity to arrive. Are we to disregard the opportunity to save him simply due to a lack of a so-called qualification certificate? Shi retorted passionately. You have a valid point. If one must possess a certificate to save a life, Such a requirement is indeed inappropriate. However, saving lives and practicing medicine are two distinct matters. Zhao Chuanfu struggled to comprehend this dilemma. I care not. They are merely enforcing the law arbitrarily. Humph. One day, when they themselves are in need of urgent assistance, they will not concern themselves with whether the one who saves them holds a certificate, Shi pouted defiantly. Perhaps they ought to ponder that, he mused. Regardless, she firmly believed that Yizhen had done nothing wrong. The food has arrived. Let us eat first, she suggested. Zhao Chuanfu served her food while expressing his fondness for dining in such establishments. Oh, I must admit, I am increasingly impressed by this individual. When will you introduce him to Uncle Quan? I replied, it is not up to me. It requires his consent, as he is quite a character. I added, he has a remarkable ability to earn, charging $1 million for each medical consultation, yet he spends extravagantly, supporting many people. However, he also mentioned that for some patients, he charges nothing and provides free medication. Suddenly, Shi recalled an important matter. I wonder if he has faced any violence at the police station. Uncle Quan, who did you enlist to secure his release? Perhaps you could call and inquire if he has been harmed. Zhao Chuanfu grew increasingly intrigued by this unseen healer. From Shi's description, it was evident that he was quite an intriguing person. He promptly called Zhou Wenwu, but Zhou claimed he was unaware of any altercations, as he had only contacted the station chief and did not know if the individual had been released. Zhao Chuanfu berated Zhou Wenwu. Is this how you handle matters? You have entrusted me to the wrong person. However, judging by Shi's demeanor, it seemed the healer had indeed been released, though it remained uncertain if Zhou had played a role in it, since he had not succeeded in facilitating the man's release. He refrained from bringing up the prospect of a meeting again, fearing that further discussion would reveal his failure. If Shi learned of his inability to secure the healer's freedom, it might forever thwart any chance of him being introduced to this enigmatic figure. He believed it would be wiser to broach the subject with Shi at a later time. Chapter 33. I am a doctor. Suing reheated the food and served it to Yizhen, and the two dined together like a loving couple. You needn't be busy. Sit down, let's converse, she said. After finishing their meal, Suing prepared a cup of tea for him and then busied herself with tidying up the dishes. Yizhen could not help but call out to her. Wait, I'll wash the dishes right away, Suing responded from the kitchen. After a while, once Suing had completed her tasks, she settled beside Yizhen and said, What is it? Speak your mind. I must say, you need not go to such lengths. I find it somewhat disconcerting, Yizhen admitted. This is what I ought to do. I am your. Well, it's best if everyone is aware without explicitly stating it. It feels rather awkward to articulate, she replied. Honestly, I was merely jesting at that time, never anticipating that matters would evolve to this point. Very well, since you are currently unemployed, you may assist me with cooking and such. I shall calculate your remuneration based on your previous monthly salary, Yizhen proposed. You don't require me to do anything else? Merely household chores? Suing felt a twinge of disappointment. Although both tasks were similar, the significance of being a caretaker and that of a lover were entirely different. Why? Are you unwilling? Yizhen was perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor, believing this arrangement to be advantageous for her. I am willing. Well then, considering that the money has already been spent, whether as a caretaker or a lover, it matters little. Indeed, that is agreeable. Yizhen took a sip of tea and after a moment, added, Now, share your circumstances. We have been cohabiting for a few days, yet I remain unaware of your situation. Is the money sufficient? Insufficient. I can still offer you more. Oh, no. That is enough. She no longer wished to accept his money, feeling it was wrong to deceive him in such a manner. In truth, it was not. She yearned to reveal the reality to him. Well, you know, it certainly is not your mother being hospitalized, nor is it your brother getting into trouble. However, regardless of what it may be, if it truly pertains to difficulties at home, do inform me. Yizhen interrupted her, for he had long been aware that her words that day were fabrications. Suing stared at him in astonishment, her eyes wide. You know I was lying? Yizhen nodded, saying, Although you spoke untruths, I can see that you are indeed facing hardships. Suing felt deeply touched and reached out to grasp his hand, saying, Thank you. No need for thanks. I am well aware of the helplessness that accompanies family troubles. Furthermore, I am merely advancing your salary. Ha. Yizhen chuckled. You truly do not require my. Suing had long prepared herself for that role, yet she had not anticipated that this fellow was merely jesting. Do you genuinely wish for that? Yizhen glanced over Suing, noting that she was indeed quite an appealing young woman. Suing felt quite embarrassed under his scrutiny. Although she was willing to do anything, she did not appreciate being examined in such a way. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. This fellow was incorrigible. Take this money. Purchase a few sets of clothing tomorrow. Go Yizhen extracted several thousand yuan from his bag and pressed it into her hand. No need. I have nowhere to go anyway. This outfit is perfectly fine. Su Ying was apprehensive about spending his money again. Do not fret. This is for you. And it will not be deducted from your salary. Go Yizhen reclined on the sofa and remarked, it's best to retire early. Tomorrow I must attend to some matters. Entrusted with a task of loyalty, he had committed to fulfilling Zhang Fei and Feng Wubian's request, a duty he felt obliged to uphold. Outside, mosquitoes buzzed, and he pondered whether to venture inside. Despite the spacious house with numerous rooms, in his haste, Go Yizhen had only prepared a single set of bedding. Thus he had spent the previous 2 nights on the sofa in the living room. Well, I shall go in shortly. First, I'll watch a bit of television, he stated. Regrettably, by the following morning, he had yet to enter, leaving her to wait in vain once more throughout the night. At dawn the next day, Go Yizhen followed the address provided by Zhang Fei and arrived at an old house in a village of another town, where 3 longan trees graced the small front yard. Upon knocking, a frail elderly woman in her 60s or 70s emerged. Who were you looking for? She inquired. I was sent by Zhang Fei. He mentioned that his master resides here. Could this elderly woman truly be his master? It seemed absurd. This withered figure bore little resemblance to the robust Zhang Fei. Oh, you know Fei? Where is he? The old woman ushered Go Yizhen inside. Ah, yes. In the city. He hesitated, unsure whether to disclose Zhang Fei's situation at the police station. Very well, she sighed. Alas, these youngsters have all grown up. Their wings have hardened, and they no longer heed my words. The woman continued to murmur incessantly, seemingly oblivious to Go Yizhen's presence. After a while, she appeared to remember him, gesturing toward the sofa. You see, old age makes one talkative. Please do not take offense, young man. At a loss for words, Go Yizhen sat on the sofa, smiling vacantly. Young man, did Fei summon you for something? The elderly woman inquired as she poured a glass of water for Go Yizhen. Oh, I believe he must have sent me to assist you with your ailment, he replied. That day in the detention room, Zhang Fei merely instructed him to seek out his master without divulging any specifics. When he contemplated pursuing the matter further, he was promptly escorted away by Xiao Wang. He had been pondering why this individual would summon him to his master, but upon seeing the elderly woman, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Zhang Fei had indeed sent him to aid his master in healing, or more precisely, to alleviate her poisoning. As he had discerned that she was afflicted with a severe toxin. Are you here to treat me? Are you a doctor? The elderly woman questioned. I am a physician, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, Go Yizhen asserted, despite lacking formal credentials, as he had always considered himself a practitioner of this ancient art. Traditional Chinese medicine? A practitioner so young? How long have you studied before you dare to treat others? The woman expressed her skepticism. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine relies heavily on experience, and typically, one must immerse themselves for a considerable duration to achieve mastery. However, the world is often filled with unexpected occurrences and miracles, is it not? Go Yizhen chuckled. Oh, you seem quite confident in your medical abilities, she remarked. Of course, if I do not believe in my own skills, how can I expect my patients to? Go Yizhen responded with a smile. Umph, words without substance are futile. Even if you had begun your medical studies from birth, you would only have around 20 years of experience. No matter how proficient you might be, there are limits. Yet, from your demeanor, you appear exceedingly self-absorbed, arrogant, and presumptuous. The elderly woman seemed increasingly skeptical. However, since this individual was sent by her disciple, she reluctantly engaged with Go Yizhen. Alas, I had presumed that the matriarch was an extraordinary figure, one who would not judge matters through the lens of ordinary perception. To my surprise, she, like the rest of humanity, was indeed superficial and self-righteous. Go Yizhen rose to his feet and stated, in truth, you are not ill but rather poisoned. Afflicted by a chronic toxin. The perpetrator is quite formidable. This poison accumulates gradually, and by the time you become aware, it has infiltrated your very essence. He finally comprehended why Zhang Fei had refrained from disclosing the purpose of his visit. He was acutely aware of his master's temperament. If he had directly stated that he was there to assist with her ailment, his master would likely have barred Go Yizhen from entry, dismissing him as merely a youthful stranger. Instead, Zhang Fei had opted for silence, allowing Yizhen to discern the affliction through his olfactory diagnosis. "Oh, Fayer seems to hold you in high regard, even divulging my poisoning to you. Very well, I shall entertain the notion that you are indeed a physician. I will permit you to investigate whether you can alleviate my condition." The elderly woman extended her wrist, inviting him to take her pulse. "Huh, do you genuinely believe that Zhang Fei informed me of your poisoning?" "The truth is, he revealed nothing to me, only instructing me to come and examine you." Yizhen had initially contemplated departing, yet he discovered that the toxin afflicting the elderly woman aligned precisely with the descriptions found in the text emergency formulas for acute conditions. He was eager to experiment with the antidote. At this point, whether it was Fei who had conveyed the information was inconsequential, since he was present. She would allow him to attempt to cure, lest her journey be in vain. Yizhen initially intended to engage in a debate. Yet upon witnessing her expression of unwavering skepticism, he abandoned the thought of argument. After all, she was merely an elderly woman afflicted by a venomous ailment. Her perceptions were set in stone. "Are you certain you wish for my assistance in detoxification? Just like treating an illness. The patient must possess complete faith in the physician for it to be effective. Otherwise, even the most skilled doctor cannot cure the ailment," Yizhen stated. "Believe me." "Come forth," the old woman replied. "There is no need for you to take my pulse. I am already aware of the toxin that has afflicted you and the symptoms it causes. However, I shall refrain from elaborating, lest you think it was Zhang Fei who informed me. Fortunately, although the poison you have contracted appears quite severe, in the realm of Western medicine, it indeed is serious. Yet, I possess a remedy, a folk prescription, the ingredients for which can be easily sourced from the mountains nearby. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for the old woman to respond, Yizhen exited to the back mountain in search of medicinal herbs. "Are you implying that this wild grass can detoxify me?" The elderly woman expressed her disbelief. "Indeed, but one ingredient remains. After the herbs are brewed, they must be combined with fresh bamboo sap as a catalyst," Yizhen explained. "My dear young man, I am grateful for your long journey to assist me, yet I cannot fathom how this common roadside weed could possibly counteract my poison," the old woman insisted. "True, these are merely weeds found by the roadside, often overlooked. However, the marvel of traditional Chinese medicine lies in its ability to transform these seemingly ordinary herbs into potent remedies through specific combinations and processes. Many individuals often believe that detoxification requires rare and expensive medicinal herbs, which is indeed a misconception." As Yizhen meticulously arranged the herbs, she conversed with the elderly woman. "I am aware of the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine, yet these herbs seem rather ordinary," the woman remarked. "Ah, dear elder, are you familiar with these plants? They are not poisonous, are they? Take this one for instance. It can be considered a wild vegetable. I suspect that during times of scarcity, people consumed it frequently. Since these herbs are not toxic and can even be used as food, why not try a dose? I assure you, after just one dose, you will discern the efficacy of my remedy," Yizhen stated confidently. "Very well, your confidence compels me. I suppose if I do not partake in your concoction, you shall not depart. Thus, I shall sample your potion. Please prepare it for me," the elderly woman replied. "Do not rush. We must wait until midnight to collect the bamboo sap, and there is a particular method to this preparation. Allow me to handle it," Yizhen explained. "What is bamboo sap?" the elderly woman inquired. "Bamboo sap is the water contained within the bamboo. However, this time, we must use freshly collected sap, not the roasted variety. Once darkness falls, I will venture into the bamboo grove to find a tinder stalk, bend it down, cut off the end, and suspend an empty bottle. By the stroke of midnight, it will fill with bamboo sap," Yizhen replied. By morning, everything was ready, and Yizhen began to brew the medicine. In a short while, she had prepared a bowl of emerald green herbal broth. With a spirit of experimentation, Zhang Fei's mentor consumed the entire bowl of herbal soup. Before long, her stomach rumbled like thunder, and she began to pass gas incessantly. Moments later, a sudden urgency gripped her, as if a heavy stone had settled in her belly, prompting her to rush to the restroom. After a tumultuous release of foul, dark matter that filled half a bucket, she unexpectedly felt a clarity of mind and a surge of vitality. This young man truly possessed remarkable skills. Who would have thought that a few wild herbs could effectively purge such a potent poison? It was indeed miraculous. Having relieved herself, she realized that the poison had been expelled, and a wave of joy washed over her. "Young man, you are truly impressive. Your methods are extraordinary," she exclaimed upon exiting the restroom. Do not rejoice too soon, madam, he cautioned. The poison has yet to be entirely eradicated. 3 more doses are necessary. Furthermore, you have been poisoned for quite some time, and your age has diminished the operational capacity of your internal organs. I shall need to assist you with acupuncture treatment. Yizhen replied. Very well, then, please proceed with the acupuncture. By the way, young man, what is your name? She inquired. It was rather amusing that she only remembered to ask his name after feeling somewhat better. Just call me Xiaogu, dear madam. Please take a moment to rest. I will administer the acupuncture, and you can take the final dose of medicine tomorrow morning. The poison will soon be fully cleared. Yizhen said as he prepared his acupuncture tools. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang Fei's master expressed with great appreciation. Another day passed, and on the following morning, after consuming the last bowl of medicinal broth, Zhang Fei's master felt rejuvenated and in high spirits as the poison had finally been completely expelled. Xiaogu, come here and kneel, the elderly woman suddenly declared, setting up an incense altar and commanding Yizhen to kneel. Yizhen looked at her with a face full of confusion, and she questioned, I mentioned that whoever helps me cure the poison shall receive my unique secret technique. The flicking needle. Did Zhang Fei not inform you of this? Chapter 35. The flicking needle. Yizhen replied in bewilderment. As I said, Zhang Fei told me nothing. He merely provided me with an address, indicating that once I found his master, I would understand everything. Thus, upon entering the room, you discerned that I had been poisoned, leading you to grasp his intentions? Who would have thought that this rough fellow, Feier, could possess such meticulousness? He feared that if you were to directly come and treat my ailment, I would remain incredulous. I sincerely apologize, little Gu. Initially, I truly doubted your ability to cure my poison, and I was rather impolite. However, regardless of the circumstances, my words must be fulfilled, said Zhang Fei's master. The flicking needle is a technique involving concealed projectiles, capable of inflicting harm unseen. The needles, as fine as a cow's hair, can cause excruciating pain even if they merely graze the body, let alone if they strike an acupoint, which can render a person immobile in an instant, a formidable weapon for subduing foes. After performing a series of rituals as required, Zhang Fei's master began to instruct Yizhen in the art of the flicking needle. Although this technique was not exceedingly profound, Yizhen, being an expert in acupuncture, found it easy to absorb the method of striking acupoints with the needles. Consequently, what would take others years to learn, he mastered in a single day, displaying remarkable accuracy in locating acupoints. However, he currently lacked sufficient wrist strength. Once his internal energy grew, he would achieve perfection. Impressive. While others may take 3 years to master such skills, you have astonishingly accomplished it in merely 1 day. After a year or two, as your inner strength develops, you shall undoubtedly surpass me, remarked Zhang Fei's master. Haha, you are being modest. I recognize your intelligence and benevolence. Despite the fact that your appearance often conveys an aura of mischief, she laughed heartily. Little Gu, if you assist me in detoxifying, I shall bestow upon you the exquisite art of the flicking needle technique, albeit I may benefit more from this transaction. However, there is another matter I wish to request of you. Grandmother, please speak your mind. There is no need for formality, Yizhen replied. I hail from the north and have settled here in search of my daughter, Situing. She is an ordinary woman who chose not to embrace my martial arts, leaving home at an early age. I later learned she married into a family in this city, bearing the surname Lin. By now, she must be around 40. And I imagine her children are in their 20s. It has been over 20 years since she left home, and amidst this vast sea of people, I am at a loss as to how to find her. Dr. Gu, you are well connected and know many. I implore you to assist me in my search, said Zhang Fei's master. Oh, you seek someone. Do you have a photograph of her? That might facilitate our search, and I could utilize the internet to assist. Yizhen suggested. He thought to himself that searching with merely a name would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Unfortunately, there is nothing, in those times. Photography was a luxury for the affluent. However, she bears a red birthmark behind her ear, crescent-shaped, she said with a hint of sadness. Very well. I shall do my utmost to assist, he replied. Yizhen was at a loss for words. Such matters could only be left to fate. Well, I must express my gratitude in advance, she said. Additionally, I have 2 disciples, one of whom is Zhang Fei. In truth, although Zhang Fei is referred to as my disciple, he is akin to a son to me, having been an abandoned infant I took in. Regrettably, he possesses a coarse nature and has only mastered some rudimentary skills. The other disciple is a young woman who has acquired my abilities to a considerable extent. Should you encounter each other in the future, I trust you will look out for one another, the elderly woman remarked. Very well. Is there anything else you wish to instruct me on, dear matron? Gu Yizhen inquired, aware that his departure was imminent. He had not anticipated that he would unexpectedly acquire the formidable flying needle technique, which would serve as a means of self-defense against the likes of Wang Sanyu and his ruffians, as well as third-rate bodyguards. Truly, he was lacking in ambition. Were the esteemed matriarch to discover such trivial aspirations of his, it would surely vex her. The flying needle technique is a remarkably potent concealed weapon, once mastered. Not only would mere bodyguards, with their limited martial arts skills, be wary, but even highly skilled practitioners of the martial arts would tread cautiously in its presence. Well, I suppose it can be considered a joyous occasion, having merely learned a small technique, Gu Yizhen remarked. Given your prowess, the things you are willing to learn must surely be more than trivial skills, Su Ying replied, engaging him in conversation. You are mistaken. A person always has something new to learn, regardless of their abilities. As a teacher, you should possess this awareness and impart it to your students, Gu Yizhen asserted. Alas, what kind of teacher am I? I have only instructed elementary school students for 2 years. In truth, had it not been for my disappointing husband, I would still be teaching in my hometown, she sighed. Reflecting on her disappointing husband, her mood swiftly descended into gloom. Gu Yizhen cast a glance at her in silence, sensing the weight of her unspoken concerns. He had intended to offer her some words of comfort, but the ringing of his phone interrupted him. It was a call from Shi. Gu Yizhen, are you free this evening? Shi inquired bluntly. What is it that you need? Gu Yizhen replied, feeling exasperated by the girl, yet unable to extricate himself from her grasp. Nothing much, just come to a gathering with me tonight, Shi insisted. What sort of gathering? I detest those chaotic, raucous places, Gu Yizhen retorted, clearly annoyed by the noise. There's nothing chaotic about it. It's just a small birthday party for one of my classmates. It would be rude for me not to attend, Shi explained. Why should your classmate's birthday concern me? I want to go. I have no time, Gu Yizhen stated firmly, dismissing the notion. The idea of mingling with a bunch of children held no allure for him. Now's not the time to claim you're busy. You must come tonight. And you'll have to pretend to be my boyfriend. If you refuse, I'll inform Wang Sanyu about your whereabouts, she threatened, wielding her trump card. You're ruthless. Fine, I'll go, Gu Yizhen conceded, without a trace of anger. Although he did not genuinely fear Wang Sanyu and his thuggish companions, he wished to avoid complications. After all, Su Ying was a delicate woman, and he would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime if something were to go awry. If only you had shown such willingness earlier. Dress handsomely, and be at Beijing University to pick me up by 9 o'clock. With that, she hung up the phone abruptly, leaving Gu Yizhen in a state of bewilderment. How could she hang up while he still had so much to say? In truth, Gu Yizhen possessed only a couple of outfits from street vendors, and the concept of dressing up was entirely foreign to him. However, it is fortunate to have the opportunity to go. He would not truly go to great lengths to prepare himself. Chapter 36, Long Way Club. At 9 o'clock in the evening, at Beijing University, Shi had already waited for over 10 minutes at the school gate, yet Gu Yizhen had not yet arrived. Frustratingly, he was not answering his phone. Oh, beautiful lady, I see you've been waiting here for quite a while. Have you been stood up? Come, let me take you for a ride, a young man, clad stylishly yet exuding a rogue charm, leaned against a BMW parked nearby, teasing Shi. She shot him a disdainful glance, unwilling to engage. Haha, quite the character you are. But don't you think it's rather rude for that guy to keep such a lovely girl waiting here for so long? He remarked, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette. What does it matter to you? Get lost, Shi retorted, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. Although he did not know Shi, she was aware of his identity. He was the boyfriend of her classmate Lily, who often caused trouble at school, relying on his family's wealth and influence. Oh, isn't this Shi? Why are you still here waiting? Didn't you have plans with your boyfriend? What's the matter? Is he too afraid to come? Lily, dressed in a manner that bore no semblance to a student, strutted out of the campus. To those unfamiliar with her, she would undoubtedly appear to be a woman of the night. Shi cast a disdainful glance at Lily, shaking her head as she replied, No, I fear that if I ride in his car, he will discard you by tomorrow. Before you arrived, this fellow was already flirting with me for quite some time. We are classmates after all. I certainly do not wish to undermine your relationship. You, Mo Sansheng, is what she said true? You scoundrel. Do you intend to play both sides? Lily glared at the man who had just provoked Shi. Not at all. How could that be? What sort of person is she? Even if I were inclined to juggle two relationships, I certainly would not choose her. Besides, with your beauty, where could I find another woman to captivate me? Imo Sanchen's eloquence and audacity were indeed remarkable, as he spun a web of falsehoods with such ease. Humph. It's good that you understand. Let us depart, lest we arrive too late. Li Ming is counting on you to greet the club and secure him some discounts. Lily shot sure a victorious glance. Very well, darling, please get in the car, Imo Sancheng said with a lecherous grin. Just as Lily departed, a taxi pulled up before Sure. Gu Yizhen had arrived. Could you not be any later? You were 20 minutes late. Sure exclaimed angrily as she entered the vehicle, immediately reprimanding Gu Yizhen. You know where I live. It requires quite a trek to catch a cab from there. She continued, her frustration evident. Gu Yizhen had initially considered only the convenience of practicing in a nearby location, neglecting the ease of access. It seemed evident that obtaining a vehicle was imperative. Excuses. You are well aware that a long journey necessitates a timely departure. You could have left earlier, sparing me from waiting here for such an extended period and having to witness that nauseating couple. It infuriates me. Sure stomped her foot in exasperation. Which repugnant couple bothered you? Tell me, and I shall confront them. Gu Yizhen, with a playful smile, remarked, however, I believe that if you are unwilling to flaunt your abilities, why should you care about others' disdain? He had always believed that Sure was far from an ordinary university student. She must hail from a remarkably influential family. For the innate elegance of a refined lady was something she could never truly conceal. Yet I detest their arrogance, their self-righteousness, and their shamelessness, thinking themselves superior. Sure retorted, visibly irritated. However, after a moment's reflection, she conceded that Gu Yizhen had a point. She too wished to keep her identity a secret, striving to be an ordinary student. These were the struggles that commonplace individuals faced. If she could not endure such trivial matters, how could she ever hope to live as an ordinary person? Nonetheless, this fellow's tardiness was undeniably inappropriate. Well, all their ostentatious displays are merely manifestations of their insecurity. A person who is truly confident does not feel the need to boast about their wealth or accomplishments, Gu Yizhen asserted. In any case, your lateness is inexcusable. I shall impose a penalty on you. Accompany me for a weekend outing. Sure pouted in response. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination, the Longway Club. Gu Yizhen glanced up at the establishment, recognizing it as the very place Feng Wubian had tasked him with locating Lin Qianya. The Longway Club was expansive, with the lower floors catering to ordinary clientele, while the upper level was tailored for a more affluent demographic. Just as they reached the entrance, Sure received a text from Li Ming, informing her that the gathering location had been changed from the second floor to the 8th. The 8th floor is an upscale bar, distinguished by its unique character. It lacks a grand hall or private rooms, featuring only spacious private lounges. These lounges are significantly larger than ordinary rooms, accommodating several tables and resembling a miniature bar. The bar's most notable feature is its commitment to live performances. Whether one desires to listen to music or partake in singing, everything is performed by real artists in real time, devoid of any karaoke setups. If you wish to hear a song, simply make your request, and a band or singer will instantly take the stage to perform. Should you feel inclined to sing and dance, the live band is at your service as well. Remarkably, among the thousands of songs available, no matter which one you select, a performer will promptly appear to sing it for you. Gu Yizhen understood that the expenses in such a place would surely be substantial. The presence of the small band, skilled bartenders, and the enchanting waitstaff represents a considerable financial outlay. This venue is undoubtedly beyond the means of an average university student. Just as Gu Yizhen pondered this, the birthday celebrant, Li Ming, unveiled the mystery, explaining that tonight's gathering was a gift from Imo Sancheng, a gesture for his birthday, which he found deeply touching and for which he was immensely grateful. Thus, the first toast was dedicated to Imo Sancheng. Rising with a sense of grandeur, Imo Sancheng declared, Since you are Lily's classmate, you are undoubtedly my friend. For a friend's birthday, I must make a gesture. Money is merely a string of digits to me. What matters most is that everyone enjoys themselves. It turns out this fellow is here to show off, yet there is no trace of the typical arrogance found in the offspring of wealthy families on his face. He does not appear to hail from a prominent lineage, but rather exudes the aura of someone from the streets. Could he be a person of the world? The expenses for this small hall must not be insignificant for the night. Yet, do you truly dare to suggest that money is merely a string of numbers? Who is this fellow? Gu Yizhen, disregarding Imo Sanchen's intentionally or unintentionally lingering gaze, turned to ask Sure. He is Lily's boyfriend, though I am unsure of his origins. However, some classmates have mentioned that he is the son of Mo Do, the local mafia leader, though I cannot vouch for its truth. Sure replied. Oh, he did not disclose his identity? That is rather surprising. Given such a formidable father, one would expect him to be rather arrogant. It is intriguing that he can restrain himself from boasting about his lineage. Yizhen mused. I believe he has taken a liking to you. Did you not notice how he has been stealing glances your way? Yizhen was certainly not as naive as her. Chapter 37. Yizhen, you scoundrel. Shure's face flushed crimson with indignation at Yizhen's words. You are so beautiful. If he harbors no feelings for you, that would indeed be abnormal, I think. He was about to continue, but his words were abruptly cut off by Mo Sanchen's near shout. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose a toast to our protagonist of the evening, the birthday star Li Ming. Good grief, does he consider himself a master host? This fellow is quite full of himself, though no one dares to compliment his voice. Li Ming stood up, smiled, and said, I should be the one to toast everyone. Thank you all for coming. With that, he tilted his head back and drank from his glass. Regardless, Li Ming is a friend to all. Although some are displeased with Mo Sanchen's pretentious demeanor, the courtesy of friendship must be observed, and thus, everyone raised their glasses and drained their cups. Naturally, Sure was also inclined to finish her drink. However, Yizhen restrained her hand, forbidding her from partaking. Do not drink, it does not suit a lady, and it can lead to unfortunate consequences, Yizhen remarked softly. You jest. A couple of glasses of red wine, and I would be intoxicated? This is only the first glass. Sure retorted, bewildered, insisting that the first drink must be consumed. Be obedient. When I say do not drink, you ought to heed my words, Yizhen insisted, his gaze indicating that the wine was tainted. Yet, Sure appeared oblivious to his warning, forcefully attempting to seize the wine from his grasp. What is your esteemed surname, kind sir? Your countenance is quite striking. Why do you prevent her from drinking? This is the first toast from Li Ming to his classmates. Your actions seem rather impolite, Mo Sancheng interjected, approaching with a glass in hand. The small hall contained 4 tables and 2 rows of sofas. Sure and Yizhen had deliberately chosen a secluded corner. Yet this individual was unwilling to grant them peace, even noticing Yizhen's restrained movements. This wine contains a substance known as soft girl, a rather peculiar drug. It targets only females, having no effect on males whatsoever. Moreover, its effects are gradual. Typically, a woman would not encounter significant issues after 1 or 2 glasses. But by the 3rd or 4th, she would succumb to intoxication. Indeed, she would be inebriated, yet the peculiar aspect of this drug is that while her body becomes weak, her mind remains extraordinarily lucid, accompanied by an overwhelming desire. A most insidious yet malevolent drug. Was it administered by Li Ming or the nefarious Mo Sancheng? Such a scoundrel. Truly ill-intentioned. Surname Gu. Yizhen wore a faint smile as he released the cup of wine from Shure's grasp. After all, indulging in a drink or 2 posed no real danger. Let her partake. So you are a friend of Shure's? A boyfriend, perhaps? He chuckled. My dear friend. How impressive that you have captured the heart of our department's flower. Sure is indeed acknowledged as the belle of our cohort. This fellow laughed boisterously, his words resonating like a high-powered loudspeaker. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the inebriated Sure, eyes betraying a predatory longing reminiscent of a cat eyeing its prey. So it was he who had orchestrated this scheme. Is that so? She truly is the belle of the department? I find her rather unremarkable. Yizhen feigned ignorance of her beauty, provoking Shure's ire and inciting a desire to retaliate. Fortunately, Yizhen swiftly grasped her delicate hand, squeezing it gently to signal her against any impulsive actions. What an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Mo Sancheng filled Shure's cup once more, then turned to Li Ming, saying, Li Ming, the belle of the department has graced your birthday celebration. Should we not raise a toast with her? Indeed, I should have a private drink with her. Li Ming declared as he approached with his cup. I'm afraid she cannot drink anymore, Yizhen interjected, firmly pressing down on Shure's glass, revealing their primary objective was indeed her. What do you mean? Even if she were your girlfriend, I could still share a drink with her. Li Ming shot a disdainful glare at Yizhen, his eyes brimming with contempt. Yizhen appeared rather unremarkable, his ordinary attire complemented only by a faint scar gracing his otherwise sinister visage, a hint of individuality amidst the monotony of a factory worker-esque garb. Yet, he was a university student, a prized protege nurtured by both the institution and his mentor, which fostered a sense of superiority within him. It wasn't that one couldn't share a drink with her. Rather, this particular beverage was deemed impassable. Yizhen maintained his smile, and as for why it was untouchable, the underlying truth was evident to all present. Would you wish for me to articulate it? This remark left the assembly momentarily baffled, pondering its intent. However, Sure suddenly grasped the implication. The drink was compromised. Mr. Gu, what are you insinuating? Is there poison in this drink? Mo Sanxing chuckled heartily. Yizhen cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Indeed, this drink harbors poison. Mo Sanxing, I advise you to cultivate some virtue and refrain from engaging in shameless acts. The heavens are observant. Mo Sanxing's expression darkened as he pointed accusingly at Yizhen. What do you mean, Gu? Li Ming has sincerely invited you to partake in this drink, and you dare to slander him so. Very well. You claim this drink is poisoned? I shall drink it and see if it proves fatal. With that declaration, he seized the bottle from the table and downed its contents. Li Ming shot a glare at Yizhen, declaring he would partake as well, pouring himself a glass and consuming it. My friend, I am grateful for your birthday celebration, but is it not rather unseemly to cast such aspersions? It appeared that Li Ming was complicit in this ruse. Yizhen's mind raced as he pieced together the puzzle, realizing that the mastermind behind this scheme was likely the one named Mo Sanxing, who was coveting Shi's beauty and had promised Li Ming certain benefits in return. As soon as Yizhen's words fell, a pall of disbelief enveloped the crowd. How could Li Ming, their classmate, possibly be capable of such deeds? Whispers of uncertainty rippled through the air. Is this true? Is it mere slander, defamation, or calumny? We all indulged in drink, and I partook the most. Now, who has fallen ill? Who has been poisoned? Mr. Gu, I fail to comprehend your motives for spreading such rumors. Are you perhaps envious of us? Mo Sanxing feigned an air of deep grievance. I believe he has come to stir trouble. I suggest we expel him, someone suddenly declared. Indeed, his jealousy is palpable. Mo Sanxing, with his handsome looks and wealth, is undoubtedly the target of envy, another chimed in. Humph, you fool. Is your defamation rooted in jealousy? Jealousy of their beauty? Jealousy of their affluence? Lily's caustic voice punctuated the atmosphere. Yes, I am envious of them, Yizhen retorted with a sinister smile. You defend them so passionately. Would you dare to drink 3 cups of wine in their defense? If you can down 3 cups without ill effect, I shall apologize to them and concede my jealousy. She had already consumed 2 or 3 cups, yet her tolerance was considerable. Her mind remained remarkably clear, devoid of any signs of intoxication. However, should she imbibe another 2 or 3 cups, she would undoubtedly succumb. Chapter 38. What happened to your face? Very well. I shall drink to prove you wrong. I will strip the words from your mouth. Lily, unable to withstand the provocation, seized the bottle of wine from the table. Enough, Lily. The innocent shall stand clear. There is no need to engage with this fool. I shall have someone remove this rubbish, Mo Sanxing interjected, snatching the wine away. He certainly could not allow Lily to drink any more. Should she do so, she would immediately succumb, and his scheme would be exposed. Why do you hesitate to let her partake? Because if she drinks again, your plot will unravel. They may be oblivious, yet you cannot deceive me. You have laced the wine with a substance known as soft girl. This drug specifically targets women, acting insidiously. Men may consume it without consequence, but upon reaching a certain threshold, women will become intoxicated, appearing no different from the effects of alcohol, even convincing themselves they have merely overindulged. Yizhen spoke solemnly. Upon hearing his words, most were inclined to believe him. Otherwise, why would Mo Sanxing prevent Lily from drinking? Her tolerance was remarkable. She could easily finish 2 bottles of red wine without issue. Mo Sanxing, this private room is rather costly. What connection do you have with Li Ming? Merely classmates of your girlfriend. Is it really necessary to flaunt your wealth in such a manner? Are you not merely attempting to drag Li Ming into your schemes? He turned to Li Ming and asked, Do you believe that for a fleeting sense of vanity, you would conspire with a so-called scion of a nefarious figure to harm your own classmates? Can your conscience truly find peace in such actions? Do you have no sisters? If your sister were to find herself in a similar predicament, what would you do? Li Ming's face flushed crimson, yet he remained unwilling to concede, shouting, You speak nonsense. We have nothing. Li Ming, do not waste your breath on such filth. It is best to rid ourselves of this trash. He had just made a call, intending to expel Yizhen. Otherwise, not only would today's conspiracy fail, but he would also lose the chance to mingle at Beijing University, a place teeming with beautiful women, a territory he could not afford to relinquish. Yizhen, of course, had noticed the call and understood his intentions. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and fury. Yes, you leave. You are not welcome here, Li Ming bellowed. Yizhen, weary of further discourse, took Shishi's hand and began to exit. Seeing his prey slip away, Mo Sansheng was understandably reluctant to let it go. He blocked Shishi's path, insisting, Shishi, we certainly haven't engaged in what he claims. We are not so despicable and shameless. Step aside. Whether it is despicable or not, you know it in your heart. He lightly pushed Mo Sansheng's shoulder. Shishi remained silent, filled with anger, yet choosing not to speak, as Yizhen was present, rendering her opinions unnecessary. Classmates, do you not believe what he says? I assure you, he would never wrongfully accuse anyone. It would be wise for you to accompany us. Shishi suddenly halted at the door and addressed her classmates. Initially, they were skeptical, but upon hearing Shishi's words, 2 or 3 stood up immediately, realizing the potential danger of remaining close to such toxic individuals. Mo Xiao, what brings us here? At that moment, a group of men clad in matching black suits and ties arrived. Their attire was respectable, yet the ferocity in their expressions belied any semblance of refinement. Give that scarred fellow a beating, then toss him into the trash below, one of them commanded. Upon seeing his companions, Mo Sansheng could not help but smile. However, as the smile graced his face, he immediately sensed something was amiss. His visage felt unnaturally taut. Yes, young master. I assure you he will find great comfort in the garbage bin, the leader remarked. Ah, young master, what has happened to your face? Lily exclaimed, her voice rising sharply as if she had witnessed the most terrifying sight imaginable. The crowd turned to gaze, gasping in unison. When did a pig arrive here? Mo Sansheng's face, indeed, resembled that of a pig. It had swollen to the size of a ball. No, it was more akin to a balloon. As his countenance appeared inflated, the skin so translucent that the veins and sinews beneath were faintly visible. It was utterly horrifying and bizarre. A round, balloon-like head atop a body was certainly a frightful sight. The petite girl, Ming Xiao, curled up in a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Lily, possessing a bit more courage, reminded herself that despite everything, this was still her boyfriend. She reached out to gently touch Mo Sansheng's semi-transparent face, curious to ascertain if it felt like a balloon. However, the moment her hand made contact with the skin, Mo Sansheng let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The intensity and anguish of his cry startled everyone. They had never fathomed that the usually graceful and genteel Mo Sansheng could emit such a terrifying sound. Witnessing their master transformed in such a manner, the group of burly men abandoned their attempts to intimidate Yizhen and rushed over, bombarding him with questions from every direction. Why on earth is this happening? Mo Sansheng felt both fear and anger, his heart racing with anxiety. If this swelling on his face did not subside, how could he ever charm the ladies again? In such a state, he would rather perish. Stop them. No one is allowed to leave, Mo Sansheng commanded, pointing at Yizhen, who was attempting to exit. It was indeed peculiar. Despite the grotesque swelling, his vision remained unaffected. It was absurd, transformed into such an ugly creature. If word got out, how could he possibly maintain his reputation? You pig-headed fool, what do you intend to do? One moment you want us to leave. The next you prevent us from doing so. Who do you think you are? What gives you such authority? Yizhen coldly retorted, gazing at Mo Sansheng with a mocking smile. Upon witnessing Mo Sansheng's predicament, Shishi felt a mixture of surprise and amusement. She suspected that Yizhen might have orchestrated this, though she could not fathom how he had managed to do so. Go, summon the manager of this establishment. Mo Xiao has encountered trouble here. They cannot absolve themselves of responsibility. Also, contact the boss. The leader, albeit initially flustered, quickly regained composure and began issuing commands with remarkable clarity. The singers and bands had long since departed, leaving only 2 bewildered waitstaff standing idly, unsure of what to do. Upon seeing Yizhen beckon, they approached. Is there anything to eat? Bring me some, and also a bottle of fine wine. Yizhen felt a pang of hunger. Others had already called their parents, and he surmised that this matter would not resolve swiftly, so he needed to eat something. The waitstaff were taken aback, as were all present. In such a dire situation, this individual still demanded food and drink, undoubtedly because he had never experienced the exquisite offerings of such a high-end establishment and was determined to savor every morsel. Shishi found the situation rather perplexing, unable to comprehend the purpose behind it. You need not concern yourself with them. What I desire, I shall procure with my own funds. If they refuse to let me leave, I shall simply make use of this table for my meal. Do hurry along. Yizhen remarked with a hint of indifference. Chapter 39. The second senior brother is slightly more charming, sir. We have an abundance of fine wines and delectable dishes available, the waiter informed. Oh, I cannot be bothered to choose. Just bring forth a selection of your finest offerings. As for the wine, present me with a bottle of that peculiar La Bourlasse concoction, followed by a bottle of whatever you deem the national liquor, Yizhen instructed. Hurry, the main event is about to commence, and I must seize this opportunity to dine. However, the waiter hesitated, still attempting to speak, when a group entered from outside, led by a woman of remarkable beauty, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ice. The moment she stepped in, the temperature seemed to drop by 2 degrees. What is happening? Where is Mo Xiao? Isn't this venue owned by him? The woman inquired coldly. With an air of icy elegance and a formidable presence, she commanded attention. Qianye Jie, I am here, right here, Mo Sanxing replied. His voice strained, as if his vocal cords were under immense pressure, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Who are you, and from where does this monstrosity come? Keep your distance. The woman, taken aback by the alien-like figure of Mo Sanxing, instinctively delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling onto the floor. What are you? Are you worried that I cannot settle the bill? Yizhen remarked, casting a calm glance at the waiter. The service staff refrained from speaking. That was her implication. The price of a bottle of certain premium baijiu can reach several thousand, not to mention the exorbitant cost of a bottle of inferior liquor. You, my friend, are adorned in attire that barely sums to 200. Who could possibly ascertain whether you can settle the bill after indulging? I understand your predicament. Someone mentioned that this card could be used as currency. I am uncertain of its authenticity, but you might inquire about it. As it seems you have never encountered such a thing. Yizhen produced a sleek black card. Is this fellow out of his mind? If you brandished a bank card, there would certainly be no issue. Yet, what on earth is this card? Such were the thoughts of the server and others present. She examined the card, noting its exquisite craftsmanship. Indeed, she had never seen one like it and was unsure of its purpose. However, with the head of the establishment present, she thought it prudent to take a closer look. Who are you, and why did you come in here to confront our Mo Xiao? The leader of the group in black suits helped Mo Sanxing to his feet and questioned the icy woman. Ah, he's Mo Sanxing? I thought he was an extraterrestrial creature. How has he come to look this way? Huh, he resembles the second senior brother. Though the second senior brother is slightly more handsome, the cold woman could not help but chuckle. Lin Qianye, do not overstep. I have transformed into this state within your domain. You cannot evade responsibility. You had best provide me with an explanation, Mo Sanxing declared as he rose. He understood that he had fallen victim to a scheme, likely orchestrated by Yizhen. However, he harbored doubts regarding Yizhen's capabilities and lacked evidence. Thus he directed the blame towards Lin Qianye, the general manager of the establishment, who must assume accountability. Lin, take a look at this card. Just as Lin Qianye was about to speak, a waiter approached and handed her the black card belonging to Yizhen. She paused for a moment upon seeing the card and exclaimed softly, "Whose card is this?" "It belongs to that gentleman. He desires only the finest offerings and has requested exceptional service." The waiter pointed towards Yizhen. Lin Qianye took a few steps closer, scrutinizing Yizhen from head to toe, pondering how someone who appeared so unassuming could possess such a prestigious black card. The owner had mentioned that there were only 20 of these cards in existence. "Is this card yours?" she inquired coldly. "What? Is the card fake?" Yizhen retorted. "Of course the card is not fake. It's just..." Lin Qianye began, but was interrupted by Yizhen. "If the card is genuine, then let us proceed with the order. There is no need for needless chatter." Yizhen was not fond of her icy demeanor, despite her beauty. Lin Qianye momentarily faltered, her expression shifting, but within a second, she regained her composure. She acknowledged the truth in his words. Recognition of the card outweighed the appearance of the individual. His shabby attire might simply reflect a preference for discretion. "Go ahead and prepare whatever this gentleman wishes to eat or drink," Lin Qianye instructed the waiter. The waiter was taken aback, and her classmates, including Mo Sanxing, were astonished. How could someone wield such a card as if it were currency? Mo Sanxing was secretly alarmed, realizing that Yizhen was a man of hidden depths. However, he had no time to contemplate Yizhen's identity. His sole focus was on restoring his own face to its former state. "Lin Qianye, did you even hear what I said? This face of mine was marred in your establishment, and you must take responsibility," Mo Sanxing exclaimed. Lin Qianye cast a glance at him, disregarding his presence, and addressed Yizhen instead. "Sir, the items you requested will be prepared shortly. Would you care to move to another room for your enjoyment?" The adjacent one is our finest. No need. I prefer the hustle and bustle, Yizhen replied, reclining on the sofa. Besides, this extraterrestrial second master prohibits me from leaving this door. You are our boss's most esteemed guest, not only in this establishment, but anywhere under the auspices of the Long-In Group, be it a hotel, restaurant, or boutique. You may indulge freely, entering and exiting at will, and no one would dare obstruct you. Lin Xianye asserted. Understood, but for now, I wish to remain here. Forget it. The food has arrived, and I am ready to eat. The service here is indeed commendable. Moments later, several attendants appeared, bearing the items he had requested. Once the dishes were laid out, Yizhen began to eat and drink unabashedly. His manner of consumption rendering Shi, who sat nearby, quite uncomfortable. She felt embarrassed. Lin Xianye glanced at Yizhen, perplexed as to why such a person possessed a black gold card. Mo Sansheng, noticing Lin Xianye's indifference towards him, seethed with anger. His father was the most powerful figure in the city. When had anyone dared to show him disdain? Not only was he humiliated tonight by being treated as second master, but now this insufferable woman was also giving him a hard time. He had never endured such indignities in this city. Anyone who dared to disrespect him would find their establishment shuttered in an instant. He vowed to see the Long Way Club shut down, to have it dismantled entirely. In a fit of rage, he turned to the man in the suit beside him. Are you free now? He asked, gesturing towards his own pig-like face. I believe the method of treatment is secondary. The paramount concern is that Mo Xiao must go to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, if it's too late. If his face remains this way, how will Mo Xiao ever attract women? Lin Xianye's words prompted a sharp outcry from Mo Sansheng. It doesn't matter. If I can't woo women anymore, I will make everyone in this room regret ever being born. You should still discuss how to handle this, he insisted. Although Mo Sansheng was rather unruly, he understood that such an ailment would surely be beyond the hospital's capabilities. They needed a master. Given that they needed a master, he preferred not to take the lead himself, and Lin Xianye's arrival was fortuitous. In truth, Lin Xianye was already aware that this predicament was most likely caused by this unremarkable fellow, who ate like a convict. This placed her in a difficult position. He held a black gold card, indicating a significant connection to the boss, yet she could not afford to offend the Mo family. Chapter 40. You can't afford the consultation fee. Come, let's drink to the bottom of our glasses. You drink red, and I will drink white. Yizhen's casual suggestion amidst the gathering was quite peculiar. I cannot drink too much. It makes me dizzy. Shi downed 2 cups, her face blooming like a flower. Radiantly beautiful. Fear not. This bottle of wine is not toxic. Consuming a couple more cups poses no problem, Yizhen remarked nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lin Xianye felt a stir in her heart. She glanced around at the scene, noting a group of youthful, fresh-faced girls. Did this fellow imply that his bottle of wine was harmless while others might be dangerous? Ignoring Mo Sansheng, she approached and took a swig from a bottle, finding nothing amiss. Look, I told you, consuming a couple of cups of non-toxic liquor is harmless. However, with toxic spirits, 3 cups will render you inebriated. The peril lies in the fact that, while intoxicated, you remain strikingly lucid, and you may find yourself yearning to engage in certain activities. My dear, you must refrain from carelessly indulging in alcohol in the future. Yizhen chattered incessantly to Shi, while most others regarded his ramblings as mere nonsense. Yet Lin Xianye comprehended the gravity of the situation. She turned and commanded, summon everyone who served in this hall tonight, particularly those by the wine cabinet. What are you doing, Lin Xianye? I lack the patience to dally with you. Restore my head immediately, Mo Sansheng demanded. Please, Mr. Mo, do remain calm. I am indeed addressing the matter at hand. However, Mr. Mo, the price of such potent elixirs is steep. I cannot fathom your willingness to administer such a dose. Do enlighten me. Which young lady has captured your attention? Lin Xianye's demeanor was icy, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lin Xianye, one must speak with substantiation. Baseless accusations can lead to dire consequences. I am merely here with my girlfriend to celebrate a classmate's birthday, so refrain from casting aspersions, Mo Sansheng retorted through gritted teeth. Damn it, it seems this evening's events have escalated, yet this matter must not be acknowledged. We shall soon ascertain the truth. At that moment, several men and women entered, their attire revealing them to be staff from the establishment. Lin Xianye's gaze was as sharp as a blade as she coldly surveyed them. I shall state this only once. Whoever is responsible must recount the events in their entirety. I will not pursue further action if you comply. However, should I uncover the truth myself, I assure you, they will find themselves using their toes to wield chopsticks henceforth. You are all aware that I am capable of both speech and action. I shall grant you 5 minutes to ponder this matter. He is filled with trepidation, for he understands that Lin Xinya is both articulate and decisive. Should he refuse to acknowledge this, once she uncovers the truth, his hands will undoubtedly be rendered useless. However, he is even more apprehensive of Mo Sanqing. Should he betray him, he would find himself lifeless in an instant. After all, he is the son of a notorious crime lord, though it cannot be said he kills without hesitation. Extinguishing a life is but a mere moment's endeavor for him. For minutes have elapsed. Are you truly unwilling to confess? Lin Xinya fixed her gaze upon the bartender. The bartender abruptly fell to his knees. Mo Sanqing's expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at the bartender. The bartender trembled, remaining silent on the ground. What is the matter with you? Speak. Lin Xinya demanded. I laced the drinks, the bartender admitted. With what substance? Why did you do it? Lin Xinya's voice rose sharply. I do not truly know what the substance is, he stammered, struggling to take the fall for Mo Sanqing. He glanced at Mo Sanqing for support. Realizing the situation could no longer be concealed, Mo Sanqing understood that even if the bartender fabricated a name for the drug, a simple test would expose the truth. He turned away, no longer looking at the bartender. Why do you look at him? Is it he who supplied you with the drug? Lin Xinya refrained from stating that Mo Sanqing provided it, instead suggesting that he sold it, hoping to offer Mo Sanqing an avenue for retreat and avoid further conflict with her family. The bartender, suddenly enlightened, nodded and said, Yes. I mentioned to young Master Mo that I had an interest in a girl here and asked if he had any means to assist me, he suggested. Using this method, Mo Sanqing let out a quiet sigh of relief, appreciating the young man for shouldering the burden of a bag. Good. He possesses courage and is willing to take responsibility. Lin Xinya remarked, Oh my, impressive. To afford such an expensive medicine as a bartender. Perhaps I should seek a similar job. In the future, if I encounter a woman I fancy and she rebuffs me, I could always procure some medicine from the pighead monster. Hey, bartender, how much is that medicine per gram? Suddenly inquired Yizhen, who had been munching away. The bartender remained silent, and Yizhen ceased his inquiries, understanding that Lin Xinya intended to let Mo Sanqing off the hook, likely to save himself from embarrassment. After all, how could Mo Sanqing receive treatment for his head otherwise? However, Yizhen was unconcerned about such matters. He thought it prudent to earn some silver today, especially since the Mo family had amassed considerable ill-gotten gains. He tilted his glass and drained its contents, then stretched lazily and addressed Sure, have you finished your drink? Once you're done, let us leave. There is nothing more to see. Oh, leaving already? Sure felt there should be more to the evening. It seemed too abrupt to depart. Oh, are you going to help Boshin with his follow-up? Didn't his illness get better? She asked. Lin Xinya's heart sank. It turned out this young man was assisting the boss with his ailment. No wonder he possessed a black gold card. However, what sort of ailment warranted such a gift from the boss? Wait a moment, are you a doctor? Lin Xinya had no time to ponder further. If he was a physician, then he must have been the one to tamper with Mo Sanqing's head. What was the matter? Surely, he wasn't going to ask me for money. The card's benefactor had clearly stated that it grants complimentary service at establishments with the dragon emblem. Yizhen certainly understood what she meant by calling a halt to him. The extensive discourse was merely a pretext to prompt her to stop him. Oh, no. I intended to request your assistance in examining this gentleman's head. Rest assured, we will compensate you for your consultation fee. Lin Xinya was reluctant to provoke the Mo family. Although she harbored no fear, the longing establishment was a legitimate business, and engaging in a conflict with a notorious figure would undoubtedly be detrimental. Oh, I find him rather handsome. You see, his round face and plump ears exude a look of prosperity. Yizhen circled around Mo Sanqing. It would be wise to treat him. After all, a prosperous visage may not facilitate romantic pursuits. Lin Xinya surprisingly felt a hint of amusement. Indeed. It turns out that medication is required for such a condition. In this case, it is even more imperative. Yizhen spoke leisurely. What did you say? You scoundrel. Do you dare threaten me? Emosen had endured him for an entire night. I do not believe you. If you incapacitate me, who will tend to your ailments? Yizhen replied. So, does this imply that you can indeed provide treatment, sir? Lin Xinya inquired. Yes, as long as there is sufficient wealth, I can cure many ailments. However, I doubt you can afford my consultation fee, Yizhen remarked nonchalantly. Do enlighten me. How much is your fee? Lin Xinya found his words somewhat amusing. What sort of enterprise was Longding? And what kind of person was Mo San that they could not afford a consultation? In light of your presence, let us set the fee at 1 million. Very well. He seemed to treat the sum of 1 million as casually, as if it were merely 100. And he even stated it was based on Lin Xinya's regard. Chapter 41. A punch and a million. Gu Yizhen's words astonished everyone, with the exception of Shi, who had anticipated that Gu Yizhen would demand 1 or 2 million. For someone like Mo Sansheng, it would indeed be strange if he were to ask for anything less. 1 million is, of course, not a trivial sum for Longwei Club. However, that amount pertains to the club's finances rather than personal funds. Although Lin Xinya, as the head of the establishment, possessed the authority to utilize such a sum, he lacked the right to allocate it for Mo Sansheng's medical expenses. Did I mishear you? Or did you misspeak? Lin Xinya asked, incredulity etched across his face. Are you suggesting that had it not been for my regard, you would have demanded even more? Precisely. Gu Yizhen replied, his tone unwavering. I am pressed for time. Make your decision promptly. With that, Gu Yizhen pulled Shi to a halt for a brief moment. Observing that neither Lin Xinya nor Mo Sansheng spoke up, he then turned to exit. Stop right there. My condition is undoubtedly linked to this scoundrel, Mo Sansheng exclaimed. Recalling that after Gu Yizhen had struck him on the neck, his head had transformed in this manner. It finally dawned on Mo Sansheng that his current predicament was indeed the result of this young man's antics. Oh, are you suggesting that I possess magical powers? That a mere tap from me could turn you into an extraterrestrial being? Gu Yizhen retorted. Mo Xiao, he continued, every assertion must be substantiated with evidence. If you claim I am responsible, do you have any proof to support your accusation? I say it is you, and that is sufficient. No proof is necessary. My word alone stands as evidence. If you do not remedy my condition today, leaving here may prove rather difficult for you, Mo Sansheng declared, his concern for his reputation dissipating as he revealed the true nature of the second-generation affluent. You have finally discarded your pretentious facade. However, let me make it clear that I shall not extend my healing services if I find the ailment unworthy or if the patient does not meet my standards. Even if you were to aim a machine gun at me, my resolve would remain unshaken. If you desire my assistance, it would be wise to approach me with a modicum of respect. I can discern that your condition is exceedingly grave. Should it go untreated for 2 hours, you will find yourself at the mercy of the Reaper. Gu Yizhen spoke with a measured tone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Entirely unfazed by the group in black suits. What does he have to fear? In merely 10 minutes, Mo Sansheng would be racked with excruciating pain. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I can also foresee that your ailment is on the verge of mutation, soon. You will be in such agony that you would wish to cleave your own head open. Gu Yizhen's smile faded as he spoke. Enough of this idle chatter. Tend to young Master Mo's affliction immediately, or I shall ensure your suffering is far worse than death, commanded the leader of the black suits. Why the hostility? Perhaps you should beseech your master for more funds to afford treatment. Your liver cancer is on the brink of metastasis. It truly baffles me that you still possess the strength to engage in violence. It defies logic, Gu Yizhen remarked, casting a glance at the man in black. I have tolerated your insolence for long enough. You dare insult me? I will deal with you first, the leader retorted, gesturing for several of his associates to seize Gu Yizhen's arms. The black-suited individuals advanced with fists flying, landing blows and delivering knee strikes, causing Gu Yizhen to feel as though a tempest was raging within him, teetering on the edge of retching. He vowed to master his skills, cursing under his breath. If he perfected the Gu family boxing, these few punks would be no match for him. Stop. You dare to assault someone? Fine. I'll call the police and ensure you scoundrels are imprisoned. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, Shi hurriedly took out her phone to report the incident. Go ahead, little girl, call the police. Let us see if they dare to apprehend us when they arrive. The men in black suits appeared unfazed. They were unafraid, well acquainted with every precinct in the city. When Mo Sansheng's men made their move, Lin Xinya realized the situation had escalated. With a stern expression, she declared, Cease this nonsense. You dare to fight in my territory? Such disrespect. Leave at once. No matter the circumstances, this was her domain, and she would not tolerate such insolence. If I were to show you respect, I would have dealt with this brat long ago, retorted the leader of the black suits. Lin Xinya opened her mouth to respond, but was suddenly startled by a piercing scream. Mo Sansheng crouched on the ground, clutching his head, letting out a mournful wail, before he could no longer bear it, and collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. Mo Xiao, what's wrong? 2 or 3 men in black rushed to assist Mo Sansheng. What's happening? It hurts. My head feels as though someone is drilling into it with a steel rod. Over and over again. It's unbearable. Tears streamed from the corners of Mo Sancheng's eyes. In the underworld, it was said that one should bleed but not shed tears. His public display of pain signified a true and overwhelming suffering. Heal him. Help Mo shall recover. If you fail, I will make you regret ever existing in this world. The man in the black suit seized Yizhen by the collar and bellowed, Sir, if you are capable of treating him, then please do so. We mustn't allow this to escalate into a matter of life and death. Yizhen, a holder of the prestigious black gold card, was not someone Lin Xinya dared to offend. It became evident to her that the unfortunate transformation of Mo Sancheng into a fool was undoubtedly the work of this sinister-looking individual with a devilish grin. Treating him is indeed possible. It will take but a minute for his pain to vanish, Yizhen proclaimed. The onlookers expected that after being assaulted by the man in black, he would make things difficult for Mo Sancheng. However, to their astonishment, he merely adjusted his attire and strode toward Mo Sancheng. It hurts, doesn't it, young Master Mo? Fear not. I assure you, with this needle, your pain will cease, he said, brandishing a long, shimmering silver needle that appeared quite intimidating. Indeed, Yizhen punctured Mo Sancheng's cervical spine with the needle, and after a few gentle manipulations, the howls of agony ceased. He truly felt no pain anymore. Yes, it no longer hurts. Ha ha, you truly are remarkable. But when will the swelling in my head subside? Mo Sancheng inquired with evident delight. That can be treated as well, and swiftly, Yizhen replied. Then, please assist me without delay. Mo Sancheng urged, his anxiety palpable. Certainly, but there are certain formalities to attend to first, Yizhen stated. What formalities? Speak quickly. Mo Sancheng realized that this was the only individual capable of remedying his affliction, as he was the one who had caused it. Yet, despite his understanding, he lacked the evidence to confront him. First and foremost, you must pay the consultation fee, Yizhen remarked leisurely. Consultation fee? Is it truly 1 million? Mo Sancheng's anger flared once more. This rogue was even more extortionate than the fee for settling a score. Not at all. It's now 3 million. Moreover, I intend to teach that fellow a lesson, Yizhen remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the leader in the black suit. What? What did you say? You might as well rob me, you bastard. If you don't treat it, I'll beat you again, the man in the black suit retorted aggressively. It's fine. Come and hit me. However, my previous injection was merely a temporary alleviation of your boss Mo's headache. In another quarter of an hour, he will experience the pain once more, and it will be more intense than before. If you strike me again, the medical fee will increase by 1 million. I'm prepared. Go ahead. Yizhen's words plunged Mo Sancheng's heart into an abyss of despair. Damn it. It was just a temporary pain relief. Chapter 42. A longing for life. Mo Sancheng had initially thought that Yizhen had been intimidated by his subordinates, compelling him to obediently come and treat his ailment. Little did he know that Go was merely providing temporary relief, causing the malicious thoughts that had just begun to surface in his mind to dissipate instantly. He had been contemplating how to deceive Yizhen into curing his headache before tormenting him and subsequently disposing of him in the sea. Glancing at the time, Yizhen realized it was getting late, and he did not wish to squander any more moments here. If you want treatment, transfer the funds. If not, I must take my leave. I truly have no time to waste with you, he stated as he stood up once more. The men in black suits became anxious. Now aware that this individual was not to be trifled with, yet they could not allow him to depart, an exceedingly difficult dilemma. This time, Mo Sancheng's men did not dare to obstruct Yizhen. After all, what if they were to provoke him and incur an additional medical fee? Lin Xinya, you must resolve this matter for me. Otherwise, I will truly dismantle Long Wei, Mo Sancheng declared. While he dared not confront Yizhen directly, he felt no such reservations towards Lin Xinya. I believe it would be prudent for you to settle the medical fees, for after all, money is but a transient matter, whereas one's health is paramount. Lin Xinya disregarded his threats. How shall 3 million be paid? Not to mention my inability to mobilize such funds. This incident transpired within your domain. Thus it is your responsibility, said Mo Sancheng. Humph, when it was my territory. Why did you not consider that when you were assaulting someone? It was clear the person only required 1 million, whether you provide it or we assist you. It would have been manageable, wouldn't it? Now, it has escalated to 3 million. I am powerless. I shall contact my superior. You may reach out to Boss Missouri. Lin Xinya stated as she prepared to leave. I can pursue her, but you must make a decisive choice. Lin Xinya exited the door. Once outside, Yizhen hailed a taxi for sure to leave first. To his surprise, Shi complied readily this time, simply advising him to be cautious before entering the vehicle. However, what Yizhen failed to notice was that as the taxi departed, a black business vehicle stealthily followed in its wake. After the taxi turned a corner and halted, Shi entered the business vehicle. "Understood. I shall arrange it immediately." After making the call, Long inquired, "This is a venue under Longting. Should we inform Shinwen Long?" "No need. Let them handle it themselves." Shi was infuriated by Mo Sanqing's treachery. Had she not summoned Yizhen this evening, all the young women would have been subjected to his vile intentions. The mere thought sent chills down her spine, and she broke into a cold sweat. Yizhen seemed to be aware that Lin Qinya would pursue him. After bidding farewell to Shi, he stood by the roadside, lighting a cigarette, the source of which remained a mystery to all. "It appears you anticipated my pursuit," Lin Qinya remarked as she approached. "If you do not follow, Mo Sanqing will undoubtedly resort to deceit." Yizhen exhaled a puff of smoke, exhibiting a level of familiarity akin to that of a seasoned smoker. "Is it truly necessary for you to demand 3 million in exchange for his antidote? That seems rather excessive," Lin Qinya commented, emphasizing the distinction between antidote and treatment, implying that she was aware of his meddling. "I am attempting to save him. Do you comprehend? If I had not arrived tonight, not only would he perish, but you would also meet a similar fate," Yizhen asserted, his tone grave. "What do you mean?" Lin Qinya inquired, puzzled. "Do you realize that the girl accompanying me is far from ordinary? Should Mo Sanqing successfully administer the poison tonight, escape would be improbable." Although Yizhen was yet unaware of Shi's true identity, he recognized she was no common individual. "Who is she?" "Mo Sanqing is the son of the city's most notorious crime lord, and we—" Lin Qinya's statement was cut short by Yizhen. "And what of the crime lord? How many infamous crime lords have perished in Gua province? Moreover, he is merely a so-called boss in this city. The moment the government issues a decree, even the most formidable crime lord is reduced to an insignificant ant. True power lies with the established families, which a mere thug cannot contend with. Otherwise, why would they not act against your second-rate businessman of a boss?" Yizhen's words left Lin Qinya speechless. "Then you—" Lin Qinya began, but Yizhen interrupted her. "Do you still remember this?" Yizhen suddenly produced the wolf tooth that Feng Wubian had given him. "Oh, how do you possess my brother's wolf tooth?" Lin Qinya exclaimed in astonishment. "Your brother?" Yizhen responded, taken aback. "Yes, he was raised by my mother. I have called him brother since childhood," Lin Qinya explained. "Oh, I see," Yizhen remarked, realization dawning upon him. "So, your gesture of consideration towards me is due to this wolf tooth? Did my brother inform you of my presence here? Where is he now? Is he well?" Lin Qinya appeared to have an endless stream of inquiries. "Your brother is not faring particularly well at the moment, but I shall address your questions gradually. For now, you should prioritize dealing with Mo Sanqing, as that fellow is pursuing you. I suggest you contact the elder. This matter is beyond your capabilities." Yizhen harbored a profound disdain for those who drugged women, thus he would show no mercy towards the Mo family. "Hey, that—" The leader in the black suit rushed down, initially intending to summon Yizhen, as his boss was experiencing a severe headache akin to a pig being slaughtered. However, Yizhen's frosty gaze rendered him hesitant to act further. After receiving 2 punches and 2 kicks, he incurred a medical fee of 2 million, and he dared not provoke him again. Turning to Lin Qinya, he said, "Lin, regarding young Master Mo's condition, what do you think? This gentleman, perhaps, should go up first." Lin Qinya had yet to inquire about Yizhen's name. "Alas, very well. I suppose my compassionate nature compels me to take a look. However, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not commence treatment without the medical fee being settled," Yizhen replied. "Our leader is on his way." He believed that once the boss arrived, it would be interesting to see if one would still possess such arrogance, regardless of who it was. He would not lift a finger unless the consultation fee was settled first. However, considering that President Lin had pursued him, he was willing to temporarily alleviate the pain for him. Yizhen stepped forward to provide a momentary reprieve from the pain for Mo Sanqing. Just as he finished, a burly middle-aged man entered, resembling a dark and imposing figure, with a beard that formed a continuous mass. Upon seeing the man in the black suit, they reacted as though they had encountered their long-lost father, calling out "boss" with a tone that suggested they were on the verge of tears, much like a wronged child suddenly spotting their parents. Indeed, he was the notorious black boss, Missouri Do. Chapter 43, Paying for a Slap Dad. "I'm right here." Mo Sanqing approached with a mournful expression. "Ah, what kind of pig-headed creature is this?" Just like Lin Xinya's initial reaction, Imo was startled by his son's appearance, nearly kicking him in surprise, but fortunately, the man in the black suit managed to restrain him in time. I don't know, Imo Sansheng timidly replied, casting a glance at Yizhen. That single glance was enough. Imo immediately understood that his son's transformation was undoubtedly linked to this individual. Can you restore his head to its original state? Then hurry up and treat him. If you take your time, I swear I'll kill you. Imo shouted emphatically. I am a doctor, of course I can treat him, but you must first pay the consultation fee. Yizhen felt exasperated. Why must this conversation be reiterated? He wished to sever ties with these bothersome individuals, opting instead to convey his message succinctly. Listen, he declared, I have no desire to continue this dialogue. The consultation fee is 3 million. Payment in advance, treatment thereafter. Decide within 5 minutes whether you wish to pursue this or not. Do not disturb me. Contemplate your choices elsewhere. I have no interest in your identity, nor do I wish to see you brandish your fists. For each display of aggression, I shall add 1 million to the fee. Furthermore, should you seek my assistance again after my departure, an additional 2 million will be required. That is all I have to say. Ponder this matter carefully. After delivering his ultimatum, Yizhen inexplicably produced a cigarette, lighting it with a sense of calm as he smoked in silence, barely acknowledging Imo. How outrageous. Imo, the underground kingpin of this city, surrounded by a multitude of followers striving for their livelihoods, had never been subjected to such disdain. His fury surged, nearly propelling him from his seat. With a glare that could pierce steel, he slammed his massive fist onto the table, sending cups and bottles crashing to the floor. Who is this uncouth wretch to speak so brazenly to me, Imo? Such audacity. He bellowed in rage. Let me make it clear. If you fail to cure my son, you shall forfeit your life. His bloodshot eyes glared with indignation. In all his years of prominence, no one had dared to disregard him so openly. Time is fleeting. You have 5 minutes. This agony will soon render you speechless. If you wish to proceed, transfer the funds promptly, for I shall be leaving. Yizhen inhaled deeply from his cigarette, extinguishing it in the ashtray with finality. Imo approached Yizhen, raising his fist as if to strike. The man in the black suit, visibly alarmed, exclaimed, Boss, you mustn't. Imo Xiao's illness still requires his care. If you land that punch, it'll cost us another 1 million. Truly a grave matter. He pulled Imo aside, whispering urgently about the events that had transpired. I refuse to believe that a major hospital cannot provide treatment. I shall incapacitate him first, then seek medical help, Imo declared, still skeptical. Boss, it seems that others may be unable to treat him. From what I see now, this peculiar ailment was indeed inflicted by him, the man in black remarked, suggesting that Yizhen was attempting to extort 3 million from them. Imo's voice trembled with anger. In this world, he was the one who extorted others. Never had he been subjected to such a cunning scheme. Boss, he can't escape. Once he has helped Imo Xiao recover, then, the man in black grinned ominously. Wait, don't leave. Our boss will transfer the money immediately. Give me your account number, he interjected as Yizhen attempted to depart. You're truly persistent. Is it not merely a matter of words whether to treat him or not? Yizhen replied, pinning down an account number for the transfer. Upon completion of the transfer, Imo's expression darkened, akin to a block of black ice, as he sent 3 million to the account provided by Yizhen. The other students were taken aback, realizing how effortlessly one could amass such wealth. The money has been transferred. Furthermore, I had mentioned that this fellow owes me a few punches and kicks. I am too lazy to dirty my hands. Who shall do the honors? Yizhen turned to the man in black with a smile, suggesting, why not? You take a turn, kneel down and strike yourself. Remember, the harder you hit, the quicker my treatment will be. If you merely feign a light slap, it may prolong the healing process. I have no qualms. After all, you must strike until I cure your little boss's ailment. Such arrogance, such venom. No one anticipated that this fellow would actually follow through on his words. The leader in the black suit cast a glance at Imo, realizing that the expression on the boss's face had turned utterly inscrutable. He dared not utter another word and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, commencing to slap his own face. You scoundrel, the account you provided belongs to the Red Cross. Imo glared at his phone, which displayed a message of gratitude from the Red Cross, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. Meanwhile, the man in the black suit continued to kneel, fervently slapping his own face, exerting himself to the utmost. He could not afford to cut corners should Yizhen intentionally delay the treatment. He would only be digging his own grave. Gu Yizhen was wholly absorbed in administering acupuncture to an extraterrestrial creature resembling a pig's head. Lin Xinya and the other students found the scene both amusing and bizarre, a spectacle that money could not buy. Li Ming and Lily were already rendered speechless by the unfolding events, utterly at a loss for what to do. At last, the ordeal concluded. I am utterly exhausted, Gu Yizhen thought. The man in the black suit, as if granted a reprieve, trembled with joy as he stood up unsteadily. You scoundrel, are you toying with me? I will slaughter you at once. You took 3 million from me, and after all this, my son shows no signs of improvement, yet you claim he is cured? Emodo rushed over like a whirlwind, seizing Gu Yizhen by the collar, ready to strike. Let go. If you don't, he truly will not be cured. Gu Yizhen spoke with a grave tone. After all, 3 million had been spent. Emodo, rendered speechless, released his grip. He swore that if the scoundrel failed to cure his son, he would promptly take his life. There remained but one final step, delivering 2 resounding slaps to restore his son to his former self. Such a violent act was not something he would partake in. Instead, he urged others to do it, emphasizing the necessity of force, as a gentle touch would yield no results. Furthermore, regarding the prescription, he instructed them to brew the medicine as prescribed, taking 1 dose daily for 3 days, ensuring complete recovery without recurrence. Gu Yizhen composed a prescription. Young man, you've taken things a bit too far. I have never heard of healing involving slapping. Emodo trembled, exasperated. It was infuriating to spend 3 million only for his son to endure slaps. Was he essentially paying for slaps? I speak the truth. If you do not act, even deities would be powerless, Gu Yizhen insisted with utmost seriousness. Chapter 44. No holding back. Mo Sansheng was a second-generation heir of the underworld, a young lord. Who would dare to slap him, especially in front of his father? Yet, Gu Yizhen's demeanor was so earnest, devoid of jest. After a moment of contemplation, Emodo bit his lip and declared, Sansheng, if father slaps you and your ailment remains, I shall ensure this scoundrel suffers a fate worse than death. Hurry. Time is of the essence. Gu Yizhen, with the finesse of a magician, picked up another stick. With a resounding crack, Emodo, eyes shut tight, delivered 2 vigorous slaps to his son Mo Sansheng. Miraculously, like a magic trick, Mo Sansheng's spherical head astonishingly returned to its original form. It was utterly extraordinary. Such miraculous healing was beyond comprehension. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Gu Yizhen had already descended the stairs. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Are you afraid that the Mo family will come after you? Gu Yizhen had just hailed a taxi when Lin Xinya caught up with him. She dismissed the taxi and pulled Gu Yizhen into her car. What are you doing? I'm not someone who can be trifled with. Besides, I'm friends with your brother. Gu Yizhen shrank back slightly, looking at Lin Xinya. What are you thinking? Humph. As if I would seek you out even if I were truly desperate. Lin Xinya cast him a disdainful glance. Humph, pretending to be so worldly. Yet one sentence reveals everything. Do you know that only slender men can drive women to ecstasy? Gu Yizhen suddenly leaned forward and said, Scoundrel. I can't fathom how my brother became friends with a rogue like you. Lin Xinya started the car. Your brother is a swindler. And you're merely a street thug. Isn't it quite normal for me to be friends with a rogue like you? Birds of a feather flock together. Gu Yizhen stretched comfortably, leaning back in the seat. What did my brother ask you to find me for? Where is he? Is everything all right with him? After the car was on the road, Lin Xinya bombarded her with questions. I don't know what has happened to him, but I do know he should be in the detention center right now. In my opinion, his health is very poor, and if he doesn't receive treatment soon, it could be quite troublesome. As for why he asked me to find you, Gu Yizhen glanced at the elegantly proportioned Lin Xinya, his face breaking into a mischievous grin, and he fell silent. Hey, why are you being like this? You can't just speak half-truths. Lin Xinya turned to look at him, realizing he was gazing at her intently. Ahem, did you not claim to be a person of discernment? Yet here you are, so casually gazing. Who is Lin Xinya that he would be daunted by a mere glance? Such allure is most captivating. While I maintain my own decorum, I find pleasure in observing others. Your physique is truly remarkable. What kind of training have you undertaken to achieve such form? Any ordinary man would be utterly exhausted in less than 3 minutes in your presence. Gu Yizhen remarked with a mischievous grin. However, you must tend to your ailments. Do not dismiss them as trivial. Neglecting minor issues can lead to significant troubles. You are the one who is unwell. Your entire family is afflicted. I have never encountered someone like you, so quick to label others as ill, Lin Xinya retorted, finding Gu Yizhen's profession rather distasteful. I speak the truth. Do you not often experience pain, swelling, and frequent nausea? Gu Yizhen queried, stroking his chin. How did you come to know that? Lin Qianye inquired, taken aback. How I know is of no consequence. Whether it is true or not, you are well aware, Gu Yizhen replied. Then will you assist me in remedying it? Lin Qianye asked in a teasing tone. Your flirtations are of no use to me. I am impervious to such charms. If you wish to entice me, you must demonstrate genuine skill. At this moment, I find myself craving a drink, Gu Yizhen stated. What do you mean? Did you not just indulge at the club? Lin Qianye wondered at his remarkable capacity for alcohol. Though I just drank, I have expended much energy assisting that rascal with his ailments, Gu Yizhen noted. Glancing at the clock, it was still early, just past midnight. They settled at a barbecue stall, and after sharing a bottle of beer, Lin Qianye remarked, You still have not divulged why my brother sent you to find me. Surely, you do not intend for me to believe you sought me only for companionship in slumber? Please, do not sleep with me. I am afraid you are a mere pump and juicer, she remarked, casting a glance at him. Oh, you need not worry. I shall ensure not to drain you dry in a single night, she replied, playfully licking her crimson lips with her delicate tongue. I possess a sequence of numbers. Would you care to hear them? He inquired, a shiver coursing through him. Not just yet. Perhaps you could share them with me once we are in bed. Lin Qianye suggested with a teasing tone. He fell silent, quietly consuming his drink and food, overwhelmed by the unexpected beauty and openness of Lin Qianye. They both silently finished another bottle, when suddenly Lin Qianye asked, Where is my brother being held? I wish to see him. I am unaware. But if you truly wish to know, I could make some inquiries, he replied. Very well, I would appreciate your assistance in this matter, she said, downing another bottle with him. Do you have something on your mind? Do not get too intoxicated. I wish to share that sequence of numbers with you first, he interjected. He believed that by relaying Feng Wubian's words, he would fulfill his obligation. Are you free tomorrow? Lin Qianye disregarded his statement. I suppose so. What do you need? He asked. That sequence of numbers is the combination to a safe. She paused briefly before continuing. My brother had previously opened an insurance account. And the key is with me, yet he never disclosed the password. Now, he has entrusted you with the code, which surely indicates he is in some grave predicament. Are you suggesting he is leaving behind a will? He pondered, momentarily taken aback. When he had encountered Feng Wubian, the man had seemed remarkably optimistic. Not the type to be contemplating a last testament. Not necessarily. Perhaps it is a conundrum, or he might require my assistance with something. We shall find out upon investigation. Lin Qianye remarked. Why all the mystery? Why not just speak plainly? Gu Yizhen inquired, puzzled. You do not understand. He is merely safeguarding me. He has always been reluctant to share his matters with me, fearing that anything could entangle me, Lin Qianye explained. Oh, it seems that you siblings share a strong bond. Gu Yizhen observed. Indeed, he cherishes me above all, Lin Qianye replied with a smile. I truly envy you both. I have spent my entire life in solitude. Without even a single companion, Gu Yizhen lamented, her mood suddenly sinking. What was your childhood like? She intended to say more but was interrupted. Duh. They are here. Two young men with red-dyed hair and earrings glanced at them before shouting loudly. Could it really be that scoundrel? From a distance, several burly men wielding iron rods and machetes approached. This is dire. These rascals are targeting us. Who could they be? Perhaps it is the Mo Do gang, 3 million. Just like that, vanished. Who wouldn't be furious? Confirm it is them, then strike without mercy. Beat them to a pulp, the apparent leader commanded. Chapter 45. Lin Qianye. There were many newcomers, over a dozen, each armed to the teeth. Goodness, look at their formation. They are here to take lives, someone nearby exclaimed, dropping their chopsticks in fear and fleeing. The owner, in a panic, frantically shouted for them to settle their bills. The leader tapped the table with his machete and warned, If you shout again, I shall smash your stall. Humph. What else can you do besides oppressing the good? Due to your presence. The boss has not received payment for several tables. You should settle those bills first. Gu Yizhen, seeing the crowd before him, chose to suppress his fear and stood up calmly, declaring, Haha, indeed you possess courage. Surrounded by so many, you still have the audacity to collect debts for others. Very well, I commend you for being a true man. I shall pay their bills, including yours, lest the boss truly seeks the afterlife for his dues. The implication was clear. Gu Yizhen was destined for doom today. After making this declaration, he tossed a wad of money to the boss, saying, Consider it a private booking for today. Once completed, he turned to Gu Yizhen and remarked, Are you satisfied now? You may close your eyes in peace. Qing Shi. It seems you all have chosen to disregard my presence, Lin Qianye. Before Gu Yizhen could respond, Lin Qianye rose and spoke. Her name, or rather her notorious reputation, was well known among those who traversed the streets of this city. Even if they had not met her, most had heard of her. Thus, as her words echoed, the group of thugs began to stir. Heavens, she is Lin Xianye, truly beautiful. Yet, they quickly recalled her infamous act of single-handedly infiltrating her enemy's home, wielding a knife, and terrifying him to death in his own bed. Fear gripped them, dispelling any impure thoughts that had momentarily surfaced. Such a woman, no matter how exquisite, was not to be trifled with. Yizhen clutched a slender embroidery needle, poised to demonstrate his prowess by taking down a few adversaries as a display of intimidation. However, Lin Xianye interjected, compelling him to pause and observe the actions of the stunningly beautiful woman before him, whose allure was so striking it could induce a nosebleed. Unbeknownst to him, this captivating woman was not to be trifled with. He is my friend, and the matters concerning my friends are my own. Should the Mo clan truly seek to antagonize him, they are, in fact, challenging me, she declared. After a brief pause, she continued. Regarding the incident with young Master Mo tonight, I believe he brought this upon himself. It serves as a lesson, reminding him not to be excessively ostentatious. Lin Xinye's words were met with incredulity. So, are we simply to accept a loss of 3 million just like that? Young Master Mo has endured humiliation for an entire evening, and you suggest we let it go? Lin Xianye, I assure you, the Mo clan will not simply overlook this. It would be wise for you to refrain from intervening, otherwise. Qingxi waved her hand, and a dozen men encircled them. Do not move. Whoever dares to lay a finger on him shall find themselves at odds with me, Lin Xianye. I guarantee that life will become exceedingly difficult for anyone who stands against me, she admonished, her voice steady as she seized a bottle of wine from the table. The thugs hesitated, their weapons raised but unwilling to advance. Yizhen was taken aback by the formidable reputation of this extraordinary woman. Her commanding shout had rendered a group of ruffians hesitant to act. What are you afraid of, facing a mere woman? Advance. Anyone who obstructs us shall face the same fate, Qingxi shrieked, leading the charge towards Yizhen. The others, seeing their leader engage, no longer hesitated and, with a unified battle cry, surged forward alongside her. The Great War is now inevitable. Lin Xianye ceased her words, and with the swiftness of lightning, she hurled a bottle of liquor in each hand at two thugs charging ahead. The bottles shattered with a resounding crash. Splattering a mixture of alcohol and blood into the air, the conflict began with a violent flourish. This woman is undeniably fierce. Her frosty visage and eyes ablaze with fury ignited a tumult of fear within those who beheld her. In the face of such a coordinated assault, Yizhen would have previously felt utterly helpless, resigned to surrender. However, having recently acquired the skill of flicking needles, he managed to strike two foes, albeit clumsily, as it was his first attempt and he was quite flustered. Before he could retrieve a second needle after the first had been discharged with a muffled thud, a heavy club struck his back. Indeed, Lin Xianye proved her prowess in combat. By this time, she had seized an iron rod and, with a flurry of strikes, had already incapacitated several thugs. Upon witnessing Yizhen being struck, she grew alarmed and urged him to flee, assuring him that he need not concern himself with her. Yizhen wished to escape, but found himself ensnared by the throng. Realizing he could not break free, Lin Xianye called out for him to join her. With determination, she fended off two assailants who were about to unleash their malice upon Yizhen, only to have her shoulder struck by a stealthy attacker. Seeing this, Yizhen's heart raced with urgency, yet he felt powerless. As the encirclement tightened ominously, he shouted, Lin Xianye, break through. This matter does not involve you. There is no need for you to wade into this murky water. If Lin Xianye were not preoccupied with his safety, she could undoubtedly have escaped with ease. Be cautious in battle. There is no need for further words. You are a friend of my brother, thus you are my friend too. Either we fight together, or we leave together. I, Lin Xianye, have never had the habit of abandoning my friends. Lin Xianye declared with unwavering determination. He felt deeply moved. This woman had known him for merely 2 hours, and could have easily chosen to remain uninvolved. Yet, because she was acquainted with Feng Wubian, she resolutely stood by him, ready to face the adversities together. Truly, a woman of exceptional valor. How touching. However, no one shall escape. Surrender is the only option. The green serpent laughed heartily. Yizhen was struck again and nearly faltered from the pain. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Xianye, bruised and battered in her efforts to protect him, he clenched his teeth and retrieved a few more embroidered needles. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. He intended to use these final needles to bring down the green serpent. Although it was his first experience in combat, and accurately targeting acupoints seemed utterly unattainable. He merely sought to strike true, hoping to alleviate Lin Chinya's burden. He carefully observed the moment, ready to launch his needles, when suddenly, two masked figures leaped forth from the shadows. Their martial prowess was remarkable, and with bare hands, they charged into the fray, swiftly subduing all the ruffians. Who are you? Where do you come from? It is best not to meddle in the affairs of the Mo sect, lest you bring calamity upon yourselves. The green serpent exclaimed, astonished as he witnessed his men being effortlessly taken down. Brandishing a long knife, he shouted vehemently. However, the two masked figures paid him no heed. After incapacitating his subordinates, they swiftly maneuvered, attacking him from both sides. Thud! One struck his flank while the other delivered a chop to his neck. The green serpent didn't even have time to cry out in pain before he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 46. You can call me thank you both, may I ask? Yizhen gasped for breath, poised to inquire about the identities of the two masked figures. However, as he spoke, their silhouettes flickered and they vanished into the alley in the blink of an eye. They arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Had it not been for the cacophony of anguished cries from the thugs strewn across the ground, he might have believed they had never been there at all. Yizhen gazed intently in the direction of their disappearance, murmuring, "Your friends are quite formidable, yet why did they leave without acknowledging us?" "What? They are not your friends?" Lin Qinya replied. "I am not acquainted with such extraordinary individuals." Yizhen shook his head. "If they are not your acquaintances, then I am at a loss as to their identities. Among those I know, you are undoubtedly the most skilled in combat. That is indeed perplexing. Who could they be?" Lin Qinya pondered, taking a seat on a nearby stool. Examining his own knife wounds, he continued. They utilized grappling techniques and Sanda routines, and their coordination was remarkably seamless. From these observations, it is likely they are military personnel. Military personnel? Then I am even less familiar with them, Yizhen asserted, convinced that none of his acquaintances possess such prowess. Foolish, they need not necessarily be active duty. Their masks serve to conceal their identities. Perhaps you have encountered them before? Or might you meet them again in the future? Lin Qinya tilted his head, deep in thought regarding the masked individuals. Do not dwell on it. It matters not who they are, as long as they do not pose a threat to us. We should focus instead on how to address the matter at hand. Moreover, given the ruckus, do you think the black old dog will pose a danger to Long Wei? Yizhen gazed at the chaos strewn across the ground, a headache brewing within him. He had never anticipated that his life would unfold in such a spectacular manner. It was akin to a cinematic spectacle. There was no need for intervention. They would resolve their issues themselves. Such matters were traditionally settled discreetly, avoiding any disturbance to the authorities or involving legitimate business venues or family members, as was customary, as Lin Qinya remarked. Lin Qinya bore numerous wounds, some in sensitive areas, necessitating cleaning and dressing, requiring the assistance of a woman. Sewing was the most suitable aid for this task. The process of cleansing the wounds, suturing, and applying medicine was so laborious that it extended into the early hours of the morning. Upon awakening, it was already noon. Today marked the day for the follow-up consultation for old Zhang, and just after finishing his lunch, Zhang Chunhua arrived. Zhang Chunhua was indeed a dutiful son. Although he could have sent someone to fetch Yizhen, he insisted on personally escorting him each time. After exchanging a few words with the two women in the house, Yizhen entered Zhang Chunhua's vehicle. Following this consultation, it was likely that the old gentleman's ailment would be deemed cured. As the car began to move, Zhang Chunhua remarked, "One could say that he is now able to take a few steps on his own, and the next phase involves gradual recuperation." In truth, old Zhang's recovery was remarkably swift, astonishingly so. Henceforth, it was merely a matter of exercising caution in his rehabilitation and maintaining consistent physical activity, Yizhen added. Indeed. To be honest, I still find it somewhat surreal. Ever since that fateful day he lay down, we had prepared ourselves for the worst, expecting him to remain in that state until departing this world. Who would have thought you could facilitate such a rapid recovery? It is truly miraculous, Zhang Chunhua mused. The marvel of traditional Chinese medicine lies in its extraordinary capacity to perform miracles. Yizhen, having just yawned, remarked on his lack of rest. Recalling that he had departed just past 1 o'clock the previous night, he paused momentarily before adding, in truth, should you encounter any difficult matters, do not hesitate to call me. There is no need to put yourself in danger as you did last night. Yizhen straightened himself and turned to face Zhang Chunhua. With such a commotion, how could I, a law enforcement officer, possibly remain unaware? However, there are certain matters that we find inconvenient or inappropriate to manage. and thus we refrain from intervening. Indeed, should we impose our authority, it would disrupt the delicate balance, which would not be in anyone's best interest, Zhang Chunhua explained. Those two individuals, were they dispatched by you? Gu Yizhen inquired. Which two? Zhang Chunhua replied. As I mentioned, we did not intervene last night. Why would we send anyone? Oh, then who exactly sent them? Upon arriving at the Zhang residence, Shi was seated in a CAF. Thank you for your hard work last night, Hu Ge, she said while stirring her coffee. Oh, please sit down. Why are you standing? It's quite unbecoming. Miss, you are overly courteous. Please, call me Ahu. We are merely your bodyguards, so standing is quite sufficient, replied Ahu, who stood beside her. Spare me the formalities. If I say sit, then you shall sit. No need for such rules, Shi retorted, glaring at the two burly men, who complied and took their seats. He wasn't injured, was he? After ordering refreshments for them, Shi inquired. Any injuries sustained were merely superficial. They are of no consequence. However, that young lady was quite battered. Nonetheless, given her exceptional medical skills, it should not pose a significant issue, Ahu responded. Oh, that girl is quite impressive. She can take on so many people. Who is she? Shi inquired with great curiosity. I am unsure, but if Miss requires, I can investigate, Ahu replied. Very well. I shall look into it when time permits, but there is no rush. Is there anything else of note? Shi continued. There is nothing else. But there is one matter. Ahu hesitated. What matter? Shi asked. Our task to protect him has come to Uncle Quan's attention. He mentioned that we should arrange a meeting with him, Ahu said after a brief pause. Ah, how did he find out? Were we not instructed to keep it a secret? Shi expressed her annoyance. It was not us who informed him. However, all the security personnel report to him. So it was only a matter of time before he learned of it, Ahu reasoned, believing it inconsequential whether he knew or not, as it was not a wrongdoing. Well, if he knows, so be it. However, you are not to assist him in scheduling the meeting. I shall handle this. Please take me to the company shortly. Shi instructed. Ah, but Miss has never visited the company. Are you going today? Might this not draw Madame's attention? If she notices, she will surely inquire with Uncle Quan, and then, Ahu cautioned. You are correct. I should devise an excuse. Perhaps I could invite him to dinner tonight. Please reserve a private room, and I will call him later, Shi contemplated. Wishing to keep her mother from prying too much into her affairs, thus she must secure Uncle Quan's cooperation to prevent him from reporting back. Chapter 47. Have you missed me? The Wanghalo Hotel is one of the premier establishments in Beijing, located just down the street from the Shi family enterprise. Although Zhao Qiwanfu had entered the Wanghalo, he could not fathom why Shi had suddenly invited him to dinner today. It seemed to be the first time she had taken the initiative to do so. Nevertheless, considering she was merely a third-year university student, it was understandable. A young adult inviting him to dine certainly suggested there was a matter of significance at hand. What could possibly be troubling this girl? Before he could ponder further, he arrived. Uncle Quan, why did you take so long to get here? Do you realize it is quite impolite to keep a lady waiting? Shi exclaimed, feigning annoyance. Oh, did I arrive late? I thought I had left early. Zhao Qiwanfu chuckled, amused by her earnest attempt to act mature. My goodness. If leaving early still results in such a delay, Uncle Quan, are you truly aging, or is your health failing? You must take care of yourself. My mother and I depend on you, she remarked casually, merely aiming to lighten the mood, yet unknowingly struck a chord with Zhao Qiwanfu's hidden worries. Indeed, he was unwell and genuinely wished to care for the two of them. Ah, our little princess has grown up and learned to show concern for others. You are right. Uncle Quan is feeling a bit under the weather, he mused. Zhao Qiwanfu was perplexed by the sudden shift in Shi's demeanor. Why had she chosen to discuss such matters today? Really? Have you been to the hospital? You must be extremely cautious. Shi expressed her astonishment. Do not worry. Uncle Quan is being careful. However, the doctors have been unable to discern anything significant, and after several visits, I have grown weary of returning. Especially since it does not affect my work, he replied. Zhao Qiwanfu had originally sought out Gu Yizhen, and now, with the conversation conveniently shifting to this subject, he saw an opportunity to seize. Shall I find a miraculous doctor to examine you? To his delight, the young lady had taken the initiative to suggest it. Do you know any skilled physicians? Zhao Qiwanfu feigned skepticism. Of course. Have you forgotten the friend I mentioned last time? His medical expertise is quite remarkable. In her desperation to keep Zhao Qiwanfu out of her affairs and prevent him from divulging her secrets to her mother, Shi was at a loss for how to win him over. Unexpectedly, his ailment provided a splendid opportunity to enlist Gu Yizhen's help in treating him. Ah, you mean the miraculous doctor who treated Shang Wanjing? Do you genuinely know him? Such individuals are likely difficult to engage. Zhao Chuanfu felt immense joy internally, though he maintained a faade of reluctance. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. However, Shi seized the moment to present her request. Initially, Zhao Chuanfu had merely intended to seek medical attention from Gu Yizhen without any ulterior motives. At that moment, they had formed a strategic alliance. That day, Gu Yizhen was practicing martial arts in the orchard on the back mountain when Shi called, saying she needed his assistance once more. No, it's not that. I only need you to examine someone. Don't worry, I will negotiate the fee, which will be 2 million. Zhao Chuanfu was not lacking in funds for him. 1 or 2 million was a trifling matter. Therefore, during their meal that day, he readily agreed to cover Gu Yizhen's consultation fee. According to his reasoning, since Gu Yizhen had charged 1 million for treating Xin Wenlong and 3 million for curing Imo Sanchen's severe illness, a fee of 2 million for treating Zhao Chuanfu was entirely fair. What? Your antics are quite absurd. Who is he, and what ailment does he possess? Gu Yizhen finds himself utterly speechless in response to Shi. Fear not, for he is a man of considerable wealth. 2 million is but a trifling matter for him. As for the nature of his illness, how would I know? I am not a physician. I have arranged the timing for you. Tomorrow at noon, meet at Wang Heilu. Shi stated. How can you take it upon yourself to decide everything for me? What exactly is your relationship to me? Wang Heilu is a hotel, correct? Does he reside within its confines? Gu Yizhen felt a surge of irritation. How could this girl presume to dictate every detail? I am your girlfriend, after all. Did you not acknowledge that in front of so many of my classmates just a few days ago? Shi replied with a mischievous grin. Gu Yizhen found himself at a loss for words. The pretense of assisting her had now become a shield for her. You did say it yourself, as my girlfriend. You must fulfill the duties of a girlfriend. Do you even comprehend what those duties entail? Gu Yizhen retorted with a sly smile. What is to be done shall be determined by me. Spare me your chatter. If you fail to arrive punctually tomorrow, I shall send Wang Sanyu to fetch you. Shi declared fiercely. Sure girl, you. He contemplated voicing a few curses, but Shi had already hung up the phone. The following noon, Gu Yizhen arrived at Wang Heilu. He was taken aback by the bustling atmosphere of such a high-end establishment. The elevator was utterly packed. He pressed the button for the top floor and retreated to a corner to await the ascension. Make way, please. As the elevator halted at an unknown floor, Gu Yizhen heard a remarkably familiar voice. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, he caught sight of a figure he knew all too well, being embraced and escorted out of the elevator by a tall man. What purpose does she have for being here? Is it not self-evident? Who is that man? Undoubtedly, he's her lover. And who am I? I am the deceived one. She has misled herself into believing she is on a business trip. Yet the truth is far more disturbing. Why would she deceive herself? At the final moment before the elevator doors closed, Gu Yizhen reached out to press the open button. Upon exiting the elevator, he witnessed the familiar figure entering a room with that man. Approaching the door, he glanced at the room number and instinctively raised his hand to knock. Could he possibly be mistaken? He fervently wished for that to be the case. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retrieved his phone and dialed his girlfriend's number. She pressed her face against the door. Despite the hotel's splendid decor and the impeccable ceiling of the door, she could still discern the sounds emanating from within. Indeed, a phone began to ring, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Darling, you have a call. How irritating it is that someone always chooses this moment to interrupt. Darling, please hold on. I'll be right there. Such a sweet voice, which Gu Yizhen had always considered the most beautiful, now evoked a wave of nausea within him. Hello, sweetheart? What made you think to call? Do you miss me? Gu Yizhen felt a dizzying sensation. It was now confirmed that the woman inside was indeed his girlfriend. Each time he heard her refer to him as sweetheart, he would inexplicably feel exhilarated. But at this moment, his stomach churned. Darling, sweetheart. She so affectionately addressed him in the presence of that man. Were it not for his position just outside the door, were it not for the shocking sight he had just witnessed, he would never have believed that she could call him with such intimacy while being with another man. Chapter 48. This guy must have something going on. He retreated to the side, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Feeling as though he were on the verge of suffocation, breathing was a laborious task. Hey, Yizhen, what's wrong? Speak up. The voice on the phone sounded anxious. Filled with concern, he took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself, wanting to say something. Yet his mouth opened and closed without uttering a single word before he hung up the call. He blocked her number, as well as his WeChat and QQ. And just as he completed these actions, the elevator arrived at the top floor. Although the act of blocking had been swift, now he felt as if he were walking on air, his steps light as if treading on cotton. He couldn't fathom why she had chosen this course of action. If she no longer wished to be together, why not simply say so? The man he had just encountered was clearly middle-aged, perhaps a so-called successful individual. Did she, like his former girlfriend, value wealth above all else? Upon arriving at the door that Sure had mentioned, he paused to gather his thoughts before pressing the doorbell. The so-called presidential suite was a lavish residence, featuring a bedroom, a living room, and a dedicated study that also served as an office. Once inside the living room, Sure facilitated introductions among them, ensuring that Yizhen remained unaware of her connection to Zhao Chuanfu. At present, Zhao Chuanfu held the title of owner of the Yizhen Furong Cosmetics Company. However, this was not entirely untrue. Yizhen Furong was indeed a subsidiary of the Sure family's enterprises. After the customary tea and introductions, they took their seats. And Zhao Chuanfu offered a cup of tea to Yizhen, remarking, "I was supposed to seek your medical expertise at your place. But Miss Sure mentioned that you prefer not to have others intrude upon your residence. Thus, we are honored to host you here instead." "Ah, Mr. Zhao, you are being too courteous," Sure remarked. "Given your willingness to pay 2 million for the consultation, I am indeed obliged to provide my services." "You pay, I treat. There is no need for you to be overly polite. It is important to clarify, however, that I am not a miracle worker. I do not even possess a qualification certificate. It would be prudent for you to ascertain whether you truly wish for me to undertake your treatment." Yizhen spoke with an icy detachment, his expression equally frigid. This was not entirely his fault. He was genuinely irked that Sure had taken it upon herself to arrange this matter on his behalf, coupled with the recent events. If he were able to muster a smile, he would surely be a world-class actor. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Please provide the account details. Once Mr. Zhao transfers the consultation fee, we shall commence treatment." Sure remained oblivious to his discontent. "Mr. Zhao, are you certain?" He ignored her inquiry. "Absolutely. Just give me the account information. According to your protocol, the fee must be paid in advance, for the sake of Yizhen Furong and his own future happiness." Zhao Chuanfu was determined to proceed. After all, Yizhen was a friend of Sure's and would not likely swindle him for 2 million. This affliction had tormented him for years, depriving him not only of a normal intimate life, but also eroding his self-confidence entirely. Were it not for this illness, he would have confessed his feelings to Yizhen Furong long ago. He had to eradicate this ailment. A man without capability in this regard, regardless of his wealth, is rendered powerless. Therefore, should Yizhen succeed in curing him, he would not hesitate to pay the 2 million, no matter the cost. Yizhen ceased speaking and wrote down his card number for Zhao Chuanfu. The 2 million had been transferred, and as he glanced at the message on his phone, he felt an exhilaration coursing through him. "Are you truly treating me this way for the sake of money? Let me clarify. It is not that I am incapable of earning or lacking in funds. Rather, I simply refuse to equate love with financial worth." He resolved that from this day forth, he would no longer live as he once did. Previously, he had been rather indolent in his pursuit of wealth. Although earning came easily to him, he invariably spent it all before he could accumulate more. In truth, he squandered money more rapidly than anyone else, largely due to the presence of over a dozen children eager to enjoy his wealth. Henceforth, he would toil diligently to amass riches, to adopt a new way of life, and to instill regret in her. "Hey, has the money arrived? We can commence now. Why are you dawdling?" Sure nudged him. "Why?" she asked, astonished. "Due to Mr. Zhao's illness, it is inappropriate for me to elaborate in front of a young lady." He glanced at Zhao Chuanfu and replied. Zhao Chuanfu appeared surprised. This individual was indeed as formidable as rumored. He likely already understood his ailment. Otherwise, he would not have urged Sure to leave. Are you just pretending?" she questioned, incredulous that Uncle Quan had a condition that could not be discussed openly. "Please step outside. Let us first enjoy a cup of coffee downstairs. I will join you shortly. In the afternoon, I shall take you shopping and present you with a gift." "His illness is not something you should hear about," Yizhen stated. Sure widened her eyes in disbelief. What had gotten into him today? What could have provoked such a transformation? Historically, even when she openly requested gifts, he had never obliged, consistently opting for modest dining choices. Yet today, he was the one to suggest shopping and offering her gifts. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Surely, he harbored some ulterior motive. "Miss Sure, Please, could you reserve a private room downstairs? I must treat Dr. Gu to a meal shortly, Zhao Chuanfu indicated. As Shi stepped out, Gu Yizhen remarked, Mr. Zhao, I am aware of your predicament. This ailment has persisted for over 3 years, hasn't it? Really? You truly understand? You don't need to take my pulse? Zhao Chuanfu was astonished, realizing that this young man indeed possessed the remarkable ability to discern ailments through scent. However, when you prescribe a remedy, it is still necessary to check the pulse. But I'm already cognizant of your issue. In truth, it is not as grave as it may seem. To be frank, had it not been for your excessive consumption of Western medicine, which exacerbated your condition, merely 3 doses would suffice, Gu Yizhen stated nonchalantly. Excessive Western medication has worsened it. Just 3 doses? Zhao's mouth gaped in disbelief. Indeed, this particular illness has numerous causes from a Western medical perspective. Yet each reason remains inadequately explained in terms of pathology. Consequently, the treatments prescribed are predominantly hormonal supplements, sometimes even directly administering hormones. While it is true that these medications yield immediate effects, they merely advance the depletion of your body's energy reserves. Therefore, Western medicine can never truly cure such conditions. They can only progressively escalate the dosage, maintaining you at a certain level until your body is entirely exhausted, at which point they will declare your case untreatable. Zhao Chuanfu was rendered speechless by this revelation, relieved that he had eventually lost hope and ceased treatment. Otherwise, he would have suffered even greater depletion. And what about my current situation? Zhao now held a profound trust in Gu Yizhen, jesting. Which physician in any hospital possesses the prowess to diagnose without pulse-taking or inquiry? You should feel fortunate that you discontinued the Western medications in the later stages. The issue is not overly severe. A few sessions of acupuncture and a fortnight of medication should suffice for recovery. However, it is imperative that you abstain from the allure of women until you are fully healed. Should you succumb to temptation during treatment, complete recovery may become unattainable. He spoke calmly. Chapter 49. Does the shop sell anything else? Impotence, whether approached by Western or traditional Chinese medicine, is a particularly challenging ailment. Yet, for Gu Yizhen, it poses no significant obstacle. In fact, ailments related to the male and female reproductive systems, especially those concerning fertility, are not daunting for him. He has inherited the medical wisdom of the great master Guhong. Although he cannot claim to have wholly absorbed his teachings, he has thoroughly studied the essential elements, and, combined with modern techniques, he finds that such a trivial affliction as impotence is easily remedied. Guhong is celebrated as a pioneer of sexual health, and that is no exaggeration. An hour later, Zhao Chuanfu emerged, brimming with vitality and radiance, and bowed respectfully to Gu Yizhen at the door, saying, Dr. Gu, lunch has been prepared downstairs. You're too kind, Mr. Zhao. You have already settled the consultation fee, so there is no need for such formality. Gu Yizhen replied as he picked up his bag and descended the stairs. Why did it take so long? Are you not a miracle worker? Shi questioned, glaring at Gu Yizhen. Well, every patient is unique, and conditions vary. Hence, some recover quickly while others take time, he replied, feeling quite helpless in the face of this exasperating woman. Humph, making me wait for ages. I shall make you pay for it later. Her words caused Zhao Quanfeng to inwardly scoff, as concern for Gu Yizhen welled up within him. If this girl truly intended to exploit him, his 2 million would be of little comfort. One who has never spent extravagantly may not truly understand the art of spending, and sure. As the daughter of the Shi family certainly possesses an innate ability to lavish money, treating thousands and millions with the utmost ease. However, Zhao Chuanfeng's worries might have been unwarranted, for Shi currently occupied the role of an ordinary university student. Should she carelessly squander 2 million, even Gu Yizhen, despite his naivety, would recognize her as no ordinary individual. Each person's demeanor is shaped by the accumulation of everyday life. Feigning poverty or wealth is no simple task. After having masqueraded as impoverished for so long, Shi would undoubtedly refrain from revealing any cracks in her facade at this juncture. All right then, let us eat swiftly. Once we finish, we shall immediately go shopping, Gu Yizhen said with a wry smile. I suspect your motives. Pray tell, why the sudden generosity today? You usually hesitate to treat me to a lavish meal, she remarked, perplexed by Gu Yizhen's unexpected behavior. What motive could I possibly have? Today's earnings are largely thanks to your connections. Hence, it is only right that I treat you, he replied, an idea striking him. Since he had resolved to embrace a new way of living, he must earn well. Very well, since you say so, I shall let you off this time. Are you going to wire money to those children again? Do you send them money every time you receive consultation fees? Sure inquired, intrigued by his support for so many children. Not every time. I send them funds as needed. I am filled with anticipation, as several of them are preparing for the college entrance examination this year. Should they gain admission to university, I shall strive even harder to earn a living. Yizhen sighed, lost in thought, appearing somewhat dazed. Dr. Gu, he began, I have heard of your deeds from Miss Sher. Your benevolence and compassion truly humble us and evoke profound gratitude. He pulled out his phone and, with a few taps, transferred 1 million to Yizhen. Yizhen glanced at the notification on his phone. Mr. Zhao, what does this mean? It means nothing, Zhao Chuanfu replied. I merely wish to contribute something for those children. Please convey my regards to them. In truth, Zhao Chuanfu feared that Miss Sher might impose too heavy a burden upon him and sought to alleviate it somewhat. Yizhen paused, then stood and bowed deeply, saying, I shall extend my thanks to you on behalf of those children, Mr. Zhao. After lunch, Sher and Yizhen departed from Wang Heilu. Where would you like to go shopping? Perhaps the women's world? Yizhen inquired. Certainly not. The items there are far too cheap. Today, I intend to indulge at your expense. I want to go to Wanxiang, she replied with a mischievous grin. The goods at Wanxiang are relatively decent. I initially considered a more upscale venue, but in light of your responsibilities towards your child, I shall spare you. Sher linked her arm with his and hailed a taxi. After a tour around Wanxiang, they spent tens of thousands, with numerous bags hanging from Yizhen's arms. Yet, Sher seemed insatiable. My dear young lady, are you still keen on shopping? How about this? I will give you my card, and you can indulge wherever you please. Please, do as you wish. I can scarcely move any longer. He dreaded accompanying women on shopping excursions, yet today was an exception, albeit a rather exhausting one. Amongst all men, who truly relishes the prospect of accompanying women on shopping sprees. Nevertheless, he conceded, let us head to the automobile city. With that, they promptly set off. And soon enough, Yizhen, adorned with a subtle, mischievous smile, and Sher emerged at the car dealership. The automobile city was indeed vast, featuring an extensive array of vehicles, both domestic and imported, representing every conceivable brand. The competition among car salespeople was fierce. Their base salaries were meager, relying predominantly on commissions. Thus, the enthusiasm of the car salespeople mirrored that of vendors at a bustling market, eagerly beckoning to prospective customers from afar. Sher insisted that they should check out the Ma brand, dragging Yizhen into the store. To be candid, he had little fondness for this particular brand, deeming it subpar and ill-suited for his tastes. They then perused the Binsi brand. Although Yizhen recognized its quality, he found it somewhat antiquated. This brand was renowned as the vehicle of choice for middle-aged business owners, and being a young man, he felt compelled to seek a car that was more fashionable yet understated. Hey, you're being pickier than a woman choosing clothes. What exactly do you want in a car? Sher queried, slightly exasperated. Just consider how much time we've spent browsing. Can you think of a model that is safe, unobtrusive, yet not old-fashioned, and priced under 2 million? Yizhen replied. Oh, why didn't you mention that earlier? Let us cross over to the other side. The Fuhao brand will surely meet your expectations. It boasts the title of the safest car globally, claiming that it can tumble from several meters high without sustaining any deformation. Yizhen nodded, puzzled by Sher's extensive knowledge of automobiles. Welcome. How may I assist you today, sir? Yizhen has encountered an intriguing phenomenon whenever he steps into domestic or joint venture car dealerships. He is met with an overwhelming enthusiasm that he finds somewhat unbearable. However, upon entering high-end import car showrooms, the service falls markedly short sometimes. Even a lackluster welcome is barely uttered, leaving him with the impression of being disregarded. While he initially felt perplexed, a moment's reflection revealed the underlying truth, judgment based on appearances. Clad in a rather modest outfit worth no more than 200 or 300 yuan, he surmised that the staff could hardly believe he was in the market for vehicles that often start at 1 million. Yet, he discovered that this particular establishment was different. Even before he crossed the threshold, a bright and melodious welcome rang out, accompanied by a young and strikingly attractive saleswoman, impeccably dressed in uniform, who greeted him with a courteous bow. Chapter 50, he should be allowed to test drive first naturally. His intention in visiting was to purchase a vehicle. Was there anything else on offer here? With a hint of mischievous curiosity, he cast a glance at the saleswoman who had previously seemed indifferent, a playful grin suggesting he might be perceived as a lecherous figure. In such establishments, sales personnel operate similarly to other service industries, Unless a customer specifically requests them, any incoming patron is fair game for whoever greets them, unless they choose to hand them off to another salesperson. Thus, the newcomer, Xiao Li, understood precisely why her team leader assigned her these two clients. Their attire was decidedly unremarkable, hardly befitting those who could afford the luxury vehicles on display. Nevertheless, she remained sincerely appreciative of her team leader's decision and was eager to provide attentive service to Yizhen. After all, what if he were merely a discreetly wealthy individual? Despite her inexperience in this field, Xiaoli discerned Yizhen's dissatisfaction, which filled her heart with disappointment. As yet another hour had slipped away unproductively. "Xiaoli, is this your first day here?" she asked, leading Yizhen to the temporary resting area with a heavy heart. After preparing a cup of water for him, she was about to leave when Yizhen called her back. "Yes, sir. If you are dissatisfied with my service, I sincerely apologize and ask for your understanding," Xiaoli responded earnestly. No, I am quite pleased with your service. It is the vehicle that leaves much to be desired. Are there other models available? What type is that one parked at the entrance? Why did you not introduce it to me?" he inquired, gesturing towards an SUV that appeared quite appealing to him. "This is our new model test vehicle, but we won't have stock until next month," Xiaoli replied. "Oh, may I have the opportunity to test it?" He expressed his enthusiasm for its aesthetics and wished to try it out. "Certainly, please come this way to register." Xiaoli guided him to the front desk to record his driver's license and collect the test drive keys. "What are they doing? Which model caught their eye?" A previous salesperson approached and inquired. "Oh, they wish to test the latest SUV parked at the entrance," Xiaoli answered. "What? Did you inform them of the price? Do they have the means to purchase it?" she exclaimed rather rudely. I am not even aware of the price myself. It is merely a promotional test vehicle without a set price yet," Xiaoli stammered. "That vehicle will sell for several million. I am not underestimating you. But can you truly afford it? Even if we assist you with a loan plan, will your qualifications be sufficient?" she continued, her tone unyielding. "What is your occupation? What is your monthly income? Do you have social security or other commercial insurance? Even if you pass, can you afford the initial payment? The initial cost is indeed several $100,000. She bombarded him with a flurry of questions, like firecrackers igniting in rapid succession. Money, once again, was the focus. Yet, does the presence or absence of funds truly correlate with one's attire? It is one thing for women to depart due to such judgments. But why must one be looked down upon even when shopping? A flame of indignation flickered within him. "Indeed, I am unemployed and lack social security. But does that have any bearing on purchasing a vehicle? Is there a rule here that customers dressed modestly cannot test drive? I have yet to encounter a situation where one must first prove their financial status before buying a car. That would indeed be a remarkable phenomenon," he retorted. His face darkened with frustration. The woman was momentarily silenced by Yizhen's rebuttal, at a loss for how to respond. How could he remain so composed? Could it be that he truly is a discreetly affluent individual? I have not seen this model before. Oh, it is the new vehicle from Fuhao. How curious that Liang Ankong chooses not to inform me of Fuhao's new release. Just then, 3 young men entered the lobby. Upon hearing their derogatory accents, Yizhen felt a pang of bitterness. How unfortunate to encounter Wang Sanya here. "President Liang, Boss Liang, hurry out and hand me the keys by the entrance," the leader of the group shouted. Just as Yizhen prepared to confront Wang Sanya, he glanced up and realized that the newcomer was not, in fact, Wang Sanya. Though he bore a striking resemblance to him and even spoke in a similar manner, he was not Wang Sanya. This individual appears to be somewhat older than Wang Sanya, yet lacks the latter's roguish demeanor. Who could this be? A brother of Wang Sanya? Oh, I had assumed it to be someone else. It turns out to be the dashing Wang Xiao. What brings Wang Xiao to our humble abode today? The woman who previously expressed great disdain for Yizhen sauntered over, her ample posterior swaying like a grinding wheel, her face adorned with a smile that could rival the brilliance of a blooming flower. That is a new vehicle. Freshly arrived just last night. Initially, I had intended to call Wang Xiao to inform him, but the boss insisted on personally conveying the news. However, due to an inspection by relevant authorities this morning, this woman possesses a silver tongue. Her words, though evidently false, left Wang Xiao at a loss for retort. "Without further ado, hand me the car keys. I wish to take it for a spin, and if it resonates with me, I shall drive it away," Wang Xiao declared. "Oh, certainly, but the pricing for this vehicle has yet to be established." The woman's flirtatious smile deepened, her gaze reminiscent of a scorned lover encountering an old flame. "What does it matter if the price is undecided? Even if it were in the millions, I would not hesitate to part with my money," Wang Xiao replied nonchalantly, as if a mere million were trifling. Now, where are the keys? Why are you merely smiling? Oh, the keys. Xiaoli, where are the keys to that car at the entrance? She recalled that Xiaoli had just applied for Gu Yizhen's test drive. Thankfully, this pauper had yet to enter the vehicle. Otherwise, this lucrative deal would have been jeopardized. Selling this car would yield a substantial commission. I had already given the car keys to this gentleman. He applied for the test drive first and should rightfully have the opportunity to try it, Xiaoli remarked, her disdain for the group leader's superficial respect evident. Chapter 51. Concerning your attitude towards service, how can you so presumptuously conclude that I cannot afford this? What if I can? Gu Yizhen could no longer tolerate the woman before her. Humph, if you can afford it, then I shall take your surname, the woman proclaimed. Convinced that Gu Yizhen, dressed like a laborer, could never purchase such a vehicle, she had encountered countless individuals and prided herself on her discernment. Please. I have no desire to share your surname. If you were to take my surname, it would be Gu, and I certainly do not fancy a relationship reminiscent of sibling affection. Gu Yizhen retorted, her expression one of disdain. How about this? If I can indeed afford this car, you shall slap yourself twice and proclaim to 100 people that you are blind to the truth. The woman, momentarily taken aback by Gu Yizhen's composure, began to doubt her initial judgment. Could it be that she had misread this young man? Might he truly be an understated wealthy individual? What is the matter? Are you afraid now? Did you not assert that I could not afford it? Gu Yizhen scoffed once more. Humph, I shall not be intimidated by a mere penniless brat. If you can afford it, I will indeed slap myself. The young lady continued, this car costs at least 2 million. You would need to gather leaves for quite some time. Do not attempt to flaunt your wealth before me. Just leave. Her voice, sharp and commanding, attracted the attention of onlookers, both prospective buyers and salespeople alike, who gathered around to witness the spectacle. Gu Yizhen, with an amused smile, produced her bank card and identification, presenting them to Xiaoli. Given your service attitude, I need not test drive this vehicle. I shall assist you in making a sale. I am purchasing this car. Indeed. She was serious. This seemingly rustic individual was, after all, an understated affluent person. Xiaoli was taken aback, for she had long abandoned hope that Gu Yizhen would actually purchase the car. The other salespeople looked on with envy, realizing that the age-old adage of judging a person by their attire had lost its efficacy. In today's society, some feign wealth without the means, while others possess riches yet choose to remain discreet. How laughable it was to pretend, who does not possess a bank card? But the real question lies in whether one can actually draw funds from it. That woman, undeterred, drew scornful glances from everyone around her. Would anyone truly brandish a card without the capability to use it? It would take mere seconds for the truth to unravel, yet she acted as if she were oblivious. Xiaoli, go ahead, worry not. Surely, the funds will be available, came Gu Yizhen's encouragement as he dismissed the derisive woman and urged Xiaoli to place her order. However, Wang Xiao interjected with a smile, stating, my friend, this is my vehicle. Your wealth cannot secure its purchase. Is this store yours? Have you already paid for this car? Gu Yizhen had no desire to engage in conflict, as he assumed Wang Xiao was merely a brother of Wang Sanyu, and he wished to avoid further complicating their relationship over trivial matters. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond his control, as this fellow had initiated hostilities. His suspicions were confirmed. Wang Xiao was indeed Wang Sanyu's sibling, specifically his elder brother. Unlike Wang Sanyu, who reveled in nightlife and indulgence, Wang Lei, as he was named, was passionate about automobiles, weaponry, and particularly cars to an almost obsessive degree. Not only was he skilled in driving exceptional vehicles, but he also possessed a talent for repairing and modifying them. As the son of the city's chief industrialist, it is rather peculiar that he possesses the ability to repair cars. This exquisite new model, which he had thoroughly researched online, was a genuine factory release. He did not anticipate that a vehicle would be available here so soon. Thus, he was adamant that Gu Yizhen would not acquire it. With an impassive demeanor, he stated, this shop is not mine, and I have yet to pay for the car. However, the entire automotive community knows that I, Wang Lei, have a penchant for being the first in our city. Well, it is of no concern to me whether you desire to be the first. If you wish to be the first, you ought to have arrived earlier. I laid my eyes on it before you, and your attempt to seize it is clearly an affront to me. Is that your problem? This vehicle is the one I first coveted, and thus, you cannot claim it as your own. Gu Yizhen chose to disregard him, striding over to find Xiaoli, who seemed to be taking an eternity to place her order. I assure you, you will not succeed in purchasing it, Wang Lei chuckled. Indeed, he shall not, replied a companion. Young Master Wang, Allow me to escort you to General Manager Liang. The group leader, upon seeing Gu Yizhen's determined approach, was already visibly shaken. The thought of self-reproach weighed heavily upon her. The shame of having to confess to 100 individuals that she had failed to recognize the opportunity was almost unbearable. Before long, the owner of the dealership emerged with Wang Lei, and he approached Gu Yizhen, who was watching television in the lounge. I regret to inform you that this car is no longer for sale. Has the payment been made? How could it be so swift? General Manager Liang inquired, astonished. Just 5 minutes prior, he had finalized the price and communicated it to the sales department, yet this individual had already completed the transaction. The efficiency of the day was indeed remarkable. It is hardly surprising, for the entire sales department and finance team harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards young Master Wang and that group leader. Consequently, when the boss decided to lower the price, all relevant personnel promptly coordinated with silent efficiency, expediting the necessary procedures with unprecedented speed, united in their resolve to sell the vehicle to Gu Yizhen. Indeed, your establishment excelled in this regard. I am acquainted with individuals from the municipal television station. Tomorrow, I shall speak with them, urging them to report on this matter, so that our fellow industry professionals may learn the essence of time is money. Gu Yizhen wore a beaming smile, radiating warmth in his demeanor. In truth, he was issuing a warning to General Manager Liang, cautioning him against the folly of incurring losses to placate this individual and breach the contract. I am well connected with the television station. Should they expose this situation, your business would be doomed. General Manager Liang understood the gravity of the matter. It required careful consideration. Despite young Master Wang's eagerness to purchase vehicles, how many could he possibly buy? If it were revealed that he intentionally breached the contract, it would likely spell disaster for the dealership. Young Master Wang, what do you think about this situation? He said, rubbing his hands together. Isn't it just a matter of incurring a small loss? How much are you willing to compensate him? I will reimburse you double. In any case, today this vehicle is mine, Wang Lei stated, his expression devoid of emotion. However, but if the media reports on it, my dealership. General Manager Liang was no fool. He would not jeopardize the future of the entire establishment to offend all consumers. All right, I understand your predicament. I will purchase it from him. Wang Lei stepped forward to Gu Yizhen and proposed, allow me to acquire this vehicle for an additional 500,000. As he spoke, he produced his bank card. Haha, I'll make a quick profit of 500,000. This money is truly easy to earn. However, I do not sell. What can you do to me, Gu? If he had not been so arrogant previously, perhaps Gu Yizhen would have considered it. Wang Lei squinted as he looked up and down at Gu Yizhen, gritting his teeth, and asked, is your surname Gu? Are you a doctor? No wonder I found you familiar. You are indeed Gu Yizhen. Chapter 52. An additional million. Gu Yizhen smiled proudly and replied, yes, I am a doctor. I am Gu Yizhen. What of it? Is there a problem? Just an unlicensed physician, nothing remarkable. I heard you were even apprehended by the police for practicing medicine without a license. Wang sneered disdainfully. As Gu Yizhen looked up, he was surprised to see Shangwan Jing. He certainly did not expect to encounter her here. Miss Shangwan, here to look at cars? Gu Yizhen inquired. Indeed, Gu Yizhen was her savior, and she held deep gratitude towards him. However, she had never found the opportunity to express her thanks. Gifts and money were declined by him, and even invitations for a meal were met with an array of excuses. Today, fate had brought them together once more. The first to react was Boss Liang, who had long sought Gu Yizhen but was at a loss as to where to find him. He could hardly believe his luck in encountering him in his own shop today, nearly missing the chance. Elated, he approached Gu Yizhen, shaking his hand excitedly. Dr. Gu, divine physician, I have been searching for you for ages. I never expected to meet you here. I truly underestimated your presence. Miss Shangwan, thank you. That's quite odd. What are you thanking me for? Shangwan Jing responded, somewhat perplexed. Of course, I must express my gratitude. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I would not have had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Gu, Mr. Liang said earnestly, observing everyone gathered around Dr. Gu, showering him with questions as if he were the sun surrounded by stars. Wang Xiao felt a sense of neglect wash over him, stirring discontent within. Coldly, he remarked, Gu, our matter remains unresolved. Oh, what do you intend to do about it? Dr. Gu, who was already in a foul mood today, contemplated reprimanding him but ultimately decided against it, reasoning that engaging in a battle of wits with these uncouth second-generation wealthy individuals was not worth his energy. I mentioned an additional 500,000. Transfer the car to me. Wang Lei reiterated his previous demand. Make it 1 million. And the car is yours, Dr. Gu countered. You claim to be affluent, so let me indulge in a bit of extravagance. After all, a car is merely a means of transportation. Any vehicle will suffice. Agreed. Wang Lei responded, surprisingly quick to accept, his exuberance evident. Wealth indeed breeds capriciousness. The car had yet to be registered, and the paperwork was remarkably straightforward, merely a matter of drafting a new contract. With an unexpected profit of $1 million, Dr. G's spirits lifted slightly. Mr. Liang is searching for me. Perhaps he seeks assistance in having a child, Dr. Gu mused, glancing at the waiting Mr. Liang. It's a trivial matter, but I'm quite occupied today. I intend to purchase a car. Shall we reschedule for tomorrow? Dr. Gu had come with the sole purpose of acquiring a vehicle. Thus his focus remained fixed on that goal rather than offering medical aid. If Dr. Gu has a fondness for this particular brand of car, might you wait a few hours? I assure you, a delightful surprise awaits, Mr. Liang said with a smile. Dr. Gu regarded him thoughtfully and nodded. Very well, if Mr. Liang insists, I shall look forward to this surprise. All right, have you finished speaking? If you're done, then let us be on our way, said Shang Wanjing as she linked her arm with his. Where to? I still have a companion. Gu Yizhen suddenly recalled Sure. Where had that girl disappeared to? She hadn't been seen for quite a while. Upon noticing Wang Lei's entrance, Sure had slipped into another store. She couldn't allow him to see her, for that would reveal her identity. Hey, where have you gone? With no sight of her, he resorted to making a phone call. Oh, I forgot to mention. I have some urgent matters to attend to and must leave, she said. She wasn't truly leaving. She was simply hiding in the store across the street, waiting for Wang Lei to depart before she dared to show herself. What kind of person leaves without a word? Gu Yizhen could only express his exasperation towards Sure. After hanging up, he glanced at the time and said to Boss Liang, actually, there is nothing wrong with you. The problem lies with your wife. Really? But the hospital's examination indicated the problem was with me, Boss Liang responded in surprise. I cannot discern how those Western medical instruments operate, but in my opinion, your health does not seem to be in jeopardy. Let us arrange a time for your wife to join us for a consultation, Gu Yizhen suggested. All right, thank you. Dr. Gu, Boss Liang bowed deeply. There hasn't been any treatment yet, so why are you expressing gratitude? I'm leaving now, Gu Yizhen replied with a smile. Once in Shang Wanjing's vehicle, Gu Yizhen remarked playfully, so, where are you planning to abduct me to? Where would you like me to take you? Shall I bring you to my home? Shang Wanjing teased. That one do. If I enter the den of the spider spirit, I would surely be left with nothing, Gu Yizhen said, looking at her in mock terror. How rude, calling me a spider spirit. As Shang Wanjing felt a faint blush creep across her face. An inexplicable sensation stirred within her. At the Green Lake Hotel, she and Gu Yizhen had chosen a table by the window, as no private rooms were available. Although she had a particular fondness for Western cuisine, she couldn't shake off the words Gu Yizhen had spoken during their last visit to a French restaurant. Hence, she had made a special trip here to dine. The Green Lake Hotel, located in Beijing, did not qualify as a top-tier restaurant, however. Its exceptional ambience and high-quality service compensated for this. Most importantly, the ingredients used were sourced from rural areas hundreds of kilometers away, ensuring they were entirely organic and free from harmful substances. Therefore, despite the high prices, the establishment thrived. Shangwan, is that really you? What brings you here? Just as they settled in, a well-dressed, handsome man approached them. This is a restaurant. Why shouldn't I be here? Li Shaozhen, you must be joking. Shang Wanjing replied with a smile. Gu Yizhen glanced at Li Xiao, who appeared quite decent on the surface, yet seemed to lack common sense, posing such a foolish question. No, I meant, why are you seated in the main hall? It's rather crowded here, Li Xiao remarked. Is it forbidden to dine in the hall? People on Earth are inherently diverse. Why would you choose to live on Earth if you can't accept that? His incessant chatter directed solely at Shang Wanjing disregarded Gu Yizhen entirely, who was already feeling annoyed. Hey, who are you? Who permitted you to sit here? Shangwan, is he a lackey sent by the station? Young man, you ought to understand your station. Is this truly a place for you? He had clearly seen Gu Yizhen long ago. His actions were deliberate. Alas, surely he must be some wealthy second generation or a privileged official's offspring. The way he gazed at Shang Guanjing unmistakably marks him as one of her suitors, yet again caught in the crossfire. Who says a lackey cannot sit here? Who decreed that? You? Just because you say it's not allowed, does it mean it's not? Are you the owner of this place, or the Secretary General of the United Nations? Even the Secretary General lacks such authority. What a fool. Gu Yizhen lamented his misfortune, perpetually encountering such imbeciles. Li Xiao's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Who do you call a fool? Shang Guanjing. Look at how they could arrange such a person for you. It seems you truly are a fool. Even an idiot knows I'm referring to you. What the station arranges for people has nothing to do with you. His girlfriend had betrayed him, casting a shadow upon his mood today. It would be wise for no one to provoke him, lest they ignite a conflagration. Li Xiao, he is not someone the station arranged for me. He is a person ordained by fate, Shang Guanjing smiled. Though she harbored a strong dislike for Li Xiao, she could not afford to offend him since his father held a significant position in the municipal government, and more troubling was the fact that their grandfathers were war comrades. Maintaining a cordial relationship, it was prudent not to oppose him. Now, she could use good Yizhen as a shield. Any protection was better than none. Ordained by fate? What do you mean? Liangguo inquired, perplexed. Gu Yizhen cast a glance at Shang Guanjing, whose eyes were filled with entreaty. Alas, she intended for him to shield her. Very well, if shielding is what is required, then so be it. He had indeed done so before. Li Xiao, a remarkably proficient physician, might possess the means to address the ailment afflicting the esteemed elder. Suddenly, Shang Guanjing recalled that Li Laoi's health had been persistently poor, with him residing in the hospital roughly 2 out of every 3 days. It was fortunate that he was the father of the mayor, otherwise, a common man would have succumbed long ago. If Gu Yizhen could successfully cure Li Laoi's affliction, perhaps Liangguo would cease his relentless pursuit of her. After all, she had subtly hinted that she was Gu Yizhen's girlfriend. Gu Yizhen cast a glance at Shang Guanjing, perplexed. What did she mean? Just moments ago, she requested his assistance in deflecting danger, only to turn around and assign him tasks, as if he were merely her subordinate. His irritation mounted. How could this woman behave in such a manner? Shang Guanjing met his questioning gaze with a gentle smile, her eyes radiating warmth. He is indeed helping you. Li Xiao's expression faltered. If this individual was the same person who had miraculously restored her voice in merely 10 minutes, he might truly possess a solution for the elder's illness. Yet, considering his previous demeanor, Liangguo, though a second-generation official with some of the typical traits associated with such individuals, was far from a mere debauched youth. He understood well that should his grandfather pass, the repercussions for his father would be significant. After all, his father was a former provincial party secretary, and as long as he remained, there would still be considerable respect afforded to him. Thus, the elder could not afford to falter, not for at least 2 years, especially with the impending change in leadership next year. However, despite consulting hospitals across the city and even enlisting the expertise of renowned specialists from the capital, his health showed little improvement. Regardless of whether this seemingly subordinate individual can cure the elder's ailment, he is willing to make the attempt. However, reflecting on his earlier demeanor towards him, sigh, women can indeed be exhausting at times. It turns out he is the esteemed Dr. Go. I truly failed to recognize a figure of such stature, and I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. It is quite surprising that the son of the mayor, the second most prominent figure in the city, could act in such a manner. Liangguo's attitude left Gu Yizhen astonished. This young man possesses remarkable adaptability. For a moment, he was at a loss on how to respond and simply waved his hand, straightened his posture, and resumed sipping his tea, ignoring him. To express my apologies for my earlier impoliteness, I would like to invite you to a meal. If Dr. Gu would be so gracious, Liangguo stated earnestly. You seem to be mistaken. I am merely a subordinate, a country bumpkin, and would not dare to impose upon young Master Li, Gu Yizhen replied nonchalantly. He noticed the gaze of Shang Guanjing but chose to feign ignorance. What does this mean? Just moments ago, I assisted you in deflecting a blade. And now you expect me to help this blade-wielding gentleman with his ailment? Even as a subordinate, this is rather excessive. Liangguo glanced at Shang Guanjing, seeking her assistance. Li Xiao, why don't you prepare yourself? I will join Dr. Gu shortly, she called out with a remarkably warm tone. All right, Dr. Gu, I shall go prepare. Li Xiao responded before departing. Miss Shangguan, what do you mean by this? One moment I am diverting danger for you, and the next, you wish for my assistance in your endeavors. How do you perceive my role in this? Gu Yizhen expressed his dissatisfaction. Ah, you must deflect the danger. And as for the task, it would be prudent for you to perform well. Do you think it would be wise for the mayor to owe someone a favor? Shang Guanjing smiled and said, Are you implying that this fellow is the mayor's son? Even if I were to cure his father's ailment, do you truly believe that such individuals would show gratitude? In their eyes, everything others do is merely an obligation, and they would never acknowledge the kindness of others. Gu Yizhen, though taken aback by Liangguo's status, remained unenthusiastic. While others might consider consulting the mayor's father a privilege, an opportunity to forge ties with the powerful. He found no value in such connections. Perhaps others might think as you do, but Li Laoi is certainly not of that ilk. Our families have been acquaintances for generations. Though our ties have weakened in recent years, I still possess a fair understanding of Li Laoi, Shang Wanjing continued. I am indifferent to what sort of person he is. Just tell me what benefits I might gain. The notion of owing someone a favor is utterly insubstantial. If they do not reciprocate, what can you do? Hence, tangible benefits are paramount. Go Yizhen felt displeased with Shang Wanjing's condescending attitude. What is it that you desire? He retorted. I am entirely at your disposal. Is that not a considerable advantage? Shang Wanjing then approached and whispered in his ear, You may rise now. As I said earlier, you are a gift from the heavens to me. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, and Gu Yizhen felt a surge of warmth in his abdomen. His heartbeat quickening in response. This was indeed a bewitching enchantress. Chapter 54. You won't snatch away entirely at your service? When will you surrender yourself to me? A mischievous grin crept onto Gu Yizhen's face. Anytime you wish. If you are truly eager, we could head to the hotel right after dinner. Shang Wanjing smiled and said, Let's call it a day. Your relatives have arrived. Gu Yizhen stood up after speaking and headed towards Li Xiao's private room. Shang Wanjing was momentarily taken aback, wondering how he knew about her relative's arrival. Suddenly, she recalled that this fellow could discern scents and diagnose ailments. So it was not surprising that he was aware of her relative's presence. How annoying, just wait for me. She hurriedly caught up with him, linking her arm with his, deliberately brushing against his bicep. Girl, are you trying to tempt me? He mused. However, regardless of your allure, I must carefully consider whether to assist Li Xiao. He was rather reluctant to aid officials with their ailments, unsure if he ought to accept their payment. Upon entering the private room, Liangua warmly extended his hand to Gu Yizhen, introducing himself. Liangua, I apologize for any offense earlier. Please do not take it to heart. This fellow was indeed unlike the typical signs of wealth. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been engaged in a heated exchange with Gu Yizhen. Yet now he adopted such a humble demeanor, displaying remarkable adaptability. Who would dare challenge a prominent figure from our city? That would be akin to the birthday celebrant hanging themselves. Gu Yizhen replied lightly, shaking his hand briefly. Understanding that a change in lifestyle necessitated the cultivation of connections and wealth, she realized that in this society, without power, money, or a modicum of influence, one could only lead a life of subservience. The moment he entered the room, a revelation struck him. Since heaven had bestowed upon him a unique ability and he possessed exceptional medical skills, why not utilize them to their fullest potential? Some individuals possess wealth yet lack health. Since they are willing to exchange their riches for well-being, why should one be modest? Moreover, there exists a group of impoverished children awaiting assistance. Alternatively, adopting a different lifestyle could enable one to support even more underprivileged youth. Li Xiao, are you certain this fellow is a physician and not merely a factory worker who was dismissed? Before Liangua had the chance to introduce the two companions accompanying him to Gu Yizhen, one of the arrogant individuals spoke up first. He is not just a doctor. He is also my savior, Shang Wanjing interjected. Is that so? But he hardly resembles a physician, the man remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Gu Yizhen. What does a doctor look like? Should he have a title inscribed on his forehead? Do not presume that having a bit of money grants you the right to act recklessly. Life, death, illness, and aging are matters beyond the influence of wealth or power. This is the only truly equitable aspect of existence. Allow me to advise you, do not indulge in blue pills to flaunt your strength, otherwise it won't be long before you find yourself unable to rise. Gu Yizhen returned the man's disdain with a look of contempt, suspecting that at such a young age, his reliance on blue pills marked him as a libertine. You bastard, what did you say? How dare you curse me? Do you believe that I? The man was cut off by Gu Yizhen. Are you implying that you will strike me down? I do not believe so. We live in a society governed by law. Even with a modicum of power or wealth, one cannot act with impunity. Moreover, I am aiding you in your recovery, saving your life. If your father were aware that I am preserving your family's legacy, he would be grateful, and there is no way he would allow you to misbehave. Recently, I have been plagued by a persistent ache in my back and weakness in my legs. Even the slightest movement causes me to break into a profuse, cold sweat. In the past, a single pill would suffice to sustain my activity for a considerable duration, yet now it seems that two are required for any effect. Moreover, the quantity I produce has dwindled to a mere trickle, likely less than that of a man in his 60s. Do you not realize the peril you are in? Gu Yizhen declared earnestly. How do you know this? The man was taken aback, utterly bewildered by how Gu Yizhen possessed such insight. Could he truly be a miraculous healer? I am not a miracle worker, yet I am aware of the truth. Deep down, you understand it as well. Good Yizhen replied nonchalantly. Very well, I concede your prowess. Since you are aware of my affliction, I implore you to assist me in finding a remedy. The man's demeanor suggested an air of entitlement, as if receiving aid from another was a privilege to be celebrated. Indeed, for most, the opportunity to treat the son of the police chief would be regarded as an honor, a connection that could be boasted about in the future. However, such recognition would only be applicable to doctors outside of Gu Yizhen's circle. Gu Yizhen regarded the man with disdain, perplexed by his audacity. Was his father's position truly superior to that of Lianghua? Was he the secretary of the municipal committee? Yet, the manner in which he interacted with Lianghua indicated otherwise. His father's rank was undoubtedly inferior, while Lianghua had adopted a humble stance. This man's arrogance suggested he was nothing short of a fool. For genuine fools, Gu Yizhen felt no inclination to stoop to their level of discourse. Assistance with your ailment is possible, yet a consultation fee of 3 million must be settled in advance. When the payment is received, I shall commence your treatment. If you cannot afford the fee, then perhaps you should remain silent, Gu Yizhen stated coldly. Is this extortion? How outrageous. To demand 3 million for a mere consultation regarding impotence? It is audacious to even ask for such an amount. If you wish to rob, do so swiftly. Why persist in the facade of a doctor? I recall that the bank is just a left turn from here. The man felt that Gu Yizhen was deliberately provoking him, and his anger surged. Is it truly so costly to seek medical attention? If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Shun Wanlong or Mo Do. If you cannot afford my fees, then you need not summon me. Why the indignation? Are you aware that anger can significantly impact your condition? 5 minutes of rage is far more damaging than 5 minutes of self-indulgence. Uncertain whether Gu Yizhen spoke truthfully or not, the man chose to believe there might be some merit in his claims, fearing the possibility of his condition worsening. He fell silent, yet the frustration simmered within him, leading to involuntary eye-rolling. Li Xiao, I shall have to discuss matters with Shangguan later. Let us defer our meal to another occasion. If your esteemed elder truly requires my assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me tomorrow. After this commotion, dining together lost its allure, and seeking an excuse to part ways became preferable. Coincidentally, Gu Yizhen's phone rang at that moment, an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? He inquired, stepping outside as he answered the call. This timely interruption provided a perfect opportunity to escape further conversation with the 3 privileged offspring. Dr. Gu, it's me, Young from Fuhaoche. Where are you located? In the past, I sought you out. The call came from Boss Liang of the car dealership. Gu Yizhen hesitated for a moment before reporting their location. He and Shangguan Jing had just stepped out when an unregistered Fuhai SUV came to a halt before them. This vehicle appeared to be the very one that had been contested with Wang Lei earlier. Dr. Gu, this is your car. Boss Liang emerged from the driver's seat, handing the keys to Gu Yizhen. Shall we test it now, or would you prefer to find a place to dine first? According to the time. It seems you have yet to eat, Miss Shangguan. My car? ISNT this for Wang. Gu Yizhen was somewhat bewildered. The one he drove away is his. This one I retrieved from my security shop. I own 3 stores, and 3 sample cars just arrived. Since you like it, I'll let you have it for now. Boss Liang explained. Miss Shangguan, please get in the car. Let us head to Wanghelu. I'll treat you. He opened the car door for Shangguan Jing. All right, I shall not be polite. However, please provide me with your account details so I can transfer the payment for the vehicle, Gu Yizhen replied. There's no rush on that. Let us eat first before it gets too late. Those who collect payments aren't in a hurry, so why should the payer be? Upon arriving at Wanghelu, Gu Yizhen recalled the earlier scene, the flirtation with that middle-aged man in the room, and felt a pang in her heart. Whether to be together or not, whether there was love or not, it seemed inconsequential. Yet, why must it always intertwine with money? Is it true that in this world, without wealth, one is unworthy of love? Shangguan Jing, being an observant woman, noticed that Gu Yizhen's expression had darkened significantly after arriving at Wanghelu. Yizhen, are you unwell? Why has your complexion suddenly changed so drastically? After taking a seat, Shangguan Jing inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I am a doctor. How could I possibly feel unwell? Gu Yizhen twitched the corner of his mouth, unable to muster a smile, no matter the effort. Shangguan Jing ceased her inquiries, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets, and excessive questioning might induce discomfort. He lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke slowly while observing the waitstaff bustling about, the cacophony around him gradually fading into the background. His thoughts drifted far away, as memories of past events floated before his eyes, an array of bittersweet experiences flooding his heart. The cuisine at Wang Heilu is arguably the finest in the city, yet tonight, Yizhen found it tasteless, though he found the wine quite agreeable, consuming copious amounts. He became intoxicated, marking the second occasion in his life that he succumbed to inebriation. The first time, it seemed, was also due to a woman. Many lose themselves in drunken revelry, resorting to insults, violence, or destruction of property. Fortunately, Yizhen, when inebriated, merely succumbs to sleep. Otherwise, Shang Guanjing would have been at a loss for what to do. He was unaware of where he lay or how long he had been asleep. All he knew was that he had dreamed a most delightful dream. In it, she was as gentle as water yet fervent as fire, offering endless affection and passionate entanglements. He felt as if he were rowing a boat, buffeted by tumultuous winds and waves, the small vessel rising and falling in a chaotic dance. Dreams can intoxicate, and suddenly, he awoke. As he turned to sit up, he realized he was not in his own home. Alarmingly, he also discovered a body, bare and unadorned, lying beside him. Was it her, the one from his dream? The one from the little boat? Awake now? Why not sleep a little longer? The sweet and gentle voice resonated. Just by the sound, he recognized its owner, for her voice was the one he had healed. You. Alas, I apologize. It turns out that dreams are not merely dreams. The boat is anchored nearby. She sat up and embraced him from the side, saying, Do not utter a word. Do not think of anything. This is my choice. However, he was at a loss for words. I am a doctor. It is my duty to save lives, and you need not act this way. Yizhen was profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated that she would behave in such a manner. Since you are awake, go freshen up. I suspect that Mr. Li will call shortly. This is an opportunity. Whether you need it or not, you must seize it. Life does not allow for lofty ideals. Perhaps one day you may find it indispensable. Shang Guanjing suddenly released him and urged him into the bathroom. Closing his eyes, he allowed the refreshing water to cascade over him. Has it turned out like this? Is this truly how they bid farewell? Is this how the past is left behind? Very well, a new life shall commence from this moment forth. After showering and dressing neatly, he kissed Shang Guanjing and said, Thank you, Shang Guan. She was taken aback. What had come over this man to suddenly express such sentiments? What are you thanking me for? Why do you feel the need to thank me? Because I have resolved to embrace a new way of life starting today. And you are the first woman in this new chapter, hence my gratitude, Yizhen replied earnestly. A new life? Shang Guanjing felt somewhat bewildered. What could his past possibly entail? It must be Mr. Li's call. Best to answer it. At that moment, the ringing of the phone interrupted their conversation. It was Boss Liang on the line. Dr. Go, have you risen yet? Boss Liang inquired somewhat cautiously. Oh, I have risen. And I extend my gratitude to Boss Liang for the dinner last night. However, I find myself with an unavoidable engagement today. Thus I must attend to your medical needs tomorrow. Shang Guan was correct. The favor owed to the Li family must be seized and not overlooked. Ah, well, there is no rush for just one day. We shall await the esteemed arrival of Dr. Ge tomorrow. Boss Liang, though excited, displayed a hint of disappointment. Rest assured, your ailment is not severe. I assure you that you shall welcome a new addition to your family next year. Previously, Dr. Ge never proactively expressed such sentiments. Just after hanging up with Boss Liang, the call from young Master Li indeed came through. Dr. Ge, could you come to the Xianhu Sanatorium? Mr. Li is not residing at home. The Xianhu Sanatorium is an elite establishment. It is not merely wealth that grants entry, but rather one's status. Those residing here are individuals of considerable standing, predominantly retired high-ranking officials from the provincial level and above. It is challenging for ordinary individuals even to gain a glimpse within. Chapter 56, Standards O. Dr. G's words doused young Master Li in an overwhelming chill, akin to a bucket of cold water poured over him. The Li family does not consist solely of himself and the third generation. All strive to present themselves favorably before the elder. He had thought that by securing Dr. G's assistance for his grandfather's ailment, he would seize the advantage. Little did he know that this individual was a barefoot doctor lacking credentials. The importance of the elder's health is self-evident. This matter must not be trifled with, and he dared not take such a risk himself. Moreover, even if he were to take the perilous initiative, with so many doctors surrounding the elder, what if he were to inadvertently reveal his lack of qualifications before them? Dr. Ge, I must first report to my father. Please await my call. Lianghua did not call his father, but instead reached out to Xin Wulong. Yesterday, Yizhen mentioned that he was treating Xin Wulong and needed to gather more information. Shang Guanjing had just emerged from the bathroom when Lianghua's call arrived. Is there something you need, young Master Li? Oh, I was curious. Is Gu Yizhen's medical expertise truly remarkable? He cured you in just 10 minutes last time. What method did he employ? Li Hongguo inquired. Shang Guanjing glanced at Gu Yizhen, who was seated on the sofa, and with a smile, she approached and sat on his lap, responding to Li Hongguo. Do you really think my previous attempt at suicide was merely a publicity stunt? Was the extensive media coverage a part of my scheme? No, he just informed me that he lacks a medical license. You know, the old man's health is paramount. I must proceed with caution, Li Hongguo replied. Let me assure you, his medical skills are indeed exceptional. He merely administered a few acupuncture needles on me last time, and my ailment was resolved, Shang Guanjing affirmed, providing Li Hongguo with a sense of reassurance. Was that a call from young Master Li? Gu Yizhen asked, holding her slender waist. Yes. The Li family has 3 male heirs from 3 generations, all striving to impress the elderly in hopes of securing greater access to family resources. If Li Hongguo can find a way to cure the elder's illness, his standing within the family will significantly elevate. Conversely, should anything go awry, he would be relegated to obscurity, with little hope of future prominence, Shang Guanjing explained. Indeed, I just mentioned to him that I am an unlicensed doctor, Gu Yizhen remarked. It would be better to have someone help you obtain this certificate. Regardless of whether the regulation regarding medical practice certification is good or bad, one must adhere to it within society, correct? Without this certificate, it is exceedingly difficult to showcase your talents. Allow me to handle this matter. I am acquainted with some individuals, Shang Guanjing remarked. Alas, to speak frankly, I have never held much regard for this so-called certificate. Obtaining it does not necessarily equate to the ability to heal. I have attempted the examination, and the material covered bears little relevance to genuine medical practice. He sighed. Regardless of its actual effectiveness, one must adapt to the circumstances if change is unattainable. Would you not agree? Do not worry, I shall assist you in this endeavor. However, if you manage to cure the old Master Li, the situation will become considerably simpler, Shang Guanjing stated. Very well, I shall heed your advice. As the dawn broke, Gu Yizhen began to stir once more. Nevertheless, Shang Guanjing was a woman of considerable restraint. What are you doing? Wasn't last night's escapade sufficient after 3 attempts? Bear with it. Young Master Li's call should be forthcoming. She rose and moved to the opposite sofa. 3 times last night? I was unaware of that. It felt as though I had merely dreamt. Gu Yizhen pursued her, grasping her arm. Humph, you are as inebriated as a lifeless swine. Yet, you are peculiar in that, despite your intoxication, your words were. Her face flushed suddenly. Recalling last night's boldness made her feel a tingle. Indeed, young Master Li's call arrived. He instructed Gu Yizhen to come over immediately, as he was waiting at the entrance of the sanatorium. The Xinhu Sanatorium is nestled in a small valley by the lakeside, surrounded by dense forests on 3 sides, with the shimmering waters of Xinhu in front. The environment is naturally elegant, imbued with an ethereal aura, merely separated from the ancient Hongfa temple by a small hill. This sanatorium is not an ordinary facility. Even the security measures and architectural design set it apart from typical establishments. The security is exceptionally stringent, with numerous visible and covert patrols, as well as armed personnel conducting regular rounds. Had it not been for Li Hongguo's presence, Gu Yizhen would have been utterly unable to gain entry. Any attempt to forcefully intrude would have prompted the armed security to respond with lethal force. Old Master Li resides in a quaint villa at the end of the valley, and upon entering with Li Hongguo, Gu Yizhen found several individuals already gathered in the hall. Among them were Old Master Li's health consultant and the sanatorium's physician, along with specialists from the provincial hospital and military doctors from the military region hospital. Gu Yizhen felt a twinge of displeasure at the sight. With so many doctors and experts present, he began to seriously doubt Li Hongguo's sincerity in inviting him to assist with his grandfather's ailment. In fact, Li Moran, Old Master Li's health consultant, shared a similar sentiment. Having been responsible for the elder's care, he was unsettled by the sudden influx of medical professionals, which implied a lack of confidence in his own abilities. It was rumored that his collaboration with Li Hongjun in attending to Old Master Li was prompted by directives from the capital, as he was not one to easily accept consultations. A preliminary diagnosis suggested myeloma-related kidney disease, but definitive conclusions would await the results of several lab reports. Dr. Huang cast a serious glance at Li Hongjun, his expression grave. Ah, Dr. Huang, is this illness particularly severe? The very name is enough to instill fear. Even Li Hongjun, who remains unperturbed in the face of adversity, finds himself taken aback. How could this be? I conduct quarterly health examinations for the old gentleman, and if there were indeed a tumor, I would have uncovered some hint of it, remarked the health consultant, Li Moran, unable to contain his frustration. Your inability to detect it is merely a reflection of your limited expertise, Dr. Huang retorted arrogantly. My expertise may be lacking. But what of the numerous doctors at the hospital? Are they all equally deficient? The old gentleman has undergone examinations at the central hospital for nearly a year, Li Moran replied, irritated by the hubris of this individual. Damn it, just because he has consumed some foreign concoction, he believes he can act superior here. Chapter 57. I prove he can heal. If your skills are so commendable, why have you failed to cure your patients despite your prolonged efforts? If your expertise were sufficient, what need was there to summon me from the provincial capital? Even at the imperial capital hospital, none dare question my diagnoses. You, a mere family doctor, have no standing to challenge me. Dr. Huang unknowingly raised his voice. What are these people doing here? I am an expert with dual doctoral degrees from abroad. My words carry authority. How dare an inconsequential family doctor question me? Dr. Huang was filled with indignation. Expel these irrelevant individuals, lest they disrupt my diagnosis, he commanded. Turning to Li Hongjun, who stood nearby. Li Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of discomfort, no matter how impressive one might be. There's still merely a doctor. I, after all, hold the rank of deputy chief officer. When have I ever been under your command? However, for the sake of his elderly father's illness, he begrudgingly tolerated the situation. Very well, I will allow him to remain here for your sake. But he must keep his mouth shut and refrain from questioning my diagnosis and any decisions made, Dr. Huang declared with an air of superiority. Although Li Moran was infuriated by his attitude, he dared not voice his displeasure out of respect for Li Hongjun. In truth, no one was fond of this individual. Yet others were not beholden to the Li family, and thus did not feel compelled to treat this unfamiliar figure with the same deference as Li Moran did. Have we now confirmed that my father suffers from myeloma-related kidney disease? What is the next step in treatment? Li Hongjun inquired. Alas, let us transfer the elderly gentleman to the provincial hospital. While the portable equipment is convenient, it lacks the precision of a stationary machine. Although we have tentatively diagnosed this ailment, I wish to conduct a few more tests, which are unfortunately not feasible in this setting. Rest assured, once at the provincial hospital, regardless of what illness is ultimately diagnosed, I will personally oversee his treatment. It is indeed a significant honor for the Li family to have a specialist receiving special allowances attend to him. Humph. This stack of reports is from last week's examinations at the provincial hospital. What further tests do you require? Is it that, apart from you, no one else at the provincial hospital is capable of diagnosing ailments? Li Moran retorted, tossing a bundle of examination reports onto the table with a thud. To claim that your competence is insufficient is simply stating the truth. Can last week's reports serve as the basis for today's diagnosis? Dr. Huang regarded him as if he were a fool. They cannot serve as a basis, but they can be considered a reference. You just reviewed them. The current reports and those from a week ago are nearly identical. Li Moran and Dr. Huang clashed, much to the secret delight of the onlookers. Given that the reports were identical, one might wonder if returning to the Provincial People's Hospital for another examination was merely a futile endeavor. Dr. Huang pondered for a moment and declared, my diagnosis is myeloma-related kidney disease. If my intervention plan is implemented, I assure you it will yield superior results compared to others. As for whether you choose to adopt it, that is entirely up to you. He continued, your approach relies solely on chemotherapy, supplemented with various medications, such as phosphates and the like. But can you guarantee the efficacy of such treatment? In truth, you lack certainty about anything. The reason you insist on dragging patients to the provincial capital is merely to operate in your own territory, where your actions face no scrutiny. The frustration boiled over, and good Yizhen could no longer contain himself. His words resonated through the room, causing a stir among those present. Who is this person? They thought. Is it really appropriate to question someone so brazenly, without any regard for decorum? After all, he has studied abroad. Li Moran and Li Angua felt a surge of satisfaction. One rejoiced at finally having an ally, while the other marveled at the audacity of this young man, daring to speak up in the presence of so many esteemed experts. Despite lacking formal credentials, who are you? What gives you the right to question me like this? No, this is slander, Dr. Huang erupted in fury. For Gu Yizhen had struck a nerve. I am, of course, a physician. Those who are not may easily be led astray. Though I possess no formal certification, I have always considered myself a doctor. And you? Are you also a physician? In turn, doctor, which hospital are you from? What qualifications do you have to question me? Or rather, to slander me? Mr. Li, I strongly request that these irrelevant individuals be removed. How can an intern doctor disrupt such a serious consultation? He is nearly beside himself, exclaiming in exasperation, how can an intern be so audacious? However, are you even part of this consultation? Are you diagnosing on your own? I am not an intern. I am a doctor, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Yizhen replied nonchalantly, not even casting a glance his way, which only fueled Dr. Huang's fury further. Get out, you charlatan. Traditional Chinese medicine can cure ailments? You think boiling a few wild herbs will resolve anything? Have you lost your mind to come here to swindle? Do you even know where this is? His voice was tinged with desperation. If you can cure, why don't you? After all this fuss, you can't even diagnose, yet you claim to treat illnesses? A dual doctorate, ha! Yizhen dismissed him once more with disdain. Young man, while I concede that traditional Chinese medicine has its merits, can you truly recite the prescriptions? Isn't traditional Chinese medicine primarily practiced by the elderly? The individual who previously relished in Mr. Li's confrontation with Dr. Huang now stood alongside Dr. Huang, questioning Yizhen. There are exceptions to every rule. Although most practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine are indeed elderly, it is not an absolute. This entirely depends on individual qualifications. Look, this esteemed returning scholar is evidently younger than you. Why haven't you attained your doctorate? His implication was that his qualifications allowed him to grasp traditional Chinese medicine at such a young age. Come here, drive away this nonsensical fraudster. This fellow, confronted by Yizhen, appeared more exasperated than Dr. Huang. How could there be such a person, slapping others' faces right in front of them? I can affirm that I am indeed a doctor. I can attest that he is capable of healing, and exceptionally so. His medical skills are extraordinary. Two middle-aged men entered, one of whom was none other than Zhang Chunhua from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Chapter 58, Healing Only Those Who Believe in Me. The newcomers were Mayor Li Xingbang and Deputy Director Zhang Chunhua of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Upon seeing his father, Li Onghua promptly approached, stating that he had invited Yizhen to treat his grandfather. He recounted the matter of Yizhen's treatment of Shang Guanjing and Xin Wulong. The doctors present in the hall fell silent upon the entrance of Li Xingbang and Zhang Chunhua. After all, if the director of the Public Security Bureau vouches for this young man's ability to heal, why should they waste their breath? That would only make them less favorable in the eyes of others. However, Dr. Huang from the provincial capital did not recognize the identities of the two newcomers. Thinking highly of himself as a dual doctorate holder and a recipient of a special allowance from the State Council, he rolled his eyes and spoke condescendingly. And who might you be? Are you an expert or a professor? How can you prove that he understands healing? Zhang Chunhua cast a glance at the self-important Dr. Huang and replied calmly, I am uncertain how I can provide proof, but there are real cases, instances he has handled. The city's culinary magnate, Boss Shan, once sought his assistance for an ailment. I am not privy to the specifics of the illness, but Mr. Shan regards him as a lifesaver. Moreover, my grandfather has been bedridden for 2 years, traversing renowned hospitals across the nation, expending countless resources, yet with no improvement in his condition. However, this doctor managed to have him sitting up in just 2 hours, standing within a day, and after a week, he was able to stroll in the park. To recover from complete paralysis after 2 years and regain the ability to walk freely is nothing short of miraculous medical prowess. Upon hearing this news, everyone was left in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Brother Gu, what have you been busy with lately? Not even a single phone call. And my father has been persistently expressing his desire to extend his thanks in person, Zhang Chunhua said, grasping his hand, completely disregarding the perplexed Dr. Huang nearby. I have indeed been quite occupied and out of the city recently, Yizhen replied with a smile. Oh, I have only just arrived myself. I cannot claim to be here for diagnosis. My primary purpose is to learn, he added. His words, though humble in tone, were laced with implications that could lead others into misjudgments. Those who genuinely believed he was there solely for learning would undoubtedly find themselves facing unexpected repercussions. Zhang Chunhua cast a glance at him, then at the disgruntled Dr. Huang, before addressing Li Xingbang, leader, considering that Mr. Li has seen numerous Western doctors without any progress. Perhaps we should allow traditional Chinese medicine a chance. It might yield unforeseen results. Is what you just said truly accurate? Your father is indeed better now? Li Xingbang, who shared a close rapport with Zhang Chunhua, was aware of the elder Zhang's condition, having personally witnessed the frail old man languishing in bed. Certainly. Every morning I now engage in exercise at the park, and am even clamoring to practice Tai Chi. However, Brother Gu advised against it for the time being. So I acquiesced. Zhong Chunhua remarked. Li Xingbang nodded, casting a glance at Gu Yizhen, questioning the young man's remarkable medical prowess. My preliminary diagnosis indicates myeloma-related nephropathy, yet a definitive conclusion necessitates further examinations, which the current conditions do not permit. Although Dr. Huang was unaware of Li Xingbang's true identity, he discerned from the respectful demeanor of those present that Li's status was indeed significant, prompting him to adopt a less haughty posture. Li silently reflected, prior to this. You mentioned it was lymphomatous nephropathy, correct? Li Xingbang, burdened with official duties and often attending to the old gentleman's recurring ailments across various hospitals, had certainly retained the details. The diagnoses varied from institution to institution, with some identifying lymphomatous nephropathy, yet none had diagnosed myeloma nephropathy. It became clear why this fellow had so vehemently clashed with Dr. Huang earlier. Very well, I understand now. If the old gentleman were to be troubled again with a trip to the provincial hospital, do you believe he could withstand it? Li Xingbang queried. I believe it would be unwise to further agitate the old gentleman. Continued distress could manifest ailments even in the absence of illness. Gu Yizhen had stealthily entered the room with Li Onghua to take the old gentleman's pulse, already aware of the underlying issues. In traditional Chinese medicine, we do not rely on such chaotic reports, Gu Yizhen stated calmly. Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a deception. Merely touching one's pulse to discern ailments is simply a ruse, Dr. Huang retorted. Are you of Chinese descent? Are you aware that your ancestors had never even heard of Western medicine, yet they thrived and perpetuated their lineage? Do you comprehend that without the traditional Chinese medicine you dismiss as mere superstition, your very existence would be in jeopardy, as your forebears would have succumbed to illness and perished, leaving no descendants? Gu Yizhen, who had previously maintained a low profile, has resolved to adopt a more assertive stance starting yesterday. You resort to insults, you engage in personal attacks, Dr. Huang exclaimed in exasperation. Who has insulted you? I merely state the truth. Holding dual doctoral degrees, without electricity or instruments, could you concoct a remedy? Without power, you would struggle to treat even a common cold. Does this truly qualify you as a physician? You conduct an array of tests and then spend an entire day without diagnosing a single ailment, yet you dare to claim authority. What kind of authority is that? An authority that misdiagnoses and harms. Old Master Li, having reached the age of 70 or 80, endures one examination after another, switching hospitals, enduring blood draws, and various tests, all for naught, yet you leave him utterly exhausted. In an unprecedented turn, Gu Yizhen erupted into a fervent tirade, leaving everyone bewildered. My friend, we are all civilized individuals. Some matters are best left unspoken, understood implicitly among us. Dr. Huang, at a loss for words, paused for a considerable time before finally gasping. You have spoken at length yet cannot articulate further. Young Gu, if I understand correctly, you possess a method to cure the old master's ailment, do you not? Li Xingbang inquired. As long as you believe, I possess the means. I only treat those who have faith in me, Gu Yizhen declared with pride. Chapter 59. I leave my elder in your care arrogant and oblivious. Merely possessing a modicum of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine, one fancies oneself a deity. Mr. Li, the condition of the elder Mr. Li is exceedingly grave. I strongly recommend immediate transfer to the Provincial People's Hospital for treatment. I assure you, once there, he shall receive the most effective care, and I will arrange for a team of specialists to confer on his case. After a brief respite, Dr. Huang finally managed to regain his composure. The other physicians, united in their sentiments, collectively cast doubt upon Gu Yizhen's assertions. Merely, the reality is that the elder's health is not as dire as portrayed. The current predicament is entirely attributable to the excessive consumption of Western medicine, which has adversely affected his internal organs. Every medication harbors its own toxicity, and Western pharmaceuticals are inherently toxic. I strongly advise you to cease administering such drugs to the elder immediately. Disregarding the clamorous objections of the other doctors, the expert, with utmost gravity, addressed Li Xingbang. Could you elucidate your reasoning? How can you ascertain the diagnosis without even taking the pulse? Due to the influence of Zhong Chunhua, Li Xingbang held some degree of faith in Gu Yizhen. However, he felt a twinge of annoyance at the latter's presumption, having drawn conclusions without a proper examination. In truth, I had a general understanding without taking the pulse, yet, for the sake of prudence, I had just accompanied Li Xiao to assess the elder's condition. I have encountered arrogance before, yet I have never witnessed such audacity, making assumptions without even entering the ward. How presumptuous to believe oneself a deity. Just tell me your diagnosis and whether you are confident in your ability to cure him, Li Xingbang demanded. A year ago, I had yet to assume the role of Dr. Yizhen for the esteemed Mr. Li. At that time, I was unaware of the precise circumstances. However, upon reviewing the medical records and health logs, it is indeed as you have stated. Recently, the diagnosis has confirmed a comprehensive renal ailment. Li Moran remarked that merely by taking the pulse, one could recount the symptoms and treatments from a year prior. Could it truly be so remarkable? Might this young man have already perused the medical records and logs? Such thoughts crossed everyone's mind, yet they quickly dismissed them. For it was evident that he was not well acquainted with the health practitioners and could not possibly have accessed the records. The room fell into a profound silence. Even the boisterous Dr. Huang ceased his chatter. He pondered that regardless of the instruments or methods employed, he could not ascertain the condition and treatments from a year ago. Yizhen cast a glance at the assembled crowd and continued, alas. What began as a simple case of renal deficiency and edema has been exacerbated by the consumption of various Western medications. What is my father's current condition? What affliction does he suffer from? And can it be treated? Li Hongjun, who had remained silent, finally could no longer contain himself. I assure you, as long as you place your trust in me, it can certainly be treated swiftly and effectively. You inquire about Mr. Li's health. And I shall tell you, his organs are afflicted, deeply poisoned. If we cease the intake of Western medicine and employ acupuncture to replenish vital energy while expelling toxins, and utilize warming methods to restore the damaged organs, he shall recover, Yizhen declared. What? You speak of poisoning. What toxin is involved, and who is responsible? If I find out, I shall see to their punishment. Li Hongjun thundered in fury. Commander, please do not be anxious. There is no foul play involved, but rather the incompetence of mediocre physicians and the detrimental effects of Western medicine. As I mentioned earlier, all medicines possess a degree of toxicity, and Western medicine is fundamentally toxic. All Western pharmaceuticals are synthesized from chemical compounds, which, while sometimes providing rapid results, invariably lead to unavoidable side effects. The adverse impacts of Western drugs on the stomach, liver, and kidneys are particularly severe. I believe even Dr. Huang would not contest this point. Of course, under normal circumstances, when medications are appropriately prescribed and administered, the body can gradually eliminate these side effects. However, with the repeated use of certain drugs, particularly when dosages and methods are mismanaged, these side effects can significantly damage various organs. The older organs, especially the kidneys and liver, can be irreparably harmed. It is widely understood that the liver detoxifies while the kidneys process toxins. Once compromised, they can lead to numerous ailments. What Yizhen articulated is indeed common knowledge among those with even a modicum of medical understanding, yet it is often overlooked. Dr. Xiaogu, if the elder gentleman were under your care, how long would it take for him to recover? Li Xingbang, who has already been swayed by Zhang Chuanhua's favorable opinion of Yizhen, now fully believes in his ability to heal his father. Improvement is expected within an hour. Noticeable changes after 3 doses, and a full recovery anticipated within a month. In fact, had his internal strength been slightly greater, a complete recovery could be achieved within a week. Although his acupuncture technique is remarkable, without the support of internal energy, its full potential cannot be realized. Very well. I shall entrust my father to you, Hongjun. What are your thoughts? Li Xingbang inquired. I too have faith in his ability to heal our father. I have witnessed the wonders of traditional Chinese medicine during my time in the army, Li Hongjun replied. Very well, Dr. Gu, when can you commence? Inquired Li Xingbang. At any moment, replied Yizhen. This display of confidence not only left a lasting impression on Li Xingbang, but also captivated the attention of his fellow physicians. Mr. Li, since my presence is no longer required here, I shall take my leave. However, should this charlatan cause any complications, do not seek me out again, Dr. Huang declared. Sweeping away, the other doctors urged Li Xingbang to exercise caution, reminding him of the esteemed status of the elder Li. While deeming the young Gu as merely an inexperienced youth, there's no need for further discussion. If you wish to remain as observers, kindly refrain from speaking and rely solely on your gaze. Should you prefer to leave, feel free to do so, Li Xingbang stated with a stern expression. Yizhen followed Li Xingbang into the elder Li's hospital room, falling silent as he retrieved his acupuncture instruments to commence treatment. For this session, Yizhen employed a total of 24 needles, a clear indication that the elder's condition had deteriorated significantly. Chapter 60. Gratitude to Dr. Gu without any unforeseen incidents. 1 hour later, The elderly, who moments ago was barely clinging to life and lacked the strength to converse, astonishingly managed to rise and walk following Gu Yizhen's acupuncture. The remaining doctors, who had yet to depart, could hardly believe their eyes, continuously blinking in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The elder's condition was critically severe. How could he possibly rise and walk as if nothing had transpired? One remarked. Merely, I recommend conducting a thorough examination for the elder, suggested another. Indeed. I have heard that those well-versed in the ways of the world often possess knowledge of magical illusions and tricks. He must have employed some arcane art to enable old Li to rise. It is imperative that I investigate this matter thoroughly, lest. Another voice chimed in. Father, how do you feel now? Li Hongjun inquired as he supported the elderly man's hand. Release me. I feel splendid at the moment. The first time I have felt so unburdened in ages. The old gentleman chuckled. Ah, young one, what is your name, and how did you manage to cure my ailment? He expressed his delight, pushing Li Hongjun aside and making his way to the central sofa, where he posed his question to Gu Yizhen. Old Li. My name is Gu Yizhen, and I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. In truth, I have not yet treated you. I merely utilized acupuncture to expel a modicum of the toxins from your body and attended to the injuries sustained by your internal organs, Gu Yizhen replied with a smile. To think such effects could manifest without a formal treatment. If your prescriptions can yield such results, might I not soon be able to ascend the mountains? Old Li exclaimed with joy. He had felt stifled over the past 2 years, as his health had prevented him from even enjoying leisurely walks in the park for quite some time. While he could manage a moderately inclined hill, the mountains behind Hongfa Temple would surely present a challenge. Are you jesting? The mountains beyond Hongfa Temple demand considerable effort even from the young. He laughed heartily. Well then, I implore you, young Dr. Gu, to expedite my treatment. I can hardly contain my eagerness to climb those peaks. Old Li's laughter filled the air. Patience is key. For Old Li's internal organs are gravely compromised. We must first restore their function before proceeding with any treatment. Otherwise, the medications will not be absorbed and will serve no purpose. I shall prescribe a remedy. First, take the medication for 2 days to nurture the internal organs. Afterward, I will return to provide treatment for your esteemed father, ensuring a flawless outcome. After Dr. Gu finished speaking, he penned a prescription and handed it to Liangua. Dr. Gu, based on your diagnosis, what ailment afflicts my father? Could it be that the numerous examinations from various hospitals were erroneous? Li Xingbong inquired. His heart buoyed by the fact that his father was able to rise from bed, yet he yearned for clarity regarding the potential misdiagnosis by the hospitals. Mayor Li clarified that it was not a misdiagnosis. Indeed, the elder gentleman was afflicted with lymphoma, albeit not to the grave extent suggested by the tests. Crucially, his inability to rise was not solely attributable to lymphoma. The practitioners of Western medicine tend to place unwavering faith in instruments, often overlooking the intangible factors that such instruments cannot quantify. For instance, various data points analyzed to ascertain whether a tumor is benign or malignant neglect the intricate interplay of the human organs. Certain data may not necessarily indicate tumor deterioration, but could stem from other organs' failure to function properly. This dysfunction, in part, arises from the excessive consumption of Western pharmaceuticals in the past. Dr. Gu eloquently elucidated this, presenting it in a straightforward manner. Li Xingbong nodded in understanding and remarked, I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Gu. Not at all. I shall return in 2 days to attend to your father, Dr. Gu replied courteously. After bidding farewell to those present, he departed from the Xianhu sanatorium. As he sat in the hall, engrossed in thought while holding his phone, he noticed commotion from downstairs. Upon peering out from the balcony, he spotted a brand new car, yet to be registered, parked below. Oh, are you the only one at home? Where's Miss Lin? After Lin Xianye sustained an injury, she has been residing here for treatment these past few days. Oh, I see. Even if Lin Xianye does not speak of it, he still intends to seek her out. That night, she mentioned wanting to accompany him to the bank to open the safe deposit box. Although he is not one to indulge in gossip, he is quite curious about what Feng Wubian has placed within the confines of that box. Are you tired? Would you like me to give you a massage? Suing inquired. Not at all. What is wrong with you? You seem rather low-spirited. Did you not sleep well last night? Didn't I send you a recipe for a tea infusion? When you have the time, brew some. It can improve your sleep. Gu Yizhen knew that this woman had likely spent another sleepless night waiting for him, which touched him deeply. He understood her intentions. I'm fine. I'll go prepare some food, Suing replied. No need to cook. Let us go out to eat later. Come here. and I'll give you a couple of acupuncture treatments to reduce those bags under your eyes. Su-Ying was momentarily taken aback, her heart stirring with excitement as she moved closer to him. Lie down, resting your head on my lap, he gently instructed. Obediently, she reclined. Placing her head on his thigh, her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes, her heart racing. After administering a few facial acupuncture needles and massaging her for a while, it was truly miraculous. The bags and dark circles beneath her eyes had vanished without a trace. Su-Ying could undoubtedly be considered a beauty, surpassing the allure of Gu Yizhen's previous two girlfriends. It was simply that he had never paid her much attention before. Moreover, the mature charm she exuded was enough to captivate any man. Gazing at her exquisite face and alluring figure, he found himself entranced. She sensed his gaze upon her, and her heart raced even faster. She was waiting, she was anticipating. You foolish one, are you simply going to gaze at me? Could you not bestow a kiss upon me? Must I take the initiative? Chapter 61. Could it be that you are not inclined towards me? This is what Su-Ying has long anticipated, and at last, her moment has arrived. Indeed, she is willing to offer everything to him, not for monetary gain, nor out of a sense of indebtedness, and certainly not due to her own physical desires. She has hopelessly fallen for Gu Yizhen. Her affection is ardent and overwhelming, rendering her oblivious to the fact that she is already married, and to such a despicable husband, let him be. She turns to sit upright. No longer willing to suppress her feelings, she yearns for liberation, a complete and utter release. In the afternoon, the warmth of the spring sun envelopes her. As evening descends, the sunset paints the sky with vibrant hues. The mountains, the orchards, and the quaint little buildings present an infinite panorama of beauty. A woman, like a rose after the rain, is both delicate and enchanting. Her skin, as white as jade, leans languidly against the man's embrace. Her cheeks still flushed with a rosy glow. Her hands, soft as cotton, gently caress his chest before resting upon his cheek. Remarkable. I never realized it could be like this, she remarks. Forgive me, am I being too forward? He replies. Silly, I like it, she answers. Really? Then from now on he glances at her with a mischievous smile. Yes, as long as you enjoy it, but do be mindful of your health. She relishes this moment. Yet she understands that one's body is the foundation of all endeavors and must not be recklessly treated. In truth, engaging in such activities could also serve to strengthen the body. He suddenly recalls the dual cultivation techniques of his ancestors. Are you referring to dual cultivation? She, being a teacher and well-read, immediately comprehends his meaning. Indeed, my surname is Gu, and I have inherited the medical skills of my forebears, he asserts. Well, I understand. When you have the time, teach me. She turned over and climbed onto him. Su-Ying was adorned in a sleeveless black dress, grasping Gu Yizhen's hand as they exited. Have you been under some sort of duress? Su-Ying inquired, tilting her head to gaze at him. What could possibly distress me? He retorted, although he indeed had been shaken, having witnessed his girlfriend entering a hotel room with another man and overhearing their vulgar flirtations. Was that not a form of trauma? Do not deceive me. I have studied psychology. In truth, she was quite astute, yet had seldom been afforded the opportunity to demonstrate her intelligence. Ah, there is nothing worthwhile to discuss. Her expression grew somber. Very well, let us not speak of it. Instead, what would you like to eat now? As the vehicle entered the city, she continued, let us have Western cuisine. I wish to be served for once. She chuckled. Am I being rather vain? All right, then let us dine at Longxing Yaji. I have heard the ambience there is pleasant. In reality, he was not particularly fond of Western food, but he was willing to endure such an establishment merely to fulfill Su-Ying's desire for attentive service. Just as they settled into their seats, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Gu Yizhen raised his head and his countenance darkened. Damn, how fitting that saying is. Enemies meet on narrow paths, he thought, as he spotted Wang Sanyu entering with a group of ill-matched young gentlemen. His earlier good mood dissipated instantly. What is wrong? Why does your expression suddenly appear so grim? Su-Ying, still in her blissful reverie, gazed at Gu Yizhen with unwavering affection. What shall we do? He hasn't noticed us, has he? In truth, Su-Ying no longer fears Wang Sanyu. Rather, she feels a tinge of gratitude towards him. Had it not been for Wang Sanyu, she would not have crossed paths with Gu Yizhen. For now, she is still. Alas, he has noticed. Wang Sanyu approaches them with a sinister grin plastered across his face. Haha, the moment I heard the magpies chirping this morning, I knew something good was in store. I wondered what joyful event it could be, only to discover it's because of you, kid. With his hands shoved deep into his pockets, he swaggered over to Gu Yizhen. One Xiao, what is the good news? Reunited with an old classmate? You can't be implying that this woman is your classmate. Can you? She's truly stunning. She must have been the belle of the school, remarked a wealthy second-generation individual trailing behind him. Haha. I bet she is his old flame. Just look at him. It's highly probable, another chimed in. Hey, kid, are you really trying to undermine Wang Xiao? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Someone boldly questioned Yizhen. The man who had spoken first suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Wang Sanyu was not fixated on the breathtaking woman, but was instead glaring at the man opposite him, who bore a mischievous grin. Goodness, could it be that this fellow has changed his inclinations, no longer attracted to women, but rather to men? Wang Xiao, you can't possibly be leaning that way, can you? Just look at this beautiful woman, and yet you're staring at that scarred-faced chap. But then again, he is not too hard on the eyes. Wang Xiao, are you the dominant one or the submissive one? I'm guessing you're the submissive type. While that chap is definitely the dominant one, the first speaker exclaimed. With a resounding slap, Wang Sanyu struck him on the head. To hell with that. I only have eyes for women. I have no interest in men. However, this individual is an exception, as he is the nemesis of my father. Thus I must take an interest in him, Wang Sanyu remarked. Are you suggesting that the one who tormented you at the bar that day is this very person? Then what are we waiting for? Let us teach him a lesson. Brothers, this is the foe of young Master Wang, and consequently, our adversary as well. Let us strike him so fiercely that even his mother would fail to recognize him. The man received a resounding blow from Wang Sanyu, igniting a fury within him, which he promptly directed towards Yizhen, advancing to strike him. Yizhen had been diligently practicing his punches daily, mastering the intricacies of the Gu family boxing style. Although he lacked practical combat experience and any internal strength to bolster him, his formidable momentum should not be underestimated. Not to mention, this debauched dandy was no match for him, nor were Wang Sanyu's so-called henchmen. As the assailant's fist approached, Yizhen found himself with no avenue of escape. He slightly pivoted his body and extended his right hand, fingers spread wide, capturing the opponent's fist. The assailant had anticipated that his punch would leave Yizhen bloodied, yet, just 3 inches shy of connecting with his nose, his fist was abruptly seized. Despite exerting all his strength, the punch could neither advance nor retreat. Chapter 62. Too feeble in the past, Yizhen had never resorted to brute force when confronting adversaries. He relied on cunning tactics, utilizing acupoint strikes or poison. As a skilled physician, he found such methods to be effortlessly within his grasp. In truth, he ought to feel fortunate that Wang Sanyu had sent his bodyguards downstairs for a meal, for otherwise, his current abilities would be insufficient against Wang Sanyu's entourage. Release me at once, or I shall render your claws useless. The man snarled, his arrogance palpable. Are you truly so foolish as to think others are naive? Should you let go, would you not simply attack again? If someone is caught in your grasp, will you ever release them? Madness. Yizhen remained silent, concentrating on his martial arts techniques. With a deft twist, he maneuvered the man's hand outward, gently pulling it towards himself, then swiftly redirecting it towards the assailant's body. The crackling sound of bones echoed as the man let out a horrific scream, startling Yizhen. The wealthy heirs, taken aback by Yizhen's ferocity, hesitated to retaliate against him. However, they felt no such restraint towards Su Ying. One of them reached out to seize her, prompting a surge of urgency within Yizhen. Damn it! This woman is mine. Do you vile creatures truly believe you can lay your filthy hands on her? In a moment of desperation, he seized a bottle of red wine that the server had yet to open, raising it high and smashing it down upon the man's head. The bottle shattered with a resounding crack, the crimson liquid spilling over the man's face and clothes, blurring the line between wine and blood. These privileged scions, accustomed to bullying others, had never experienced such a reversal of fortune. Witnessing one of their own struck and howling in agony, Wang Sanyu and his companion stood frozen, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Yizhen and Su Ying were equally stunned, for they were fundamentally kind-hearted individuals. The sight of having injured someone so severely left them momentarily speechless. Yet, this daze was fleeting. Yizhen abruptly realized that if they did not escape now, when would they? As Su Ying grasped her hand and prepared to step outside, several men surged in at the doorway. It seemed escape was no longer an option. Wang Sanyu's henchmen had arrived. TSK, what a sight, young Master Wang. After indulging in the broth, do leave some remnants for your brothers. The man leading this group, upon catching sight of Su Ying, was overtaken by a lascivious grin, his mouth watering incessantly. Yizhen, witnessing this lascivious display, felt a surge of anger. Ignoring the 2 men flanking him, He suddenly raised his right hand, a glimmer of silver flashing momentarily before vanishing. The lascivious man clutched his arm, howling in pain. Who dares to ambush me? Though he felt a searing agony in his arm, he could not fathom its cause. Alas, he had missed his mark. Yizhen sighed inwardly. His intention had been to strike the Tsuchi acupoint at the man's elbow, yet he had inadvertently hit only the bicep. A true failure. The technique of the flicking needle relied primarily on wrist strength and without internal energy to bolster it. Yizhen's aim had merely succeeded in embedding the needle into the man's muscle. Precision, however, was an unrealistic expectation. This delay proved costly, as he could not evade the swinging bottle wielded by the man beside him. With a resounding crack, Yizhen was struck, and a warm liquid began to flow down his head. As it trickled past his eye, he wiped it away, leaving half of his face stained crimson. Under the lights, the bright red blood contrasted starkly with the faint scar that adorned his visage, eliciting a startled reaction from Wang Sanyu, who marveled at the gruesome spectacle. Upon witnessing Yizhen's injury, Su-Ying erupted like a frenzied cat, flailing her arms and shouting as she engaged in a fierce struggle with the thug who had already seized her. In an instant, several bloody scratches appeared on the thug's face. One should never underestimate a woman's ferocity when provoked. The restaurant had descended into chaos, with timid patrons having long since fled, leaving only the bold who stood at a distance to observe. Although Yizhen had acquired some skills and had the assistance of flying needles, she was still a novice with no experience in combat, faced with several seasoned bodyguards, especially considering their leader's background in special forces. It seemed she was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. "Stop. Do you dare believe I will twist your master's head off?" Unbeknownst to them, a strikingly attractive woman had appeared on the scene, her raven hair cascading down and her impeccably tailored professional attire accentuating her form. Though beautiful, she exuded an air of authority. With her delicate hand firmly gripping Wang Sanyu's neck, he struggled in vain to free himself. When Yizhen looked up, she recognized Lin Xianye, who had left home that morning. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in our affairs? Do you know who we are?" The leader, a true veteran from the military, remained composed despite the pain radiating from his arm and Wang Sanyu's predicament. "I care not who you are. Causing trouble here is unacceptable. Pay for the damages, apologize, and leave." The woman's presence was formidable, and at her command, the thug who had been restraining Su-Ying loosened his grip. As soon as Su-Ying gained her freedom, she hurriedly approached Yizhen, gently stroking his head and inquiring if he was in pain, her concern evident. "Humph. Don't even think about it. In Wang Bin's dictionary, there are no words such as compensation or apology." Wang Sanyu, who was being choked, croaked out, struggling for breath as he forced out a few words, his face turning as red as Guan Yu. "Very well, I hope you can endure until the end." Lin Xianye tightened her grip on his neck. Only he knew how much strength resided in that seemingly delicate and charming hand. Ignoring Wang Sanyu, whose complexion had begun to turn purple, Lin Xianye glanced at Yizhen and chuckled lightly. "You're far too weak. With such meager strength, if you confront these scoundrels, you will inevitably meet an untimely demise." Chapter 63, The Path to Strength at the Longxing Western Restaurant, a property under the Long Ing Group. The incident at Longwei Club had escalated. Initially, there were intentions to transfer Lin Xianye to the Longxing Western Restaurant to prevent Mo Do from finding reasons to trouble her. However, on her very first day there, she encountered Wang Bin seeking revenge on Yizhen. Yizhen was a friend of her brother Feng Wubian, thus a friend of hers as well, and considering they had shared life and death moments that night, she could hardly ignore this. Therefore, although she recognized Wang Sanyu, she pretended not to know him, squeezing him mercilessly until he was frightened to the point of losing his senses, agreeing to compensate and apologize before she finally released him. "Alas, you've offended the Wang family again. You shouldn't act this way. It's bound to bring trouble to Boschin," Yizhen said while wiping the blood from his face. "Who cares? He asked for it when he hit you," Lin Xianye nonchalantly remarked. "I recall you mentioning that you inherited Master Ji's medical skills. Did you not also inherit his internal martial arts and boxing techniques? This simply will not do. You are far too weak." Sighing, she continued, "I once believed that in modern society, skills like martial arts were unnecessary, so I never practiced. I swear, I will transform into a formidable warrior." Yizhen gritted his teeth in response. Yizhen nodded, taking Su-Ying by the hand as they departed. "Oh, a new car," Lin Xianye exclaimed. "With this vehicle, even if Wang Sanyu and his gang were here, they would never catch up to me." As she smoothly drove out of the parking lot, it was no surprise that as soon as they entered the express lane, Two cars began to follow closely behind. Humph. Do you think you can tail me with your pathetic vehicles? Lin Qinya scoffed. With a combination of a good car, adept driving skills, and familiarity with the roads, she swiftly lost the two vehicles after just a couple of intersections. I apologize for the trouble. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have clashed with Wang Sanyo. All of this is my fault, she murmured, her head bowed as tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Enough, enough. It's all in the past now. Do not cry. Let us see what we have in the refrigerator, prepare some food, and after we are satisfied, we can practice our skills in bed. Yizhen gently consoled her. No rush. Allow me to tend to your wounds first. Look at all this blood. You should wash it off. Suing tenderly touched his injured head, tears streaming anew. All right, I will handle my own injuries. I am a doctor. This minor wound will be dealt with swiftly. You go on and prepare some food. I am starving. Suing nodded and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. She had already come to regard Yizhen as her man. When he expressed hunger, she could not remain still. Yizhen stood in the bathroom, tending to his wound while gazing into the mirror. He possessed a self-made miraculous ointment, rendering such an injury trivial to him. He trimmed the hair surrounding the wound, removed the dried blood, and sprinkled the specially formulated powder. By tomorrow, the wound would scab over. Having attended to his injury, he found himself lost in thought as he stared into the mirror. Lin Qianye was indeed correct. He was too weak and must diligently practice the Gu family fist to grow stronger. He was determined to master the innate Wuji True Qi. Suing had agreed to cultivate with him, and by following the ancestral secret methods, they could attain a certain level of proficiency in a short period. At that point, he would no longer need to fear the likes of Wang Sanyu and his subpar bodyguards. Even the most formidable opponents would be challengeable. The crux lay in the mastery of internal skills, which would also significantly enhance his medical abilities. If he could manipulate needles with qi, ailments like that of old Master Li would require no more than a day for complete recovery, rather than several days. The night was tranquil. It was inconceivable that within this modern city, on the edge of an expansive industrial area, there existed such a serene little village. Inside the room, a dim nightlight flickered softly. Yizhen and Suing sat facing each other on the bed, reciting a mantra. He spoke a line, and she echoed it. Both were earnest, their faces reflecting deep devotion. Indeed, they were practicing. More precisely, Yizhen was instructing Suing in the cultivation mantra. Their practice was rather unique, involving the dual cultivation of the innate Wuji True Qi, meticulously refined over a lifetime by Master Gu, necessitating that both male and female practitioners be completely unclothed. The male represented Yang, while the female embodied Yin. Although Yin and Yang are oppositional forces, one cannot thrive without the other. Thus, they complement and balance each other. The dual cultivation method espoused by Master Gu is derived from the principles of the interplay between Yin and Yang. Every phenomenon or entity in the natural world embodies these two opposing yet mutually dependent aspects. Yin and Yang encapsulate the relative attributes of related entities or the opposing properties within a singular entity. The dichotomy and interdependence between Yin and Yang are not static or unchanging. Rather, they are in a constant state of dynamic flux. The human body resembles a microcosm of the natural world, inherently embodying the duality of Yin and Yang, with Yin containing Yang and vice versa. Furthermore, the Yin and Yang of the human body correspond to the 5 elements, which engage in cycles of generation and restraint, with Yin and Yang supporting each other. The method of dual cultivation draws upon the ebb and flow of Yin and Yang between men and women. Excessive Yin leads to surplus, which the counterpart may absorb, while insufficient Yin results in decline, necessitating replenishment from the other. Suing is a perceptive individual, despite the complexity of the esoteric phrases. She managed to memorize them after a single exposition by Yizhen. Upon further explanation, she grasped the profound significance of the teachings. Yet, certain aspects pertaining to the intimate relations between men and women still rendered her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, although they had already crossed that threshold in their relationship. Discussing such matters in an academic light still left her feeling coy. Her face remained warm and rosy, a delightful shyness enveloping her, as she discovered the multitude of nuances involved in such intimate practices. Indeed, how else could one cultivate their skills? The matters of the chamber are, in truth, a profound discipline, and dual cultivation techniques utilize these intimate acts as a means to refine one's abilities. As they embarked on their first formal session of cultivation, both Yizhen and Suing experienced an exhilarating and pleasurable sensation, yet they did not perceive the qi that the incantations had alluded to. As he practiced for the third time, Yizhen finally sensed the flow of energy coursing through him. Warm currents spiraled from the Bai Wei at the crown of his head and the Yongquan at the soles of his feet. The energy streamed in through the 5 acupoints, ascending and descending, converging at the sea of qi, and then flowing towards the momentum point, eventually entering Su Ying's body. Chapter 64. How did you know? After a night of dual cultivation, Yizhen awoke the next morning, astonished to find himself devoid of any fatigue. On the contrary, he felt remarkably invigorated, albeit quite hungry. Su Ying also realized that not only did she lack any sense of weariness, but she appeared even more radiant than before. Unbeknownst to them, Master Ji's dual cultivation technique aimed ultimately to transcend the 5 elements, forging an immortal body and achieving divinity, essentially, the pursuit of eternal life. Reflecting on Shang Guanjing, he felt a twinge of guilt for having left her abruptly after their encounter 2 nights prior, neglecting to contact her since. Oh dear. Why am I reminded to call her? Shang Guanjing, just rising from her slumber, was elated to receive Yizhen's call. Shangguan, are you still in bed? After connecting the call, Yizhen realized he had no idea what to discuss with Shang Guanjing. Though his emotional intelligence was not particularly lacking, he surprisingly struggled to express romantic sentiments, leaving much to be desired. After a prolonged silence, he uttered a bland remark, leaving Shang Guanjing in a state of exasperation. Fool! Can't you say something sweet to cheer me up? She lamented, feigning a look of deep sorrow. Oh, are you all right? Yizhen found himself at a loss for words. Humph. Shang Guanjing chuckled softly, amused by his naivety. Silly, of course, I am well. I was just teasing you. You are here to assist Boss Liang with his medical condition today, aren't you? Best to get to work. Make sure to spare some time to join me for dinner afterwards. Her words left Yizhen in a daze. Her understanding and gentle demeanor evoked a sense of unreality within him. This was not a situation he had previously encountered. Boss Liang, known as Liang Tiancheng, had been married for 8 years, yearning for a child that had yet to manifest. They had consulted numerous hospitals and consumed countless medications, but his wife's womb remained unyielding. This predicament had led to considerable lamentation from their elderly parents, as the couple approached their late 30s, with the ticking clock of age diminishing their hopes further. In truth, Yizhen was merely one of the myriad physicians, yet he was indelibly marked by the incident when he fortuitously passed by the scene of Shang Guanjing's suicide. Witnessing her miraculous recovery from a condition that had stumped seasoned experts within a mere 10 minutes solidified his unwavering faith in her medical prowess. At the Shishan villa, Liang Chancheng anxiously awaited Yizhen's arrival. Oh, why must you be so restless? At your age, can't you exhibit a bit more composure? His wife, Lu Rong, chided him. My dear, I cannot remain calm. He mentioned that I am not the one with issues. Perhaps the fault lies with you. He suggested we both undergo an examination. Assuring us that we would conceive, Liang Tianxing held steadfast in his belief that if Yizhen claimed it was possible, then it undoubtedly was. Humph, I see him as nothing more than a quack. We have consulted so many reputable hospitals, yet never has a doctor suggested that the problem lies with me. Lu Rong felt a tinge of discontent, for Yizhen had suggested that her childlessness was her own fault. My dear, it is often the case that those of considerable ability possess a certain temperament. You must ensure your demeanor is appropriate when we meet. Understood? Just in case. He was acutely aware that his wife had a rather lofty perspective, and he feared she might inadvertently offend Yizhen. Lu Rong's maternal uncle held the esteemed position of chairman of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference. Although this relation was somewhat tenuous and the role itself bore little real power, it remained a position of significance, and thus she had always harbored a sense of self-worth. At last, the phone rang. Mr. Liang, I have arrived at Shishan. Could you please provide me with your exact location? Initially, Yizhen had contemplated finding a venue for the couple to meet, but upon reflection, he deemed it more prudent to visit them personally. From the traditional Chinese medicine perspective, the inability to conceive transcended mere physical ailments. Sometimes, the environment in which one resides could wield a profound influence. This was not mere superstition. Factors such as magnetic fields, water sources, and the concentration of trace elements in the vicinity all played a role in conception. Naturally, if one's health was robust, these elements would have a limited impact. Yet for those in less than optimal health, these factors could become quite significant. Liang Tianxing led the way, finally guiding Yizhen into the villa community, which was rather elusive, nestled within a hollow of Shishan. Upon parking the car, Yizhen surveyed the surroundings before entering the house. The feng shui of this area was quite favorable, presenting a conducive environment for prosperity, However, it was unfortunate that wealth flourished while offspring remained scarce. In such locales, if the homeowners were vigorous and their destinies promised abundant progeny, there would be no issues. Yet, if health was compromised and their fates were lacking, complications could arise. Upon entering the room and taking a seat, Lu Rong graciously prepared tea for Gu Yizhen with a beaming smile, displaying considerable respect for Liang Tianqing. Although she regarded Gu Yizhen as merely a young lad, she could not dismiss the notion entirely. After all, years of relentless pursuit in various places had yielded no fruit in terms of conception. Thus, she resolved to adopt a mindset of cautious optimism. However, upon seeing Lu Rong, Gu Yizhen furrowed his brow, as if the source of the problem lay with her. Mr. Liang, Mrs. Liang, when you visited the hospital, did they not inform you that Mr. Liang's sperm count was low and lacking in vitality? And that aside from minor endocrine issues, Mrs. Liang had no significant problems? Gu Yizhen inquired. You must have consulted traditional Chinese medicine as well, which likely indicated that Mr. Liang suffers from insufficient kidney yang and depleted kidney qi. Mrs. Liang, I presume you have not sought traditional treatment? After sipping a cup of tea, Gu Yizhen spoke with a measured tone. Liang Tianqing was taken aback, and Lu Rong felt a sudden jolt. How could this young man possess such knowledge? Was it possible he could diagnose without taking a pulse? Dr. Gu, how did you come by this information? Liang Tianqing asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. To know the diagnosis without taking a pulse is remarkable. What other ailments could you discern about me? I possess the ability to discern ailments through olfactory perception. Each individual carries a unique scent, and every ailment has its own distinct aroma. By perceiving your essence, I can ascertain the state of your health. However, to prescribe a remedy accurately, I must take your pulse. Allow me to do so, Gu Yizhen replied, lighting a cigarette. After examining the couple, Gu Yizhen was already aware of the situation. As he had anticipated, their health was not significantly compromised. The underlying issue preventing conception was undoubtedly linked to their living environment. Mr. Liang, how long have you been residing in this location? At first glance, it appeared they had not lived there for many years. Yet they had been married for 7 or 8. Could it be that they had been practicing contraception prior to this? Oh, it's been 3 or 4 years. I suppose, Liang Tianqing replied, puzzled by the sudden inquiry. So you've been using contraception all this time? Gu Yizhen probed further. Yes. Back then we were young and felt no urgency. So, brother, is 30 still considered young for marriage? That was precisely the point. Madam Liang, do you believe in feng shui? In destiny? Have you consulted anyone about your fate? Liang Tianqing widened his eyes. He was taken aback by this unexpected turn of conversation. Was he encountering a charlatan? In this region, most people indeed held beliefs in feng shui and destiny, as evidenced by the deity statue positioned at their entrance. Such a lavish and opulent villa surely would not feature a land deity unless its owners believed in feng shui. Lu Rong nodded and remarked, Dr. Gu, are you a physician or a master? In this locale, those who practiced feng shui and fortune-telling were often referred to as masters. I am a physician, but traditional Chinese medicine is rooted in Taoism, and the arts of feng shui, physiognomy, and destiny are intricately linked to Taoist principles. Thus, while I am indeed a doctor, I also possess knowledge in matters of feng shui and destiny, Gu Yizhen replied nonchalantly. Since you are familiar with these aspects, I presume you have consulted someone regarding your destiny here, perhaps even having your Bazi analyzed. Before they could utter a word, Gu Yizhen continued. The feng shui here is quite favorable, conducive to wealth accumulation. I believe that after your relocation, your careers will flourish. However, the peaks are low, and the flow of wealth is somewhat lacking in vitality. Liang Tai, has any fortune teller ever mentioned that your progeny star is rather weak? The couple exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with astonishment. This young man, despite his age, possessed remarkable insight, demonstrating knowledge that was both extensive and accurate. Dr. Gu, your observations are impeccable, yet do you possess a way to help us conceive? Lu Rong, having lost her patience, interjected. Do you trust me? If you do, facilitating your conception would be but a simple task. However, if you harbor doubts, I am powerless, Gu Yizhen asserted. Of course we trust you, Dr. Gu. Please, provide us with a prescription, Liang Tianqing urged. Liang Tai, do you believe? As long as you place your unconditional trust in me, I assure you that within 3 months, you shall conceive, Gu Yizhen stated with unwavering confidence, as if it were a trivial matter to help them achieve pregnancy. I believe. What must we do? She replied, understanding that besides medication, Gu Yizhen would likely require them to undertake additional actions. Very well, I must inspect your bedroom, Gu Yizhen declared, rising to his feet. Yang Tianqing's bedroom was spacious, featuring a private bathroom and an array of multimedia equipment. Gu Yizhen shook his head, observing, people today simply seek pleasure, eager to transport all comforts into their bedrooms. Mr. Liang, let us choose a room devoid of a bathroom. Remember, the bedroom serves as a sanctuary for rest and the creation of future generations, not as a recreational area or an office. Therefore, items such as computer speakers should be excluded from this space. Upon exiting Liang Tianqing's bedroom, he composed 2 prescriptions, one for himself and the other for Lu Rong. After returning to the living room and contemplating for a moment, he retrieved a needle pouch from his bag and remarked, originally, your ailments do not require acupuncture. However, in the interest of swiftly realizing your dreams of parenthood, allow me to administer a few needles. After treating Liang Tianqing, he proceeded to assist Lu Rong. When it was time for her to disrobe, she hesitated and took her time before finally shedding her outer garments and reclining on the bed. Although, from a physician's perspective, there is no distinction of gender, the necessity of undressing in front of a man younger than herself made her somewhat bashful. In truth, as Gu Yizhen observed her unblemished physique, he felt a rush of warmth within himself, contemplating that he must elevate his acupuncture skills promptly if he could perform blind needlings. Such awkwardness would be alleviated. After a brief interlude, he pinned 2 prescriptions for Liang Tianqing. One was designed to nourish his kidney energy, while the other aimed to dispel cold and warm Lu Rong's womb. It is crucial to address the coldness in your womb, even if Liang Tianqing exerts considerable effort. Conception may prove challenging. In fact, for matters of fertility, traditional Chinese medicine offers a more practical approach than Western medicine, which often resorts to hormones or surgical interventions. He provided instructions on the preparation and administration of the remedies, and additionally, he crafted a dietary prescription, noting that sometimes nutrition can be more beneficial than medication. As he gathered his belongings, he remarked, one crucial reminder is that during the course of your medication, you must abstain from intimate activities. As for when you may resume, I shall determine that after my follow-up consultation in 3 days. Upon exiting Liang Tianqing's residence, he recalled that he still needed to assist Zhao Quanfeng with his follow-up appointment. After today's consultation, if all goes well, his 2 million in consultation fees would be entirely expended. Zhao Quanfeng had long since arrived at Wanghelu. Having reserved the presidential suite for half a month to maintain confidentiality for sure and to address his own affliction, Gu Yizhen's medical skills were indeed remarkable, particularly in matters concerning male ailments, where he could be considered a pioneer. He had inherited the techniques of Master Gu and was adept at treating Zhao Qiwanfeng's impotence, effortlessly curing the ailment. In fact, after just 1 day of acupuncture and a single dose of medication, the morning response that had eluded him for over a decade reappeared the following morning. Today marked the final follow-up, and he was now certain of his complete revitalization. He had secretly tested his own formula yesterday, and the results were exceedingly promising. He was elated, his spirits lifted. For a man, aside from wealth serving as a source of courage, the ability to procreate is undoubtedly a significant aspect of his confidence. Should that ability falter, no amount of money or power could ever restore his self-assurance. Glancing at the time, he noted that Gu Yizhen should have arrived by now. A knock at the door confirmed his arrival. Mr. Zhao, you seem quite spirited. Is it safe to assume that everything is functioning well? Gu Yizhen chuckled. Indeed. I owe my gratitude to Dr. Gu. You are my savior, akin to a rebirth. Should you ever require assistance from Zhao in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Zhao Qiwanfu is sincere. After so many years, surrounded by countless beautiful women, he can only gaze longingly, which is truly frustrating. The most significant issue is that he lacks the courage to confess his feelings to the woman he loves. How can he declare his love when he cannot even provide her with the most basic joys? Haha, Zhao is too modest. I cannot claim to be a benefactor. If Zhao could introduce me to a few patients with challenging ailments, I would be grateful to him regardless. He aspires to earn a fortune, to live life differently. Thus, he requires patience. Chapter 66. Our collaboration, yes. I shall remember Dr. G's instructions and will be exceedingly cautious. Zhao Qiwanfu respectfully presented tea to Gu Yizhen. Well, our transaction has concluded. I wish Zhao success in all his future endeavors, invincible on the battlefield. Haha. Dr. Gu accepted the tea with a hearty laugh. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Zhao Qiwanfu felt a sense of joy. After exchanging pleasantries and engaging in light-hearted banter about romantic matters, they praised Dr. G's medical skills. When the discussion turned to his remarkable talent for diagnosing ailments through scent, Zhao Qiwanfu suddenly had an idea. This man's olfactory prowess far surpasses that of so-called aroma experts. If he could be persuaded to serve as the company's scent specialist, the quality of their cosmetics would undoubtedly experience a remarkable transformation. Dr. Gu, may I inquire? Do you currently have formal employment? He asked cautiously. Indeed, I have been unemployed for quite some time. Alas, without a qualification certificate, finding work is quite challenging, replied Yizhen. In truth, I imagine you are not short of money. Whether or not you work should be inconsequential, Zhao Chuanfu remarked with a smile. Who says I am not in need of money? I certainly am, as I mentioned earlier. If you encounter any particularly challenging issues, please refer them to me. I am eager to earn some income, haha. At present, he indeed requires substantial funds, for he has resolved to support a greater number of underprivileged children. If anyone requires medical assistance, I will certainly refer them to Dr. Gu. However, I have another matter I wish to ask Dr. Gu for assistance with. Zhao Chuanfu hesitated to directly request his services, believing that someone like Yizhen might not be inclined to work for others. Oh, what is it, Mr. Zhao? Please speak freely. I will certainly do my utmost if it is within my capabilities. The ailment has been cured. What further assistance could this fellow require? I wonder if Dr. Gu has any knowledge of French perfumes or cosmetics. French perfumes are renowned worldwide, and they are also among the most expensive. Does Mr. Gu know why? Zhao Chuanfu's sudden shift to the topic of cosmetics left Yizhen somewhat perplexed. I apologize. I truly have no understanding of this industry. Why are French perfumes so costly? Aren't they merely composed of synthetic fragrances? Yizhen casually responded. No, only those cheap street perfumes are made from synthetic compounds. High-end perfumes are crafted from all natural ingredients. The exorbitant price of French perfumes is primarily due to their highly skilled perfumers, also known as fragrance engineers. Claims of cutting-edge techniques and premium materials are often exaggerated. The methodologies and ingredients are quite similar across the board. What sets them apart is their experienced and exceptionally talented perfumers, Zhao Chuanfu remarked with a smile. Yizhen is remarkably astute. At this juncture, Zhao Chuanfu comprehended that this individual intended to invite him to become their company's fragrance expert. Are you, Mr. Zhao, considering inviting me to serve as your company's scent specialist? Although my olfactory senses are extraordinarily acute, I possess no knowledge of your industry. More importantly, I am not one to thrive under constraints. To adhere to a 9-to-5 schedule is simply unfeasible for me, regardless of the compensation offered. My sense of smell is utilized for diagnosis, akin to a dog discerning various fragrances. Thus, as long as Yizhen is willing, he deems any expenditure worthwhile. Haha, Mr. Zhao's words stirred my interest profoundly. Yet I must confess my ignorance regarding your field. In truth, my understanding of cosmetics is non-existent. However, your mention of this topic evokes memories of ancient formulas, traditional beauty remedies from royal palaces, which, when adapted, could potentially yield the finest beauty products. Yizhen felt a sudden thrill. He realized he possessed an inexhaustible gold mine. If these ancient formulas could be transformed into contemporary cosmetics and health products, he need not worry about financial constraints for the children. His heart raced, pounding more fiercely than on a first date. Should this endeavor succeed, wealth would flow in abundance. And it would be a matter of great honor for Jean Furong to secure a place in the international cosmetics arena. Gasping, he said, Dr. Gu, I believe we should collaborate. Traditional Chinese medicine is our cultural treasure, and its ancient formulas are its essence. We must not allow them to fade into obscurity. One cannot help but acknowledge that Zhao Chuanfeng's inadvertent remark struck a profound chord within Yizhen's heart. The decline of traditional Chinese medicine is a poignant concern shared by all practitioners and advocates of herbal remedies, regardless of the means. They are eager to promote traditional Chinese medicine beyond national borders, a sentiment that resonates deeply with Yizhen as well. Very well, we shall collaborate, however. The manner of our collaboration requires careful deliberation, Yizhen pondered after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 67. All thanks to Dr. Gu in the wake of Yizhen's departure. Zhao Quanfeng recalled a pressing matter regarding their potential collaboration. He had promised Shi to keep her true identity a secret. Should they proceed with the partnership with Yizhen, it would undoubtedly necessitate discussions with Jean Furong, and all contractual agreements would need to be signed by the Shi family enterprise. Yet, having discovered his own role as the CEO of Shi Enterprises, it would not be difficult for him to deduce Shi's true identity. After all, it was Yizhen who had healed him. And given that Yizhen was a friend of Shi, it was apparent that the young lady had developed feelings for him. If Zhao were to unveil her identity, she would surely not take it lightly. This collaboration held boundless potential and could serve as an opportunity for Sure Enterprises to venture into the international arena. What to do? He needed to find the girl and discuss it thoroughly. Indeed, Sure had inexplicably fallen for Yizhen, yet he had not reciprocated her feelings. Thus, she was reluctant to reveal her true identity to him. Troubled by Zhao Chuanfeng's words, she understood the significance of this matter for Sure. She was far from foolish. She grasped the implications of Zhao Chuanfeng's statement entirely. However, dear Sure, are you aware that this presents an exceptional opportunity for the Sure Enterprise? Time is indeed money, and I firmly believe that his traditional beauty products will undoubtedly create a sensation. The sooner the products are launched, the sooner the Sure family will reap the rewards. Zhao Chuanfu is eagerly anticipating the moment when Yizhen presents the formula. Very well, then, persuade him to become the perfumer for Jean Furong. His presence at work is of little consequence, as the primary goal is to refine the fragrance's composition. He understands that once she has made a decision, it is challenging to alter, so he reluctantly acquiesces to her approach. After all, the Sure family is hers. There is no need for haste on her part. Moreover, he must also pursue her mother, and if the relationship with her falters, the entire endeavor is likely to fail. Today is the day scheduled for treating old Master Li. Yizhen rose early to practice the Gu family martial arts on the rooftop, then descended to enjoy breakfast prepared by Su Ying before setting off. Su Ying has become increasingly enchanting, her complexion radiantly alluring, and her captivating eyes glisten with charm. If not mentioned, one would never believe she is in her 20s. She remains unaware of the reason behind this transformation, while Yizhen is well aware. It is the result of their shared cultivation. No sooner had he stepped outside than a call from Lianghua came through. This young man had recently accomplished something that earned him old Master Li's praise. And he was in high spirits, affectionately calling out to Yizhen, leaving him somewhat speechless. Wait at the entrance of the sanatorium, I will arrive in an hour. Heeding Shangguan Jing's advice, Yizhen aims to cultivate connections and foster relationships. Thus he remains attentive to old Master Li's health. The elder's vitality has noticeably improved. Seated at the entrance of the villa basking in the sun, he quickly rises with a beaming smile upon seeing Yizhen's arrival. The elderly gentleman appears to be in remarkably good spirits, seemingly unaffected by illness, remarked Yizhen with a smile. However, one cannot be entirely certain. Old Li is a man of fortune, and even in the absence of young Gu, there would surely be young Wang or young Zhang making their presence felt. Yizhen realized that he had slowly begun to indulge in flattery himself. Haha, your flattery is commendable, though I am aware your words are mere fabrications. I still find pleasure in hearing them. Now, let us first enjoy a couple of cups of tea. This is the meticulously selected authentic Bao Island New Dongding, just delivered. You are fortunate indeed. Dongding Oolong tea hails from the picturesque villages of Fengwang, Yonglong, and Zhangya in the Lugu township of Bao Island. With tea plantations situated at an elevation of approximately 600 to 1,000 meters. These locales are recognized as the core production areas. Earning the esteemed title of the sacred product of tea, the annual yield of authentic Dongding is limited. Only individuals of old Li's stature are privileged enough to savor it. Oh, exquisite tea. The genuine Dongding indeed differs from the local varieties. Today, I am truly fortunate. Yizhen lifted the cup, its dark green liquid adorned with golden hues. The alluring aroma wafting gently as he took a sip, unable to contain his admiration. While he may not be regarded as an elegant individual, his background in traditional Chinese medicine has afforded him a taste for the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, as well as the appreciation of tea and wine. Though not an expert, he possesses a modicum of knowledge, particularly regarding tea, about which he can articulate a few insights. After savoring the tea, Yizhen proceeded to take old Li's pulse. Dr. Gu, is it true that my kidneys are perfectly fine? Every hospital I visited claimed there were issues. Surely, they cannot all be mistaken. Old Li. As I mentioned the day before yesterday, it is not that your kidneys are without issue. Rather, they are not as severely compromised as they have suggested. In truth, had your kidney ailment been addressed merely 6 months ago with a few doses of traditional Chinese medicine, it could have been remedied quite easily. However, after enduring a protracted period of distress, your organs have sustained damage, exacerbating the condition. Many find themselves in similar predicaments. What initially appeared to be a minor issue escalates into a significant problem after consuming a plethora of Western medications. These pharmaceuticals may alleviate minor symptoms, yet they inflict harm upon the organs, leading to a disruption of the body's equilibrium and consequently giving rise to more severe complications. When the functional operations of the organs falter, even the mightiest can succumb to illness. Dr. Yizhen elucidated this to the elder Mr. Li while examining the pulse. Indeed, when components malfunction, the machinery cannot operate normally, Mr. Li concurred. Impressive. I have yet to hear that traditional Chinese medicine can discern whether a tumor is benign or malignant, remarked Li Muron, the health consultant standing nearby. Tumors possess their own distinct essence. I can discern their nature by scent. As it stands, Mr. Li's tumor is currently benign, Dr. Gu stated, gesturing for the elder to recline as he commenced the acupuncture treatment. Li Muron, filled with wonder, inquired, "If you can detect tumors, can you not also eliminate them?" "In theory, it is feasible. However, my internal energy is presently insufficient. While I possess the techniques, I lack the vital force to enhance them. For now, I can only prescribe medication to suppress any malignant progression," Dr. Gu replied. After administering 12 needles, Mr. Li exclaimed his relief. A new prescription was drafted, accompanied by additional precautions, marking the conclusion of this visit. Chapter 68. Just call me Dr. Gu. Thank you, Dr. Gu. If you have time later, I would be honored to treat you to a meal, Liang was said as he accompanied Dr. Gu out. Li Xiao. You may simply call me Dr. Gu. I am unworthy of being addressed as Gu. After all, I am but a humble figure in this city, and I cannot allow you to refer to me as brother. Haha. Gu, you must be older than I. It is only fitting to call you thus. Liang chuckled lightly. His choice of words was not a self-deprecating gesture, but rather a reflection of his keen perception that his grandfather held a profound affection for Yizhen, almost to the extent of wishing to adopt him as a god-grandson. Thus, he endeavored to address him in a manner that would delight the elder. To garner further support, it was prudent to align with the preferences of the elder. That seems inappropriate, after all. Yizhen began, but was interrupted by Liang. No, after all, if I say it is fitting, then it is fitting. Come, the time is ripe. How about I treat you to some Korean barbecue? Liang suggested. Are you a nationalist or an exclusionist, Gu? Liang jested. Fine, let us go to Longduan, although I fear that at this hour we might not secure a private room, Yizhen replied, sensing Liang's spirited nature. The availability of a private room is inconsequential. It is merely a meal. In truth, I am not picky about food, as long as it is not akin to dog food, Yizhen remarked with a smile. His implication was clear. He had no interest in dining at establishments he deemed unworthy. Liang silently reflected on Yizhen's strong opinions, finding him rather extreme. To their surprise, Longduan still had one last private room available that day. It seemed that Gu Xiong was exceptionally fortunate, dining at this establishment. I invariably find that if I do not reserve a room half a day in advance, there is no chance. After taking their seats, Liang remarked, surely not. Do they not even extend courtesy to Li Xiao? Yizhen was somewhat skeptical. He understood that every respectable hotel would have 1 or 2 emergency private rooms to accommodate urgent needs. Brother Gu, you must think me rather extravagant to bring my father into a mere meal. I cannot do such a thing. It seemed that Liang was indeed different from other second-generation officials, who would scarcely hesitate to engrave their father's name upon their foreheads. Yizhen found himself in strong agreement with Liang, developing a favorable impression of him. In truth, he possessed a black card from Shenwalong, which would grant him access to a private room whenever he desired to flaunt his status, yet he felt it unnecessary. Brother Gu, I've heard that many Chinese medicine practitioners understand Qigong. Do you also possess this knowledge? After the dishes arrived, Liang, having consumed a couple of cups of what he jestingly referred to as horse urine, became notably more talkative. Indeed, the realms of medicine and martial arts are intertwined. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners often engage in martial arts training and Qigong practice to enhance their healing abilities. However, although I am familiar with the techniques, I have yet to master them. So if young Master Li wishes for a demonstration, I must unfortunately disappoint you. Regardless of his prowess, he would not perform for him. He was a doctor, not an entertainer. Brother Gu, you surely understand. Liang appeared somewhat dubious. Really? You can't? My apologies. I must excuse myself for a moment. I seem to have indulged in too much tea. Yizhen shook his head, pondering whether it was excessive drinking or a lack of intellect. Wasn't there an internal telephone? Wasn't there a service bell? Why was he howling like a wolf here? Who would heed such a racket? He is quite mistaken. Despite her loud outburst, there are indeed people who respond to her. After just a couple of shouts, the doors of the surrounding private rooms swung open, and curious heads popped out to investigate. Even Liang, driven by curiosity, stepped out to see what was amiss. The soundproofing of these rooms was remarkably effective, yet her voice managed to reach everyone, indicating that her volume was no trivial matter. What happened? Is there a fire? Surely not. It seems she has had too much to drink. I suspect she has been assaulted. Otherwise, what could possibly warrant such a commotion? Help, please. Someone save our husband. The woman frantically tugged at those who had opened their doors to gather information. I don't know. My husband suddenly collapsed and is unresponsive. She exclaimed. Call for an ambulance. We are not doctors. How can we assist? Came the response. Yes, right. It appeared that the woman had just then remembered to dial for emergency services. Madam, please remain calm. I have already contacted the ambulance. Is there a doctor present? If so, kindly assist this lady. A staff member from Longyuan spoke with commendable composure. Yes, make way. I'm going to take a look. No need to panic. A man emerged from one of the rooms, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a slick-back hairstyle, impeccably dressed in a suit. Yizhen glanced up and chuckled. Despite the relatively small size of Beijing, with a population of 20 million, it was rather astonishing that he would encounter the very doctor he met at the jewelry market last time. It seemed quite a distance from the hospital he had mentioned. How had this fellow ended up dining here? What perplexed Yizhen the most was the fact that this individual seemed to carry a stethoscope wherever he went. Was he, perhaps, intent on proclaiming his status as a physician at every turn? Accompanying this man was a younger fellow, who wore a sycophantic expression as he confidently assured the woman. Rest assured, he is our hospital's attending physician. With him present, there shall be no issue. Young man, if you wish to console, do so without placing your hand on another's back for an eternity. To Yizhen's astonishment, the woman allowed him to take such liberties. Could she truly be in such a state of panic? The woman, though not particularly young, possessed an ordinary visage but boasted an exquisite figure, albeit dressed in a rather gaudy manner, reminiscent of a mistress. Yizhen suspected that the man in question was not her husband. Does your husband suffer from a heart condition? The bespectacled man inquired, having listened with his stethoscope and then glanced at the patient lying on the ground. Yes, he has a heart condition, the woman finally recalled, remembering how her husband often carried medication. Indeed, she produced 2 bottles of pills from his bag. Chapter 69. Divine Healer Ger. Save old Huang, there's nothing to worry about. Just give him 1 pill. The bespectacled man, having taken the medications, skillfully prepared to place a pill into the mouth of the man on the ground. He is not experiencing a heart attack. I assure you that administering the medication could exacerbate his condition. Yizhen remarked from the doorway, taking a moment to inhale and glance at the dishes on the table. What did you say? He has a heart condition. It must have been the alcohol that triggered this episode. I have practiced medicine for over a decade. Surely I would not misdiagnose such a straightforward ailment, the bespectacled man retorted. The bespectacled man lifted his gaze to Yizhen. Feeling an unsettling familiarity with the individual before him, yet unable to recall where he had encountered him before. Who are you? What do you know? Are you a doctor? Do you even know who he is? He is our hospital's attending physician. Could he possibly make a mistake? The young man who had accompanied the bespectacled individual stepped forward, glaring at Yizhen. Does my identity truly matter? If you doubt me, you may administer the medication to him, but do not lament the consequences. Yizhen replied nonchalantly. In 5 minutes, red spots will manifest upon his body. Humph, do you fancy yourself some kind of deity? Standing at the doorway and claiming to diagnose ailments with a mere glance, the young man retorted. I am not a deity. I am merely a physician. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with a bit more expertise than you, Yizhen responded softly. Haha, you're a doctor? Which hospital do you hail from? You lack even a qualification certificate and dare to call yourself a physician? Could you be any more amusing? The bespectacled man recalled having seen Yizhen being taken away by the police previously, thus dismissing the incident where Yizhen had seemingly cured a foreigner's ailment with a single drink as mere coincidence. I have long recognized your shabby appearance. How audacious of you to proclaim yourself a doctor. I cannot fathom how such a fraud could infiltrate this upscale hotel. Waitstaff, where are you? Kindly expel this charlatan, lest he obstruct our Dr. Jia from performing his duties. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air. How can this be? Old Huang truly has red spots appearing on his body. So many red spots. The woman suddenly let out a piercing scream as numerous red spots appeared on the man's neck, resembling the rash of a child afflicted with measles, densely clustered and scattered. Remarkable, it has only been 5 minutes, someone remarked. Another person noted. The true doctor is indeed a hidden gem, while others accused him of being a fraud. Step aside and allow him to save the person, someone urged. Where is the attending physician? Be grateful that, had this gentleman not intervened, a grave incident would have ensued. At this moment, the woman suddenly realized and hastily implored Gu Yizhen, Sir, please save Lao Wang. If something happens to him. Gu Yizhen glanced over and replied, Are you not aware of his seafood allergy? Knowing full well he is allergic, why did you allow him to consume seafood? I am aware of his allergy to seafood, which is why we never eat it when dining together. The woman responded, Look at that steamed lion's head. Those yellow bits must be crab roe. He is likely particularly allergic to crabs. Otherwise, consuming 1 or 2 lion's heads would not have resulted in such severity. Our restaurant's lion's head differs from others. As we enhanced the flavor with crab roe, a nearby server interjected, Hurry and take him to the hospital. I've heard that severe seafood allergies can be fatal. A bystander exclaimed, Is the ambulance on its way? Why hasn't he arrived yet? What should we do? The woman was in a state of panic. Why are you so flustered? With Dr. Go present, there is no need to worry about any illness. Liang was squeezed through the crowd and said, Oh, isn't that Director Huang? Go, extend your hand. This is the head of the health system in our city. The head of the city's health system, Director Huang Maoda, was recognized by the bespectacled man lying on the ground, causing his heart to race and cold sweat to trickle down his back. Thank goodness he had not just administered that life-saving pill. The health system is precisely responsible for matters concerning qualifications, isn't it? Gu Yizhen had initially intended to request Li Anggua's assistance in resolving this issue after successfully treating the elderly. He truly loathed the idea of retaking the exam. The trivial questions were utterly unworthy of his time and effort. However, with the head of the health system lying there, could he perhaps barter his life for a qualification certificate? Even if that was not an option, it was unlikely anyone would dare to accuse him of practicing medicine without a license, considering he had saved the life of the health system's leader. Dr. Gu, please. Do save old Huang. The woman, startled by Li Anggua's shout, finally regained her composure. Very well, but you heard me. I'm an unlicensed physician. Are you certain you want me to intervene? Regardless of whether the woman was a mistress or the legitimate wife, it was prudent to secure her assurance first. I don't care whether you have a license. As long as you can save old Huang, you shall be his benefactor. Is it really true that an unlicensed doctor cannot save lives? Those with licenses do not guarantee success either. The bespectacled man's expression darkened, realizing he had become an unintended target. The notion of being a benefactor was secondary. Primarily, with her affirmation, he felt reassured. Otherwise, he might soon find himself apprehended for illegal medical practice. Li Xiao, could you kindly fetch my bag? Thank you. Remarkably, he was now directing Li Anggua to assist him. Food poisoning and food allergies can range from mild to severe, and in grave circumstances, they may even lead to death. However, as long as there is still breath in one's body, it is not an insurmountable challenge for Gu Yizhen. With deft movements of his hands, he swiftly inserted 6 long needles into Huang Maoda. He realized that since he had joined hands with Su Ying, his internal skills had progressed remarkably. A single night of practice equated to 2 years of effort. With the significant enhancement of his internal energy, his sensitivity in locating acupoints and manipulating needles had improved several levels, nearly reaching the realm of blind acupuncture, which brought him immense inner joy. After a series of intricate maneuvers involving advances and retreats, twists and flicks, Gu Yizhen withdrew the needles from Huang Maoda. Even before the last needle was fully extracted, the red spots on his neck had vanished entirely. He is awake. He is awake. Indeed, Dr. Gu is extraordinary. Just a few silver needles and a few minutes were sufficient to revive him. Acupuncture is truly miraculous. Those who claim traditional Chinese medicine is mere superstition are utterly misguided. Some even label it as pseudoscience. Such individuals are clearly harboring ulterior motives, and it is astonishing that anyone would believe them. Old Huang, are you all right? You scared me to death just now. Fortunately, we encountered Dr. Gu, or it would have been troublesome, the woman who had supported Huang Maoda remarked. Step aside, step aside. We are emergency doctors from the central hospital. Where's the patient? At that moment, a group of doctors clad in white coats arrived. For heaven's sake, could you have arrived any later? Half a day's wait, and you call this emergency care? Yet, one could hardly blame them. The traffic in any first or second-tier city is indeed maddening, and given that Longyuan is situated in the city center, their timely arrival was commendable. Chapter 70. A genuine traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, the emergency center had been established for some time, and had it not been for the sudden fainting of a high-ranking health official, he might have remained blissfully unaware of the center's remarkable efficiency. Infuriated, He reprimanded the two doctors clad in white coats, rendering them pale with fear. You cannot lay the blame on us. You should direct your ire towards those responsible for road design and traffic management. They squander the nation's resources, resulting in such a chaotic urban transport system. And what of those individuals who, with their meager wealth and dilapidated vehicles, obstruct the public transport and emergency access routes? Can they not possess a modicum of decency? Huang Maoda was aware that the two doctors were unjustly scolded. However, his frustration compelled him to express his discontent. He waved the doctors from the central hospital away. While contemplating how to address the issue with the top authority, it was imperative to ensure that the emergency passage remained unobstructed, as it was a vital corridor for saving lives. Yizhen glanced at Li Onghua and noted the displeasure etched on his face. This was indeed a city under the stewardship of his father, and any existing issues reflected poorly on his father's governance. Yet, what could he do? Perhaps he could offer his father some constructive suggestions if he could devise a viable plan. Dr. Ge, thank you. You have saved my life today. And I owe you a debt of gratitude that I shall remember, Huang Maoda said, grasping Yizhen's hand as the crowd dispersed. Director Huang, you are too kind. I was merely fulfilling my duty, Yizhen replied with a smile. However, he is an unlicensed practitioner, engaging in illegal medical practice. Shouldn't we be taking action against such unlawful behavior? The door was suddenly thrust open, and a fellow leaned in, speaking. It turned out that the bespectacled man was growing increasingly furious. As a distinguished attending physician at a prominent hospital, he had been publicly humiliated not once, but twice, by this unlicensed, barefoot doctor. How could he possibly swallow such indignation? Yet what could he do? This rogue had saved the life of the chief of the health bureau. If he were to confront him now, it would only spell trouble for himself. Reluctantly, he drowned his sorrows in drink, while the intern, seizing the opportunity, lavished flattery upon him. He glanced at the intern and devised a plan. While he dared not provoke the situation himself, he could certainly incite the intern to stir the pot. Even if it yielded little result, it would be satisfying to cause them some annoyance. He whispered a few words to the intern, who appeared visibly conflicted. How could he possibly provoke the bureau chief? But upon reflection, the words were not entirely unfounded. Perhaps the chief would not take offense. Yet, if he defied the bespectacled man, his own life at the hospital would undoubtedly become unbearable. In truth, he had not heard what Huang Maoda had said, but Huang Maoda mistakenly believed he had, warming with embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating that the life of the esteemed health bureau chief had been saved by an unlicensed barefoot doctor. What would become of him if this news spread? While practicing medicine without a license was illegal, did saving a life constitute illegal practice? Perhaps not, but he had indeed exercised a medical skill, which surely reflected poorly on the entire system. An unlicensed practitioner had saved a life, while a certified chief physician had nearly cost him his own. Was there anything more mortifying? In an instant, Director Huang's face turned a deep shade of liver. Who said that Dr. Ge was unlicensed? It was merely that his credentials had yet to be issued, as the woman who called Huang Maoda darling suddenly interjected. Oh, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Ge. Our esteemed hospital has collaborated with Beijing University to organize an open medical exchange conference, welcoming all individuals passionate about the realm of medicine. The essence of this gathering is to forge friendships through medical discourse, and I eagerly anticipate witnessing Dr. G's exceptional skills. The intern, however, contemplated with a mischievous intent, thinking since he was already present, he might as well corner this individual, doubting his qualifications. Very well. I assure you I will arrive punctually at the conference. You shall witness the true essence of traditional Chinese medicine, which is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of your Western practices. I hold a particular disdain for those who disregard their ancestral heritage. Traditional Chinese medicine is a legacy bestowed by your forebears, and here you are, groveling at the feet of Western medicine. How can your ancestors rest in peace knowing this? Just wait, I shall make sure your ancestors avenge you. And you will grasp the true meaning of national essence, Dr. Ge remarked with an air of indifference. The other individual chuckled and departed, his gaze clearly conveying skepticism, as if to say he would relish the moment when this unlicensed practitioner would falter. As soon as that person turned away, Dr. Ge promptly rose and bowed deeply to Director Huang, expressing, "Thank you, Director Huang. I am grateful for your acknowledgement regarding my qualifications." Dr. Ge had invoked his ancestors and the essence of the nation, and now he could not retract his words. Should he fail to secure his credentials, who knows what might transpire between him and that earlier individual? Moreover, he owed this person a life debt. Rest assured, I will personally present your qualification certificate at the conference, but you must perform admirably. Should your performance falter, even if the certificate is prepared, I shall withhold it from you. Huang Maoda indeed harbored an affinity for traditional Chinese medicine. However, in recent years, the practice has languished, with no truly exceptional practitioners emerging. Yizhen, standing at attention, assured the director that he would not be disappointed. He then turned to the woman, bowing slightly and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mrs. Huang. Although Huang Maoda was divorced, and though she was currently with him, he had yet to agree to formalize their relationship. Thus, Yizhen's reference to her as Mrs. Huang filled her with delight. She promptly responded, "We are family, no need for formalities. Just perform well and bring glory to your director." Indeed, she was adept at seizing opportunities, surpassing even the essence of being Mrs. Huang. In reality, she was unaware of the intricacies involved in obtaining a medical qualification. She merely recognized that Yizhen had just saved Huang Maoda's life, which, in turn, saved her own. Consequently, she found Yizhen exceedingly agreeable, especially upon witnessing Huang Maoda's face, contorted in distress. Thus, in a moment of exasperation, she casually uttered a common phrase used in women's quarrels. Little did she know that her offhand remark would alleviate the burden that weighed heavily on Yizhen's heart. His qualification had long been a source of frustration. Damn it. I can heal, yet I do not understand examinations. I can only lament in vain. Chapter 71. You are simply in need of. After a series of complications, Lianghua rearranged the banquet, allowing everyone to become reacquainted. His initial intention was to bolster Yizhen's standing, granting him greater weight in Huang Maoda's eyes. However, it appeared that Huang Maoda did not recognize Lianghua. Reluctantly, Lianghua had to drop hints repeatedly, and only after much prompting did Huang Maoda seem to recall who he was. Yet, by the time he grasped the situation, he had already departed with Yizhen. Huang Maoda gazed vacantly at the entrance, inwardly relieved that the woman beside him had unwittingly managed to do one thing right today. Otherwise, he might have unknowingly offended the city's second-in-command. "Old Huang, what's wrong? Why are you staring blankly at the door?" Chen Xiaohua inquired, puzzled by his demeanor. "It's nothing. I truly feel old." After all the hints, I still couldn't figure out who he was, Huang Maoda replied. "What hints? I don't understand what you're saying. How can you say you're old? You're only in your 40s, the youngest director in the city, no less," Chen Xiaohua retorted. "Just now, I thought that fellow surnamed Li was trying to curry favor with me, but it turns out he was merely supporting his brother. Alas, thank goodness you, my foolish wife, managed to stumble upon the truth. Otherwise, I might have offended someone without even realizing it." His emotions fluctuated slightly. "Didn't you notice? That fellow surnamed Li bears a striking resemblance to the leader with the same surname in the city," he remarked with a smile. "Ah, are you suggesting he is Mayor Li's?" Chen Xiaohua gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Indeed, he is," Huang Maoda nodded affirmatively. "Then at next week's exchange meeting. And what about that qualification certificate? Since we now know that his brother is the second son, obtaining that certificate is imperative. We must attend the exchange meeting, and the qualification certificate needs to be processed immediately. You handled this well. Moving forward, pay close attention to the person surnamed Go. He is now a brother of Li Xiao." Although Huang Maoda's tenure in office was relatively commendable, he recognized the necessity of such sycophantic behavior. Without it, many obstacles would arise, rendering one's ambitions futile. "Brother Go, from now on, you shall be a true physician, free from the worries of being accused of practicing medicine illegally." As they descended the stairs, Lianghua placed a comforting hand on Yizhen's shoulder. "Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you, Li Xiao. Initially, I intended to ask for your assistance with this matter, yet I never anticipated encountering such circumstances today," Yizhen replied with a smile. "Haha. This indicates that not only are your medical skills commendable, but your fortune is also remarkable." He patted his shoulder and said, "Prepare well for next week's exchange meeting. I shall be there to support you. You're going to meet some lovely ladies. I hear the girls at Ping University are both beautiful and open-minded." Yizhen teased with a mischievous grin. "A little bit of both, but primarily to support Brother Go. Witnessing those so-called elite Western medical practitioners being put in their place excites me. I eagerly anticipate next week's exchange meeting." The two exchanged a few more words in the parking lot before parting ways. As Wan and Suing engaged in their dual cultivation, Yizhen felt his internal strength advancing rapidly, while Suing seemed to grow ever more radiant, her appearance betraying none of her years. "What is there to thank for? You are now my woman, Everything I do for you is but my duty, Yizhen gently asserted. Do you truly consider me your woman? Suing exclaimed, her body trembling with excitement. Of course, why would there be any doubt? He found it rather perplexing. They had shared a bed, after all. No doubts? Then I shall wholeheartedly be your woman, Suing declared earnestly. He chuckled. Well, then, perhaps you should find a friend to take your place for a few days. You scoundrel, you're bullying me. She playfully nudged him. Can you truly not resist? Once, a colleague from Yuhua remarked. How about I call her over? Sure, Marin, what brings you here? Yizhen answered the phone. Oh, it's been days since we last met, and the usually reserved uncle has become quite the charmer. Where are you? Treat this young lady to a meal, Sure said. Such brazen audacity in demanding a meal. I must say this is my first encounter with such boldness. Ever since I met the Sure, I have felt perpetually overshadowed by her presence. I am your girlfriend, you say. Yet you deem my request for a meal as an act of robbery. Shouldn't you, as a gentleman, take the initiative to invite me? Now that I must voice my need, you dare label it as extortion? This boyfriend role was thrust upon me, mind you. That day, to play the part, I nearly lost my life. Have you ever shown any concern for my well-being since that night? Recalling the incident when I was surrounded and assaulted ignited my ire. It seems this girl has never once inquired about what transpired afterwards. How can one call herself a girlfriend, yet display such a lack of compassion? Humph. It appears that you only acknowledge me as your boyfriend when you require assistance or an invitation to dine. But tell me, dear girlfriend, have you ever fulfilled the duties that accompany such a title? On that fateful night, when I nearly faced mortal peril, not a single word of comfort escaped your lips. Are you truly indifferent, or simply oblivious? As my frustration mounted, I felt like a wronged wife, unleashing a torrent of grievances before declaring, if there is business to discuss, let us converse. If not, I shall hang up. Of course there's a matter. I expect to be treated to dinner tonight, and afterward, I shall discuss the matter at hand. Sure responded cheerfully. No invitation? Speak as you wish. Then, he retorted, seething with anger. Is that true? Say it again, she said with a sly smile. All right. Where to? He grumbled a few complaints, having to lower his head again. What else could he do when someone held the leverage? She firmly informed Wang Sanyu of what to do. He did not want to move. He was quite fond of this place. You are simply infuriating. There was no need for me to lose my temper, yet you insist on provoking others before you agree. Come pick me up from school in the evening. She felt this fellow deserved a scolding. Chapter 72. A car following closely. Yizhen felt that his relationship with Sure was somewhat peculiar, despite her unkind demeanor towards him. He found it difficult to harden his heart against her. Although she often used his hiding place as leverage, he was aware that even if he disregarded her threats, she would not truly divulge his secret to Wang Sanyu. At times, he even questioned whether he harbored a masochistic tendency, finding himself oddly attracted to Sure's authoritative and threatening manner. Was he truly so foolish? This evening, he found himself in a similar predicament. After being scolded by Sure, he arrived early at the school gate to wait for her before the dismissal bell rang. Although Yizhen could not be described as handsome, he possessed a distinctive charisma. If he were to make a slight effort in grooming, don a decent outfit, wear a fabricated smile, and hold a bouquet of flowers while leaning against a newly acquired luxury car, he would undoubtedly attract a flurry of infatuated squeals. However, despite driving a car worth over $2 million, he still wore inexpensive, generic shirts and refrained from posturing with flowers against his vehicle. Thus, standing beneath the lamppost outside the school gates, he remained as inconspicuous as the post itself, failing to attract the attention of the beautiful academic achievers and graceful female teachers coming and going. Even Sure nearly overlooked him, momentarily believing he had yet to arrive. Just as she was about to call her mother in frustration, he suddenly appeared. Where have you been hiding? I didn't see you, Sure inquired, perplexed. I wasn't hiding. I was merely leaning against this lamppost. It's your eyes that have wandered too far, he replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Is it really so hurtful to say that? The lamppost is just a few meters away from you, and you pretended not to see it. Oh. I can only say you possess the potential of a sniper. You can conceal yourself remarkably well without any pretense. His irritation at her comment was palpable. You. Humph. That's just how I am. Why did you summon me if you find me so distasteful? Look around. There are plenty of handsome men driving luxury cars, adorned in designer clothes, and holding bouquets. With your looks, if you merely beckon, they would flock to you, Yizhen remarked while striding toward his vehicle. Well, today you seem particularly feisty. Where are you off to? A car is coming. She extended her hand to hail a taxi. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Sure, who is that guy? He can't possibly be your boyfriend. Turning around, she encountered an unwelcome sight. Huang Chunxiang, along with several classmates, was approaching. That unsophisticated fellow is indeed her boyfriend. She admitted it herself, Lily chimed in. No way. Though our classmate sure isn't the most stunning, she is still a beautiful scholar. How could she possibly be with such a country bumpkin? Does she possess some peculiar preferences? Wherever there are people, factions inevitably engage in conflict, much like in schools. Perhaps she excels in certain abilities. At the very least, she exerts considerable strength in her domain. After all, strength is paramount. Upon uttering this, they erupted into boisterous laughter. Although these few individuals were of the same academic standing as her, it was evident that they did not belong to her circle. They were deliberately mocking Sure, despite her illustrious lineage, which rendered her indifferent to such fruitless comparisons. The incessant jeers from the crowd in the small square by the school gate still left her feeling uncomfortable. Just as she was about to retort, a brand new car suddenly pulled up beside her, and as she stood there in a daze, Yizhen emerged from the vehicle. What are you doing here? Lost in thought, he asked, opening the car door for her. Sure was momentarily taken aback. How did he suddenly acquire such an exquisite car? How much is this car? She and a fellow student outside the car inquired almost simultaneously, though Sure directed her question at Yizhen. While the other student spoke to himself. This is the latest model of the Fuhao SUV. I've heard it costs several million. A male classmate standing beside Lily, an aficionado of automobiles, immediately recognized the vehicle's value. I don't believe it. This must be some domestic brand. How could that bumpkin possibly afford a car worth millions? Just look at how he dresses, like a factory worker, Lily remarked. It's understated luxury. This is the car touted as the safest in the world. I cannot be mistaken, the male classmate replied, his face filled with admiration. Contemporary university students exhibit behavior akin to that of kindergarten children, engaging in incessant comparisons, whether it be regarding parental influence, romantic partners, or family backgrounds. Sighing, Yizhen remarked on this triviality. Isn't it all the same? In society, we also compete over jobs, salaries, real estate, and lovers, Sure responded with a smile. Indeed, she paused before inquiring, what brings you here? Surely, it's not just for a meal on my account. Oh, I have been entrusted with the task of recruiting talent for others, Sure explained. I have already agreed to collaborate with General Zhao. Is he really seeking your help as an intermediary? He is not a fool, she commented, immediately connecting it to Zhao Chuanfu's affairs. As for the collaboration, such matters cannot be expedited. One must meticulously address various details, sign contracts, await the formulation of your product, conduct sample testing, trials, and submissions, a plethora of tasks that, even with connections, may take several months, or without them, potentially a year or two. However, certain matters cannot afford to be delayed, given Sure's capabilities and connections. Her assertion that it would take such an extended period was merely a tactic to postpone Yizhen's engagement with the Sure enterprise, particularly to secure a position as a fragrance expert at the Jean Ferrand Cosmetics Company. That's of little concern. We can take our time. After all, building a career cannot be accomplished in just a day or two, Yizhen responded, unperturbed. Hey, are you even listening to me? Sure retorted, visibly annoyed. Yes, I am listening. According to you, what should I do? Should I gather all the out-of-school children across the nation? The government has specialized poverty alleviation agencies for that. Yizhen replied, still gazing into the rearview mirror. Agree to General Zhao's offer to become a fragrance expert at their company. You may be unaware of the annual income of a top perfumer. Allow me to enlighten you. In our country, the finest perfumers earn several million annually, which could substantially support numerous children in the mountains, as Sure remarked. I take your word for it. A vehicle has been tailing us, leaving me uncertain whether it belongs to Mo Sansheng or Wang Sanyu. Sighing, I lamented, these scoundrels seem unwilling to let me go. Chapter 73. Really? Sure expressed skepticism, suspecting he was intentionally changing the subject. Look at that red little car behind us. It has been following us since we left the school gate. I attempted 2 emergency lane changes and 2 sudden stops, yet they persistently cling on. Yizhen furrowed his brow. The driver's skills were impressive, yet the choice of vehicle was misguided. Had they opted for a nondescript black car, I might not have noticed their pursuit. Behind us trailed a long line of cars resembling ants, mostly ordinary black vehicles. Even if they were closely following, it would be challenging to detect them easily. However, the individual trailing us chose a conspicuous red car, a rather foolish decision, as it was overly eye-catching. Moreover, Yizhen had a particular aversion to vehicles from the island of Rod, which prompted him to notice the pursuit shortly after leaving the school. What now? Although Sure asked, she remained untroubled, knowing that if Yizhen could detect the tailing, then Hu and Long surely could as well. Would you care for a leisurely drive? Yizhen chuckled. A leisurely drive? Yet it is night now. She comprehended his intention, to take the individual trailing behind on an excursion, and once the amusement had waned, to abandon him. However, as nightfall enveloped them, uncertainty regarding the identity of the pursuer gnawed at her. The allure of the night, the daylight hardly piqued my interest in entertaining him. Upon our exit, I recall there is a newly constructed road near Qingshui Pass, yet to be officially opened, devoid of streetlights and surveillance cameras. Yizhen deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and ascended a high bridge, shortly thereafter merging onto Beihuan Avenue. As anticipated, the crimson vehicle stealthily followed suit onto the bridge. Sure pondered momentarily and remarked, I believe they are neither associates of Mo Sanqing nor Wang Sanyu. There is no necessity for them to exert such effort in tailing us. If they were, they could simply accost us directly. Your reasoning is sound. Yet who might they be? Yizhen queried. If they are not affiliated with those two, then whom are they targeting? Aside from them, I don't seem to have offended anyone else. He felt a sense of bewilderment. Nevertheless, Sure was acutely aware of her own circumstances, deep within. She understood that if the vehicle behind was not linked to Mo Sanqing or Wang Sanyu, there was a 90% probability that it was aimed at her. Among the affluent, incessant rivalry prevails. Being followed or encountering underhanded tactics is hardly astonishing. She had always maintained a low profile, to the extent that even her classmates, with whom she had shared several years, were oblivious to her true identity. Might this pursuer be an insider or an outsider? Or could it be a rival from her company seeking to undermine her? Contemplating these possibilities, she dared not be complacent. Pretending to engage with her mobile device, she discreetly sent a message to Long, inquiring whether he had noticed anything unusual. Upon entering the North Ring, although the roads became considerably more fluid, Yizhen refrained from accelerating too swiftly, for cameras were omnipresent. Nevertheless, this thoroughfare, abundant in lanes and vehicles, allowed for a leisurely weaving in and out, which afforded a certain pleasure in teasing the driver behind. However, his actions swiftly drew the attention of those in the vehicle trailing them. It seemed they had discerned our presence and advised against continuing the pursuit to avoid alarming the unsuspecting. What of startling the unsuspecting? Scoffed the woman in the red car. She is merely a junior college student. I fail to understand why the boss is exercising such caution in monitoring her movements. If they intend to capture or eliminate her, surely sending someone to act would suffice, the man retorted dismissively. Indeed, you have not been misnamed. You are truly a fool. The boss's plans surely possess their own rationale. Constantly fixated on violence is no longer the way of the world, the woman replied with palpable disdain. Humph. I told you they must be seeking a secluded spot for a tryst. That girl could easily score a 90 for looks and 80 for figure. That country bumpkin is indeed fortunate, the man leered. Yizhen found it perplexing that they had ceased their pursuit. How strange. Why have they not followed us? Could they have uncovered my intentions? The actions of the opposing party left him feeling somewhat bewildered. Perhaps they were not tailing us after all. Sure deliberately clouded his thoughts, wishing to withhold further knowledge from him. Impossible. They are undoubtedly tracking us. They must have realized our purpose, hence their withdrawal. Sigh. How dreary. I initially intended to lead them down a new path for a midnight escapade. Yizhen has also ventured out. A night of silence ensued. And the following day, Sure urgently called, urging him to visit Zhao Chuanfu at the Jean Ferrand Cosmetics Company. Yizhen pondered. An annual salary in the millions is a dream for countless individuals. Why should he not seize the opportunity to earn it himself? After all, there was no requirement for him to adhere to a strict office schedule. If he refrained from earning this money, it would inevitably be acquired by those foreign devils with their red hair and green eyes. He made a phone call to Zhao Chuanfu, clarified the route, and proceeded directly. In truth, taking on this position was somewhat cumbersome for Zhao Chuanfu at this moment. Originally, he was stationed at the Sure family headquarters, the Sure building, while Jean Ferrand Cosmetics Company was situated in the Xixiang district. To accommodate Sure, he had no choice but to continue masquerading as the owner of Jean Ferrand. He instructed his staff to set up an office for him at the factory, sternly ordering that no one disclose the connection between the new perfumer and the Sure enterprise. Fortunately, those aware of the relationship were primarily mid to senior level personnel, and their numbers were not overwhelming, making enforcement relatively manageable. According to Zhao Chuanfu's arrangements, 2 hours later, Yizhen arrived at the Jean Ferrand Cosmetics Company. This marked his inaugural visit to a production-oriented company and one unrelated to pharmaceuticals. He felt a sense of novelty akin to that of a novice embarking on their first day of work. Chapter 74. The perfumer Jean Ferrand is one of the leading cosmetics companies in the country, spanning nearly 20,000 acres. In this region, the hottest in the nation. A single enterprise occupies such a vast expanse, underscoring the company's significance. In truth, had Yizhen paid a modicum of attention to business information or local news, he would have certainly discerned the connection between Zhao Chuanfu and Jean Ferrand, as well as the Sure family enterprise. Regrettably, this young man has never shown an interest in such matters. However, when it comes to pharmaceutical companies, he is well-versed. The cosmetics industry is a burgeoning sector, with the majority of its expenses largely allocated to research and development, the crux of which lies in formulation. Jean Ferrand boasts a formidable R&D team, including several perfumers. However, the primary contributors are 2 foreign nationals, 1 male and 1 female, alongside 2 or 3 local assistants who merely serve in subordinate roles. The domestic cosmetics industry began its development rather late, resulting in a near absence of professional perfumers. Consequently, every cosmetics firm, along with those in the liquor industry, is compelled to offer lucrative salaries to attract talent from abroad. Ironically, those highly paid recruits often arrive with an air of arrogance and entitlement, despite being merely second or third-tier professionals, or even lower, back in their home countries. Yet, the locals find themselves at a disadvantage, as there are few alternatives available domestically, forcing them to endure such indignities. This phenomenon is prevalent across numerous sectors within the country, where exorbitant sums are spent to import talent that is, at best, second or third-rate, or even entirely inconsequential abroad. These so-called experts, who would be overlooked elsewhere, suddenly become revered figures here, treated with utmost reverence, as if their displeasure could bring calamity. The perfumer Alungda at Jean Ferrand is no exception. He regards the company as CEO with disdain, often proclaiming that without him, there would be no Jean Ferrand, as if the world would cease to turn in his absence, elevating himself to a godlike status. The woman, the perfumer Allen, was somewhat more pleasant, less ostentatious, perhaps due to her origins from a small European nation. Perhaps she had grown weary of the self-important Arland. Or perhaps it was Yizhen's extraordinary olfactory abilities that earned Zhao Chuanfu's admiration. Thus, in addition to the official announcements and meetings, Zhao Chuanfu hosted a special welcome banquet for Yizhen. The arrival of Yizhen was greeted with enthusiasm by everyone in the company, save for Arland and Allen, as this profession had never seen a local take the lead. Zhao Chuanfu's bold decision to appoint Yizhen as the principal figure certainly indicated that he possessed remarkable credentials. However, with the prospect of losing his position, could the arrogant Arland simply acquiesce? That was highly unlikely. He had always looked down upon locals, and now the company had brought in someone of equal stature. Observing the executive's expressions, it was clear that they even considered this scarred country bumpkin as the main player, a notion Arland would never accept quietly. Yet, he dared not confront the bosses, for his salary was significantly higher than what he could earn back home. Thus, he could only vent his frustrations on the newcomer, with the first skirmish poised to occur at the welcome banquet. The banquet was held at the grandest hotel in the area, the Dragon Pearl Hotel, where Zhao Chuanfu, keen to support Yizhen, reserved an entire floor. Guests included the mid-level and senior management of the company, along with invited partners, suppliers, and some fellow executives. The favor Zhao bestowed upon Yizhen was indeed substantial, and the greater the honor he accorded, the more incensed Arland became. However, whether it was due to Yizhen's naivety or ignorance, he appeared remarkably at ease, allowing Zhao Chuanfu to conduct affairs as he pleased, without a single courteous remark, as if it were the company's obligation to cater to him. Originally, Zhao Chuanfu envisioned a traditional Chinese welcome, akin to a wedding feast, with lavish banquets and hearty toasts. Yet, the company unanimously insisted on transforming it into a Western-style cocktail reception with a buffet. To be candid, this format was less about the food and more about revelry. In essence, it was merely an opportunity for everyone to seek their own conquests. Since the welcome reception was intended to honor Yizhen, Zhao Chuanfu naturally had a few words to say, followed by Gu Yizhen's remarks, after which the gathering devolved into a day of feasting, mingling, and dancing. Although everyone was acutely aware of Zhao Chuanfu's intentions and feigned enthusiasm, the fact remained that Gu Yizhen was new to the company and shared little common ground with them. Furthermore, he struggled to acclimate to such social settings. Before long, after toasting one another, guests began to disperse, pursuing their own interests or engaging in conversation with like-minded individuals. Zhao Chuanfu and Gu Yizhen each took their drinks and found a spot to sit. However, they had barely exchanged a few words when a provocatively dressed woman whisked Zhao away to dance. Left alone, Gu Yizhen sipped his drink, feeling quite bored. Just as he was sinking into ennui, a troublemaker approached. Arangda, holding a glass and slightly inebriated, ambled over and, before reaching him, slurred in rudimentary Mandarin, "Yellow-skinned little monkey. What right do you have to be a fragrance master? Do you even understand perfume? You fail to comprehend. None of you do. You are all of inferior ilk. Oblivious to the elegance that perfume embodies, unaware of its nuanced allure. You know nothing. By what right do you presume to be a perfumer?" Arlen's outburst immediately captured the attention of many, drawing a few silent onlookers closer. Yet, some were incensed by his words. The fair-skinned are inherently noble, and their Western origins exude sophistication. How absurd. A savage. Gu Yizhen had never thrived within large institutions or corporations, and thus remained untouched by the politics of the office. He firmly believed that any position was merely a job. Consequently, he never considered the impact his employment at Jean Ferrand might have on others. During meetings and tours of the various departments, he sensed the foreigner's hostility. Though perplexed, he paid it little mind. However, at this moment, the foreigner audaciously proclaimed himself a monkey, labeling this nation as inferior, igniting Gu Yizhen's fury. "You wretched fool, are you not merely an unfinished gorilla? What gives you such a sense of superiority? White-skinned swine, hook-nosed fiends, red-haired thieves, green-eyed specters. Who do you deem a monkey? Who do you consider inferior? Do you hold yourself in high regard? If you are so noble, how is it that evolution has left you so hairy, that you still indulge in primal instincts? Look at yourself, devoid of decorum, venturing out at night to terrify others. How will you make amends? And what of your foul odor? How much air have you polluted? Have you ever considered paying an environmental fee?" Gu Yizhen possessed a peculiar trait. When he was not enraged, he appeared rather dull, seemingly lacking in eloquence. However, when he becomes enraged, particularly during discussions of diagnosis and treatment, his demeanor transforms entirely. Mere eloquence fails to capture the essence of his state at such moments. Chapter 75, Challenge. "Oh, you yellow-skinned monkey. How dare you employ such venomous language against us, the noble and refined European aristocracy? This is utterly outrageous. It infuriates me. I shall lodge a complaint and protest to your government. You are slandering us, insulting us, and showing disdain for our existence." Gu Yizhen's words instantly incited a fury in Arlen, causing him to seethe with rage. He had always held a sense of superiority, for in this land, no one had ever dared to oppose him. He was treated like a deity, with everyone deferring to him in all matters. In truth, the pervasive sycophancy of the majority towards foreigners had led him to believe that everything was his due, fostering a sense of superiority. "Is it permissible for you to call me a yellow-skinned monkey while I cannot refer to you as a white-skinned pig or a red-haired freak? What logic is this? Do you truly believe yourself to be superior? Did not your master proclaim that all beings are equal? If all beings are indeed equal, by what right do you presume to elevate yourselves above us? Merely because you hail from that self-important nation? Or due to the color of your skin? Do you not realize that while you were parading as nobles, our ancestors had already entered a highly developed civilization? We mastered the art of clothing, understood the importance of cooked food, and constructed homes, while your ancestors were still dwelling in caves and consuming raw flesh. When our ancestors invented written language, you had yet to develop even a spoken tongue. By what grounds do you consider yourself superior? It is truly perplexing and utterly nonsensical." Gu Yizhen unleashed another tirade. He had never held any affection for Westerners. This fellow appeared at the most tedious moment, provoking him to unleash his ire, and in this regard, he found him rather commendable. Life's myriad emotions are a natural reflection of human existence, where some revel in joy while others wallow in sorrow. However, those who willingly accept the derogatory label of yellow-skinned monkeys and consent to be deemed inferior, have they forgotten their true identity? Fortunately, such individuals are few in number, which explains why only a handful stand by Alanda's side. Curiously, while the majority of the gathering had converged to witness the clash between the old and new perfumers, Zhao Chuanfu was conspicuously absent. Where had he vanished to? What? At a loss for words? Refute my arguments if you can. Present your reasoning and evidence to counter my claims. Struggling to find justification, are we? Of course, you cannot, for what we possess is the truth. Do not presume that because certain aspects of our civilization have waned in modern times, they are the products of Western invention and innovation. In reality, many of your ideas are merely borrowed from the wisdom of our ancestors. Yizhen relished in his verbal onslaught, casting a glance at Alanda, who was rolling his eyes in speechless disbelief before turning to leave. Damn it, you barbarian. Don't go. I challenge you. I want to compete with you. Alanda tugged at the hem of Yizhen's shirt. Although he could not muster any arguments to counter Yizhen, he remained steadfast in his belief that in the realm of perfumery, they were the authority, the educators. As such, his obstinacy led him to insist that, regardless of the circumstances, Yizhen could never surpass him in the art of fragrance. He sought to challenge him on professional grounds, rather than engage in a battle of wits, for he had always perceived the people of this nation as masters of mere rhetoric. A competition? What shall we compete in? And how shall we proceed? Yizhen, feeling a surge of indignation, realized that this foreigner would not relinquish his arrogance without a thorough defeat. Since you aspire to be a fragrance master and wish to challenge our Western authority, we shall undoubtedly engage in a contest of olfactory skills and perfume formulation, declared Arand, puffing out his chest. Huh? Do you jest? Can you truly represent the West? Can you embody authority? Regardless of your capability, I accept your challenge, retorted Yizhen, tossing the hem of his garment and stepping forward to stand before Arand. However, don't you find that merely competing in this manner lacks significance? What do you propose? Arand believed he could easily overpower this scarred, yellow-skinned individual, so as long as Yizhen was willing to compete, he was open to any terms. Let us add some stakes. Without stakes, the contest would be rather dull, suggested Yizhen. What sort of stakes? What do you mean by stakes? Arand asked, bewildered. Stakes refer to the wager. Since we are competing, there should be a bet involved. Thus, should I lose, I shall abandon my pursuit of becoming a fragrance master. Conversely, if I emerge victorious, you must refer to me as your master and publicly acknowledge that the origins of perfume lie within my country, asserted Yizhen. Arand paused momentarily, clearly understanding that this wager was grossly unfair. My goodness, you have yet to formally embark on your journey as a fragrance master. Your participation holds no weight whatsoever. However, even within his own country, he could be considered a second-tier perfumer, nearing the first tier. If he were to acknowledge Yizhen as his master and publicly admit that the perfume originates from Huaxia, it would not only have a profound impact on his personal integrity, but also on the entire Western community. Although he does not represent the West as a whole, the profession of perfumery is as regulated as that of physicians, requiring registration and assessments. His public acknowledgement would undoubtedly carry weight. Chapter 76. You have no interest in women nevertheless. Arland firmly believes that in the realm of fragrance expertise and perfume formulation, this individual could never rival him. It is absurd. He considers himself a B-level perfumer, while Yizhen is merely an unknown novice. He even thinks that if presented with two distinct scents, this lad would be utterly incapable of distinguishing between them. Thus, fully aware that this opportunity is grossly unfair to him, he nonetheless readily accepts it. Very well, I accept. I assure you that you will leave this profession in disgrace. Not everyone is cut out for this line of work. You simply do not comprehend it. His confidence is palpable. All right, let us dismantle your arrogant self-assurance, and hopefully your heart condition does not resurface. No, you must write a guarantee. If you suffer a heart attack, it is not my concern. Yizhen inhaled deeply, noticing that this man had undergone bypass surgery. Why? Write a guarantee? What does that even mean? Arland felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that this fellow truly knows about his heart issues? What nonsense. I am aware that you have undergone heart bypass surgery. I fear that if I were to win, your heart might not withstand the strain, potentially leading to a recurrence of your ailment. Thus, prior to our contest, you must draft a disclaimer, stating that should you experience a relapse or any other health complications, I shall bear no responsibility. He wore an expression of assured victory, which irked Alanda, yet the question lingered. How did Yizhen know about his heart surgery? He had never disclosed such information to anyone here. Very well, I shall comply. I will write this disclaimer. However, might you enlighten me on how you came to know of my surgical history? Alanda inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. Huh, I discern it through my sense of smell. I can not only detect your heart's troubles, but also sense other matters concerning you. For instance, I am aware of your disinterest in women, Yizhen remarked with a mischievous grin. Oh, no. I was merely jesting. That is unfounded. I admire beautiful women. And I have a girlfriend. Alanda protested, his voice rising in pitch like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Truly, there is no need for such theatrics. Although many of us may not accept certain preferences, there exists little overt discrimination. You need not conceal your truth, he replied with a smile. You speak nonsense. You are deliberately provoking my emotions. This is psychological warfare, and I shall not fall for your tricks. Let us discuss the contest instead. I can draft that disclaimer at once. He could never admit to being gay in this country, where the prevailing attitude toward such matters was far from favorable. Very well. Then, do share your terms for the competition. I pride myself on being reasonable. I shall propose the stakes, and you may determine the method of contest. Regardless of how you decide, I shall effortlessly surpass you. What does selling you a favor matter? We shall employ the simplest of methods. The first round shall revolve around the fundamental art of scent recognition. The company possesses a repository of 3,000 fragrances, from which we shall each select a few for the other to identify. The first to err will be deemed the loser. The second round will involve formulation, another basic skill. Each of us will concoct a unique perfume, and the opponent must then pin down the formula. The third round is a game of scent seeking. One shall select a fragrance and conceal it within a defined area, with failure to locate it resulting in defeat. So, do you dare to partake in such a straightforward challenge? Arland wore a subtle smile, for he had also secretly devised a strategy against Yizhen. In reality, while this contest appeared equitable, it was anything but. Arland had been entrenched in the business of Jean Ferrand for several years. He was intimately familiar with the fragrances in the repository, while Yizhen remained blissfully unaware of this disparity. The advantage was glaringly evident. Undoubtedly, Arland would dominate all 3 rounds, given his extensive experience with these scents, most of which he could identify even in slumber. Yet, he still proposed a timed competition, as if he were deliberately setting a trap for his opponent to fall into. Elated, Arland believed this young man would contest his rules, only to discover that he had inadvertently aided his cause. You are doomed, little monkey, he silently exclaimed. Very well, you are a courageous youth, and for that, I hold you in high regard. When shall we commence this contest? You may decide. Having gained an overwhelming advantage, Arland began to feign gentlemanly decorum. This is entirely up to you. However, I suggest that during our competition, in addition to inviting domestic peers, we should also arrange for some media coverage. After all, this is an unprecedented event, is it not? Yizhen's self-assured demeanor momentarily startled Arland. Could this young man truly possess such confidence? I cannot believe it. No one in this country is qualified to be a fragrance master. Very well, I concur, and I hope it happens as swiftly as possible. But do you require time to familiarize yourself with the company's fragrance library? Who claim that foreigners prefer straightforwardness? That is undoubtedly a misconception. In fact, foreigners relish playing mind games. Arland, clearly aiming to exploit Yizhen's unfamiliarity, hypocritically suggested that Yizhen should familiarize himself with the fragrance library. Who can truly master thousands of fragrances in such a short span? Very well, it is settled then. Arland laughed heartily, saying, see you tomorrow, dear Go. He seemed utterly convinced of his victory as he confidently departed from the soiree. You appear to be quite self-assured, remarked a fashionably alluring woman who approached, her delicate voice causing Yizhen's heart to race unexpectedly. She was irresistibly charming, exuding a softness that could make one weak at the knees. He looked up to see a strikingly dressed woman standing before him. He recalled that Zhao Chuanfu had introduced her earlier as Long Meili, the vice president in charge of sales. True to her name, Long Meili was indeed stunning, dressed provocatively, and Yizhen felt a rush of warmth as he observed her. He noticed that the typically serious women he had encountered in the office during the day were now dressed quite revealingly, with barely a sheer fabric draped over them. Is it truly appropriate to dress in such a manner? This could incite crime. If the crime rate in this city rises, it would undoubtedly be due to an excess of temptresses. Oh dear, Guxiangshi, you ought to refrain from staring at women so intently. It is quite impolite, you know? Long Meili waved her wine glass before him. Miss Long's beauty is sufficient to lead men astray. My mere lack of decorum merely illustrates my extraordinary self-control. Yizhen replied with a smile. Chapter 77. A simple gesture. I hope your abilities are as exceptional as your self-restraint. Long Meili remarked, her gaze unexpectedly laced with a hint of provocative allure. Hee. Alangda is a registered level 2 aromatherapist from Gaul. In reality, his skills have reached level 1. He has merely remained in our company due to its lack of recognition over the years, preventing his promotion. Among the many foreign aromatherapists, he is indeed a force to be reckoned with, so one must not underestimate him. Long Meili suddenly became quite serious. Is that so? I assure you that no one will regard him as a force to be reckoned with in the future. I raised my glass to clink with Long Meili's. Expressing my gratitude for the warning, I inquired with General Manager Zhao, who stated you are merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I fail to comprehend the connection between a TCM practitioner and an aromatherapist, nor can I fathom the source of your confidence, Long Meili stated, concern etched across her face. Yizhen was puzzled by her anxiety, as he understood that whether he won or lost held no bearing on their fate. Was she implying that he was aiding foreign intruders and probing her vulnerabilities? Miss Long appears to be quite concerned about me. May I inquire as to the reason? He settled onto a nearby sofa. Long Meili followed suit, taking her place on the opposite end of the small table sofa. After sipping her drink, she remarked, surely, you do not suspect that I have been sent by the other party to investigate? To speak candidly, I would prefer that were the case. For if someone were dispatched to probe my strength, it would indicate that they regard me with some significance, suggesting that I am, indeed, a worthy adversary. Conversely, if they merely possess blind confidence, they are nothing more than an arrogant fool. He lit a cigarette and continued, I do not wish for him to stumble into defeat. Annihilating one's opponent may be shocking, yet it is ultimately devoid of excitement. A foe who is too feeble is akin to an adult contending with a child. There is no pleasure in such an encounter. Do you require information regarding his capabilities? Long Meili inquired with a smile. I am already aware of his strengths, hence there is no need for further inquiry, Yizhen replied enigmatically. That is reassuring. I eagerly anticipate your triumph over these haughty foreigners. Long Meili clinked her glass against his and drained its contents. Rest assured, it shall be a task easily accomplished. Yizhen lifted his glass but refrained from drinking, addressing Long Meili, who had risen. Miss Long, are you aware that should you opt for a different blend of herbal perfume, it would not only enhance your allure, but also alleviate, perhaps even cure, your headaches? Just as she was about to depart, Long Meili halted, turning in astonishment to Yizhen. How did you know I suffer from headaches? It was inconceivable that he could ascertain such a detail after merely half a day at the company. Moreover, what purpose would such knowledge serve him? How then? Did he come to know? At present, you are using a rose blend perfume, composed of 70% rose, 10% clove, and, in truth, Miss Long's exquisite beauty requires no such provocative perfume. Your affliction with headaches has persisted for several years, has it not? Regardless of the medication consumed, there has been little improvement. The only method to alleviate your suffering without the use of drugs is. He turned slightly, leaning in to whisper in her ear that after each intimate encounter, one could remain pain-free for 3 days without medication, thus implying that. Before he could finish, Long Meili seized his arm in astonishment, exclaiming, How do you know this? Who are you? What do you intend to do? Her outcry drew the attention of many. Yet she paid no heed. This was her private matter, a secret known to no one but herself. Is it true? What you say is genuine. Can you cure me? Long Meili inquired with a hint of excitement. I could casually declare your condition. Do you think curing it is a challenge? There are 2 approaches. One involves acupuncture treatment followed by a few days of traditional medicine, and the other requires no treatment at all, merely crafting a lemongrass perfume for you. Though this would take a bit longer, approximately 2 to 3 months, Yizhen explained. Would you assist me? As long as you can alleviate my headaches. I would willingly spend any amount. This torment has driven me to the brink for years. Each episode makes me feel as if I might lose my mind. Long Meili was not financially constrained, as the executives of Jinfuyuan held shares in the company, which had prospered over the years, thus providing them with a considerable fortune. Certainly, it is but a trifling task. However, I seek not your money, but rather. Yizhen observed her closely, inhaling softly. What do you desire if not money? You cannot possibly want. If you truly cure me, I would be willing to. She blushed and lowered her gaze. Although Yizhen was not conventionally handsome, he possessed a certain individuality, even if his attire resembled that of a rustic. However, if he could indeed alleviate this vexing headache, what harm would it be to accompany him for a few evenings? Long Meili mistakenly believed that Yizhen sought her instead of monetary compensation, causing her heart to flutter. You are overthinking it. I merely require a small favor, he replied. Long Mei's bashful demeanor left him momentarily speechless. You said that as long as it is within my capability, I shall not refuse. Long Mei felt yet more embarrassed, realizing that I only need a few drops of your sweat. After your bath, find a way to procure a few drops for me. Gu Yizhen's request left her wide-eyed. Was he not a bit peculiar for desiring someone else's sweat? Are you serious? She inquired. I am indeed serious. There is a method to this sweat collection. You must first engage in some morning exercise on an empty stomach, then bathe and have breakfast. The breakfast must adhere to my specifications, and afterward, exercise again. Collecting a few drops of sweat for me. Gu Yizhen spoke with utmost sincerity, showing no hint of jest. Long Mei pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, it's a deal. When will you assist me with my treatment? Whenever it suits you, I am available at all times. For him, it was indeed always a suitable moment for consultation. Very well, let us proceed now. Do we need to find a room? This headache has plagued me for far too long. I yearn to be cured immediately. Are you willing to undress for someone else to see? He teased with a mischievous grin. Ah, do I need to undress? What kind of treatment method is this? She was taken aback, wondering if he intended to deceive her into bed. But he merely intended to administer acupuncture. Let's go. You decide where to head. If you are concerned, invite a close friend to accompany you. Despite Long Mei's striking beauty causing his heart to race, he would never exploit the pretext of treatment to entangle himself with her. The place of consultation was Long Mei's room, and ultimately, she placed her trust in him, not calling for a friend to accompany her. However, he did not request her to disrobe entirely, only asking her to expose her shoulder and back for the acupuncture. Yet, even with just her back revealed, its smooth and fair surface stirred his emotions profoundly. Within an hour, he completed the treatment and withdrew the needle, leaving Long Mei feeling immensely relaxed. He wrote out a prescription and a breakfast menu for the following day before hastily departing. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might succumb to the temptation of taking her in his arms. This woman was simply too alluring. Chapter 78. I absolutely believe most importantly. Previously, he could only sense a faint current of energy in his dantian during moments of deep meditation, but now he could effortlessly mobilize the energy within. And it surged with remarkable power. The energy he once felt was elusive and difficult to grasp, whereas now it flowed through him like a rushing river. He was exhilarated. Had he known that dual cultivation could expedite one's mastery of Qigong to such an extent, he would have sought a partner for this practice long ago. In truth, even if he had been aware, it would have been improbable to find someone suitable, for although the art of dual cultivation is not overly complex, the choice of partner is of utmost importance. The woman must dedicate herself wholeheartedly, with unwavering focus on him, to truly engage in the practice. If his previous two girlfriends were solely driven by monetary interests, then success would undoubtedly remain elusive. The following morning, after engaging in a boxing session and savoring Su Ying's heartfelt breakfast, Gu Yizhen arrived at Liang Tianqing's residence. Mr. Liang, the progress has been quite satisfactory. I believe after this consultation, my presence may no longer be necessary, Gu Yizhen remarked after taking Liang Tianqing's pulse. Really? I too have felt particularly invigorated these past few days, Liang Tianqing responded. Even if you feel remarkably well, you must refrain from engaging with women. You must adhere to my advice. Otherwise, your desires will remain unfulfilled, Gu Yizhen cautioned, before proceeding to take Lu Rong's pulse. As he examined Lu Rong's pulse, his brow furrowed, and his gaze eventually settled on a jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Madame Liang, this jade bracelet appears to have been worn for quite some time. He pondered. It is a family heirloom, passed down through 3 generations in the Liang family. As my mother instructed, Liang Tianqing interjected eagerly. Would you permit me to examine it? Gu Yizhen inquired. Lu Rong nodded, removing the bracelet and handing it to him. Taking the bracelet into his palm, Gu Yizhen closed his eyes to attune his senses to its essence before returning it to Lu Rong. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from wearing this bracelet. Please wrap it in red paper and store it safely, preferably not in the bedroom. The Liang couple was taken aback and urgently questioned, Dr. Gu, are you suggesting that this bracelet could affect my wife's health? Did we not hear that wearing jade brings auspiciousness? Ah, that cannot be true. My mother always said this is a treasured heirloom of the Liang family, passed down from mother to eldest daughter-in-law in each generation, Liang Tianqing exclaimed. However, how can you be certain that it wasn't an old bracelet when it first came into your great-grandmother's possession? Gu Yizhen countered. Perhaps it is a Mingqi? Mingqi refers to funerary objects. Editor's note, Gu Yizhen remarked. The expressions of the Liang couple shifted once more. Gu Yizhen chuckled, "Do not be overly alarmed. Indeed, some Mingqi can be quite unclean and may even be lethal. However, this bracelet merely possesses a heavier aura of yin. Given Mrs. Liang's frail constitution and cold womb, the effects are magnified. If it were truly malevolent, how could it possibly have reached your generation?" Liang Tiansheng pondered this logic. If the influence were so profound, their family would have long since become extinct. Yet, he could not dismiss the notion entirely, as he observed that each eldest child in their lineage seemed to bear fewer offspring. "Very well, let us set this aside for now. I shall administer a few more acupuncture sessions for Mrs. Liang." After treating Lu Rong and rewriting her prescription, he provided some additional guidance. By then, it was already noon. Just as he exited the Liang residence, an unfamiliar call came through. Upon answering, he discovered it was Huang Maoda, the director of the Health Bureau. Expecting news of his qualification certificate, he was instead invited to make a house call. "Director Huang, do you truly require my presence? This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? A person without a license or credentials like myself visiting the central hospital to treat patients. Wouldn't that be akin to encroaching upon their territory? Surely, they would not hesitate to dismiss me. Had it not been for Huang Maoda assisting him with his credentials, he would have outright declined without a second thought. Dr. Gu, who claims you lack a license? Your credentials are ready. I will have someone deliver them shortly." With leadership intervening, things moved swiftly. The photographs were submitted just yesterday, and today the documentation was complete. "Very well, but I am unavailable today. May I come tomorrow?" Since the individual has successfully obtained the necessary credentials and holds a significant position, he believes moderation is essential. "Dr. Gu, the patient is a businessman of considerable importance to our city, as he is here for investment purposes. Your role transcends merely treating his ailment. You are also contributing to the economic development of our city." Huang Maoda, being an official, effortlessly articulated a series of vague, bureaucratic statements. "All right, what is his condition?" "The Central Hospital is undoubtedly the finest medical facility in our city, or rather, it is the best in our province, ranking third nationally, just behind the prestigious hospitals in the metropolises. If the doctors there cannot resolve the issue, how can you, a newly confirmed physician, possibly succeed? Since there is no alternative but to proceed and assess the situation, clarity must be established beforehand. I have faith. I firmly believe that if you are unable to assist him, he would remain helpless regardless of where he seeks treatment." His conviction was palpable. Huang Maoda's assertion was not merely flattery directed at Gu Yizhen. He had conducted thorough research prior to facilitating the credentials. The findings were astonishing. A 10-minute cure for a condition of unexplained aphonia that had baffled specialists, a 2-hour recovery enabling a patient paralyzed for 2 years to rise, and a half-hour turnaround allowing an individual diagnosed with nephrotic syndrome to walk. Each instance was a stark rebuke to the so-called experts of those renowned hospitals. "Since Director Huang is intent on elevating me, I shall visit after lunch," Gu Yizhen remarked with resignation. After a hasty midday meal, Gu Yizhen made his way to the central hospital. Having just parked his car, a young woman approached him and inquired if his surname was Gu. Upon confirming, she handed him a booklet, which astonishingly was the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner qualification certificate he had failed to obtain twice. He casually tossed it into his vehicle, muttering a thank you before departing. Director Huang remarked that the patient in room 6606 of the VIP ward was entrusted to Dr. Gu, and if any assistance was required, he could be contacted directly. The young woman hurriedly followed, responding, "Oh, thank you." Upon reaching the main lobby, Gu Yizhen inquired at the consultation desk about the location of the VIP ward 6606 and was directed to the inpatient building number 6 at the back. To his astonishment, the entire building appeared to be exclusively designed for the affluent and influential, resembling a hotel rather than a hospital, with decor that was entirely uncharacteristic of a medical facility. Ascending to the 6th floor via the elevator, he discovered that the expansive level contained only 4 room doors, speculating that each door likely led to a suite comprising several rooms. Chapter 79. Ignorance of Danger. Indeed, room 6606 turned out to be a luxurious abode, albeit with an array of medical apparatus in one of the rooms. The hall was crowded with individuals of varying ages and genders, all adorned with name tags indicating their roles as attending physicians, department heads, and specialists. "I've heard this hospital is the finest in the province, perhaps even renowned nationwide. Can you truly not cure diarrhea? How is it that our president has been hospitalized for 2 days, yet his condition worsens?" I harbor serious doubts regarding the integrity of your rating and title systems, suspecting they are nothing but a facade. Behold, this is the department head. And this one is even more formidable, an expert. Why is it that you are unable to cure this diarrhea? A man, clad in a tailored suit with an arrogant demeanor, questioned the group of white coats in a tone that was both blunt and unkind. Upon hearing his words, Yizhen immediately recognized him as a person from the island nation, for they speak Mandarin with a distinctive accent that is unmistakably characteristic of their origin. Peering through the crowd, he confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, the man bore the telltale features of an islander, complete with a tuft of hair resembling a pig's snout beneath his nose. Yizhen inwardly grumbled, Huang Maodo wouldn't have summoned me to assist a foreigner, would he? If so, he has made a grave error. I have no intention of aiding an islander. Navigating through the throng, he swiftly entered the ward. On the hospital bed lay a middle-aged man, his complexion a sickly gray, limbs swollen, skin riddled with water blisters, and he groaned incessantly. It was indeed an islander. This individual too had a patch of islander-style facial hair beneath his nose. Just as Yizhen extended his hand, yet to make contact, a man waiting at the door approached and angrily interjected, "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Yizhen glanced at this individual, who spoke Mandarin with remarkable fluency but was dressed similarly to the islander. Choosing silence, he turned to leave. Damn it, I hadn't even planned to treat the islander. I was merely intrigued to see what ailment he suffered from. Hey, stop. Who are you? What are you doing here? The man bellowed, summoning his comrades. Someone. Apprehend this guy. In an instant, several burly men in dark suits surged in from outside, evidently the bodyguards of this elderly gentleman. Upon entering, I noticed the absence of the dark-clad figures outside. Where could they be concealing themselves? The doctors in white coats were taken aback by the sudden presence of an additional individual in the ward. Some questioned the identity of Yizhen, while others called for security, and absurdly, one individual even suggested contacting the police. The two men in black suits, however, wasted no time in exchanging words, raising their fists as large as cooking pots, ready to strike. Enraged, Yizhen thought to himself, "You impertinent fools, I have come to assist your ailing master. Yet you dare to attack without discernment?" Refusing to be trifled with, he swiftly retrieved two fine needles from his pocket, flicked them with precision, and struck the acupoint on the assailant's arm, causing the man's hand to freeze mid-air, rendered immobile. Though his hand was incapacitated, his feet remained functional. Unperturbed, Yizhen acted decisively. He darted forward and delivered another precise strike to the man's hip acupoint. Now, one adversary was subdued. As for the second, although he had yet to act, it was evident he was blocking the exit at the door. Their coordination was commendable. Very well, if they wished to collaborate so seamlessly, then he would deal with them both. He produced another pair of needles and, with deft movements, rendered the imposing figure guarding the doorway motionless. "What have you done to me? Why can't I move? I will kill you, you bastard," the man shouted in the island's tongue. Words that Yizhen could not comprehend. Even if he had understood, he would have dismissed them as mere bluster. "You think to intimidate me?" he mused. "Then enjoy your performance art in this stationary pose." "Oh, what an absurdity. I too find myself immobilized, you fool." The man guarding the entrance is also shouting. A group of individuals clad in white coats, whose names elude me, stand by as everyone, not blind to the situation, realizes they too are unable to move. Those with understanding comprehend that their acupoints have been sealed. They ponder within, recognizing that this unremarkable figure possesses remarkable skill, capable of mastering pressure points. Yizhen initially intended to subdue them and depart, yet the man's outburst of baka ignited his fury. He turned around and delivered two resounding slaps to the man's face. Which nation's citizen would not bristle at the utterance of baka? Even the individual who had earlier called for security now wore an expression of displeasure. "Baka, you Chinese pig, how dare you strike me? Let go of me, let go. I shall kill you." Well, it matters not how much he screams. Yizhen remains unfazed, having already granted him a few resounding slaps in return. Fueled by rage, Yizhen's strikes were anything but gentle, and after a few exchanges, the man's face swelled grotesquely. Everyone present was momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events. But it was the individual dressed in a manner reminiscent of islanders who first regained his senses. He shouted hoarsely, as though Yizhen had assaulted his own father. "Stop. Stop, you fool. Do you even know what you're doing? You're finished. How dare you strike an islander?" He rushed over to grasp Yizhen's hand, his expression one of greater anguish than if his own father had been struck. Let go. If you do not release me, I shall strike you as well. Look at yourself. You disgrace your ancestors. Gu Yizhen harbors a profound disdain for the denizens of the island nation. Yet his ire is predominantly directed towards his compatriots who willingly assumed the role of subservient sycophants. Witnessing this individual, unmistakably a native, masquerading as one of the islanders ignites a visceral anger within him. You are all fools. Alert the authorities at once. Apprehend the wretch who dares plot the murder of President Kidada. He declares vehemently, I shall lodge a formal protest. I will enlist our ambassador to confront your government. We are here as investors, intending to assist in your economic development. The individual who had previously been berating others in the hall, a native of the island nation, jumped up in indignation. Humph! You will not escape my grasp, you ignorant fool. How dare you conspire against Mr. Kidada? Your demise is inevitable. He is the largest chip magnate in the island nation, here to discuss investment in Beijing. The native who had donned the guise of an islander proclaimed boastfully. He was calculating. If he could capture this man, Kidada would undoubtedly reward him with a promotion and a raise. Although there was little room for advancement in position, being an assistant to President Kidada was already a notable achievement for a citizen of Huaxia. There was certainly potential for an increase in salary. He chuckled inwardly, bemused by the audacity of this fool who had emerged from obscurity, oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Provoking the islanders was no trivial matter. They were notorious for exploiting situations to their advantage without suffering consequences. Suddenly, his hand went numb, and he involuntarily released Gu Yizhen. With a few sharp sounds echoing in his ears, he felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes. You scoundrel, this is a reckoning for your ancestors. While others refrain from wrongdoing, you choose to act like a ghost, and to compound your folly, you seek to defile your fellow countrymen. The vitriol of Gu Yizhen's words rang in his ears. Chapter 80. His views on the islanders. Gu Yizhen harbored a profound disdain for these counterfeit foreigners. Consequently, this faux islander did not receive the same treatment as the two island bodyguards, who were merely immobilized by acupressure. Had they refrained from uttering baka, they undoubtedly would have escaped unscathed. However, this impostor was not restrained. Once Gu Yizhen shook off the grip from his arm, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap across the face. Before the man could comprehend the situation, the sharp crack of skin against skin echoed as he received two slaps, one on each cheek. The agility exhibited by Gu Yizhen was incomparable to his prior self, before his dual cultivation practice, rendering the act of striking this faux islander almost surreal, although the pain was undeniably real. By the time Gu Yizhen exited the ward, the man finally registered the events, letting out a pained wail before frantically calling for help. He was acutely aware that his reaction might lead others to label him as a hot-headed youth or a narrow-minded nationalist. Let them say what they will. He had no intention of treating the island devils. In a hurried departure from the ward, a distinguished-looking middle-aged man rushed in, calling out loudly before even entering. What is happening? Why all the commotion? Has the expert sent by the Health Bureau arrived? Director Huang mentioned that this person could surely treat the ailment. Ah, the dean has come? The director has indeed sent an expert? That is splendid. The crowd echoed in agreement. Oh, it seems someone has been acupressured, someone remarked. You are the dean, are you not? You better provide me with an explanation. Just look at what your staff has done to my two island friends. And they have even bruised my face. A figure from the island nation stepped forward, exclaiming, Who are you? How dare such a monster enter this sacred ward? Lin Shanghai was taken aback. You are the true monster here, he retorted. I am Lin's assistant. Your accusation of me as a monster is, in essence, a slander against Mr. Kuetian. He perceived his position as Kuetian's assistant to be of great significance, which imbued him with an air of arrogance. Do you think Kuetian is a deity? What nonsense is this? Your head is swollen like a grotesque creature, do you not see? Lin Shanghai challenged. You claim to be Kuetian's assistant? How could you end up in such a state? Lin Shanghai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. That is for you to ponder. Is this not a hospital? Is this not a high-level ward? How is it that there is not a shred of security? Anyone can just waltz in. If anything were to happen to Mr. Kuetian, your life would not suffice as atonement. Strangely, despite his grotesque appearance, he managed to display an air of haughty servitude. Even if Kuetian were the emperor of the island nation, he would not dare to demand such a price for your failings. You are merely an assistant. Even Kuetian himself would not speak to Lin Shanghai in such a manner. After all, Lin is the director of this hospital, which, though municipal, holds a reputation that rivals that of provincial hospitals. The audacity of a mere servant, akin to a dog, addressing the director in such a way left the onlookers at a loss for words. Is he someone sent by the director? One person speculated. Could it be? The individual we saw earlier? I believe I noticed a scar on his face. Someone timidly remarked that he had just observed the faint scar on Gu Yizhen's face, having stood closest to him moments ago. However, could this fellow truly be someone sent by the director? He bore no semblance to a physician. Did you see clearly? Lin Shihai suddenly recalled the young man who had greeted him upon his arrival, most likely the one summoned by the director. He had seen the scar on the young man's face, yet he hesitated to continue, casting a glance at the bodyguard from the island nation, who stood at the door. Rendered immobile by an acupoint strike, Lin Shihai scrutinized the faux islander and the two bodyguards, whispering, "Are they all his doing?" The doctors in white coats nodded in unison, and Lin Shihai felt an inexplicable surge of anger, puffing up his thick neck and exclaiming, "Why would he strike someone for no reason?" It was not entirely without cause. Someone had mistaken him for a thief and hurled insults at him. At this moment, the doctors echoed in unison, their gazes fixed intently on the faux islander. "All right, I understand now. It must be this arrogant fool, puffed up by his position as a lackey, who instigated the trouble." Lin Shihai seethed inwardly, feeling disdain for the insufferable islander who had never been welcomed here. How dare this impudent impostor act so brazenly? Though Kuwaitian's condition was a vivid display of chaos, he was somewhat aware of the events that transpired earlier, albeit no one had paid him any heed. I shall attend to this immediately." In the presence of his compatriots, the faux islander exhibited an air of arrogance. Yet, before his master, he transformed into a mere sycophant, scarcely daring to breathe audibly. Lin Shihai silently prayed that Gu Yizhen would not be a difficult individual to engage, for trouble would surely ensue otherwise. Huang Maoda had advised him to personally greet the visitor at the entrance, as the individual was not only capable but also possessed a complex background. He could not afford to offend someone who mingled so familiarly with the influential. However, upon receiving a detailed account of the earlier events from his subordinates, he concluded that even if he were to plead, this captivating young man with the scarred visage would likely offer no favor. For it was evident that he harbored his own opinions regarding the islanders. It was better to report this matter to a superior. Chapter 81. Let us begin. Gu Yizhen, still fuming after his departure from the central hospital, received a call from Long Meili. "Gu Xiangshi, why are you absent on your first day at work? I've been waiting for you at the company all day." Long Meili's voice could undoubtedly stir desires in any man. "Oh, I believe you've made an error. I am working as a fragrance master at Jean Ferrong and will not be adhering to a traditional schedule," Gu Yizhen replied. "I will complete my tasks as required. Do you need something?" He felt a tinge of trepidation at conversing with her. Her voice was too alluring. "Oh, I haven't forgotten. ISNT at the evening when we begin? It's only afternoon now. Why the haste?" Gu Yizhen dismissed the hook-nosed foreigner entirely. "Aren't you going to prepare? Do not underestimate him. He possesses genuine talent and has been entrenched in this industry for many years, undoubtedly amassing far more experience than you. Long Meili genuinely cares for him. She wishes for his victory. To be frank, the majority of our compatriots share this desire. After all, triumphing over foreign competitors in an industry long monopolized by them is undeniably exhilarating." Zhao Chuanfu arranged for him a spacious office, equipped not only with standard office supplies but also a small room containing various tables and beakers, presumably intended for him to experiment with formulations. He settled into the soft, plush chair and gave it a gentle shake. Suddenly struck by a mischievous thought, wouldn't it be amusing to engage in a high-stakes sparring match with Long Meili in this very chair? Chuckling at his own whimsy, he decided to focus on the task at hand. Glancing at the internal phone number on the desk, he dialed Long Meili. Moments later, the rhythmic click of high heels echoed from outside, and as the door swung open, a fragrant breeze swept in, heralding the arrival of a captivating woman. "I trust your head feels better today," Gu Yizhen remarked with a smile. "Indeed, you are quite remarkable. After years of suffering, you managed to alleviate it in a single encounter. Young man, how shall I express my gratitude?" She shot him a teasing glance, her eyes glimmering with flirtation. "Sweat, perhaps? A few drops of your fragrant perspiration would suffice as recompense," he suggested, extending his hand. "I truly do not comprehend your fascination with this," she replied. Her cheeks flushed as she handed him a delicate perfume bottle, no larger than a thumb, containing a few droplets of clear liquid, sweat she had earned after fervently consuming the breakfast he had demanded and then running on the treadmill for half an hour. Gu Yizhen accepted the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and inhaled the scent at the tip of his nose, nodding in approval. "Ah, it is indeed exceptional. The sweat from a plum blossom body is unlike any other." "What is it?" "It's merely a few drops of sweat. I suspect you are a bit peculiar. Otherwise, How could you harbor such a peculiar preference? Long Meili remarked, her cheeks flushed. Haha, a woman's sweat is referred to as fragrant sweat. There exists a poem from the Tang dynasty that beautifully illustrates this. Jade stove, ice mat, pairs of mandarin ducks. As the powder melts, fragrant sweat flows upon the pillow. Outside the curtain, the sound of the wheel. With furrowed brows and a smile, one is startled. Beneath the willow's shade, the cicada hairpin falls lightly. Observe how as the powder melts. Fragrant sweat flows upon the pillow depicts such alluring imagery. However, that pertains only to ordinary women, whose fragrant sweat is derived from the blending of cosmetics. Yet you, embodying the unique essence of the plum blossom, require no embellishments. The sweat you produce is inherently fragrant. Yizhen chuckled. Such nonsense. Long Meili laughed lightly. Do you truly not need to prepare? Very well. Please assist me in acquiring a copy of the Spice Warehouse inventory. And then accompany me to the Spice Warehouse for a brief respite, he replied with a smile. As night fell, in an effort to engage more participants from the company, the competition was held in an open area within the premises. It is fortunate that a grand company like Jean Ferrong possesses significant resources. In merely half a day, they constructed a stage in a spacious area and arranged lighting and other necessities. By 8 in the evening, the media and industry peers had all gathered, and the competition commenced. This marked an unprecedented fragrance competition, a contest between Chinese and foreigners. Irrespective of the outcome, Yizhen's courage ignited a fervor within many. This industry has traditionally been dictated by others, and such audacity to challenge the status quo is indeed commendable. Although numerous individuals fervently rallied in support of Yizhen, Orlando was not without allies. Astonishingly, he was backed by dozens of fair-haired, green-eyed foreigners, as well as a group of sycophantic locals. This small contingent of compatriots, or rather pretentious cosmopolitans, viewed Yizhen's audacity to challenge foreigners as either sheer folly or madness. Their disdainful gazes betrayed their belief that anyone daring to confront those they idolized as deities was utterly unforgivable. The host briefly spoke, then summoned several so-called judges to the stage, accompanied by an array of equipment. He explained that these instruments were to be utilized should any doubts arise regarding the results. It appeared that the Jinferong Company placed immense significance on this contest. Despite its brevity, the preparations were remarkably meticulous. However, everyone was perplexed by the conspicuous absence of Zhao Chuanfu, the general manager. As the competition officially commenced, the first round involved the art of fragrance. Both parties selected an assortment of spices from the aromatic vault, aiming to identify them with the utmost speed. Orlando, flanked by his assistants, ascended the stage bearing a crate filled with jars of spices. With an expression of disdain, he addressed Yizhen, saying, "Dear Gu, it is not too late to concede now. This would preserve a modicum of dignity for you and your compatriots." Yizhen smiled and replied, "Dear Mr. Orlando, there is an adage that states, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. With your unwavering confidence in a certain victory, I fear that should you face defeat, the shock may well induce a heart attack. How could Arlen lose? He is a registered A-level perfumer in our country, merely a braggart from Huaxia. Let us begin. So you may witness the marvels of a true perfumer," a foreigner in the audience exclaimed in support of Arlen. "Let us commence," Arlen said, handing a vial of fragrance to Yizhen. "You may go first. Wait a moment, to save everyone's time. Shall we modify the rules for the first round? We shall set a duration of 5 minutes. Whoever identifies more of the opponent's chosen scent shall be deemed the victor." He paused and added, "I can recognize a scent in no more than 2 seconds. Consider this. If you present only a few options, it will not suffice for me to discern." Arlen insisted. No, let us adhere to the original agreement. Both sides will select what they believe to be the most challenging fragrances for one another to identify. With only 5 seconds allocated for recognition, a single mistake means forfeiture of the opportunity to continue. Yizhen stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Very well, in that case. You may go first. If I were to start, I would need to bring 4,000 of fragrances from the warehouse. If you proceed first and can only identify 2, I need merely to recognize 3 to conclude." One could encounter pretentiousness, but this was an entirely new level of arrogance. Could you possibly be any more ostentatious? To claim the ability to recognize thousands without error, do you consider yourself a deity? His words were met with derisive jeers from the foreign camp, while the Chinese camp remained eerily silent, as everyone believed he was exhibiting excessive pretentiousness, prompting a collective desire to ignore him. Arlen gazed at him with a look of incredulity and said, "Well then, hurry up. I can hardly wait to witness your expression when you lose." and to see if that group of ignorant Huaxia people behind you will drown you in their spittle. Gu Yizhen turned to smile at his supporters in the audience and assured them, "Rest assured, I will utterly defeat this foul-nosed fellow." Arlen certainly comprehended the implications of Gu Yizhen's expressions and actions. His face darkened with rage, and though he opened his mouth, he struggled to find the right words to retort. "Come on, Mr. Arlen." Gu Yizhen uncapped a bottle of fragrance. Arlen brought it to his nose and chuckled. "This is the scent of chrysanthemum. Gur, you needn't accommodate me. Any ordinary person could identify these fragrances." Gu Yizhen smiled and replied, "Mr. Arlen, we possess a total of 99 varieties of chrysanthemum fragrances in our spice repository. Are you suggesting that when you write a formula, simply noting chrysanthemum suffices? How would anyone know how to utilize the ingredients?" This left Arlen momentarily speechless. He cursed inwardly, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Was it possible that a distinguished French A-grade perfumer could be bested so easily, unable to recognize even a single fragrance? The embarrassment was overwhelming. "Well, you are a guest from afar, and we Huaxia people value etiquette highly. Mr. Arlen, perhaps you were too complacent. Now, let us proceed to the second fragrance, shall we?" Gu Yizhen opened another bottle of fragrance for Arlen. Strictly speaking, he had already lost. However, he now represented the entire Western perfumery industry. Thus, even though Gu Yizhen suggested that his earlier identification of the scent contained an element of insult, he had no choice but to maintain his composure and continue. Gu Yizhen nodded, smiled, and presented him with another vial of fragrance. Arlen inhaled deeply and remarked, "This is Golden Hook. Well done. Let's proceed to the third vial." His smile was radiant. The Golden Hook splashed forth. Arlen's recognition grew increasingly swift. For the fourth vial, Huadongjiu's grin grew ever more cunning. "Indeed, this is the fourth vial." Gu Yizhen's movements also quickened. "This is Golden Light. This is Golden Phoenix. This is Golden Hook. This is Golden Hook splashed." Everyone observed that the fragrances Gu Yizhen provided to Arlen were all variations of chrysanthemum. After completing 6, he repeated the process once more. "Underestimating me. Did you think I couldn't identify these few vials? Yet here I am, having passed them." The final vial of fragrance on the table, following the previous 2 sequences, was undoubtedly the Golden Hook splashed. Although these chrysanthemum scents were remarkably similar, he was an A-grade perfumer with over a decade of experience, thus posing no challenge to him. He perceived Gu Yizhen's intelligence as questionable, attempting to confound him with such tactics. Nevertheless, people are creatures of habitual thought, and the senses can often exhibit inertia. Upon swiftly declaring Golden Hook splashed after smelling it in the same order as before, he suddenly realized he had erred. Golden Hook splashed. Damn no. Though his habitual thinking was corrected in less than half a second, it was too late. Words once spoken are akin to water poured out. "Mr. Arlen, do you still require me to grant you another opportunity?" Gu Yizhen's words, though spoken lightly and with a smile, were unmistakably laced with mockery and disdain. "No need. It is now your turn. May you surpass me without error," Arlen replied, his face darkened. He found the previous request for another chance to be an affront to his pride. He was a proud Gallic rooster, and even in death, he would not deign to seek such an opportunity steeped in insult. When it was Gu Yizhen's turn to identify the spices of Mr. Arlen, he opened a bottle and extended it towards him. Gu Yizhen did not accept it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Mr. Arlen, I must confess that I exploited a weakness of human nature just now. Although there was no rule against it, I sensed that you would feel indignant. Therefore, I wish to impose a greater challenge upon myself. Here is my proposal. You have correctly identified 9 bottles. You shall now open 10 at once, and I will name all 10 spices along with their origins in one breath. Should I err in a single detail? Note, a detail, not merely a type. If I correctly name the spice but misstate its origin, I shall concede defeat." Such audacity transcended mere bravado. It bordered on arrogance. Who did he think he was, the god of flowers or the king of flavors? The air around them buzzed with a cacophony of astonishment, excitement, skepticism, ridicule, and anger. Arlen, however, felt a surge of delight within. He steadied himself and, with a mischievous grin, raised his thumb in approval, saying, regardless of the outcome, "Go. Your courage to embrace difficulty is truly commendable." Even those who support him feel a wave of nausea. This is a serious competition after all, one that bears upon the reputation of the fragrance industry in both the East and the West. Must one not adopt a more solemn demeanor? Alangda ceased to speak, swiftly producing 10 bottles of fragrances, all of which he promptly uncapped. In an instant, the air was filled with an intoxicating aroma that wafted through the night sky. Yizhen bent down, stretching his neck as he briskly approached the table laden with the fragrance bottles, and before he could fully straighten up, he began to announce the names. From right to left, they were as follows: Daphne chrysanthemum, a name that suggests it is from the island nation. Yet this particular essence is cultivated domestically. The second bottle contained fruity orchid, an import from Vietnam. The third, Huangshan pine resin. The fourth, southern osmanthus from this province. The fifth, Chapter 83, Marvelous Fragrance. Without any suspense, Yizhen recited the names and origins of the 10 fragrances in one breath, akin to a performer demonstrating a rapid recitation. He even detailed the specific origin and harvest time of the 10th bottle, American Lotus. As Alangda listened, he was simultaneously consulting his tablet to verify the accuracy of the information. To his astonishment, Yizhen had not made a single mistake. He exhaled deeply, setting down his tablet, incredulous. Is this truly a human being? This is even more remarkable than the most advanced air analysis machines in America. It is important to note that with 10 fragrances opened simultaneously, not only is it challenging to distinguish the mingled scents, but even if one could recognize them. To maintain the correct order in such a brief span seems to imply that this person's mind operates on an entirely different plane than that of others. As Arlen set down the tablet, the audience finally emerged from their stupor, erupting into thunderous applause that resonated throughout the venue. It was a moment of sheer exhilaration, one that would be etched in their memories forever. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? Discerning the names and origins of 10 distinct mixed spices with just a whiff? Was he even human? Yizhen's astonishing performance drew applause even from those foreign supporters of Arland. It was the most incredible sense of smell they had ever witnessed. The host declared Yizhen the victor of the first round, and now the second round was set to commence. In truth, it wasn't merely a victory. It was a complete rout of Arland, to put it bluntly. It turned out that this individual was not merely posturing or boastful. He genuinely possessed extraordinary talent. The second round involved the art of formulation, where both contestants would concoct a fragrance on site, and then the opposing party would be tasked with writing down the formula. To be precise, this on-the-spot mixing could only be considered blending, as certain procedures are challenging to execute without specialized equipment. Nonetheless, deducing the formula of someone else's concoction within a limited time frame posed a significant challenge, as one could rely solely on their sense of smell, eschewing any instruments. Although some equipment was available, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to use it. Employing such tools would equate to conceding defeat. Of course, one could utilize certain reagents. The time limit for creating the perfume was set at 20 minutes. Arland was intensely focused, while Yizhen appeared remarkably relaxed, even pulling up a chair to the side to smoke a cigarette. Was he merely posturing once more, or did he have some ingenious trick up his sleeve? After finishing a cigarette, Yizhen approached the table that served as a workstation. He picked up a pipette and extracted a few drops of alcohol from an empty bottle, then retrieved another bottle from his pocket, drawing 2 drops of a pale yellow liquid into it. After shaking the bottle a few times, he placed it before Aranda. The onlookers were once again filled with suspicion. What did this mean? Had he truly crafted a fragrance in such a manner? Could something concocted with merely a few drops of alcohol and 2 drops of some ambiguous substance genuinely be considered perfume? The pressure was immense. Who was this scar-faced man? And how could he be so remarkably skilled? Hadn't the Huaxia people ever produced adept perfumers? It was exasperating. This rascal had only begun after finishing a cigarette and was already ahead of him in speed. Just in terms of pace, he had lost. Calm down, he reminded himself. He must formulate this newly developed fragrance named Angel. He held great confidence in this creation, for it differed from ordinary perfumes, which, aside from their pleasant aroma, merely offered invigorating or soothing effects. However, this fragrance, aptly named Angel, possessed the intoxicating ability to enchant. Finally, it was complete. The 2 parties exchanged their perfumes, and Yizhen took but 2 whiffs before recording the formula into a notebook on the table. The system contained the formulas submitted by both sides. Once the opposing party entered their answer, the results, correct or incorrect, would be displayed directly on the large screen for all to see. The speed at which Yizhen concocted his perfume had already placed a considerable amount of pressure on Alangda, but now this individual's swiftness in providing answers intensified his stress even further. Alangda could only discern the presence of musk in Yizhen's fragrance, while the other scent components remained elusive and ambiguous, leaving him unable to identify the specific spices employed in the blend. After over a month of diligent research and testing on his own formula, he had taken a full 20 minutes to create his perfume. Yet the competitor managed to deduce the formula in mere seconds, while the counterpart produced a fragrance in just a few moments. Alanga had spent 20 minutes attempting to distinguish just one of its notes. It was evident that he had lost, unless, of course, the opponent's answers were entirely erroneous. Yet, was that even plausible? The remarkably handsome host returned to the stage, signaling that time had elapsed. Alanga was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a river. Defeated, he felt utterly vanquished. How could this happen? How was it possible? The Huaxia culture had never produced a perfumer of such caliber. The host gazed at Alanga with a look of profound sympathy, for his answer sheet remained blank, while Yizhen's responses mirrored his pre-written answers flawlessly. After tapping the keyboard twice, the results were displayed on the large screen, igniting a renewed frenzy among the crowd. This scarred individual, perpetually wearing a subtle smirk, truly appeared to possess an almost divine ability to ascertain the compositions of others' perfumes with such accuracy and without a hint of error. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, one might suspect Yizhen of foul play. The host was at a loss for words. Ultimately stating that the results were clear to all, was there any need to proceed to a third round? In such circumstances, only a fool would believe a third round was necessary. This time, there were no cheers or applause. Everyone simply gazed silently at Arland, awaiting his call from Master Yizhen. The atmosphere was remarkably hushed. Once Arland had concluded his celestial duel, he stood and addressed Yizhen, asking, "Could you tell me the name of this fragrance?" Yizhen replied, "I have named it Miaoxiang. However, the name is of little consequence. What truly matters is the essence of the perfume itself, is it not? Indeed, it is the fragrance that holds significance," Arland lamented. "Alas, after dedicating half my life to this profession, I find myself unable to discern the ingredients that compose Miaoxiang. I believe that even those so-called master perfumers from my hometown would be unable to identify the formula." His expression was one of profound melancholy. In truth, the composition was not the most vital aspect. What truly mattered was that this fragrance possessed boundless potential. What you hold is the basic variant of Miaoxiang, and its primary characteristic is that different individuals will perceive it in varied ways. You may share it with others to see what sensations they experience, Yizhen explained. Moreover, if Miaoxiang is blended with other elements, it can not only retain its fundamental efficacy but also possess therapeutic properties. Different people perceive it differently, and adding a few other ingredients could cure ailments. Is this truly still perfume? It could easily be deemed a potion of magic, Arland mused in disbelief. Chapter 84. I have lost. Miaoxiang, Miaoxiang, indeed marvelous, beyond description. Arland's demeanor was profoundly despondent, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Originally, he believed that the art and expertise of fragrance belonged solely to the Western world, that they were the true authorities at the pinnacle of this industry. However, he was profoundly humbled by Yizhen's overwhelming triumph. The disparity between aspiration and reality was stark. He faced defeat at the hands of an obscure Eastern individual who had never before made a mark in the cosmetics industry. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. A sentiment expressed by a scarred man prior to the competition. He now found himself in a state of despair. It was evident, without a doubt, that this contest signified the defeat of the Western contender, Mr. Arland. Do you still wish to continue the third round? Yizhen inquired with a smile. I concede. I admit my defeat, Arland murmured. Since you acknowledge your loss, might it be time to fulfill your promise? Yizhen regarded him intently. As a token of my respect, I shall call you master, Arland declared, and surprisingly, he approached Yizhen and bowed, addressing him as master. At that moment, the media presence was minimal, consisting of only a few television stations, online outlets, and 2 newspaper reporters. All cameras were now focused on Yizhen and Arland, while supporters of Yizhen eagerly captured photographs and videos on their phones. Naturally, this enthusiasm was not shared by Arland's supporters, particularly those from Huaxia, who were experiencing a profound sense of grief, even more so than the foreign onlookers. The venue was crowded with spectators, including company personnel and invited peers, with a sea of faces numbering in the thousands. Arland, after bowing to Yizhen and calling his master, took a few steps forward to announce his resignation from the position of chief perfumer at Yizhen, declaring that he would no longer pursue the profession of scenting. Upon finishing his words, he turned to leave. Arland, you fool, how could you succumb to the Chinese? As he lifted his foot to depart, the foreign supporters erupted in a cacophony of insults. However, the foreigners' tirades were limited to a few expletives: fool, idiot, nonsense, and the like. while the Chinese spectators remained remarkably composed, refraining from jeers or derision. In truth, the Chinese are the epitome of decorum, despite Arlen's previous arrogance being quite off-putting. His acceptance of defeat without resorting to dishonor earned him the respect of everyone who supported Yizhen. Mr. Arlen, you have always been my idol, the person I hold in the highest esteem. I am eager to understand the intricacies of the exquisite fragrance you crafted, that you could not identify even a single component. A supporter of Arlen from the Chinese crowd inquired. Arlen turned to Yizhen and asked, Master, could you disclose the formula for this exquisite fragrance? It was evident that his address of Master was filled with genuine admiration. Very well, I shall share it with you, Yizhen replied, approaching the microphone resting on the table. For a long time, there has been a misconception among the Chinese and people worldwide, believing that cosmetics originated from the West. In truth, this is a monumental misconception. The origin of cosmetics can be traced back to the lands of Huaxia. Although Western industry insiders are aware of this misunderstanding, they choose to feign ignorance, and over time, they have come to accept this fallacy as common knowledge, brazenly claiming the origins of cosmetics, particularly perfume, as their own. In this regard, they are as shameless as those who assert that Chu Yuan was a national figure of their own country. The foreign audience lowered their heads. For Huadong Jiao spoke the truth. Yizhen continued. However, we cannot deny that in the past 100 or 200 years, the Industrial Revolution in the West has precipitated the rise of various industries, including the cosmetics industry, which has proliferated globally, resulting in a vast industrial chain and cultural phenomenon. Conversely, in the 100 or 200 years prior to our nation's founding, China endured numerous calamities and suffering, stunting any industrial development, let alone the cosmetics sector. The standard of living was so low that people struggled to find enough food, let alone produce cosmetics for sale. As a result, the world found no trace of Huaxia cosmetics, leading everyone to believe that cosmetics were an integral part of Western civilization. In truth, this is utter nonsense. When Huaxia was utilizing cosmetics and fragrances, the Westerners were still living in a primitive manner. Master, I digress. Please tell me what fragrances you have blended to create this exquisite aroma. Can it truly evoke a unique sensation in each individual? Alungde interrupted Yizhen. Kindly invite a few of your friends to the stage to experience the scent firsthand, and let them share their individual impressions. Foreigners had long questioned the miraculous nature of Yizhen's exquisite fragrance, expressing skepticism that a single perfume could evoke such varied sensations among different individuals. As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals approached the stage. Yizhen presented the fragrance to their noses, instructing them not to vocalize their impressions but to jot them down on paper. One must remain cautious. Who knows if you might speak insincerely, merely echoing the sentiments of the first person? After a moment, the group completed their notes, and Yizhen collected the slips, handing them to the host with a playful remark. You read them. I relish chicken intestines, but am not well versed in these intricate characters. The host chuckled and began to read the contents aloud. The first note described a sensation akin to being in a spring meadow, surrounded by the fragrance of blooming flowers, while the second noted the aroma of ripe apples. Indeed, the fragrance proved to be extraordinary, delivering unique experiences to each individual. The assembly of foreigners exchanged bewildered glances. Having not personally experienced it moments prior, they could have dismissed Yizhen's claims as mere fabrications. However, after their first-hand trial, they found the scent to be as remarkable as he had asserted. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and jubilant cheers. Chapter 85, Gushanshui. Why is this? What renders this perfume so enchanting? I must acquire this formula. One foreigner finally emerged from his astonishment. First and foremost, I must declare that I am now a fragrance expert for Jean Furong. Thus, I shall not sell this perfume's formula, as it rightfully belongs to Jean Furong. Certainly. If you wish to collaborate, you may reach out to the relevant personnel at our company for discussions. Haha, this fellow is unexpectedly assisting the company in garnering business. As for the mystery behind its enchanting essence, I can divulge the formula. However, the recipe for this perfume is of little consequence. What truly matters is the method of its creation. In truth, the formulation is rather commonplace, primarily comprising rose, lily, lotus seeds, locust flower, glutinous rice, brown sugar, and body fragrance. Upon hearing Yizhen's formulation, the audience was momentarily taken aback. Goodness! Aren't those the very ingredients for lotus seed sweet soup? The master, are you jesting with me? I have tasted your Huaxia sweet soup in one variant. The lily lotus seed koix seed soup is concocted from these very ingredients, Arand remarked. Haha, Arand, you truly are a foodie, having indulged in lily lotus seed koik seed soup. However, I can assure you that although there are a few similarities with that sweet soup, it is essential to understand that in traditional Chinese medicine, whether an ingredient is added or omitted, or if they are identical, the differing proportions yield entirely distinct results. Moreover, the method of crafting perfume undoubtedly diverges from that of preparing sweet soup, as I previously mentioned. Yizhen laughed heartily. And how does this relate to traditional Chinese medicine? Arand's inquiry echoed the sentiments of others present. Because I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, the perfumes I create are formulated based on the principles of TCM. Yizhen asserted with unwavering seriousness. As I mentioned earlier, this exquisite fragrance, with the addition of other components, can even be transformed into a perfume with therapeutic effects. His demeanor was earnest, exuding an air of undeniable conviction. Ordinarily, this lad is rather reticent, yet at this moment, he appeared unusually loquacious. He approached the side where the foreigners were and remarked, "Perfume has gained immense popularity in the West, becoming an indispensable daily item for all. However, it is essential to understand that its initial purpose was not merely for embellishment. Due to the physiological characteristics and dietary habits of Westerners, their body odor tends to be quite pronounced. To ensure that one does not overwhelm others with their natural scent during gatherings or intimate moments, perfume came into existence. Thus, the original function of perfume was to mask body odor. In our culture, perfume is perceived as a luxury item, a plaything for the affluent, a symbol of opulence. In contrast, in the West, it is a commonplace necessity, utilized by everyone from dignitaries to ordinary citizens, essential for both home and travel. He raised the exquisite fragrance in his hand and proclaimed, "My unique innovation is to imbue perfume with healing properties. For instance, by infusing a touch of lemongrass essence into this delightful aroma, it can provide relief for those who frequently suffer from headaches. I can even incorporate a particular herbal extract that can alleviate body odor. While it is true that hyperhidrosis can be surgically addressed, the idea of undergoing multiple incisions is far from appealing. If a mere spritz of perfume could yield a curative effect, I fear the surgeons specializing in this condition might come seeking retribution." Yizhen's words left the audience utterly astonished. The notion that a single bottle of perfume could possess healing abilities seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, is this truly still perfume? It resembles enchanted water, to be sure. Zhao Chuanfu and Shi were attentively observing the competition's live report. Since the commencement of the first round, Zhao Chuanfu had been laughing continuously. He engaged Yizhen at Jean Ferrong solely because he believed that his keen sense of smell might assist the company in carving a path into the Parisian cosmetics fair. The competition mandated that each participating company must have its own national perfumer. However, he soon realized that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a veritable gold mine. This competition catapulted Jean Ferrong into the spotlight of the industry, and Yizhen's exquisite fragrances would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among consumers. Who wouldn't desire to purchase a perfume that evokes different sensory experiences tailored to various individuals and moods? Shi laughed, though her laughter appeared somewhat foolish, as no one comprehended the reason behind her mirth. Yet, she found the slightly enigmatic Yizhen increasingly intriguing, and her fondness for him grew. As the competition neared its conclusion, Yizhen emerged as the undisputed victor. He playfully retained Arland, jesting that with such a vast product line at Jean Ferrong, his departure would necessitate daily attendance, a prospect he had no intention of embracing. The host delivered a closing statement, expressing profound sentiments. The day's contest not only unveiled Yizhen's extraordinary perfumes, but also illuminated many aspects of the industry he had previously overlooked. In his view, Yizhen's remarkable skills and creativity transcended the role of a mere perfumer. He believed that a title of greater distinction was warranted to truly reflect his extraordinary talents and boundless innovation. The host's statement resonated deeply with Arand, who believed that his mentor would emerge as a leading figure in the fragrance industry. Arand envisioned that individuals in this profession would flock to him, drawn by his presence, as he would guide them through the intricacies of the field like a commander. Thus, Arand was convinced that his mentor, Yizhen, would indeed become the fragrance commander. However, the title of fragrance commander sounded rather awkward. Perhaps it would be more impressive to call him fragrance hero. Fragrance hero, Guxiangshua. Unbeknownst to who led the call, the audience spontaneously echoed in unison. It seemed the ringleader was undoubtedly a fan of Gu Long, as the name Chu Liuxiang was likely etched in his heart. Unfortunately, The connotation of Gu Xiangshua's title differed entirely from that of Chu Xiangshua. As the event came to a close and the crowd dispersed, Gu Yizhen had just driven away from Jin Furong when he received a call from Shang Wanjing. Gu Xiangshua, will you allow me to serve you tonight? Shang Wanjing cooed. Well, I need to practice. How about I visit you tomorrow for lunch? Gu Yizhen considered having a spirited encounter with her, yet the practice took precedence. No, I want to be free tomorrow. I must prepare for the medical exchange event at Beijing University the day after. Shang Wanjing replied. Oh, the medical exchange event is the day after? I shall attend as well. We shall meet then. He nearly forgot about the invitation from the four-eyed attending physician at Renai Hospital.